Grasping Evil Chapter 432 to Chapter 460. To the Six-Winged Clan, the encirclement of the four great forces and the arrival of the Prince of Lanling were both shocking events. However, after the three major forces left, Ning Fan once again shocked the Six-Winged Clan. He killed Lu Jiefan with just one move, killing a Void Glimpse stage expert with a single move. How could it not be shocking? When Lu Jiefan was at the end of his rope, he merged with his spiritual puppet and broke through to the Void Refinement Realm. To any cultivator of the Six-Winged Clan, it was a nightmare. Lu Jiefan, who had just broken through to the Void Refinement Realm, relied on the strength of his puppet body. Each of his punches carried the power to destroy heaven and earth, causing fear to rise in the hearts of countless members of the Six-Winged Clan. Even First Elder Xianxia was deeply afraid of the current Lu Jiefan. However, Lu Jiefan was killed by Ning Fan's punches just after he showed off for a short while. That kind of scene was absolutely shocking. Countless experts were dumbfounded as they did not expect this to happen. What level of body skill is this? A pair of black dragon shadows appeared in his fists, capable of shattering the heavens and the earth and flattening the mountains and rivers. With one punch, a black dragon would fall, and with two punches, the heavens and the earth would die. This must be a type of mortal void body technique. Terrifying, truly terrifying. Was revered Ming really not a golden body realm body cultivator? The mortal void body technique could only be used by body cultivators at the golden body realm. If it wasn't for the fact that venerated Ming wasn't protected by the golden light when he punched, I would have definitely thought that venerated Ming was a true metal body cultivator. Even if revered Ming is not at the golden body realm, this punch is definitely stronger than that of an ordinary golden body cultivator. What? Venerated Ming was actually so powerful that his physical body was comparable to a golden body cultivator. This person was already so powerful by himself. After this battle, he would possess 4 Void Glimpse stage spiritual puppets and even have venerated Moon, who was an unrivaled beauty among the Void Glimpse stage followers. You can't provoke revered Ming. He alone has the strength to subdue our Six-Winged Clan. Sigh, no wonder the Grand Elder values this person so much and is willing to lend him the revival platform. Previously, we even schemed to harm venerated Ming. We were really courting death. Sighs, exclamations, and discussions of disbelief rose and fell within the Six-Winged Clan. Everyone was astounded by Ning Fan's terrifying strength when he killed Lu Jiefan. One of the 6 elders of the Six-Winged Clan, Hei, who was at the peak divine transformation realm, was currently floating among the crowd with his tiny primordial spirit. He raised his head and looked at Ning Fan with a bitter smile. In the past, he had offended Ning Fan on Xianxia Island and his physical body was destroyed by Ning Fan. In the end, he was brought back to the clan by Great Elder Xianxia. He used to think that even though Ning Fan was stronger than him, it was only a small realm higher than him. Today, he knew that Ning Fan's strength was far beyond his imagination. It was enough for him to look up to him. Fenqi sat on Ning Fan's shoulder. Her beautiful eyes were filled with astonishment. She had never thought that the ordinary-looking Ning Fan would have such formidable strength. Even if the Great Elder was in his peak state, he would not be able to kill Lu Jiefan with a single strike. However, Ning Fan had killed Lu Jiefan with just a single strike. This kind of strength was almost infinitely close to that of a Void Inquiry stage-old monster. Venerated Ming is really amazing. Fenqi had always had her eyes set high above her head. She looked down on any man. However, she admired Ning Fan from the bottom of her heart. Besides, what Fenqi did not understand was that after Ning Fan devoured the devil chi of the slate, she actually felt a sense of dependence towards him for some unknown reason. That's right, it was indeed a feeling of dependence. This sense of dependence was extremely strange. It did not come from the heart, but from the blood vessels. It was the trace of devil chi in Ning Fan's body that made Fenqi rely on him. That dependence was like the dependence of a servant on his master. She naturally did not know why, nor did she think about it. Great Elder Xianyi's expression was calm, but his heart was filled with shock. Back then, he had once exchanged a move with Ning Fan and suffered a slight loss. At that time, he was already shocked by Ning Fan's strength. However, Xianxia had never thought that Ning Fan would have the strength to kill a Void Glimpse stage expert. Since Ning Fan could casually kill Lu Jiefan, who was risking his life, he naturally could also easily kill Xianxia, who was severely injured. I didn't expect venerated Ming to be so powerful. If he wants to use the revival platform of our six-winged clan, who would be able to stop him? Today, our clan is facing a great calamity and countless of our clansmen have died. We can no longer afford to offend venerated Ming, and naturally, we can't afford to offend him. Moreover, if it wasn't for revered Ming, I would have died under the siege, and the six-winged clan would have been annihilated. In terms of gratitude, he could not afford to offend revered Ming. Today, the Lanling clan, the Misthorn clan, and the Ghost Eye clan have retreated. The six-winged clan is fortunate enough to survive and survive. In the future, we must be careful. Not only must our six-winged clan not provoke venerated Ming, we might even have to rely on venerated Ming's protection in order to survive. Cough, cough, cough. Xianxia muttered to himself. Suddenly, he coughed violently. It turned out that the time limit of his self-damaging secret technique had passed, and his injuries had worsened. In order to save his clansmen, Xianxia ignited his demonic blood and primordial spirit, suppressing his injuries, and went on a killing spree. Currently, Xianxia had paid the price. His cultivation base had dropped from the Void Refinement Realm to a half-step Void Refinement Realm expert. He did not know if he would have the chance to advance to the Void Refinement Realm again in this lifetime. Great Elder. Revered Ming, I beg you to save the Great Elder. I beg you. Fenqi's petite primordial spirit knelt on Ning Fan's shoulder and pleaded bitterly. Don't worry, Xianxia is still useful to me, he won't die. Ning Fan glanced at Fenqi from the corner of his eyes. His eyes were cold, but his heart felt strange. He kept having a feeling that after devouring the devil chi of the slate, he seemed to have formed an additional connection with Fenqi. It was similar to a master-servant relationship. He flicked his finger and gave a pill to Xianxia. It was a mid-grade 5th Revolution Divine Injury pill. Xianxia received the pill and revealed a grateful expression. After consuming the pill, his injuries were slightly suppressed. Even though his cultivation base had dropped, at least his life was no longer in danger. His eyes flashed with hesitation. However, his expression became resolute at the next second. He clenched his teeth and cupped his fists at Ning Fan. Today, our six-winged clan has encountered a great calamity. If it wasn't for revered Ming, our clan would certainly be annihilated. Revered Ming has done a great favor for our clan. From today onwards, if revered Ming has any orders for our clan, you can just tell us directly. As long as it's within our capabilities, our clan will never decline. We will certainly complete revered Ming's orders. As soon as Xianxi's words fell, the members of the six-winged clan fell into silence. Those who had the slightest intelligence could tell what Xianxia was implying. He actually wanted to submit to Ning Fan and serve him as their master. Ning Fan was not too surprised by Xianxi's words. Currently, the members of the six-winged clan had suffered heavy casualties. Their great elder had fallen to the Void Refinement Realm. Their strength was at its weakest. If they do not find a backer, they would probably be devoured by the Ghost Eye clan and the Misthorn clan in a few days. There were two reasons why Xianxia chose to submit to Ning Fan. Firstly, Ning Fan was strong. Secondly, Ning Fan's identity was special. Even King Lanling was afraid of Ning Fan's identity and did not dare to act recklessly. However, the matter of submitting to Ning Fan was of great importance. It was related to the survival of the clan. Naturally, it could not be decided with just a few words. Moreover, Xianxia could only express his stance to Ning Fan first. The decision on whether to accept the six-winged clan's submission was still in Ning Fan's hands. Ning Fan's answer was no. Hee. Fellow Taoist Xian, you're exaggerating. I just came here to borrow the revival platform. The reason why I intervened a little was because I couldn't watch the six-winged clan being annihilated. As for the favor that I owe you, you don't have to mention it again. I have no interest in giving orders to the six-winged clan. Ning Fan returned the courtesy with a smile and tactfully rejected Xianxi's submission. Currently, the six-winged clan was useless to Ning Fan. It was just a nuisance. Their clan was weak and they could be annexed by the Ghost Eye clan and the Misthorn clan at any time. Ning Fan would not provoke powerful enemies for the sake of a mere six-winged clan. He did not like trouble and he was not a good person. Xianxia gave a self-mocking smile. It was no wonder that Ning Fan would reject the six-winged clan's submission. When they were strong and prosperous, there were still grudges between them. However, after they had fallen, they wanted to submit to the six-winged clan. Who would be willing to clean up this mess? Hee. Fellow Taoist Zhou, don't be in a hurry to reject me. Stay in my clan for a few days. After my clan is slightly rebuilt, we will open the revival platform for you to use. After that, I have a secret that I want to tell you. Fellow Taoist is a body cultivator. Perhaps your strength will increase tremendously because of this secret. At that time, you might change your mind and accept my clan's submission. Oh? A secret that can increase my strength tremendously? Since fellow Taoist Xian said so, I'm rather interested in that secret. Alright. If fellow Taoist's secret is really useful to me, it's not like I can't accept the six-winged clan's submission. Let's talk about the revival platform first. How long will it take before it can be activated? The activation of the revival platform requires the preparation of many devil sacrifices and formations. Due to the great calamity this time, many of the devil sacrifices died. We need to find a new suitable devil sacrifice. A few of the formations were destroyed and we need to prepare them again. However, most of the formations are still intact. In at most half a month, I can prepare the revival platform for fellow Taoists to use. Half a month, huh? Ning Fan nodded his head. During this half a month, he could temporarily stay in the six-winged clan. The members of the six-winged clan who died needed to be buried. The clan's protective grand formation, residences, and other buildings needed to be rebuilt. Xianxia had arranged a lot of matters. Since he still needed to recuperate and heal his injuries, he also ordered someone to bring Ning Fan to rest. It was unknown if it was intentional or not, but the person Xianxia sent to take care of Ning Fan and the others was actually Fan Qi, who was severely injured and only had her primordial spirit left. Although it was said to take care of Ning Fan, it was just to let Fan Qi bring Ning Fan to the guest house to settle him down and convey Ning Fan's various requests. Fan Qi had enough time to recuperate. There was no need for her to meet Ning Fan all the time. Ning Fan also did not have the habit of ordering outsiders around. He sent everyone away and set up a sense isolation formation in the guest house. Then, he began to deal with the spoils of war. He left Yu Lingkong and the female corpse in the guest house to rest while he entered the profounding world. This time, Ning Fan did not go on a killing spree in the six-winged clan. However, the spoils of war that he obtained were definitely not to be underestimated. The Void Glimpse stage spiritual puppet was slightly repaired by Ning Fan. Then, he kept it. It was not the spoils of war that Ning Fan cared about the most. What he cared about the most were the words on the devil statue slate and the trace of devil chi that flowed into the devil marks on his back. Those words were the real words recorded on the slate. They were hidden under the illusion. Ning Fan was the only one who could see through the content of the words with the help of Mo Luo's blood. Those words were a type of writing of the devil race. It was called Gutua writing. Rumor has it that it was created by Great Emperor Gutua, one of the 9 ancestors of the ancient devil race. Each and every stroke of the writing contained great power. The Gutua writing was widely spread in the devil race. Even though Ning Fan was not a member of the devil race, he could still recognize a few words. He roughly knew that these words recorded the secrets related to Mo Luo's blood. If he translates these words, he would certainly be able to find out the method to refine Mo Luo's blood. The 4 great slave clans of Mo Luo and the method to break the slave marks were also mentioned. It was the same as the information Ning Fan obtained previously. The six-winged clan, the giant devil clan and the other 2 clans were indeed Mo Luo's slaves. Moreover, they had been enslaved before. The 4 clans that had been enslaved had been Mo Luo's slaves for generations. If Mo Luo's divine clone descends, he could take away the lives of all of his slaves with just a trace of his spirit sense. In the past, Ning Fan had also nearly been enslaved. Thus, he naturally knew how terrifying it was. Putting aside the six-winged clan, the giant devil clan had a close relationship with Ning Fan. It was also a good thing for him to know some methods to break the slave marks and help the giant devil clan break the slave marks. However, if he wants to thoroughly understand the contents of these words, he would probably have to go to the library of the Six-Winged Clan and learn all of the Gutua writing. As for that trace of devil chi, it was extremely pure. If he could devour and refine this devil chi, it would at least increase his magic power by 1 million units. In other words, the power contained in this pure devil chi was enough to create a void refinement realm devil cultivator. What made Ning Fan feel regretful was that this trace of devil chi had already been refined into his devil marks. Thus, he could not devour it using normal methods and could no longer turn it into magic power. That trace of devil chi was slowly devoured by his profound earth devil marks. Vaguely, his devil marks showed signs of advancing to the next level. Ning Fan's senses were not wrong. The devil chi that was hidden in the slate could indeed help his profound earth devil marks advance to the next level. Once his devil marks advanced to the martial rank, Ning Fan had great confidence that he could break through to the golden body refining realm in one go. Once he attains the golden body refining realm, he would be in existence comparable to a void refinement realm expert. Then, he would truly possess the strength to run amok in the rain world. Refine. Ning Fan activated his devil marks and accelerated the devouring of that trace of vast devil chi. For 3 consecutive days, Ning Fan remained motionless as if he was meditating. With the refining speed that was 100 times faster in the profounding world, the vast amount of devil chi was refined into his devil marks. Each stroke of the devil marks on his back was burning with tiny black flames. After devouring this trace of devil chi, the improvement of Ning Fan's physical body was not trivial. His physical body was already infinitely close to the golden body refining realm. 1/4 of the devil mountain pattern on the profound earth devil marks on his back had been erased. Instead, it turned into the pattern of 6 black wings on both sides of his back. His devil marks had advanced by 1/4. Ning Fan was greatly surprised. That trace of devil chi that was equivalent to 1 million units of magic power could only complete 1/4 of the advancement of his devil marks after it was refined into his profound earth devil marks. If that's the case, in order for his devil marks to advance to the next level, he would have to obtain at least 3 traces of such powerful devil chi, wouldn't he? Ning Fan had never thought that it would be so difficult for his profound earth devil marks to advance to the martial rank. If it were any other devil marks, they would certainly be able to advance to the next level after obtaining a trace of devil chi that was equivalent to 1 million units of magic power. Standing in the profounding world, Ning Fan tried to swing his fist. All of a sudden, he was stunned and he condensed his fist light without saying a word. Even though the advancement of his devil marks was only 1/4 complete, when he swung his fist, his right arm immediately shone with dazzling golden light, as if it had become an indestructible golden body. Although the advancement of his devil marks was only 1/4 complete, Ning Fan felt that his strength had increased tremendously. At this moment, his strength was even stronger than ordinary golden body refining realm cultivators. It was difficult for his profound earth devil marks to advance to the next level. However, the advancement of 1/4 was already much stronger than some martial rank devil marks. If it advances to 2/4, 3/4, and completely advances to the next level, at that time, Ning Fan's physical body would certainly be invincible even among golden body refining realm cultivators at the same level as him. Ning Fan exhaled a mouthful of murky chi. Even though it was a pity that his devil marks did not completely advance to the next level, his strength had indeed improved significantly. With the strength of his current physical body, he could severely injure a void glimpse stage-old monster like Xianxia with just an ordinary punch without using any body technique. 3 days had passed. Ning Fan had no choice but to leave the profounding world. After giving some instructions to Yu Lingkong and the female corpse, Ning Fan went to Fen Qi's residence and requested to browse through the books of the giant devil clan. Fen Qi, of course, did not dare to delay his request. She immediately reported to Xianxia and the answer was definite. Xianxia gave the order that Ning Fan was allowed to browse through any ancient cultivation methods and ancient secret records in the Six-Winged Clan. Even if he wanted to make a copy of them, no one was allowed to stop him. On the same night, Ning Fan went to the library of the Six-Winged Clan and returned the jade slip of the star punishing bow technique that he borrowed previously. After that, he made a copy of all the books in the Six-Winged Clan and brought them back to the guest residence to read through them in detail. The Six-Winged Clan was a devil race. They were born to be experts in body refinement techniques. Not only did they have many methods to inscribe devil marks, but they also had many rare and precious devil cultivation methods, including a few fiend god cultivation methods. Even if Ning Fan had no use for these cultivation methods and magic techniques, he did not mind making a copy of them and bringing them away. It would be a waste if he did not want them. However, what Ning Fan cared about the most was actually the devil scripture of the Gu Tua writing. With Ning Fan's intelligence, he was able to learn all of the Gu Tua writing in just one night. At least, he could basically recognize all of them. Ning Fan had already imprinted the words on the slate into the jade slip. After translating the words on the slate one by one, Ning Fan's eyes gradually turned solemn. The Ancient Devil Dao, Ancestral Talisman Blood Refinement Technique. This is the secret technique of the ancient devil race that cultivates blood. In ancient times, there were 10,000 devils in the world. Each of them held a devil talisman and used the talisman to refine their blood. The stronger the devil talisman, the stronger the blood they refined would be, and the stronger their devil bodies would be. Among the 10,000 talismans, there are 9 great ancestral devil talismans. Their power is unparalleled and they are called the ancestral talismans. The 9 great ancient devils who held the ancestral talismans eventually became the 9 great devil ancestors. All of them were experts who were unrivaled at the same level as them. This technique records the cultivation method of the Mo Luo ancestral talisman of Great Emperor Mo Luo. However, this slate only contains a quarter of the entire secret technique. If I want to gather the complete secret technique, I still need to find the other 3 devil statue slate. After mastering the complete secret technique, I will be able to condense my natal ancestral talisman and use it to refine that drop of Mo Luo's blood. With the ancestral talisman, as long as I gather enough devil herbs and concoct devil pills, I can even continuously refine the 2nd and 3rd drops of devil blood. With this cultivation method, I just need to cultivate the ancestral talisman step by step and condense my devil blood. When I have enough devil blood, I will be able to return to being an ancestor and become a great emperor of the devil race who is at the same level as the 9 devil ancestors. Mo Luo Ancestral Talisman. Ning Fan's eyes gradually burned with passion. Blood and devil talisman were the abilities and methods of the ancient devil race. Blood was the innate body refinement talent of the devil race which far surpassed other races. As for the devil talisman, it was a method to increase the innate talent of one's blood. If Ning Fan could completely condense the Mo Luo ancestral talisman, he would be able to fight against Mo Luo with just his physical body one day. A great path leading to the peak of body refinement was already paved under Ning Fan's feet, 1/1, to be continued. Even though half a month's time was not long, it should not be wasted either. While waiting for the formation of the revival platform to be rebuilt, Ning Fan stabilized his devil marks. In his free time, he would study the devil codex of the 6-winged clan. Similar to the Demon Codex, the Devil Codex was also an encyclopedic explanation of cultivation. It recorded the detailed history of the devil race. Other than the Gu Tua language, there were also several other languages of the devil race. It would be a waste not to learn them. Thus, Ning Fan learned all the languages of the devil race one by one. Similar to the languages of the demon race, the languages of the devil race also had special uses. The devil mark engraving technique was similar to the spirit augmentation technique of the demon race. Every language of the devil race was actually a simplified version of the devil marks. Furthermore, every single devil mark was derived from the ancient devil talisman. According to Ning Fan's understanding, the devil race had lost their devil blood. Thus, they could no longer cultivate their devil blood. Their physical bodies were greatly weakened and they no longer had the body refinement talent that was 100 times better than the other races. The devil mark engraving technique was actually created by powerful beings to make up for the weakening of the physical bodies of the devil race. Just like the spirit augmentation technique, it was created to make up for the loss of the spirit of the demon race. Ning Fan could not help but sigh. In the current era, the demon race had lost their spirit while the devil race had lost their blood. In this world, perhaps only Ning Fan alone possessed the spirit of the Fuli race and the blood of Mo Luo race. If he obtains the heart of the divine race, Ning Fan's innate talent would probably be considered as monstrous even in the ancient era when all the fiend gods and devils were born. Spirit is the ability to borrow the power of heaven and earth. Blood is an unparalleled body refinement talent. What does heart refer to? Ning Fan closed his eyes and listened to his heartbeat. His breathing was slow and long. However, he understood that the so-called heart certainly did not mean what it meant on the surface. Perhaps, he would be able to find the answer in the future. In the six-winged clan, there were many body refinement experts' comprehensions. Ning Fan browsed through their comprehensions one by one and compared them with his own body refinement Tao, benefiting him greatly. Ever since Ning Fan copied the books of the six-winged clan, Xianxia had visited him 4 times. Each time, she would give him some devil pills which were Xianxia's thanks. Ning Fan had obtained quite a number of pill recipes of the devil race from Lu Yi's library. However, this was his first time observing the pills of the devil race at such a close distance. The elixirs of the demon race were not much different from those of the human race, but the elixirs of the demon race were different from those of the human race and demon race. The pills of the devil race were at least twice as effective as the pills of the human race and the demon race. However, because of the overbearing medicinal power, the side effects of the devil pill were not small. If the physical body of the person who consumed the devil pill was not strong, after consuming the devil pill, they might even be seriously injured by the backlash of the medicinal power. In fact, Ning Fan could understand the overbearing medicinal power of the devil pill. The devil race was born to be good at body tempering, and their bodies were far stronger than the cultivators of the human race and demon race. Among the cultivators of the same level, only the wild beasts of the demon race could match the devil race's bodies. It was naturally not strange for a devil clan with a powerful fleshly body to consume a devil pill with even stronger medicinal strength. The concoction technique of the devil pill was completely different from the 2 great pill techniques of the 9 revolutions of river wheel and the 3 pure ones pill condensation. It was called 5 opposing blood incineration. According to the Devil Codex, it was created by a great expert of the devil race in the later generations. This pill concoction technique was specially used to concoct devil pills. During the era of Great Emperor Ancient Chaos, there were only 2 types of Tao of pill in the world, the river path and the 3 pure ones. However, in the later generations, there were peerless geniuses who appeared out of nowhere in every generation, adding many new Tao of pill. This Tao of burning blood was one of them. In the past, Ning Fan only learned about the world from the memories of Great Emperor Ancient Chaos. He did not know much about the concepts that appeared in the later generations. Now that he had the chance to learn more about the Tao of burning blood, he naturally would not miss it. The six-winged clan did not have any inheritance of the Tao of burning blood. There were only a few pill concoction techniques of the Tao of burning blood. Even so, Ning Fan's pill refinement mastery improved significantly after mastering a few types of devil pill concoction techniques. When he was on the Divine Space Island, Ning Fan's medicine soul had already advanced and his pill concoction technique had broken through to the high-grade 5th revolution. Today, he had cultivated the 3 great Tao of pill, namely the river path, the 3 pure ones and the Tao of burning blood. His pill concoction technique was now slightly stronger than some high-grade 5th revolution pill masters of the older generations. The devil pills that Xianxia had given Ning Fan were mostly pills that could refine one's body and bones. The highest grade of them was only at the low-grade 5th revolution. Among these devil pills, there was even the high-grade 4th revolution pill, the devil bone pill that Su Russian had given Ning Fan in the past. Among these devil pills, the strongest one that could refine one's body was none other than the low-grade 5th revolution jade bone pill. After consuming so many devil pills, Ning Fan's devil marks had become more stable and his physical body had also improved a little. However, he was not satisfied with these devil pills. The six-winged clan only had the pill recipes for devil pills, but they did not have any qualified pill refinement masters who could concoct higher-grade devil pills. The only few low-grade 5th revolution devil pills they had were left behind by a 5th revolution pill master of the clan. Ning Fan emptied the medicine warehouse of the six-winged clan. He decided to concoct devil pills himself. Among the pill recipes of the six-winged clan that he obtained, there was a type of devil pill that could refine one's body. It was a high-grade 5th revolution pill called the revered devil pill. Ning Fan attached great importance to it. If a body cultivator at the peak of the Jade Life realm consumes a revered devil pill, their chances of attaining the golden body realm would increase by at least 15%, even for body cultivators at the first or second level of the golden body realm. Consuming a revered devil pill could greatly improve the realm of their physical body. A single revered devil pill could directly open up a golden orifice for a body cultivator at the golden body realm. What was a golden orifice? The lowest level of body refinement realm was the 9 heavenly layers of silver light realm. Only when 9 heavenly layers of silver light entered one's bones could one be considered as a body cultivator at the silver bone realm. A body cultivator at the silver bone realm could fight against a nascent soul realm cultivator. After the silver bone realm was the jade life realm. A body cultivator at the jade life realm could fight against a divine transformation realm cultivator. After the jade life realm was the golden body realm. The golden body realm was also divided into 4 levels. The reason why the golden body realm was stronger than the jade life realm was because the cultivator had cultivated the golden orifice, which could contain golden blood. The golden orifice was a special acupoint that was different from the meridians and immortal veins. A golden orifice could contain a drop of golden blood. A body cultivator at the jade life realm could only break through to the golden body realm after refining 100 golden orifice and having 100 drops of golden blood. After his devil marks advanced by 1/4, 25 golden orifices were opened in his right arm, allowing him to condense 25 drops of golden blood. That was why he was able to produce tens of thousands of rays of golden light when he swung his fist. When the number of golden orifices in the body reached 300, one could break through to the second realm. After opening 1,000 golden orifices, one could break through to the third realm. When the number of golden orifices reached 2,000, one could break through to the fourth realm. If he wanted to reach the peak of the golden body realm and break through to the next major realm, he would need to open 3,600 golden orifices. Only then would a metal body cultivator have the chance to enter the nirvana realm and become a nirvana body cultivator of the first nirvana realm, a nirvana realm body cultivator whose strength was comparable to an old monster at the first heavenly layer of the void fragmentation realm. With the pill recipe of the revered devil pill, it would be much easier for him to attain the golden body refining realm or to continue improving after attaining the golden body refining realm. The only pity was that the demon supreme pill required a few main ingredients, so he couldn't refine them immediately. Half a month passed in the blink of an eye. The rumor of the decline of the six-winged clan had spread all over the endless sea. Many people had started to spy on the six-winged clan. Even the experts of the Ghost Eye clan and the Mist Horn clan had come here with the intention of taking over the six-winged clan. Fortunately, they were not strong and there were no void refinement realm old monsters among them. Moreover, Yu Lingkong and Ning Fan were still guarding the six-winged clan. Even the Ghost Eye clan and the Mist Horn clan had to be wary of them. Thus, they did not attack the six-winged clan for the time being. The female corpse stayed together with Yu Lingkong. Her spiritual intelligence was enough to protect herself from being bullied by others. She seemed to know that her sea of consciousness could recover a lot. Recently, she often showed a joyful expression. Whenever she was happy, she would want to bite Ning Fan twice and leave a row of shallow teeth marks on his body. She was reluctant to hurt him. She even knew how to help Ning Fan gather some information. The news about the Lan Ling sect seizing the slate of the six-winged clan was told to him intermittently by the female corpse. On that day, Ning Fan handed over the useless slate to them, causing Prince Lan Ling and the 2 great devil clans to fight against each other. After a fierce battle, the 3 great forces suffered heavy casualties. In the end, the slate fell into Prince Lan Ling's hands. This incident made the 2 great devil clans furious. Their fight for the slate of the six-winged clan was a fight within the devil clan. It was not considered as the fertile water flowing into the fields of outsiders. To the 2 clans, it was a great humiliation for them to be publicly betrayed by the Lan Ling sect, a profound orthodox sect. The 2 clans were secretly planning how to seize the slate from Prince Lan Ling's hands. Of course, it was unknown whether the Ghost Eye clan and the Mist Horn clan were also secretly planning to seize each other's slate. It was precisely because the 2 great devil clans were focused on seizing the slate that they could not care less about the six-winged clan. That was why they were not in a hurry to annex the six-winged clan and allowed it to live. On that day, Yu Lingkong could see that Ning Fan intended to seize the devil statue slate. However, the slate was taken away by Prince Lan Ling in the end. She comforted Ning Fan. However, when she saw that Ning Fan did not seem upset, she finally felt relieved. She was afraid that Ning Fan would do something rash because of his anger. What she did not know was that Ning Fan had already read all the words on the slate and absorbed all of its devil qi. The reason why Ning Fan did not tell her about the secret of the slate was because it involved too many secrets. The secret of blood was a great secret of this world. If it is leaked out, it was unknown how many true immortals would be interested in it. The more he knew, the more danger he would face. The reason why he did not tell Yu Lingkong about it was for her safety. The last layer of formation on the revival platform was finally repaired. After Xianxia had stabilized his injuries, he purposely came out from his seclusion and personally brought Ning Fan and the others to the revival platform. It was a 10,000 zhang * 3, 33 m per zhang, tall platform that was built with huge silver stones. It was located in the deepest forbidden area of the six-winged clan. It was completely isolated from the seawater. The 10,000 zhang * 3, 33 m per zhang, silver platform had a circumference of 100,000 li * 3, 33 m per zhang. It was isolated from all outsiders by hundreds of layers of formation light. On the 10,000 zhang * 3, 33 m per zhang, silver platform, there was a 10,000 zhang * 3, 33 m per zhang, silver pagoda. The pagoda was divided into 7 floors and it emitted a strong healing power. This pagoda was called the Buddha Revival Pagoda. It was the key item for the revival platform to heal injuries. The bottom of the 10,000 zhang * 3, 33 m per zhang, silver platform was engraved with the blood runes of the devil race. Countless blood sacrifices and devil statues were placed there. This time, the revival platform was only opened for Ning Fan alone. Even the injured members of the six-winged clan were not allowed to enter. After all, Ning Fan was the one who was borrowing the revival platform this time. Ning Fan wanted to heal the female corpse's sea of consciousness. Xianxia could tell how important the female corpse was to Ning Fan. He was afraid that one more person entering the revival platform would lower the healing effect of the revival platform and infuriate Ning Fan. The injuries of the clan members could be slowly healed in the future. If they anger Ning Fan now, the destruction of the six-winged clan would only be a matter of seconds. This 10,000-foot-tall silver platform is the revival platform. The silver pagoda above it is called the Buddha Reincarnation Pagoda. When my six-winged race was at its peak, one of our ancestors had some friendship with the Western Heavens Kunlun Realm's Jade Lake Holy Daughter. As a result, he received a Buddha Reincarnation Pagoda, which is a silver pagoda. The tower was divided into 7 floors. The first floor was for Vein Opening Realm cultivators, the 7th floor was for Void Fragmentation Realm cultivators, and so on. The healing power of each floor was as different as heaven and earth. With fellow Daoist strength, you should be able to enter the 5th floor without a problem. However, your wife's cultivation base is only at the deity transformation stage. If she were to enter the 5th floor rashly, she would not be able to withstand the healing power and it would affect her recovery. Thank you for your reminder, fellow Daoist. Ning Fan gazed at the Buddha Revival Pagoda from afar and fell into deep thought. This Buddha's Resurrection Pagoda was similar to the Lost World Pagoda of the Punlai Celestial Island, and they were both at the silver grade. The Lost World Palace was the number 1 force in the northern sky. It was famous for its Lost World Tower, which provided time for cultivation. Kunlun Jade Lake was the number 1 force in the western heaven. It was famous for its Buddha Tower, which could provide healing for cultivators. Wasn't Kunlun Jade Lake the force that Si Wuxia belonged to? Si Wuxia's true self was the Jade Lake Holy Daughter, an existence on the same level as the little demoness of the Godly Void Pavilion, Bei Xiaoman of the Lost World Palace and Tan Tai Weiyu of the Purple Mansion Academy. In the past, Ning Fan was young and frivolous. In order to save his younger brother, he destroyed the Heaven Beast sect, captured Si Wuxia and erased her memory. Thinking about it now, the way he treated Si Wuxia at that time seemed to be a little cruel. Si Wuxia only said some harsh words. The one who captured Minggu was just an elder of the Heaven Beast sect. It was not Si Wuxia's original intention. At that time, Ning Fan did not understand why he would be soft-hearted towards Si Wuxia and let her go. At that time, Ning Fan did not know why he believed that Si Wuxia would not hurt Jiha. Today, he had already found the answer. However, this answer made him feel a little heartache. At that time, Ning Fan did not know Si Wuxia's identity. That was why he was so cruel to her and even erased her memory. Cici, Ning Fan was soft-hearted towards Xianxia. It was not because of Xianxia's identity as the Jade Lake Saintess, nor was it because of Cici. It was because of her other identity. With that identity, even if Xianxia committed a grave mistake and offended the entire world, Ning Fan would still protect her. Xianxia had that identity. She split her consciousness and sneaked into the lower world with a very simple purpose. She came to find Jihe. She came to protect Jihe. That was why she would never hurt Jihe. Never. However, Ning Fan had hurt Xianxia. Light. The cold hands of the female corpse held Ning Fan. She could see Ning Fan's heartache. She wanted to comfort him. Weiliang, do you know that I have already found all of your 3 spiritual and 7 physical souls? However, I can't let your soul return to your body. Even if I can heal your sea of consciousness, I can't let you have a soul. For the rest of your life, you might just be a corpse devil. Jihe, Xiaohuan and little Weiliang of the demon sinister forest. They are your 3 spiritual souls. As for Cici, she is your. Ning Fan did not say anything else. His mouth was covered by the female corpse's hands. Light. I am fine, I really like Xiaohuan very much, let's go. She took the initiative to hold Ning Fan's hand and leaped into the sky, flying towards the silver platform. She was no longer a foolish female corpse. She had gained a lot of spiritual intelligence. She knew how to comfort people. You err. Ning Fan looked at Yu Lingkong, trying to tell her something. Yu Lingkong was very smart. She knew what Ning Fan wanted to say. There was no need for him to remind her at all. Don't worry. You go and heal Weiliang. I will protect you. With me around, no one will dare to disturb you. Yu Lingkong's domineering eyes swept across the members of the 6-winged clan and said with a threatening tone. With her strength that was unrivaled among Void Glimpse stage experts, she could directly kill anyone who dares to disturb Ning Fan while he was outside the formation. When Yu Lingkong's gaze swept across them, each of the members of the 6-winged clan immediately kept quiet out of fear. None of them dared to have any malicious intent towards Ning Fan. They had witnessed Yu Lingkong's formidable strength. She fought against 4 Void Glimpse stage experts and 2 illusory Void stage experts at the same time. At that time, if it wasn't for Prince Lan Ling's arrival that interrupted the battle, Yu Lingkong would definitely be able to kill the 4 of them. Pass down my order. Before venerated Ming leaves the Silver Tower, none of the members of the 6-winged clan are allowed to come within 10,000 li * 500 m per li of the revival platform. Those who disobey my order will be beheaded. The cultivation bases of their relatives will be crippled and they will be expelled from the clan. As soon as Xianyi gave his order, no one dared to provoke Ning Fan anymore. Each of the members of the 6-winged clan did not even dare to breathe loudly. With Xianyi's death order, no one dared to provoke Ning Fan anymore. You err, I will leave these 4 spiritual puppets for you to protect yourself. Ning Fan patted his storage pouch and took out 4 Void Glimpse stage spiritual puppets. All of them were placed beside Yu Lingkong. Only then could he heal the female corpse with peace of mind. The 4 Void Glimpse stage spiritual puppets stood behind Yu Lingkong. Their killing intent was dense and their aura force was terrifying. With a formidable Yu Lingkong and 4 Void Glimpse stage spiritual puppets, even a Void Inquiry stage old monster would not dare to cause any trouble. It would be very safe for him to heal the female corpse this time. With a single step, they landed on the revival platform. The female corpse still wanted to hold Ning Fan's hand and walk with him. However, Ning Fan turned around and pulled her into his embrace. Light, Weiliang, don't worry. I will definitely heal you. I definitely will. If this Buddha Tower is not enough to heal you, I will bring you to the Western Paradise, to the Kunlun Jade Pool. I will use the best Buddha Tower to heal you. I definitely will. Ning Fan gently tapped the tip of his feet and carried the female corpse. Then, he turned into a wisp of smoke and floated into the Buddha Tower. The confusion in his eyes was gone and he became even more resolute. The moment they stepped into the Buddha Tower, an ancient Sanskrit voice suddenly resounded in the tower. Saving a life is better than building a 7-story Buddha Tower. Once the devil is suppressed, you will gain immeasurable blessings. *chi***chi**. Two balls of silver light suddenly shone towards Ning Fan and Xianxia. The female corpse was enveloped by the silver light. Her injuries were getting better bit by bit. Ning Fan was enveloped by the silver light. However, he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his chest. He was actually attacked by the silver light and was slightly injured. His expression changed. The female corpse could use the Buddha tower to heal her injuries. However, Ning Fan seemed to be attacked and rejected by the Buddha tower. Why is this happening? Ning Fan's mind raced as he pondered over the profound meaning of that Sanskrit voice. The Buddha tower seemed to have two uses. One was to save people and the other was to suppress devils. Saving the female corpse was the first use of the Buddha tower. Could it be that Ning Fan being attacked was the second use of the Buddha tower? However, what was strange was why the Buddha tower determined that Ning Fan was a devil and attacked him. The Buddha tower was built in the Six-Winged Clan. The members of the Six-Winged Clan were all devils. However, there had never been a precedent of any member of the Six-Winged Clan being attacked by the Buddha tower. Obviously, the standard used by the Buddha tower to determine an attack was not devil veins, devil cultivation techniques or devil chi. It's the blood of Mo Luo. Ning Fan's eyes turned cold as if he had understood something. In this apocalypse of cultivation, the difference between gods, demons, and devils was just different in their cultivation methods. That was all. However, in ancient times, gods had hearts, demons had spirits and devils had blood. That was the difference between ancient gods, ancient demons, and ancient devils. The Buddha tower had determined that Ning Fan was an ancient devil and attacked him. In the eyes of the Buddha tower, Ning Fan was the last true devil in this apocalypse of cultivation. He was a member of the devil race who possessed blood. The Kunlun world of the Western Heaven must have had a grudge against the devil race. Otherwise, they would not hate the ancient devils so much. Fortunately, the attacks of the first floor of the Buddha tower were still within Ning Fan's bearable range. It was not worth mentioning. However, Ning Fan guessed that every time he ascended to a higher floor of the tower, the female corpse would receive better healing effects while he would suffer more severe injuries. Even Ning Fan himself did not know how many floors of the tower he could withstand. This tower was not simple. It was a supreme treasure in itself. Light. Flowing. Blood. Under the warm healing of the silver light, the female corpse's injuries were recovering bit by bit. She felt very happy. However, when she saw a trace of blood flowing out from the corner of Ning Fan's mouth, she was puzzled and began to worry. Bleeding meant that he was injured. Why was Ning Fan injured? She could not understand. Wasn't the silver light of the Buddha tower used to heal injuries? Don't worry. I'm fine. Let's go to a higher floor. Ning Fan loosened his embrace and held the female corpse's hand. Step by step, he ascended to the second floor of the tower. He wiped the trace of blood from the corner of his mouth. No matter what, he would do his best to bring the female corpse to a higher floor of the tower so that she could receive treatment from a higher floor. 1/3, to be continued. The first floor of the tower was filled with Brahma light. These Brahma lights were healing the female corpse while attacking Ning Fan in an attempt to suppress him. Since Ning Fan was prepared, it was impossible for him to be hurt by the Brahma light on the first floor. With his strength, he could easily shatter a layer of Brahma light with just a lift of his hand. However, he was unwilling to do so. If he destroys the Brahma light, how would the female corpse heal herself? Ning Fan secretly made a hand seal. A layer of jade-colored astral spirit immediately appeared on the surface of his body to protect him. With the astral spirit defense of a jade life body cultivator, the first layer of Brahma light could not hurt Ning Fan at all. As he stepped on the seven treasures glazed stairs, endless Brahma chants resounded in his ears, causing his sea of consciousness to ache slightly. However, the Brahma chants gradually healed the female corpse's sea of consciousness and made her fall into a deep sleep. A corpse devil did not need sleep in the first place. The reason why she fell into a deep sleep was to complete the healing of her sea of consciousness. Enduring the pain, Ning Fan's eyes were filled with determination. He carried the sleeping female corpse and stepped into the second floor of the tower. As soon as he stepped into the second floor, a Brahma chants that were a few times stronger than the first floor suddenly pressed down on Ning Fan. In front of Ning Fan were several golden-armored evil spirits. Each of them had a harmonious spirit realm cultivation base. There were more than 100 of them, and all of them were formed from golden light. They stood in front of Ning Fan, preventing him from stepping into the second floor. "You're just a devil spawn. How stubborn. I'll suppress you with my 7 treasures." This voice was obviously the same as the one who spoke on the first floor. The tone was hard and obscure without any emotion. It was as if the speaker was not a living person but an inanimate object. As soon as the Brahma chants were suppressed, it immediately turned into thousands of golden Buddha beads and pressed down on Ning Fan's head. Each of the Buddha beads could kill a harmonious spirit realm expert. As soon as the voice gave the order, the 100 harmonious spirit realm evil spirits immediately let out strange roars and attacked Ning Fan. Ning Fan's eyes flashed with cold light. His black sword sense swept across the area, shattering the golden Buddha beads into traces of golden light. As for the mere 100 harmonious spirit realm evil spirits, how could they withstand Ning Fan's sword sense? When the golden light was broken and the evil spirits were eliminated, the emotionless voice also gradually disappeared and stopped attacking Ning Fan. If he did not sense wrongly, the owner of that cold voice should be the tower spirit that guards this Buddha tower. Originally, the existence of this pagoda spirit was just to prevent cultivators whose cultivation bases were not high enough from ascending to the higher levels of the pagoda. However, after seeing Ning Fan as the true devil, the pagoda spirit instinctively attacked him. I never expected that there would actually be a pagoda spirit within the Buddha's pagoda. Moreover, this pagoda spirit actually launched an attack against me because I possess the devil blood. I originally only wanted to bring Weiliang to the pagoda to treat her injuries, but with these unforeseen events, it has caused a lot of trouble. If I'm not wrong, this pagoda spirit ought to be staying on the 7th level of the Buddha pagoda, and it possesses a cultivation at the peak void refinement realm. It's an out-and-out old monster of the void stage, and it's absolutely not something I can go against. However, due to certain reasons, this pagoda spirit can't leave the 7th floor on its own. It can only attack me with Sanskrit and evil spirits. It can't kill me with its own hands. The 7th floor. The 7th floor of the Lost World Tower leads to the 8th dark floor. Moreover, there are 7 time crystals hidden in the 8th dark floor. They are the energy source for the Lost World Tower to accelerate time. This 7th floor of the Buddha's pagoda is guarded by the pagoda spirit. Could there be an 8th floor as well? The Buddha's pagoda is built for healing. Therefore, there must be a supreme healing treasure in the 8th floor which provides endless healing power to the pagoda. With Ning Fan's intelligence, he had already deduced many things from the pagoda spirit's behavior of guarding the 7th floor. Originally, he wanted to bring the female corpse with him and slowly treat her injuries in the pagoda. He did not know when he would be able to fully heal her. Now that he had deduced that there was a supreme healing treasure hidden in the pagoda, he must obtain that treasure in order to help the female corpse's sea of consciousness recover. The healing power that the treasure contained was enough to turn the 7th-floored pagoda into a holy land for healing injuries. If he obtains this treasure, it would definitely be of great help to the female corpse's injuries, even though he knew that there was an absolute void stage pagoda spirit on the 7th floor. Ning Fan would not change his mind. Weiliang, have a good rest. I will go and get the treasure for you and treat your injuries. Ning Fan stroked the sleeping face of the lady in his arms. She was cold and did not have any body temperature, which made Ning Fan feel even more pity for her. In his previous life, Mu Weiliang was spurned by the divine race because of a butterfly. She was regarded as a traitor by all the immortals and deities and died as a corpse devil. In this life, Ning Fan was going to repay her for what she had done in her previous life. He must help her recover her sea of consciousness and let her smile again. After keeping the female corpse into his cauldron ring, Ning Fan's body emitted a strong killing intent. It was an unstoppable determination. So what if it's the spirit of the Absolute Void Tower? It's just an inanimate object after all. Why should I be afraid? With a single step, he turned into a wisp of smoke and went to the 3rd floor, the 4th floor and the 5th floor. Gold Core Realm Evil Ghosts, kill. Nascent Soul Realm Evil Ghosts, kill. Spirit Severing Realm Evil Ghosts, kill. The glazed floor was covered with flesh and blood of corpses. Ning Fan stepped on the fresh blood and crushed all the Brahma light. Then, he stood for a while in the empty 5th floor. He did not immediately enter the 6th floor because he understood that once he enters the 6th floor of the pagoda, he would probably be attacked by Void Refinement Realm evil ghosts. It had been a month since he left the Black Lightning Tower. The devil Qi on Ningfan's primordial spirit had been forced out bit by bit. Now, he could once again transform into his ancient devil body. This time, entering the 6th and 7th floors would be extremely dangerous. Thus, Ningfan must give it his all. Amidst the surging devil Qi, Ningfan transformed into a revered devil in black robes. He had a devil horn on his head, a pair of devil wings on his back and a devil eye on his glabella. Amidst the flashes of lightning, Ningfan summoned his lightning armor. His defensive power rose to an extremely terrifying level. Amidst the dazzling starlight, Ningfan summoned his natal black stars. 99 black stars hovered above his head. Amidst the layers of golden shadows, Ningfan split into 2 phantoms of golden bodies. All of a sudden, he had 2 more golden body refining realm subordinates. Soul extraction. After doing all that, Ningfan still felt that it was not enough. He clawed with his 5 fingers and extracted all the souls of the earth. Outside the pagoda, inside the 6-winged clan, the ground began to collapse. The waves were filled with countless undercurrents and whirlpools. All the members of the 6-winged clan including Xianxia were stunned. They did not know what had happened inside the pagoda that made someone perform the soul extraction technique. Yulingkong's eyes were filled with worry. She wanted to enter the pagoda to investigate but she stopped herself. This won't do. I have to trust little cucumber. He has countless methods to protect himself. Even if something unexpected happens inside the pagoda, he will be fine. As for me, I have to stay here to protect him. If someone destroys the formation light while I'm not here, the pagoda won't be able to open anymore. On the 5th floor of the pagoda, Ningfan did not stop after making all the necessary preparations. With an unstoppable aura force, he stepped into the 6th floor. The moment he stepped into the 6th floor, 108 malevolent spirits clad in golden armor appeared one after another. Each of them had a cultivation base above the Void Refinement Realm. All of their killing intent locked onto Ningfan. Among the 108 Void Refinement Realm malevolent spirits, 72 of them were at the Void Glimpse stage while 36 were at the Void Inquiry stage. Even a Void Pierce stage or Absolute Void stage cultivator would certainly be in an extremely dangerous situation if they were to be besieged by so many malevolent spirits. Ningfan, however, did not stop at all. The moment he entered the 6th floor, he activated the Heaven-Deceiving Cloak and moved stealthily towards the 7th floor. The Heaven-Deceiving Cloak could even block off Void Fragmentation Realm spirit sense. Seeing Ningfan suddenly disappear, the 108 malevolent spirits were bewildered. The tower spirit that was guarding the 7th floor was also startled when it saw Ningfan's disappearance. Then, it shouted out a Sanskrit word swastika. That Sanskrit word came from the 7th floor. It was just 1 floor away from the 6th floor. Its destructive force was infinitely close to the Void Fragmentation Realm. It exploded on the 6th floor and attacked indiscriminately. Ningfan's expression changed. He did not expect that the tower spirit would actually launch such a large-scale attack in an attempt to force him out of his concealment. All of a sudden, the shadows of tens of thousands of gems appeared in all directions. There were silver stones, golden stones, colored glass, crystals, shells, corals, and amber. Each of the magnificent gems carried a force that was like a falling meteor, which was equivalent to the full force attack of a Void Glimpse stage cultivator. Each of the malevolent spirits was hit by the gems and suffered severe injuries. Ningfan was also hit by tens of gems. A wave of bone-piercing pain spread throughout his entire body. His 3rd-level golden lightning armor actually cracked under the attack of the tower spirit from a distance. It seemed like the gems had the ability to penetrate armor. Tens of massive forces landed on Ningfan's chest and even left a Sanskrit word swastika mark on his body, breaking his concealment. When Ningfan's concealment was broken, his eyes were filled with astonishment. The magic technique of this tower spirit could manifest tens of thousands of gems. Among them, the attack of tens of gems was already comparable to the destructive power of Ningfan's strongest magic technique. Moreover, this was just a casual attack from the tower spirit from a distance. If Ningfan faces the tower spirit head-on, he probably would not have any chance of winning without using the steel of sun and moon. An absolute void stage expert was indeed powerful. However, if there is only one of them, it might not be impossible to kill him. The Sanskrit word swastika mark was slightly troublesome. Even with the power of samsara, it would take him quite some time to erase the mark and conceal himself again. After Ning Fan's concealment was broken, the injured malevolent spirits once again surrounded Ning Fan and attacked him, blocking his path to the 7th floor. As for the tower spirit, it seemed like it had consumed a lot of its magic power to break Ning Fan's concealment. Thus, it did not continue to attack. Since he could no longer conceal himself, Ning Fan had no other choice but to kill his way out. In his demonized state, Ning Fan's physical body was comparable to King Yinglong's. He was extremely strong. When he displayed his powerful body techniques, ordinary void inquiry stage-old monsters would not be able to withstand them at all. Moreover, many of the 108 Void Refinement Realm malevolent spirits were injured by the Tower Spirit's magic techniques. Void Technique, Double Dragon. Void Technique, Moon-Tearing Dragon. Punches were thrown out one after another. Moonlight Dragon claws tore through the air, repelling the attacks of the Void Refinement Realm malevolent spirits. Each of his Dao body techniques could reap the life of a severely injured Void Glimpse stage expert. However, these Void Refinement Realm malevolent spirits did not seem to know fear. All of them were willing to exchange their lives for Ning Fan's. They wanted to leave injuries on Ning Fan's body even if they were to self-detonate. This was a battle of life and death. Being surrounded and attacked by 108 Void Refinement Realm malevolent spirits, there was no technique to speak of. All of them could only fight to the death with all their might. The two golden figures were quickly annihilated in the midst of this massacre. Even though the defense of the lightning armor was heaven-defying, it could not withstand the overwhelming number of enemies. After killing more than 10 Void Glimpse stage experts and 2 Void Inquiry stage experts, the lightning armor was finally on the verge of breaking. The crack that was created by the tower spirit grew larger and larger. Eventually, it crumbled into pieces. Fortunately, this lightning armor was just a magic technique and not a magic treasure. After this battle, Ning Fan could condense his primordial lightning again to form the lightning armor. There was no such thing as it being destroyed. However, losing the lightning armor now was just too disadvantageous for Ning Fan. Without the defense of the lightning armor, every desperate attack of the malevolent spirits was enough to leave serious injuries on Ning Fan's body. In just a few breaths' time, Ning Fan's body was already covered in wounds. His black robes were stained with blood. Even his natal black stars could not heal the injuries caused by more than 90 Void Refinement Realm malevolent spirits in time. Even so, many of these Void Refinement Realm malevolent spirits were severely injured and their combat power was greatly reduced. Roar Ning Fan let out a devil roar. He knew that he could no longer be entangled with these malevolent spirits. He must head to the 7th floor immediately. In his senses, there was only a trace of ferocious chi of the tower spirit on the 7th floor. As long as I enter the 7th floor and suppress the tower spirit with a single attack of the steel of sun and moon, I will get the treasures. Yellow Dragon 7 tokens. Suppress. Ning Fan stared at the entrance of the 7th floor that was far away from him. His eyes flashed with determination. He patted his storage pouch, took out 7 yellow jade tokens and tossed them to the sky. The 7 jade tokens were all mid-grade mortal void realm treasures. With Ning Fan's current magic power, he was far from being able to use them. Traces of his blood essence seeped into the jade tokens. Even after damaging himself, he could only activate half of the power of the jade tokens. Even so, the combined destructive power of the 7 tokens was already infinitely close to a void pierce stage attack. The 7 layers of yellow skies pressed down. Each and every one of the malevolent spirits let out blood-curdling screams. Some of them were severely injured while some of them were directly crushed into meat paste. Ning Fan was not in the mood to check the casualties of the malevolent spirits. He kept the jade tokens and finally managed to carve out a path of blood. With a flash of traveling light, he dashed into the 7th floor. Impossible. The moment Ning Fan stepped into the 7th floor, a stiff and cold voice resounded from the 7th floor. For the first time, it revealed an expression of disbelief. It could never imagine that Ning Fan, who was just a half-step void refinement realm cultivator, could actually kill his way into the 7th floor. There were no deadly battles that Ning Fan had expected. The 7th floor was an empty Buddhist hall. There was only an ancient statue made of pure gold standing tall. It was already in a dilapidated state. Ning Fan understood that this statue was the tower spirit that guarded the 7 floors of the pagoda. This statue was already in such a dilapidated state. It was no wonder that it had to wait for a long time before it could launch another attack. Ning Fan had overestimated this tower spirit. There was no need for him to use the void fragmentation realm attack of the steel of sun and moon to deal with an absolute void tower spirit that was at the end of its tether. As soon as the ancient statue saw Ning Fan enter the 7th floor, its eyes shot out layers of Brahma light which turned into tens of thousands of dazzling gemstones. All of them carried Buddha light and pressed down on Ning Fan's head. "Ancient devil, you must die." The attack came too fast. It was an absolute void realm attack which was enough to kill Ning Fan. There was no way for him to avoid it. Suddenly, Ning Fan's eyes flashed with the light of his plan succeeding. His figure instantly disappeared from where he stood. He had entered the profounding world. All the attacks missed their targets and struck onto the Buddha's pagoda, and they almost destroyed the pagoda. It disappeared? Where did it go? Even if it hides in a heavenly dwelling magic treasure, it will still be crushed by the 7 treasures. Could it be that this devil is hiding in a small Kiliacosm cosmos treasure? The ancient statue was puzzled. When the smoke and dust dispersed, Ning Fan slowly got out of the profounding world. He looked at the ancient statue which could not launch any attacks for the time being and did not give any explanation. He would not give any explanation to a person who was about to die. It would be best if he could kill the tower spirit with a trick. Ning Fan touched his glabella. The Separation Slayer flying sword turned into layers of sword shadows which crushed the dilapidated ancient statue. At the moment when the ancient statue was destroyed, the spiritual power of the entire Buddha tower greatly decreased. All the evil ghosts summoned by the tower spirit struggled and turned into golden light before disappearing. When the ancient statue was destroyed, a door of light immediately appeared on the wall behind it. It must be the entrance to the 8th floor, which was where the supreme healing treasures were stored. Without any hesitation, Ning Fan directly stepped into the door of light. This Buddha tower was a gift from the Kunlun Jade Pool to the 6-winged clan. It no longer belonged to the Jade Pool. That was why the tower spirit of this tower was so dilapidated and weak. That was why Ning Fan dared to kill the ghosts and seize the treasures in public after knowing that there were treasures in this tower. He was not worried about offending the Kunlun Jade Pool at all and did not have any psychological burden. The 8th floor of the Buddha tower was different from the 8th floor of the Lost World Tower. There were 7 jade platforms with 7 treasures which were glowing with Brahma light. All of them had great healing power. However, there were no formations or spiritual puppets to protect them. This was a tower that was given to someone else. The Jade Pool naturally would not spend too much effort to protect the 7 treasures. If they want to set up a defense, it should be set up by one of the 6-winged clan's ancestors who had obtained the tower. After dispersing his devilization state, Ning Fan's white robes were stained with blood. His injuries were rather serious, but he wore a satisfied smile. He could feel the shocking healing power from the 7 treasures. They were the 7 relics which were left behind by a true Buddha. They were in the form of gold, silver, colored glass, crystal, shell, amber and coral respectively. Ning Fan thought that if he consumes one of the 7 relics, he would be able to recover instantly even if his injuries were twice as serious. However, he was reluctant to consume the 7 relics because they were all prepared by the female corpse. Keep. Ning Fan flicked his sleeves and kept the 7 relics. All of a sudden, the Buddha tower trembled and lost all of its spiritual power. The 7 floors of the tower no longer had any healing effect. How could this be? Outside the Buddha tower, Great Elder Xianxia, who was waiting outside, almost had the urge to puke blood. He had lent the Buddha tower to Ning Fan, but he did not expect that Ning Fan would actually break the tower and it could no longer be used to treat injuries. On one hand, Xianxia was really distressed by the destruction of the Buddha tower. On the other hand, he was greatly shocked. The Buddha tower was considered as the greatest treasure of the 6-winged clan. It was not something that anyone could destroy at will. It was said that the tower spirit with an absolute void stage cultivation base was guarding it. If you want to destroy this tower, you would at least have to eliminate the absolute void tower spirit. Other than void fragmentation realm old monsters, who else could do such a thing? Moreover, Xianxia could not figure out Ning Fan's motive for destroying the Buddha tower at all. Didn't Ning Fan want to use the tower to treat the female corpse? What benefits would he get by destroying the Buddha tower? I can't figure it out. Could it be that the Buddha tower wasn't destroyed by revered Ming? Because it doesn't make sense. Xianxia was also uncertain about what exactly happened in the Buddha tower and whether it was Ning Fan who destroyed it or not. Sensing that Ning Fan's chi was still in the tower, no one dared to enter the tower to investigate. They could only wait for him to come out of the tower and ask him about it. On the 8th floor of the Buddha tower, Ning Fan summoned the female corpse. He held her in his arms and sat on the floor. Previously, he was not confident that he could heal the female corpse's sea of consciousness. Now that he had seized the 7 relics of the Buddha tower, he was confident that he could heal her in one go. Ning Fan stuffed the 7 relics into the female corpse's mouth one by one. As soon as the 7 relics entered her stomach, traces of healing power that was enough to bring the dead back to life spread throughout her delicate body. The corpse devil's body had lost its life force and had no physiological activities. Originally, the injuries that she suffered could only be repaired but not healed. However, the 7 relics seemed to have given her life force, allowing her injuries to be healed one by one. For the first time, her pale face showed the redness of a normal woman. For the first time, her cold little hands carried the warmth of a normal woman. Her sea of consciousness was recovering bit by bit. In her dried-up immortal veins, traces of magic power were being generated. This is resurrection. Ning Fan's eyes widened in surprise. This scene was out of his expectation, but he was overjoyed. When he seized the relics, he only wanted to heal the female corpse's sea of consciousness. He did not think that she could come back to life because she lacked 3 souls and 7 spirits. However, at this moment, the 7 relics entered her body and provided her with endless life force. The female corpse's body was indeed showing signs of life. Light. Cold. The female corpse's brows were tightly knitted together. It was the first time she felt pain. In the past, she was a corpse devil. She did not have any senses. She could not feel pain, cry, feel cold or shed tears of sadness. Today, however, she actually said that she felt cold in her sleep. Her body began to feel cold again and became weak. Ning Fan did not know what had happened. Ning Fan used his spirit sense to examine her body. Soon, he found out that the reason why the female corpse said that she felt cold was because she was a dead person and a woman. The yin qi in her body was too strong and she needed some yang blood to provide some yang qi. Without any hesitation, Ning Fan waved the separation slayer sword and cut his arm. Then, he fed the blood into the female corpse's mouth. The female corpse's sharp teeth bit Ning Fan's arm and unconsciously sucked his blood. Ning Fan's blood was too delicious. It was even more delicious than the blood of other divine transformation realm and void refinement realm old monsters. It was the most perfect blood. The female corpse was still a corpse devil after all. How could she resist the temptation of flesh and blood? In her sleep, she bit a large piece of flesh from Ning Fan's arm. Kiss Ning Fan took a cold breath. The sudden pain made him frown slightly. However, he immediately let go of her hand with a loving expression. She was a corpse devil. Ning Fan would not blame her for making a mistake unconsciously. After consuming a piece of Ning Fan's flesh, the yang qi in her body was already sufficient. She revealed a satisfied smile and fell asleep. She showed signs of resurrection after consuming the 7 relics. However, he did not know how long it would take for her to be completely resurrected. It might be 1 year, 10 years, 100 years or even 1,000 years. This time, no matter how long she slept, Ning Fan would wait for the day she wakes up and reunite with her for real. At that time, she would be the real Mu Weiliang. She would be a living person and not a corpse devil. With a flick of his finger, Ning Fan temporarily stopped the bleeding on his arm. He did not have the time to deal with the wound. Instead, he carefully held the female corpse's hand and began to massage her arm. Gradually, he massaged her entire body to help her relax her muscles and blood circulation. From today onwards, you are no longer a female corpse. You are the real. Mu Weiliang. Ning Fan revealed an expectant expression. He was looking forward to Mu Weiliang's awakening. In his previous life, he was the butterfly while she was the daughter of the Heaven Emperor. She died for him and he died for her. In this life, he had already reincarnated into a human while her 3 spiritual and 7 physical souls turned into Jiha and saved him once again. Whether she was Jiha or Mu Weiliang, Ning Fan would never let her suffer any harm. In order to protect her, he still needed to constantly improve his cultivation base. You gave me a pair of butterfly wings and I promised you a lifetime without any conflicts. I promise. 2/3, to be continued. 3 months had passed but Ning Fan had never left the Buddha Tower. He held Mu Weiliang's hand and transferred his magical energy bit by bit, helping her to refine the 7 true Buddha relics. That's right, it was only the initial refinement. Only when the 7 relics were completely refined would Mu Weiliang be completely resurrected. Even though she was still unconscious, Mu Weiliang could clearly feel the warmth from Ning Fan's palm. Light, wait for me. In her dream, she spoke in her sleep. She was looking forward to this true reunion. 150 million years of slumber in exchange for a glimpse of the Star Palace was far from enough to comfort him. She missed Ning Fan very much. She really missed him. She knew that only the real Su Xing was qualified to stay by Ning Fan's side. In just 3 months of deep sleep, Mu Weiliang's consciousness had recovered by 1%. Perhaps in another 20 or 30 years, she would completely awaken. Ning Fan could wait. He could. For cultivators, 20 to 30 years of time was but a blink of an eye. The 30 years that Ning Fan had waited for her for was just too insignificant compared to the 150 million years that she had waited for him. He took out the ancient green jade coffin. It was the ancient coffin that accompanied Mu Weiliang for countless lonely days and nights. With Ning Fan's current knowledge, he could see that this green coffin was as mysterious as the heaven-avoiding coffin that the old monster used to store his beloved. It wasn't that the materials used to make the coffin were precious, but rather that the coffin contained the variables of the heavenly Daos. It could conceal the mysteries of the heavens, deceive the living, and possess the miraculous effect of nourishing life force. In the coffin, there was an obscure spirit sense. That spirit sense contained a kind of melancholy emotion. With Ning Fan's current cultivation base, he could vaguely sense it. The aura of this spirit sense, its Weiliang. Ning Fan remained silent. He finally understood why Nanyang Zi could not open the green coffin but he could directly open it. This was because before Mu Weiliang died, she laid down in the green coffin and sealed herself in it. This was because Mu Weiliang had set up her divine sense to only allow the person she was waiting for to open the coffin and bring her into this world. She was waiting for Ning Fan. This coffin could prevent the vitality of the body of the person lying in it from dissipating. Even after 100 million years, the body would not rot. To Mu Weiliang, who was waiting to be resurrected, the more life force in her body, the better. Sleeping in the green coffin required less time than sleeping in the outside world. Ning Fan placed Mu Weiliang into the green coffin and closed the lid. Then, he carefully placed her in the Xianxia world. In order to give Mu Weiliang a quiet environment for her resurrection, Ning Fan had even moved the corpse of the realm beast which had been cut into 2 in the Xianxia world into a certain unused space covered in red mist in his cauldron ring. In the Star Palace, Ning Fan had once found the herb garden of the ancient heavenly court. It was already in ruins. However, the female corpse at that time liked the herb garden very much and begged Ning Fan to take it away. Ning Fan moved the medicinal garden into the Xianxia world and filled it with various spiritual herbs. He then placed the green coffin at the center of the medicinal garden where the butterflies were dancing. If one day, when Mu Weiliang woke up, the first thing she would see would be her favorite herb garden and her favorite scenery. 3 months later, Ning Fan left the Buddha Tower with injuries all over his body. If he still doesn't come out, Yu Lingkong would probably be worried. For 3 whole months, Ning Fan had always been busy with Mu Weiliang's resurrection. He actually did not have the time to deal with the injuries on his body. The devil chi in his primordial spirit had already dissipated. He could turn into a devil again at any time. The thousands of wounds on his body were also healed under Ning Fan's almost monstrous self-healing ability. Only a row of tiny teeth marks remained on his arm. They were bitten by Mu Weiliang. Ning Fan was reluctant to erase those scars. When Ning Fan left the Buddha Tower safely, Yu Lingkong, who had been guarding him for 3 months, finally heaved a sigh of relief. Seeing Ning Fan walk out alone without bringing Mu Weiliang with him, she was a little worried. "Little cucumber, where's Weiliang? Is she all right?" "Put it down. She's fine. She's much better than I imagined. As for you, after not seeing you for 3 months, you seem to have lost some weight." Ning Fan caressed Yu Lingkong's face. When he saw that she looked haggard, he said with concern, "Let's go. Let's go and have a rest. As for fellow Taoist Xian, I know you have a lot of questions to ask me. I will meet you 3 days later." Ning Fan knew that even if Xianyi did not dare to be dissatisfied with him for destroying the Buddha Tower, he would certainly ask him about the reason. He did not want to tell Xianyi about him taking away the 7 relics. However, he did not have the intention to hide the fact that he destroyed the Buddha Tower either. He kept the 4 spiritual puppets and pulled Yu Lingkong up. The 2 of them left openly in front of the group of 6-winged clan experts. No one dared to stop them. Ning Fan did not leave the 6-winged clan. He just returned to the guest house. This made Xianyi feel relieved. He did not give up on his plan to rely on Ning Fan. After the life and death battle in the Buddha Tower, Ning Fan did not even change his clothes. His entire body was still stained with blood. Under Yu Lingkong's service, Ning Fan took a bath and changed his clothes. Then, he slept on the same bed as her. With Yu Lingkong's arrogance, she had never bathed anyone in her entire life. However, when Ning Fan made a request, she realized to her dismay that it was getting harder and harder for her to refuse his request. Damn it. I'm actually being controlled by Little Cucumber. This isn't normal. While she was cursing and swearing, she helped Ning Fan wash his whole body. What an awkward personality. When she was dragged onto the bed by Ning Fan, she actually did not refuse him. This made her feel incredulous. Could it be that she subconsciously desired for something to happen between them? "Little Cucumber, I want to sleep alone. I'm tired." She did not mean what she said. "I know you're tired. You've been guarding me for 3 months. It's been hard on you. Aren't I here to compensate you?" Ning Fan's lips curved into an ambiguous smile. "Compensation? Humph. I don't need any compensation." Yu Lingkong's brows turned cold. She was very dissatisfied with Ning Fan's behavior. Could it be that I, Yu Lingkong, am an outsider in Ning Fan's eyes? Does he need compensation for helping me with some small matters? Why is he treating me like an outsider? Are you sure you don't want any compensation? Ning Fan's eyes became even deeper. No. Get lost. If it wasn't because Yu Lingkong was sleeping at the side of the bed, she really wanted to kick Ning Fan off the bed. How dare he treat her like an outsider? He must be tired of living. You don't even want to compensate me with my body? Ning Fan enunciated the word body very clearly. All of a sudden, all of Yu Lingkong's anger was suppressed in her stomach, causing her face to turn red. What do you mean by compensating me with my body? She actually wanted this compensation. It's this. Ning Fan's large hands wandered around Yu Lingkong's delicate body. He turned around and pressed his body against hers, sealing her lips. As if she was electrocuted, Yu Lingkong's body instantly softened. Her cheeks were burning hot. Even though she had done it with Ning Fan once, she was doing it with the body of a virgin at that time. She was only left with the pain of being torn apart. Moreover, she was completely unconscious during the latter half of the process. She did not know how to respond to Ning Fan's kiss at all. The buttons on her clothes fell off one after another. The hem of her creased skirt was also lifted by Ning Fan. His palm had already reached the wet and tender area between her legs. Yu Lingkong let out a soft moan. Her long and narrow eyes were filled with lust as if water was dripping out of them. Little Cucumber, I've told you before that I'm going to *CK you until you want nothing more. Don't even think about sleeping tonight. Yu Lingkong had always been tough. She turned around and pressed Ning Fan under her body. She actually wanted to take over his body. Up to you. Ning Fan was speechless. He had a feeling that he would be raped by Yu Lingkong tonight. However, a moment later, he felt the heat on his lower body piercing into a piece of soft and moist flesh. All of a sudden, Ning Fan thought, so what if I'm raped by Yu Lingkong? After all, I'm sure that I won't lose anything. He flicked his finger and extinguished the candle flame with a gust of wind. The room became dark. Waves of panting and moaning lit up the night sky. 3 days later, Yu Lingkong, who looked radiant, accompanied Ning Fan to look for Xianxia. During these 3 days, Ning Fan condensed his primordial lightning armor once again. He erased the Buddhist seal of the swastika character and recovered the invisibility ability of the heaven-deceiving cloak. During these 3 days, Ning Fan slept on the same bed with Yu Lingkong every night. He tried his best to serve her until she was comfortable. Yu Lingkong's first time had left a huge shadow in his heart. This shadow had already been erased during the 3 nights of pleasure. What replaced it were memories that made her wish she was dead. Little cucumber, not bad. You're the man whose endurance is the longest that I've ever seen. Yu Lingkong's tone was rather boastful, as if she had experienced a lot of sexual intercourse. In reality, she had only had intimate contact with Ning Fan a few times. What she said was obviously just trying to look impressive. I cultivate the yin-yang transformation. Plucking yin is my strength. If you like to last longer, I can even last longer. I'm just afraid that you won't be able to endure it and beg for mercy again. Ning Fan's lips curved into a playful smile. During these 3 nights, Yu Lingkong was considered to have received her first sexual intercourse. She had begged for mercy many times. Will I beg for mercy from you? You must have misheard me. Just you wait. I'm going to teach you a lesson tonight. Yu Lingkong was so angry that she gritted her teeth. She was still unconvinced. Today, she must **ck Ning Fan until he begged for mercy to save her face. Hee. Young Master Zhou and Venerated Moon really have a good relationship. It really makes me envious. The conversation between the two was overheard by a woman who interrupted them. That lady was wearing a pink dress. She walked towards them in an enchanting manner with an inexplicable smile. Her long hair was coiled into a bun. A jade hairpin was loosened and a golden hairpin was inserted into the bun. Her long pearl ornaments hung down from her head, giving off a gentle clanking sound in the breeze. Her skin was snow white and her cheeks were rosy. Her beautiful eyes were filled with lust and desire. On the left side of her face, there was a violet tattoo that extended into her hair, adding a bit of seductiveness to her appearance. Miss, you are. Ning Fan was slightly surprised. He should have never seen this lady in the 6-winged clan. However, the eyes of this lady were enchanting and charming. They were obviously filled with respect and admiration for Ning Fan. Obviously, she had seen him before. Ning Fan sensed a trace of familiar aura. After thinking carefully, he immediately understood who the beautiful lady in front of him was. This demonic-looking lady turned out to be that lady from before. So it's Miss Xianxia. I didn't expect that you have already successfully reconstructed your physical body. In just 3 months, you managed to reconstruct your physical body, and moreover, the reconstruction is almost flawless. I'm sure the 6-winged clan must have paid a huge price to help you reconstruct your physical body. With your identity, I don't think you should receive such respectful treatment, right? Ning Fan's furrowed brows relaxed. The lady in front of him was undoubtedly the primordial spirit realm female cultivator whom he had casually saved previously. Xianxia. He did not expect that Xianxia, who was in her primordial spirit state, would actually have such a beautiful appearance after she reconstructed her physical body, which was only slightly inferior to Yu Lingkong. Somehow, after Xianxia reconstructed her physical body, Ning Fan faintly felt that the subtle connection between him and her had become even closer. When he saw Xianxia, the diagram of the 6 wings and the devil marks on his back suddenly became scorching hot. I have just reconstructed my physical body. I didn't expect that young Master Zhou would actually not recognize me. It seems like Xianxia is not worth mentioning in young Master's heart. The women of the devil race were even more open-minded than the women of the demon race. Xianxia's words actually contained a hint of flirting with Ning Fan. However, the hint of disappointment in her eyes was not fake. It seemed like Ning Fan not recognizing her really made her feel a little disappointed. As soon as she thought of Xianyi's order, Fenqi calmed herself down and said with seductive eyes. Young master, please follow me. The Great Elder has been waiting for young master in the Feather Forest Palace since early morning. He has something to tell young master. Fellow Daoist Xian, are you going to tell me the secret that I mentioned just now? I'm very curious about what secret fellow Daoist Xian has that can move my heart and make me accept the Six-Winged Clan. I don't know what the Great Elder wants to tell me. However, I don't think it will disappoint young master. Fenqi shook her head. She did not know what the Great Elder was thinking. While they were talking, the three of them had already arrived at the Feather Forest Palace. This place had always been the most secretive place of the Six-Winged Clan. However, there was no one guarding it today. All the guards had been withdrawn by Xianyi. Perhaps he was afraid that others might hear the secret. Xianyi, on the other hand, trusted Ning Fan. He was not afraid that he would be killed by Ning Fan alone. That's right. Currently, Xianyi was just a half-step Void Refinement Realm cultivator. If Ning Fan really has the intention to harm them, how could they stop him from harming them even if they have a few more guards? The three of them stopped outside the Feather Forest Palace. Fenqi bowed politely and was about to leave. Her eyes secretly glanced at Ning Fan with some inexplicable feelings. We've arrived at the Feather Forest Palace. Young Master Zhou and Venerated Moon, please come in. I'm only responsible for leading the way. I don't have the right to listen to your conversation. I'll take my leave first. Wait. Fenqi, come in too. The matter we're discussing today is related to you. Xianyi's voice resounded from the Feather Forest Palace as if he had made a difficult decision. Understood. Fenqi naturally did not dare to disobey the Great Elder's order. She followed Ning Fan and Yu Lingkong and pushed the door open and entered the palace together. However, she took a few steps back because of her status. She did not dare to walk side by side with the two of them. Ning Fan's eyes revealed a thoughtful look. He was trying to guess what the secret that Xianyi was referring to was and how it was related to Fenqi. Xianyi was not in a hurry to speak. He seemed to still be making up his mind. He waited on the small red clay stove and brewed spiritual tea. After that, he distributed the tea to everyone. After brewing the tea and drinking the tea, Ning Fan's expression was still calm and composed. He sipped the spiritual tea with Yu Lingkong. Xianyi, on the other hand, smiled bitterly. He could not sit still anymore. He put down the spiritual tea and cupped his fists at Ning Fan. Fellow Daoist Zhou, may I ask what happened inside the Buddha Tower? Why was the tower destroyed? I don't know. Ning Fan smiled and sipped his tea. He only answered with I don't know and pushed all the responsibility away. Ning Fan believed that Xianyi had investigated the ruins of the Buddha Tower after the incident. However, he certainly could not find any clues about the tower's destruction. Ning Fan also believed that even if he did not say anything, Xianyi would not continue to pursue the matter regarding the Buddha Tower. Xianyi was a smart man. The Buddha Tower had already been destroyed and the Six-Winged Clan had already declined. It was not worthwhile for him to offend a terrifying enemy like Ning Fan just because of a destroyed tower. What made Xianyi hesitant was also not the matter regarding the Buddha Tower. Since Ning Fan did not want to talk about it, he was also happy not to ask about it. What he was going to say next was the main topic. Fellow Daoist, since you don't know the cause of the Buddha Tower's destruction, I suppose the destruction of the Buddha Tower was just an accident, just like the destruction of the devil statue. It has nothing to do with you. In fact, what I want to talk to you about today is also not the Buddha Tower. Now, the Six-Winged Clan is in a precarious situation. It is in danger of being divided by the Mist Horn Clan and the Ghost Eye Clan at any time. I sincerely ask fellow Daoist Zhou to consider and accept the affiliation of my Six-Winged Clan. What benefits do I get from accepting the affiliation of the Six-Winged Clan? Ning Fan put down the teacup and his eyes turned serious. Whether he would accept the affiliation of the Six-Winged Clan or not would depend on whether Xianyi's following words could move his heart. Fellow Daoist, have you heard of Great Emperor Mo Luo, one of the 9 ancient devil ancestors? I've heard a little about it. Then have you heard that Great Emperor Mo Luo has 4 great slaves? They are Ju Mo, Lu Yi, Gue Mu, and Lan Jiao. I've never heard of them. Ning Fan lied. The four great slave clans were a great secret. It was only reasonable for him not to have heard of them. Is that so? Fellow Daoist, you might not know about it, but the ancestor of my six-winged clan was once the slave of great Emperor Mo Luo. Of course, the process of becoming a slave is a little unbearable. However, ever since my ancestor became a slave, every generation of my six-winged clan was born with Mo Luo's slave marks. Our lives and deaths can be decided by Mo Luo with a single word. Previously, I was reluctant to hand over the devil statue slate because it might contain the method to break the slave marks. Unexpectedly, I still couldn't keep the slate in the end. Xianxia sighed. Ning Fan, however, remained unmoved and said indifferently. In the cultivation world, the strong survive and the weak die. If there are battles, there will naturally be winners and losers. Even though fellow Daoist Xian has lost the slate, at least you managed to keep the six-winged clan from being annihilated. It can be considered as a blessing. Fellow Daoist is right. Now that the slate has been lost, I no longer have any interest in breaking the slave marks. Even though the six-winged clan is lucky enough to survive thanks to fellow Daoist's reputation, once fellow Daoist leaves the six-winged clan, I don't know how many people will be willing to come and divide my clan. My six-winged clan indeed needs fellow Daoist's protection. A straightforward person doesn't beat around the bush. Fellow Daoist Xian, just tell me directly what secrets are you willing to give in exchange for my protection. Ning Fan shook his head and said straightforwardly. If fellow Daoist Zhou is willing to accept the six-winged clan, I can give an order to betroth Elder Fanqi to you as your concubine. Concubine? Both Ning Fan and Yu Lingkong wore astonished expressions. Could it be that Xianxia is planning to obtain Ning Fan's protection by offering a beautiful woman? No, that's not right. When Ning Fan recalled the strange feeling of connection between him and Fanqi, he suddenly realized something. Although Fanqi's cultivation base was not high, her identity must be somewhat special. Great Elder, Fanqi's cheeks were thoroughly red. She immediately stood up and was at a loss of what to do. She had never thought that the Great Elder would betroth her to someone else. Xianxia waved his hand and interrupted Fanqi's words. When he saw Ning Fan's calm expression, he nodded his head. The calmness in his eyes showed that Ning Fan was not bewitched by her beauty. If Fanqi was just a beautiful woman, she would not be able to move him. It meant that Ning Fan had more or less seen or guessed that Fanqi's identity was special. That was why he did not immediately reject her request. Ning Fan was waiting for Xianxi's explanation. Of course, it was about Fanqi's identity. If Ning Fan was not mistaken, the secret that Xianxia was going to tell him today was definitely related to Fanqi. Fellow Daoist, do you know that all the members of the four great enslaved clans are born with the slave marks on their bodies except for one woman? Every few generations, a woman will be born in the four clans. She will not be invaded by the slave marks, and she is born with a special ability that can help the devil race increase their strength. She is the key person for the prosperity of the four great enslaved clans. In the era when Great Emperor Mo Luo was still alive, once such a woman appears, she will be conferred the title of Devil Concubine. Only when a devil concubine dies can the next one be born. There is no direct connection between the two generations of devil concubines. In the same era, the four great enslaved clans can give birth to four great devil concubines. Fanqi is the devil concubine of my six-winged clan. In the entire six-winged clan, I am the only one who knows about this secret. As soon as Xianxia finished speaking, he looked at Fanqi deeply and sighed helplessly. It was as if marrying Fanqi to Ning Fan would be a great loss to the six-winged clan. Devil concubine? Ning Fan's eyes scanned across Fanqi and revealed a surprised expression. Fanqi's identity was really beyond Ning Fan's expectation. Besides, Ning Fan also wanted to know what benefits the identity of Fanqi's devil concubine would bring to him and how it would allow his strength to skyrocket. 3/3, to be continued, in the six-winged clan, every corner was filled with the joy of surviving a disaster. In exchange for Fanqi, Ning Fan accepted the affiliation of the six-winged clan. Countless experts of the six-winged clan heaved a sigh of relief as they no longer had to worry about being annexed by other clans. After accepting the affiliation, Ning Fan became the leader of the six-winged clan. He immediately emptied the immortal jade of the six-winged clan, which amounted to more than 1 billion immortal jades. The news of Ning Fan becoming the leader of the six-winged clan was purposely spread by the six-winged clan. Ning Fan's identity was special. Even Prince Lan Ling, the Mist Horn clan and the Ghost Eye clan had to be wary of him and would not openly deal with the six-winged clan. However, this kind of behavior, which was similar to giving away a daughter to someone else, was unfair to Fenqi. She had a peerless appearance and a divine transformation realm cultivation base. She had a bright future ahead of her. However, she was given to Ning Fan as a concubine by the six-winged clan just because of her identity as a devil concubine. Her fate was unfair. However, in order for her clan to continue and for the six-winged clan to survive, she could only nod in silence and agree to marry Ning Fan as a concubine. She had no other choice. Under the bright night sky, Fenqi was wearing a wedding robe. She sat alone in her room, waiting for Ning Fan's arrival. Her eyes were filled with loneliness and sorrow. Even though she had a good impression of Ning Fan, she also had the pride of being a talented lady. She was unwilling to become Ning Fan's concubine in such a way. Since she was given to Ning Fan, she was destined to not be respected by him. Was that why she was sad? Devil concubine. It turns out that I am the current devil concubine of the six-winged clan. No wonder I was born without slave marks. No wonder I have the ability to awaken the devil wings of my clansmen. The devil wings of the members of the six-winged clan aren't born with them. They are tattooed with the devil marks of the wings. After 100 years of cultivation, the devil marks of the wings are awakened bit by bit and they finally grow devil wings. Among the cultivators at the same level as them, the speed of the experts of the six-winged clan is outstanding. However, my ability can directly awaken the devil marks of the wings, allowing the clansmen who have the devil marks of the wings to instantly grow devil wings. A devil concubine can create a devil clan. The Great Elder married me to young Master Zhou. If he uses my ability properly according to the Jade Slip that the Great Elder taught him, he can train a devil clan that is not any weaker than the six-winged clan in the future. Everyone who possesses the devil mark of wings will be able to instantly obtain devil wings with my ability. Fenqi muttered to herself. Her mind gradually recalled Ning Fan's figure. He is a heartless person. He will not love me. I am just his tool. Perhaps in this life, I will not even be comparable to a tool. Fenqi's eyes were filled with sorrow. She recalled how Ning Fan carefully cared for the female corpse and how intimate he was with Yu Lingkong. However, he was the only one who treated her coldly like a passerby. Creak, when she was feeling sorry for herself, Ning Fan pushed the door open and stepped into the bridal chamber. Outside the door, the night was desolate. This concubine greets young Master Zhou. No, greets my husband. Fenqi hid her sad expression and stood up gracefully to greet Ning Fan. Ning Fan's eyes swept across the bridal chamber and revealed a playful smile. This Xianxia was rather interesting. Not only did he gift Fenqi to him, he even prepared a wedding room for him in the mortal world. Tonight, Ning Fan had asked Yu Lingkong to rest by herself. Instead, he came to look for Fenqi. Of course, it was not because he wanted to flirt with women. However, Fenqi did not think so. She naturally felt that Ning Fan was here to pamper her. The feeling of waiting for someone to pamper her was very unpleasant. She forced a smile and closed the door. Then, she held a cup of wine and sat together with Ning Fan. Both of them drank together, trying to build up the atmosphere so that her first night would not seem so desolate and sad. My husband, please have a drink. This is the precious wine of my six-winged clan. Drinking this wine is the best way to liven up the atmosphere. Fenqi forced a smile. The wine is not bad. However, you don't seem to be very happy. Are you not willing to be my concubine? Ning Fan smiled playfully. I don't dare to. Fenqi's eyes were filled with panic. Could it be that Ning Fan saw through her resentment? She must not let him see through it. If Ning Fan was dissatisfied with her, he might vent his anger on the six-winged clan. She did not dare to joke around with her relatives. Ning Fan, however, waved his hand disapprovingly. He took a sip of the wine and said with a smile. It doesn't matter if you don't want to. You don't have to worry. I am a man of my word. Since I have promised to protect the six-winged clan, I will not go back on my words, nor will I vent my anger on the six-winged clan. If you don't want to call me husband, you can continue to call me young master. If you don't want me to touch you, I will never touch even a finger of yours. You don't have to worry about this. I am not a lustful person. To be honest, compared to your body, I am more interested in your identity as a devil concubine. According to the jade slip that fellow Taoist Xianxia gave me, as a devil concubine of the six-winged clan, you have the special ability to awaken the devil marks of wings? Yes. I do have such an ability. I have already become young Master Zhou's concubine. As long as young master has an order, I will engrave the devil marks of wings on your subordinates and awaken their devil wings. I will certainly be able to train an army of devil wings for young master. To young master, my identity as a devil concubine is very useful. When Xianxia heard Ning Fan's promise, she heaved a sigh of relief, but at the same time, she felt a little disappointed. She was very glad that Ning Fan did not vent his anger on the six-winged clan. She was very glad that Ning Fan at least respected her and would not harass or pluck her. However, Ning Fan said that he was not interested in her body. This still made her feel a little disappointed. Help me awaken my devil wings first. Let me see what you are capable of. You also know how to engrave devil marks? After Ning Fan had devoured the devil chi from the slate, the devil marks on his back had leveled up by 1/4 and 6 patterns of wings appeared. Those 6 patterns of wings were the devil marks of wings. If they are awakened, they could grow 6 devil wings, which would increase his speed. The 6 wings after awakening were different from the 6 wings in their devil form. The 6 wings in the devil form only imitated the growth of Mo Luo's devil body. They did not have real devil wings. In other words, Ning Fan only had 2 Fu demon wings now. He had yet to truly cultivate the 6 wings of Mo Luo. If he could cultivate the 6 wings of Mo Luo, he would have 8 wings in addition to the 2 wings of the Fu demon wings. His speed would naturally skyrocket. It was because Xianxia claimed that Xianxia could help Ning Fan increase his speed that he accepted the six-winged clan's request. Yes. I know how to engrave devil marks, but I'm not proficient in it. I only know how to engrave the devil marks of wings. Among the 4 great devil clans, the one who is most proficient in the art of engraving devil marks is Miss Feng Shuiyan. Feng Shuiyan. Ning Fan remembered that the eldest daughter of the giant devil clan was called Feng Shuiyan. It was said that her body was not very healthy. She seemed to be Su Qiuling's best friend. There are 2 steps to awaken the devil wings for my clansmen. The first step is to engrave the devil marks of wings on them. The second step is to use the burning feather technique to help my clansmen awaken their devil marks and summon their devil wings. Young master is not a member of the devil race. Without the devil marks of wings, you won't be able to summon your devil wings. Therefore, the first step is for me to engrave the devil marks of wings on your clansmen. My talent and knowledge are shallow. The strongest devil marks of wings that I can engrave are only at the general grade. Besides, the process of engraving the devil marks is extremely painful. I hope that young master can endure it for a while. Xianxia took out a jade box which contained a 3-inch long bone needle. It was a highly graded engraving needle. She took out a jade slip which recorded all the devil marks of wings of the general grade for Ning Fan to choose from. She did not dare to make the decision on her own as to which type of wings Ning Fan would like to engrave. Miss Xianxia's engraving technique is quite extraordinary. I once met someone who also knew how to engrave devil marks. He told me that it would take 1,000 years to master the devil marks of the soldier grade. Since Miss Xianxia is able to engrave the devil marks of the general grade, your innate talent is really not low. You must have gone through a lot of hardships. Ning Fan recalled Stone Warrior's words. Thank you for your compliment, young master. Xianxia's eyes gradually brightened. Being praised by Ning Fan made her depressed mood lighten a little. I already have the devil marks of wings. As for the grade, I'm not sure if it's the general grade or the martial grade. I can skip the first step of engraving the devil marks. Miss Xianxia just needs to help me awaken these devil marks and help me grow 6 wings. Asterisk swish asterisk. As soon as Ning Fan finished speaking, he suddenly tore off his white robes, completely exposing his upper body. Xianxia let out a cry. She did not expect Ning Fan to take off his clothes so calmly. When she saw Ning Fan's naked upper body, her enchanting eyes flashed with a hint of shyness. Even if she was a divine transformation realm-old monster or a devil concubine, she was still an unmarried woman. Her eyes lingered on Ning Fan's body and she felt a little surprised. Ning Fan's strength was so strong that he could kill Lu Jiefan with his fists. However, his body was so thin and weak. When her gaze gradually shifted to Ning Fan's back, she suddenly revealed a look of astonishment. And profound earth devil marks. And no. This is. The profound earth devil marks was a type of powerful general-grade devil marks. To the 4 great devil clans, this devil mark had another special meaning. Slave marks, however, the profound earth devil marks were different from the inferior slave marks of the 4 great slave clans. It was the highest grade slave mark of Great Emperor Mo Luo. It was rare for anyone to cultivate it. In the history of the 4 great slave clans, only a few experts including the ancestors of the 4 clans had managed to cultivate it. Since Ning Fan was able to cultivate this kind of devil marks, his innate talent alone had already surpassed too many devil clans. Moreover, the profound earth devil marks had another important meaning to the 4 great slave clans. Those who cultivate the profound earth devil marks would eventually become the highest grade slave of Mo Luo. However, according to the legends, if someone could resist Mo Luo's devouring power, that person would not become his slave and could even help the 4 great slave clans break the slave marks. Fan Qi stared at Ning Fan deeply in disbelief. The person who could break the slave marks of the 6-winged clan was actually right in front of me. Since Ning Fan possessed the profound earth devil marks, he was the hope of the 4 great slave clans to break the slave marks and regain their freedom. Moreover, when Fan Qi found out that the profound earth devil marks had advanced by 1/4, she was even more astonished. She could not even close her mouth. Ning Fan had already completed 1/4 of the advancement of his profound earth devil marks. This meant that he had resisted the devouring power of Great Emperor Mo Luo and was not enslaved. As long as Ning Fan completely completes the advancement of his profound earth devil marks, it was highly likely that he would have the ability to break the slave marks of the 4 clans. You've seen the devil marks on my back. What do you think? Ning Fan asked. I definitely won't dare to tell anyone about this secret. I'm willing to make a great oath of heart devil. Fan Qi was a little flustered. She suddenly realized that Ning Fan's devil marks were very important. Once the Ghost Eye clan and the Mist Horn clan find out that Ning Fan had a chance to break the slave marks of the 4 clans, it was unknown whether the 2 clans would plot against him or not. Such an important secret had been seen by Fan Qi. She hurriedly expressed to Ning Fan that she would not reveal the secret as she was afraid that Ning Fan would be displeased. I'm asking you about the devil marks on my back. What do you think? It was just a devil mark. So what if the Ghost Eye clan and the Mist Horn clan find out about it? With his current strength, he was strong enough to protect himself in the Rain World. He was not afraid of the 2 devil clans. Fan Qi calmed herself down. She reached out her soft palm and gently stroked Ning Fan's back, feeling the veins of the devil marks. The profound earth devil marks are about to advance. 1/4 of them have already been completed. As for the direction of advancement, I can't see through it. I can't be sure what kind of pattern will appear when the devil marks complete the remaining 3/4 of advancement. The pattern of these 6 wings is somewhat similar to the wings of my 6-winged clan. However, its grade is much higher. Perhaps, this is a type of powerful devil mark that has never been recorded before. Once it advances to the next level, it will certainly be extraordinary. Is that so? Can you help me awaken my devil wings with the help of the 6 devil marks of wings? I can definitely do it. Fan Qi was very confident in her ability to awaken her devil wings. Ning Fan's devil marks were not weak. Not only did Fan Qi want to awaken his devil wings, but she also wanted to make the grade of his devil wings extraordinary. Only then could she show off her abilities. Most of the demon and devil cultivators in the 7 realms of truth cultivation had wings. As for the grade of the wings, they could be divided into 3 different grades. Mortal wings, spirit wings, and void wings. The grade of the wings was not directly related to their speed. It symbolized the cultivation aptitude of the wings. If the vein opening realm, harmonious spirit realm and gold core realm cultivators had wings, most of them were mortal wings. The wings of the nascent soul realm and divine transformation realm were mostly spirit wings. The wings of the void refinement realm and void fragmentation realm were mostly void wings. Ning Fan's devil marks were quite extraordinary. The devil wings he awakened would definitely not be inferior to the spirit wings. In order to show off her abilities, Xianxia had to at least awaken the void wings for Ning Fan. She gently bit the tip of her tongue and sacrificed a drop of blood essence. Then, she chanted an ancient and mysterious incantation. A trace of strange power spread out from her body like a whisper or a call. It actually resonated with the pattern of the 6 wings on Ning Fan's devil marks. She formed a hand seal and summoned 6 fiery red wings. The wings were densely covered with fiery red feathers. Among the countless fiery red feathers, there were more than 100 of them. Their color was the deepest red and they possessed mysterious abilities. Xianxia endured the slight pain and plucked 6 of the scarlet feathers from her wings. Immediately, a feeling of weakness spread throughout her body. These scarlet feathers were her natal fire feathers. They were connected to her primordial spirit. Now that she had just reconstructed her physical body, her body was still very weak. If she plucked off her natal fire feathers rashly, her primordial spirit would be in pain and it would affect her old injuries. Xianxia, oh Xianxia, since when have you become such a coward? I've just plucked off 6 natal fire feathers and you can't even bear it? If you can't satisfy young Master Zhou today, the 6-winged clan might perish because of you. Xianxia, you have to grit your teeth and endure it. She muttered to herself and hid the slight paleness on her face. Then, she gritted her teeth and raised her hand. The 6 feathers turned into 6 traces of scarlet devil flames that danced on her palm. With a flick of her finger, the 6 traces of devil flames shot into Ning Fan's devil marks. All of a sudden, the lines of each of the 6 devil marks on the wings were burning with devil flames. Ning Fan felt as if his back was burning. Then, 6 enormous illusory devil wings grew on his back. The devil wings were burning with devil flames. As the devil flames burned, the wings gradually turned from illusory to solid. Flesh and blood gradually grew on them. It was a kind of experience of being reborn from the ashes. As the flames burned, traces of flesh and blood were growing from the flames. There was an incomparably profound principle behind it. No wonder you're called Xianxia, I understand now. Burning the wings in exchange for a new life. It's a pretty good name. Feeling the 6 wings gradually becoming solid, Ning Fan nodded his head in satisfaction. These 6 wings were still illusory, but they had already reached the level of void wings. Xianxia's abilities were indeed extraordinary. She had an outstanding ability to summon wings. With her around, she might really be able to train an army of devil wings for Ning Fan in the future. Thank you for your compliment, young master. Fine beads of sweat appeared on Xianxia's forehead. She activated her devil flames to help Ning Fan burn his devil wings. Seeing that his devil wings had already reached the level of void wings, he revealed a relieved smile. However, as the devil flames burned, Ning Fan's devil wings became more solid while the devil flames became weaker and weaker. In the end, the flames were extinguished. The devil wings actually did not succeed in awakening in one go. Only 1/10 of them had become solid. As for the remaining 9/10, they were still in an illusory state. Xianxia was greatly surprised. When she awakened the wings of ordinary members of the devil race, she usually only needed to break off one of her natal fire plumes and it would produce enough devil flames to help the members of her race cultivate their devil wings. The stronger the devil wings were, the more devil flames it would consume. However, even if Ning Fan was a member of the 6-winged clan who possessed the void wings, Xianxia only needed to use 5 natal fire plumes at most to help him condense the void wings. She had already overestimated Ning Fan's devil wings and used 6 fire plumes on him. However, she did not expect that the devil flames produced by the 6 fire plumes were only enough to make the devil wings become solid by 1/10. Xianxia was a little dumbfounded. Just how powerful were these devil wings that they were so difficult to condense? They were even more powerful than the void wings. Could it be that she had to use 60 fire plumes to help Ning Fan completely condense his devil wings? After losing one's natal fire plumes, they could regrow after a certain period of time through cultivation. That way, they could continuously awaken the devil wings of a cultivator. However, if she plucked 60 fire plumes in one go, it would certainly be difficult for her to cultivate them back. Moreover, with Xianxia's current weak body, plucking 6 fire plumes would already weaken her primordial spirit. If she plucked 60 fire plumes in one go, she might even suffer severe injuries. Xianxia's eyes were filled with sadness. However, a moment later, she made up her mind. At this moment, the most important matter was more important. In order to help Ningfan condense his devil wings and satisfy him, she naturally could not take care of her own body. She gritted her teeth and wanted to pluck out her fire plumes again. However, Ningfan held her wrist and stopped her. You have already helped me summon my devil wings. Next, just leave the task of burning the devil flames and condensing the devil wings to me. Take this divine injury pill. Ningfan did not wait for Xianxia's reply and directly stuffed a pill into her cherry lips. Xianxia's beautiful face was stunned. Was he concerned about her? Was he afraid that she would get hurt? When her soft lips were touched by Ningfan's finger, her face turned slightly red. She stopped talking and carefully refined the medicinal power of the pill. She did not ask much and Ningfan did not answer her as well. All of a sudden, Ningfan rose to his feet. The 6 illusory devil wings on his back burned with extremely terrifying devil flames. That devil flame was the fusion of countless heavenly frost and earthly flames. The grade of that devil flame was comparable to a mid-grade immortal void realm spiritual flame. That devil flame gave Xianxia a feeling of suffocation. She had never seen such a powerful devil flame in her entire life. Under this powerful devil flame, Ningfan's 6 wings were being reborn at an astonishing speed. Under the nourishment of the devil flame, the aura force of the void wings actually increased rapidly. At a certain moment, Ningfan suddenly summoned his Fuli demon wings. The 8 wings were burning in the devil flame at the same time. Gradually, the devil flame turned pitch black. These are demon wings. These demon wings are actually also at the void wings realm. Xianxia had done a lot of research on wings. She could tell that Ningfan had both demon wings and devil wings at the same time with just a glance. She could not understand why the demon wings and devil wings could exist in Ningfan's body at the same time when they were 2 completely different types of wings. She could not understand why Ningfan actually had a pair of void wings in the first place. She could not understand all of this. However, she could feel the aura force from Ningfan's wings getting stronger and stronger. The Fuli demon wings that were at the void wings realm and the 6 wings devil wings that were at the void wings realm actually showed signs of merging. The aura force of the wings actually began to break through the limit of the void wings realm. 8 demon wings. Condense for me. A strong aura force suddenly spread out from Ningfan's body and engulfed the entire 6-winged clan. At this moment, the 8 demon wings that were burning with black devil flames on Ningfan's back gave off a terrifying aura force. At this moment, all the members of the 6-winged clan who had wings felt that their devil wings were trembling in fear. It was as if all the devil wings in the world were not as powerful as Ningfan's. It was a kind of aura force that came from the wings. It was much stronger than all the spirit wings and void wings in the 7 realms of cultivation. The aura force of this kind of wings had far surpassed the void wings. It was impossible for it to appear on cultivators of the 7 realms of cultivation. Normally, it would only appear on the wings of heavenly demons and heavenly devils. This aura force had already reached a higher grade than the void wings. Xianyi's expression changed greatly. He looked at the direction of Ningfan's new house in disbelief. There's no mistake. The aura force of the wings that caused Xianyi's mind to be in a mess was definitely emitted by Ningfan. Could it be that Ningfan did not spend the night with Xianxia tonight but asked her to awaken his devil wings for him? Heavenly demon, heavenly devil wings. I can't be wrong. The devil wings that fellow Taoist Zhou condensed have actually reached this level. If fellow Taoist Zhou concentrates on cultivating these devil wings and gradually increases their speed, the speed of these devil wings will definitely be comparable to that of heavenly demons and heavenly devils one day. These are treasured wings with a boundless future. 1/3, to be continued. After a long time, the aura force of Ningfan's wings gradually faded. After awakening the devil wings at the level of the void wings and merging them with the demon wings, they merged into the heavenly demon wings and the heavenly devil wings, which gave Ning Fan a huge boost in his speed. Ning Fan remained silent for a while. Then, he suddenly stopped Fen Qi and flapped his 8 black fiery wings. Both of them disappeared from the six-winged clan in an instant and reappeared 200,000 li *, 500 m per li, away in the sea region. 200,000 li *, 500 m per li, in one move. Such speed was already comparable to that of a void inquiry stage-old monster. So fast. Young master, you're so fast. Really fast. Fen Qi was both shocked and delighted. Her speech was somewhat incoherent. That joy was because she saw that the devil wings that she had awakened could actually reach such a terrifying speed. Ning Fan was speechless. Young master is so fast was not a compliment to a man. He remained silent for a while. He was very satisfied with the 8 black burning wings that were fused with the demon wings and devil wings. Thank you. What? Fen Qi snuggled in Ning Fan's arms. She could not believe her ears. She was just helping Ning Fan awaken his devil wings, but she actually made him thank her. From now on, you will be my devil concubine. I'm very satisfied with your ability to awaken my devil wings. Devil concubine. Fen Qi lowered her head. Her eyes were filled with hesitation. No one knew what she was thinking. The 8 black wings were flowing with black flames. They looked strange and magnificent. Ning Fan flapped his 8 black burning wings and turned into a ray of black flames. In the blink of an eye, he returned to the six-winged clan. When he showed the wings to Yu Ling Kong, she was naturally very surprised. It was her first time seeing a cultivator cultivate a pair of wings that were at the heavenly demon or heavenly devil realm. 3 days later, Ning Fan and Xianxia came to an agreement on many matters regarding the six-winged clan. They decided to retain the autonomy of the six-winged clan. Ning Fan would only be the leader of the six-winged clan in name. However, he could use the spiritual herbs and immortal jade of the six-winged clan whenever he wanted. Since the matter regarding the six-winged clan was settled, Ning Fan no longer had the intention to stay. He brought Yu Ling Kong and Fen Qi along and flew towards the giant devil clan. Fen Qi was a devil concubine, but she was already Ning Fan's devil concubine. Naturally, she no longer belonged to the six-winged clan. He was not in a hurry. He did not need to waste immortal jade to activate the moon portals. Hence, he was able to adapt to his increased speed. Before he left, Xianxia mysteriously handed Ning Fan a jade slip. What was recorded in it was actually the devil concubines of the other 3 devil clans. To the 4 great demon clans, the birth of a demon concubine was the hope of the clan's resurgence. Xianxia had also sent out countless spies to gather information about the other 3 clans. According to the information he received, the giant devil clan did not have a devil concubine in this generation. As for the Mist Horn clan and the Ghost Eye clan, there were female cultivators who were suspected to be devil concubines. There were a few candidates who were suspected to be devil concubines. If Ning Fan needs them, he could investigate them himself. The contents of the jade slip made Ning Fan ponder deeply. Xianxia gave Fen Qi to Ning Fan. Could it be that he was expecting Ning Fan to snatch the devil concubines of the other 2 clans? Since Fen Qi was a 6-winged devil concubine who could awaken her wings, it was highly likely that the other devil concubines of the other 2 clans also had a mystical power that was compatible with the bloodline of their clans. Thus, they could help Ning Fan improve his strength. The only thing that puzzled him was the giant demon clan. The giant demon clan didn't have a demon concubine, so when the 3 clans appeared, only the giant demon clan's phenomenon appeared for a moment before disappearing. The giant demon clan doesn't have a devil statue slate? They don't have their own devil concubine either. Is it because they had pledged allegiance to the Thunder Sovereign, or the giant demon clan is different from the other 3 clans? Ning Fan vaguely felt that the so-called giant demon clan was not as simple as he imagined. There is a rumor in the Endless Sea that the Void Refinement Realm ancestor of the giant demon clan died in battle. Then, the clan declined and became the weakest among the 4 clans of the Hidden Ocean. However, is it really like this? Ning Fan accelerated his speed to its maximum. After flying for more than a month, he had traveled across 2 billion li *, 500 m per li. The 8 black burning wings inherited the advantage of the Fuli demon wings. It had spirit and it did not consume any magic power to fly. Yu Lingkong was surprised by Ning Fan's speed while Fan Qi was surprised by his endurance. Young Master Zhou, this is unbelievable. You have been flying continuously for a month and you actually did not consume any magic power at all. You really can last for a long time. I have a whole new level of respect for you. She was almost obsessed with devil wings. The miraculousness of Ning Fan's devil wings was enough for her to study for the rest of her life. You also know about Little Cucumber's endurance? The endurance that Yu Lingkong mentioned was obviously different from Fan Qi's. After all, Fan Qi was still a virgin. Ning Fan was not interested in such a meaningless topic. In the sea water that was as dark as ink, Ning Fan was like an arrow that was shot from a bow. He carried the two ladies and dashed across the waves. In 1 month's time, his control over the speed of the 8 black burning wings had already reached a very precise level. They were getting closer and closer to the giant devil clan. They had already arrived at the Devil Ice Sea domain. The place where the sea and the sky met was filled with wind and snow. Occasionally, there would be icebergs floating in the sea. There were also many ferocious beasts hiding in the sea. There was even no lack of wild beasts. However, none of the ferocious beasts dared to block Ning Fan's path. The continuous wind and snow seemed to have a great effect on spirit sense. It was extremely easy to get lost while flying in the boundless sea of snow. In the wind and snow, there would be cultivators coming and going from time to time. Because of the heavy wind and snow, they could not see Ning Fan and his group's faces clearly. However, as soon as they saw the terrifying speed of Ning Fan's 8 black burning wings, each of the Gold Core Realm and Nascent Soul Realm experts were greatly shocked. None of them dared to provoke Ning Fan. Even some Divine Transformation Realm old monsters who had been living in seclusion were greatly frightened when they saw Ning Fan's speed. They only thought that Ning Fan was a Void Refinement Realm Senior. This person must be a Void Refinement Realm Senior who is famous in the Rain World. Unfortunately, we are separated by the heavy wind and snow. I can't catch a glimpse of Senior's elegant demeanor. What a pity. Many experts let out a long sigh after passing by Ning Fan. Yu Lingkong had once traveled across the endless sea. She was extremely familiar with the sea routes. With her guidance, Ning Fan would certainly not get lost. In the Devil Ice Sea domain, there were a few regions where sea beasts gathered. To ordinary cultivators, it was a dangerous place and they would need to take a detour to get around them. However, Ning Fan and his group were extremely strong. There was no need for them to avoid the ferocious beasts. Thus, they directly moved forward in a straight line. Amidst the wind and snow, the sounds of fighting could be heard from afar. Ning Fan retracted his light and scanned the area with his spirit sense. This sea domain was the habitat of a certain kind of whale dragons. The sounds of fighting that could be heard through the heavy wind and snow were mixed with the screams of cultivators and the roars of whale dragons. Without a doubt, some cultivators had been attacked by a group of whale dragons. In this group of whale dragons, the ones with the highest cultivation base were just 2 wild beasts. As for the group of cultivators who were besieged, the highest cultivation base was only at the peak Nascent Soul Realm. It seemed like they were attacked by the whale dragons when they were passing by the sea domain. This kind of battle could be seen everywhere in the cultivation world. With Ning Fan's cold and detached personality, he had never been bothered to get involved in such matters. However, since he had retracted his light, he decided to intervene this time. It was because that group of cultivators had the emblem of the Giant Devil clan on their robes. Little Cucumber, they are members of the Giant Devil clan. Do you want to help them? Yu Lingkong asked. With my friendship with the Giant Devil clan, it's just a small effort. I can lend them a hand. The two of you, wait here for a while. I will be back soon. *Chi** Ning Fan turned into a ray of light and disappeared without a trace. The surface of the Black Sea in the distance was densely covered with broken ice. On top of the broken ice, more than 100 cultivators were engaged in a fierce battle with the group of whale dragons. Among the 100 cultivators, there were 70 Gold Core Realm cultivators and 30 Nascent Soul Realm cultivators. The leader of the group was a burly man with a cultivation base at the peak Nascent Soul Realm. That burly man's cultivation base was at the peak of the Nascent Soul Realm, but there was a jade-colored astral spirit floating around his body. It was obvious that he was a cultivator at the first level of the Jade Life realm, and he could fight against a wild beast with just his physical body, carrying a human-sized ginseng spirit herb on his shoulder. He was fighting among the whale dragons single-handedly. His whole body was bathed in blood. Only 50 whale dragons were dispatched from the whale dragon group. Among the 50 whale dragons, apart from 2 early-stage wild beasts, the rest were all nascent soul beasts. Nascent soul-level whale dragons were thousands of feet long, far larger than other beasts of the same level. The desolate beast whale dragons were tens of thousands of feet long. Their snow-white bodies were like moving icebergs. Although the burly man at the peak of the nascent soul realm was at the Jade Life realm, the skin and flesh of a whale dragon were too thick. Just a single whale dragon at the peak of the nascent soul realm could withstand an attack from a divine transformation realm cultivator. As for the desolate beast-level whale dragon, its physical defense was even more terrifying. The peak Yuanfeng cultivator unleashed his low-grade divine transformation body art again and again, but he couldn't break through the defense of the wild beast whale dragon. Motherfucker. This 30,000-year-old ice ginseng is for eldest Mrs. treatment. You bastards, how dare you steal eldest Mrs. medicine? I'll fight you to the death. Boom. Boom. Boom, the burly cultivator ignited his nascent soul, and his eyes were filled with madness. His fists were surrounded by a jade color, and the fist radiance was comparable to the desperate attack of an early-stage divine transformation realm cultivator. However, even such a powerful attack couldn't leave any wounds on the bodies of the 2 wild beasts. Seeing the cultivators who came with him dying in the mouth of the whale dragons one after another, the burly cultivator's eyes turned red. These were his brothers who risked their lives to find the medicine for eldest Mississippi. Before they could return to the clan to claim the credit, they were targeted by this group of whale dragons. How hateful. Brothers, let's fight with this group of whale dragons and fight our way out. Whoever survives in the end will be responsible for bringing the 30,000-year-old ice ginseng back to the clan. Kill. One by one, the cultivators of the giant demon clan ignited their nascent souls and shattered their gold cores. It was obvious that they were going to fight to the death with the whale dragons. Many cultivators transformed into their giant bodies, and each of them was thousands of feet tall. However, such a giant body was not worth mentioning in front of the whale dragons. They were still as small as ants. Ah, blood-curdling screams could be heard as the cultivators of the giant demon clan were swallowed alive by the whale dragons. Even the burly cultivator who was at the peak of the nascent soul realm was hit by 2 of the wild beast whale dragons. It was as if he had been hit by an iceberg that was tens of thousands of feet tall. He vomited blood and was severely injured. His eyes were filled with despair. Damn it. It seems like my life is going to end here today. Who is it? Just as the burly cultivator was about to give up all hope, a figure in snow-white clothes suddenly appeared in the wind and snow. There was no sign at all. No one knew how he came to this place. The speed of that young man was far beyond the comprehension of these nascent soul realm and gold core realm cultivators. There was no trace of emotion in the eyes of that young man. When he looked at the whale dragons and the cultivators of the giant demon clan, it was as if he was looking at the wind and snow. It was as if he was looking at the scenery. Only the burly cultivator at the peak of the nascent soul realm was the most knowledgeable. When he saw the traces of smoke that the young man used to move, his eyes immediately lit up with joy. Divine Transformation Realm Cultivator. This friend must be a Divine Transformation Realm Cultivator. I, Zhao Shuai, have a favor to ask of you. Bring this 30,000-year-old ice ginseng back to the giant demon clan. I promise you that if you bring this ice ginseng back, not only will the giant demon clan reward you 10 times the price of the ice ginseng, they will also treat you as a distinguished guest. The man whose name was Zhao Shuai was already trying to find a doctor in a desperate situation. He knew that he would not be able to escape from the whale dragon's encirclement. As for this white-robed young man who suddenly appeared, it was impossible for him to help a group of strangers. Perhaps, he would even help the whale dragons to kill them and seize their treasures. Zhao Shuai could only hope that this young man would be willing to help him bring the ice ginseng back to the giant demon clan. This ice ginseng was of great significance to the giant demon clan. If he brings it back, the reward would be at least 10 times the price of the ice ginseng. Moreover, he would be able to gain the favor of the giant demon clan. He reckoned that this unfamiliar white-robed young man would not reject such a good deal. Zhao Shuai could not see the young man's face clearly because of the wind and snow. Otherwise, he would certainly recognize the young man's identity. It was Ning Fan who had shaken the entire endless sea. Ning Fan indifferently glanced at Zhao Shuai without saying anything. At the next moment, his sword scent swept across the area. A drop of thick ink spread on the glacier. In just an instant, all 50 whale dragons were minced into pieces by his sword scents regardless of their cultivation bases. Their blood dyed the glacier red, a strong baleful qi spread out from Ning Fan's body. Under this baleful qi, each of the cultivators of the giant demon clan felt as if their gold cores and nascent souls were about to shatter. They could not withstand the aura force of Ning Fan's gaze at all. All the members of the giant demon clan who were lucky enough to survive were stunned. Zhao Shuai, in particular, felt as if his heart was about to leap out of his throat when he saw the wild beast whale's corpse that had been smashed into countless pieces. He killed all the whale dragons instantly with a single strike, including the 2 wild beasts. None of them could resist him at all. What kind of strength is this? Is there really an expert at this level in the Endless Sea? Who is this person? Zhao Shuai tried his best to recognize Ning Fan's appearance through the heavy wind and snow. When he vaguely saw Ning Fan's face, even a tough man like Zhao Shuai was nearly paralyzed with fear. It's him. He is Zhou Ming, the revered Ming who killed a Void Refinement Realm expert with a single punch. Killing a Void Refinement Realm expert with a single punch, in the Endless Sea where Divine Transformation Realm experts reigned supreme and the Reign Immortal world where Void Refinement Realm experts were rare, killing a Void Refinement Realm expert with a single punch was a terrifying concept. 2-3. To be continued, with Ning Fan's current strength, he could directly activate his sword sense to kill a nascent soul beast and a wild beast without any effort at all. After the glacier was dyed with blood, Ning Fan flicked his sleeve in a practiced manner. A strong gust of wind blew in the surroundings and collected the demon cores of the 50 whale dragons one by one. As a professional killer, of course, he had to collect the demon cores. Zhao Shuai and the other cultivators of the giant demon clan wore shocked expressions and did not even dare to breathe loudly. Gradually, everyone recognized Ning Fan's appearance. He was a person who could command the winds and clouds in the Endless Sea. Who would not know about him? In white, Ning Fan was conferred as a revered elder of the Great Heaven Palace by the Rain Palace. Rumor has it that he was even favored by the white-robed sword god, Yun Tianjue. Many cultivators of the righteous path were afraid of his identity. In recent months, the Zhou clan of the Internal Sea had spread a rumor that Ning Fan was a friend of the Zhou clan. His words made countless devil cultivators in the Endless Sea fear Ning Fan deeply. None of them dared to provoke him. Putting aside the background of the Rain Palace and the Zhou clan, Ning Fan's personal strength had also skyrocketed. From the time he annihilated a divine transformation realm being in the external Endless Sea to the day where he became one of the 8 venerated beings of the Internal Sea step by step, to the recent rumors of him fighting a 6-winged realm expert and killing a Void Refinement Realm expert with a single punch, his devil name made countless old monsters tremble in fear. Since the 6-winged clan had successfully attached themselves to Ning Fan, they naturally wanted to exaggerate Ning Fan's reputation in order to have a better deterrent effect. Under Xianxi's unbridled exaggeration, Ning Fan's battle achievements in the 6-winged clan were spread far and wide. Moreover, they were exaggerated to a certain extent. It was rumored that the 6-winged clan of the 4 clans of the Hidden Sea was besieged by 4 great forces. Among them were the Ghost Eye clan, the Mist Horn clan, and other top forces of the Devil race, the Demon Sealing sect, which was one of the 8 venerable forces of the Internal Endless Sea, and the Lanling sect, a top force of the Righteous Path. Rumor has it that the 4 clans had sent out 2 Void Refinement Realm experts and 2 Illusory Void Refinement Realm experts to attack the 6-winged clan. However, Ning Fan single-handedly turned the tide and defeated the 4 forces alone, saving the 6-winged clan and becoming the leader of the 6-winged clan. According to rumors, the lord of the Demon Sealing sect, Lu Jiefan, was a dignified illusory Void Realm old monster who was just a step away from attaining the Void Refinement Realm. However, he actually did not have the strength to fight back in front of Ning Fan. He risked his life to merge with his spiritual puppet and turned into a Void Glimpse stage spiritual puppet. However, he was killed by Ning Fan's fists. Rumor has it that Ning Fan's Hongyan Yu Lingkong was already an early void refinement realm expert. Moreover, she had unrivaled strength among void glimpse stage experts. Rumor has it that Ning Fan possessed 3 void glimpse stage spiritual puppets. After obtaining Lu Jiefen's spiritual puppet, he already had 4 void glimpse stage spiritual puppets. The combat power of these 4 spiritual puppets could sweep across the entire internal sea. Earth-shaking rumors spread out in the entire endless sea. In the endless sea, it was impossible for even the old monsters who lived in seclusion to not recognize Ning Fan. With Ning Fan's current strength, he could kill a void glimpse stage old monster. This strength was enough for him to run amok in the rain world. In addition to his spiritual puppets and beauties, Ning Fan's reputation alone was equivalent to the total reputation of 6 void glimpse stage experts. It had even overshadowed some of the peak forces in the rain world which were guarded by void refinement realm experts. Putting aside the fact that the Zhou clan and the Ghost Eye clan had an unfathomable foundation, the Mist Horn clan only had 3 void refinement realm experts in their clan. Even a colossal being like the Mist Horn clan would not dare to provoke Ning Fan easily. Moreover, after Ning Fan killed Lu Jiefen, many devil cultivators in the internal sea beat him when he was down in order to curry favor with him. They annihilated the declining demon sealing sect in one fell swoop, leaving no one alive. Out of the 8 venerated beings in the internal sea, only 7 of them were left. The demon sealing sect was removed from the list forever. Zhao Shuai and the other cultivators of the giant devil clan would never have thought that they would actually have the chance to see Ning Fan's face with their own eyes in this lifetime. However, in their eyes, this fate was not a fate but an ill-fated fate. Even though Ning Fan's reputation was great, it was all because he killed people. He also had a bad reputation of being a playboy who killed people for their treasures. The only thing he did not have was a good reputation. Ning Fan was indeed powerful. However, he was an out-and-out devil lord. What good things could happen to them if they encountered a devil lord like him? Zhao Shuai did not believe that a great devil lord like Ning Fan would be kind enough to save a group of strangers like them. His mind raced, trying to guess the reason why Ning Fan saved them. He could only think of 3 possibilities. The first possibility was that Ning Fan had his eyes on the 30,000 years old ice ginseng and he came here to kill them for their treasures. After killing the whale dragon, he would also kill Zhao Shuai and the others to take away the ice ginseng. He did not have the intention to save them at all. The second possibility was that Ning Fan had annihilated the demon sealing sect and the giant devil clan. Zhao Shuai and the others were all cultivators of the giant devil clan. Ning Fan most likely wanted to search their souls and memories after killing them to obtain some information about the giant devil clan. The third possibility was that Ning Fan was just bored and wanted to kill people for fun. Killing people for fun was naturally the more he killed, the better. After killing the whale dragon, he would certainly not let Zhao Shuai and the others go. In a place like the Endless Sea, none of the old monsters who could cultivate to the Gold Core realm or Nascent Soul realm were fools. Each of the cultivators of the giant devil clan exchanged glances with each other. All of them thought of the 3 possibilities and could not help but break out in cold sweat. No matter which possibility it was, the result would still be death. The joy of surviving a calamity that had just risen in their hearts immediately vanished and they fell into despair once again. None of them could imagine that Ning Fan was really just trying to save them and did not have any intention to kill them. Well, it was no wonder that they misunderstood Ning Fan. Who would have thought that a devil lord who was notorious for killing people would save a group of strangers? Who's the leader? Ning Fan's indifferent eyes coldly scanned across the crowd. Just a single glance seemed to be able to see through everyone's mind. We are the medicine-seeking guards of the giant devil clan. I'm Zhao Shuai, the leader of this group. Greetings to venerated Ming. Thank you for saving our lives. When Zhao Shuai heard that Ning Fan was actually asking him a question instead of killing him immediately, he was stunned for a moment. Then, he immediately bowed respectfully. He realized that Ning Fan did not seem to have the intention to kill them. Even though he did not understand why Ning Fan would be so kind to them, he felt extremely fortunate. He tried his best to suppress his fear towards Ning Fan and answered Ning Fan's questions truthfully without daring to be negligent. The cultivators of the giant devil clan at the side also noticed the hint of gentleness in Ning Fan's tone. There was no killing intent in his tone. Thus, they felt relieved and greeted him respectfully. Greetings to venerated Ming. You guys know me? Ning Fan was slightly surprised. He had been running around and busying himself. He did not expect that his name in the internal sea had already become so well known. A random group of unfamiliar cultivators could actually recognize him. Venerated Ming's great name has shaken the entire universe. Who doesn't know you in the internal sea? Even though we are ignorant and inexperienced, how could we not know about you? Zhao Shuai said respectfully. Ning Fan remained silent for a while. Then, his gaze fell on a human-sized ice ginseng on Zhao Shuai's shoulder. Immediately, Zhao Shuai's heart thumped and he cursed inwardly. Could it be that Ning Fan has taken a fancy to the ice ginseng and wants to snatch it from him? Previously, you said that this ice ginseng is the item to treat the young mistress of the giant devil clan, right? Are you talking about Miss Feng Shuiyan? Ning Fan asked indifferently. Yes. Zhao Shuai's face was filled with bitterness. If Ning Fan wants to snatch the treasure, he certainly would not be able to stop him. What illness does she have? Venerated Ming, the illness that the young mistress has is extremely strange. She often shows symptoms of fever. No one knows exactly what illness it is. However, she needs something extremely cold to protect her body. This ice ginseng is also one of the main ingredients needed to treat the young mistress' illness. This time, venerated giant of my clan will use the Void Inquiry Pill to organize a pill ceremony with the Pill Island and invite pill refinement grandmasters to participate in the pill ceremony. The top 3 pill refinement masters in the pill ceremony will be rewarded with a Void Inquiry Pill if they can complete venerated giant's request and concoct a life-saving pill for the young mistress. This ice ginseng is a necessary ingredient for that life-saving pill. If I don't have this ice ginseng, venerated giant will certainly not spare me. I hope that venerated Ming will be magnanimous and not take this medicine. Zhao Shuai's tone was filled with pleading. He had heard that Ning Fan was cold and heartless. However, after witnessing it with his own eyes, he realized that even though Ning Fan's personality was cold, he did not look like a bloodthirsty person. Thus, he still pleaded with Ning Fan, hoping that Ning Fan would not snatch the ice ginseng. Zhao Shuai naturally did not know that Ning Fan did not have the intention to snatch the treasure from him at all. Feng Shuiyan was Su Chouling's best friend. This ice ginseng was meant to save her life. How could Ning Fan be a beast and snatch it from her? What Ning Fan was concerned about was the pill ceremony and the Void Inquiry Pill that Zhao Shuai mentioned. In order to cure Feng Shuiyan's illness, venerated giant of the giant devil clan joined forces with the Pill Island to organize the pill ceremony and invited pill refinement masters to participate in the pill refinement competition. They even offered a precious Void Inquiry Pill as a reward. The Void Inquiry Pill was a mid-grade 6th revolution pill. A single Void Inquiry Pill could allow Void Glimpse stage-old monsters whose magic power had reached a bottleneck to improve their Void comprehension. If their Void comprehension breaks through the bottleneck of the Void Inquiry stage, they would be able to advance to the mid-Void refinement realm in one go. Even for cultivators who had already broken through to the Void Inquiry stage, consuming a Void Inquiry Pill could also improve their Void comprehension to a certain extent. He did not expect that venerated giant would actually use such a precious pill as a reward to cure his daughter's illness. It was really generous. Recalling what he had seen along the way, Ning Fan vaguely remembered that he had met a few pill refinement masters along the way. All of them were rushing towards the direction of the giant devil clan. The medicinal qi on their bodies was not weak. There were 3rd revolution pill refinement masters and even 4th revolution pill refinement masters. Presumably, all of them were here to participate in the pill ceremony. Void Inquiry Pill. Yuer's magic power has already reached the limit of the Void Glimpse stage. She just needs to break through the bottleneck of the Void Inquiry stage in order to break through to the mid-Void refinement realm and become a Void Inquiry stage cultivator. If I can get my hands on this pill, I can give it to Yuer so that she can break through to the Void Inquiry stage in one go. Feng Shuiyan is Chouling's sister. For the sake of Chouling, I have to participate in the pill ceremony this time and save Feng Shuiyan's life. Moreover, if I can save Feng Shuiyan's life, I will be rewarded with a Void Inquiry Pill. Of course, I can't miss this grand ceremony. However, the giant devil clan that has fallen from grace actually dares to take out a Void Inquiry Pill as a reward. They sure have guts. A Void Inquiry Pill is a mid-grade 6th revolution pill. In the Rain world, there are only 2 or 3 people who can concoct a pill of this level. Most of the Void Inquiry pills that are circulating in the world today were obtained from ancient ruins. A single Void Inquiry pill is enough to make many old monsters who are stuck at the Void Glimpse stage go crazy. The Giant Devil clan has such a high-grade pill, and they even dared to openly use it as a reward. Aren't they afraid that a Void Refinement Realm old monster will invade the Giant Devil clan and snatch it from them? They dare to openly possess a mid-grade 6th revolution pill, but they are not afraid that others will snatch it from them. This Giant Devil clan really doesn't seem to be as simple as I thought. Even though Ning Fan had yet to arrive at the Giant Devil clan, he began to feel a little wary of them. It was a kind of sharp intuition. Compared to the Ghost Eye clan and the Mist Horn clan, who acted in an arrogant and high-profile manner, the Giant Devil clan, which was also one of the 4 clans of the Hidden Ocean, was just too low-key. Don't worry. I have a friendly relationship with the Giant Devil clan. I won't snatch your ice ginseng. However, you need to imprint a copy of the information regarding the pill ceremony and hand it to me. After all, I am also a pill refinement master. I am quite interested in this pill ceremony. Yes, yes. I will imprint a jade slip and hand it over to Senior right now. As soon as Zhao Shui heard that Ning Fan was neither going to kill him nor snatch his medicine, he felt relieved. He immediately took out a jade slip with a smile and imprinted all the information he knew onto it before handing it to Ning Fan. Zhao Shui did not believe that the great devil Ning was a pill refinement master. After all, the art of pill refinement was extremely difficult to learn. It required one to calm down and explore it. In Zhao Shui's impression, a devil lord who killed people without batting an eyelid would certainly be a person with an impatient mind. How could it be possible for him to calm down and learn the art of pill refinement? He did not care whether Ning Fan's words were true or false. As long as Ning Fan did not kill him or snatch his medicine, he could easily imprint countless copies of some insignificant information. It was not worth mentioning at all. After he received the jade slip, his eyes suddenly narrowed before he could read it with his spirit sense. He saw a few sneers coming from the clouds in the west. Each of them carried an inexplicable sarcasm. Oh? Isn't this fellow Taoist the newly promoted revered elder of the Great Heaven Palace, venerated Ming? Is he also here to participate in the pill ceremony? TSK. I didn't expect that the white-robed sword god's disciple would have a pill refinement master instead of a sword cultivator. How interesting. I really admire you. I wonder what revolution his pill refinement mastery is at. Is it the 2nd revolution or the 3rd revolution? Hee. It's not that we look down on venerated Ming. It's just that the great Tao of pill refinement emphasizes one's temperament the most. A murderous devil lord with an impatient mind won't be able to go far in the Tao of pill refinement. Ning Fan's eyes flickered slightly. All of a sudden, he reached out with his 5 fingers and tore at the clouds, forming a flaming claw made of black flames as if it was going to tear heaven and earth apart. The force of the claw was comparable to a Void Glimpse stage attack. It immediately tore layers of the hollow space apart, causing wind and snow to swirl in the opposite direction and sea waves to rise to the sky within 100,000 li * 500 m per li. As the hollow space shattered, 5 old men who were dressed like pill refinement masters appeared in a disheveled manner. Each of them was coughing out blood non-stop and their faces were filled with shock. All of them were outstanding pill refinement masters of the Scarlet Heaven Palace. Each of them had pill refinement mastery of the 4th revolution and above. One of them even had pill refinement mastery that was close to the 5th revolution. All of them were the subordinates of the 7th Prince of the Rain Palace, Yun Jinghong. Yun Jinghong and Yun Tianjue had always been on bad terms. Naturally, his subordinates would not be polite to Ning Fan either. Not only did Ning Fan have a close relationship with Yun Tianjue, but he had also killed Revered Yen. Revered Yen was a member of the Scarlet Heaven Palace. There were countless people in the Scarlet Heaven Palace who wanted to find trouble with Ning Fan. Of course, these people definitely did not want to take revenge for Revered Yen. They just did not want to be bullied by the members of the Great Heaven Palace. Even though the 5 of them were pill refinement masters with extraordinary pill refinement mastery, their cultivation bases were just average. All of them were just at the mid to late divine transformation realm. Ning Fan's casual attack was comparable to the attack of a Void Glimpse stage expert. How could the five of them withstand it? The five old men trembled in fear. When they passed by this place, they coincidentally bumped into Ning Fan, who was rescuing someone. After recognizing Ning Fan's identity as a revered elder of the Great Heaven Palace, they wanted to mock him. After all, he was a profound sect of the righteous path. They did not advocate fighting and killing each other. Instead, they advocated scheming against each other. They were members of the Scarlet Heaven Palace. They were not on good terms with the Great Heaven Palace. Therefore, it was naturally a great opportunity for them to disgust the Great Heaven Palace. They had just entered the Internal Sea and had never heard of Ning Fan's reputation. They did not expect that the person they were mocking was actually an expert of this level. Moreover, Ning Fan's ruthlessness had far exceeded their expectations. He did not waste time talking or arguing with them at all. He did not even bother to see who the people who were mocking him were. He directly attacked and killed them without hesitation, ruthless. He was a ruthless man. He drew his sword and killed someone just because of a disagreement. He was a lunatic like Xianxia. Moreover, his strength was so terrifying. How could they provoke him? If they had known that Ning Fan was so ruthless, they would not have come to humiliate the members of the Great Heaven Palace out of boredom. They must have had nothing better to do. Facing Ning Fan's Void Glimpse stage attack, they knew that they would definitely die. They could not even resist or escape. At the moment when they were about to die, a golden fire palm that stretched for 1,000 li * 500 m per li, suddenly slammed down from the sky. It carried the aura force of a Void Inquiry stage attack and clashed with Ning Fan's gigantic black fire claw. Samadhi Fire Palm. Ning Fan had seen and learned this technique before. It was a low-grade mortal void magic technique of the Rain Palace. The person who unleashed this palm attack obviously had an extremely profound level of control over flames. In his hands, the destructive power of a mere low-grade mortal void magic technique was actually comparable to some mid-grade mortal void magic techniques. If this person uses a mid-grade mortal void magic technique with his Void Inquiry stage cultivation base, wouldn't he be able to put up a fight against a Void Pierce stage expert? When the fire palm and the fire claw collided, sky-covering waves of fire swept across the sky and cancelled each other out. Among the waves of fire, an elderly man in golden robes appeared. He appeared in front of the 5 Pill Refinement Masters of the Scarlet Heaven Palace and saved them. The elderly man in golden robes glanced at the 5 of them. When he saw that all of them were severely injured, his eyes flashed with a hint of coldness. Even though he tried to save them, he was still one step too late after all, causing the 5 of them to be injured by Ning Fan. The elderly man in golden robes glanced at Ning Fan coldly. His eyes were filled with anger and met Ning Fan's gaze. "I'm the Palace Lord of the Scarlet Heaven Palace, Missouri Show. You are a revered elder of the Great Heaven Palace, while the 5 of them are the revered elders of my Scarlet Heaven Palace. Just because of a few words, you want to kill the revered elders of my Scarlet Heaven Palace. Isn't that too much?" The elderly man in golden robes said coldly. A dignified revered elder of the Scarlet Heaven Palace actually hid in the clouds and insulted others. In a place like the Endless Sea, it serves you right even if you die because of this. Humph. You sharp-tongued brat. Even if your strength is comparable to a Void Glimpse stage expert, it's still not worth mentioning in my eyes. If it wasn't because of the Rain Sovereign's order not to touch you, I will certainly teach you a lesson today. The golden-robed old man let out a cold snort. He waved his sleeve, creating layers of flames, and brought his 5 subordinates toward the giant demon clan. Ning Fan's eyes turned cold. That golden-robed elderly man was very strong. He was definitely not any weaker than King Yinglong. If it wasn't because of his interference, Ning Fan would certainly have killed the 5 rascals without leaving any survivors. The 5 of them would have ended the battle with just severe injuries. He didn't like to talk nonsense. He would always kill those who came looking for death. The Palace Master of the Scarlet Heaven Palace. The conflict between the Scarlet Heaven Palace and the Great Heaven Palace was much more complicated than he imagined. He knew that the Rain Emperor was suspicious of Yun Tianjue, yet he had never imagined that the Great Heaven Palace, which was under Yun Tianjue's command, would actually be targeted by the other palace lords. As the #1 righteous sect in the Rain world, the Rain Palace seemed to have a lot of dirty dealings within its internal department. Just as Ning Fan was deep in thought, the cultivators of the giant devil clan at the side were already petrified. What did they see? They actually saw Ning Fan make a move. A single claw actually tore apart 100,000 miles of the void. Too strong, they also saw the clash between Ning Fan and Mo Xiao. That destructive power was really earth-shattering. Is this the power of a void refinement realm battle? From afar, Yu Lingkong and Fen Qi noticed the fluctuations of the battle and hurried over. The two of them looked at Ning Fan with their beautiful eyes filled with worry. Both of their appearances were peerless beauties in the cultivation world, especially Yu Lingkong. Her beauty was as faint as moonlight, as if she did not belong to this world. It made Zhao Shuai and the other men breathe heavily. However, they quickly lowered their heads, not daring to look at Yu Lingkong. Even a fool could guess that these two women had a close relationship with Ning Fan. Who would dare to peek at Ning Fan's women? Little Cucumber, what happened? I sensed the fluctuations of a battle. The other party is very strong. At least, he is unrivaled among Void Inquiry stage experts. Don't worry. It's just a small matter. 6 old dogs have come to bite you. As a human, can you still bite them back? Ning Fan smiled faintly and did not mention anything about what happened just now. Then, he turned around and said to Zhao Shuai. We are going to the giant devil clan. Little friend, please lead the way. Yes. It's my honor to be able to lead the way for revered Ming. Little friend. Ning Fan actually addressed Zhao Shuai as little friend. Ning Fan's bone age was only 500 but Zhao Shuai was already more than 1,000 years old. In the cultivation world, seniority was determined by one's cultivation level. Bone age was secondary. Zhao Shuai kept addressing Ning Fan as senior. Thus, Zhao Shuai naturally referred to Ning Fan as little friend. The current Ning Fan was already so strong that he was regarded as a junior everywhere. Zhao Shuai and the other cultivators of the giant devil clan cleaned up the battlefield. They kept their companions' corpses and the whale dragon's remains that were floating on the surface of the sea. Ning Fan was not interested in these whale dragon's remains. However, to these juniors, they were all supreme materials for refining treasures. After all, the whale dragon's defensive capabilities were obvious to all. Ning Fan did not kill the cultivators of the giant devil clan. Moreover, he was extremely strong. Thus, Zhao Shuai was naturally very willing to lead the way for Ning Fan. He took out a devil boat magic treasure, intending to carry Ning Fan on his journey. Ning Fan indifferently glanced at the devil boat. When he saw that it was just a nascent soul realm escape treasure, he shook his head. Your speed is too slow. As soon as he finished speaking, Ning Fan flicked his sleeves. Countless traces of black flames and smoke appeared around him. He had displayed a teleportation technique. Teleportation technique allowed one to fly while carrying someone. With Ning Fan's current cultivation base, even if he did not summon the 8 black burning wings, his teleportation speed was already close to the standard of a void refinement realm cultivator. With just a single teleportation, he traveled 70,000 li *, 500 m per li. This kind of speed shocked Zhao Shuai and the other cultivators of the giant devil clan. They had never experienced flying at such a high speed in their entire lives. Each of the low-level cultivators' eyes were filled with excitement. To them, this flight was definitely an extremely precious experience. However, if they knew that this speed was far beyond Ning Fan's maximum speed, how surprised would they be? Little Cucumber, what are you thinking about? Yu Lingkong looked at Ning Fan who was frowning slightly and asked. I'm thinking about the strangeness of the giant devil clan. I'm wondering if Qiuling is doing well. Ning Fan's expression was solemn. He could not see through the foundation of the giant devil clan. Oh. Hearing that Ning Fan was thinking about another woman, Yu Lingkong's brows knitted together. She really wanted to kick Ning Fan but she did not understand the reason. I'm still thinking if I should give you a gift. Ning Fan was also thinking about the pill ceremony and the void inquiry pill. What gift? As soon as she heard that Ning Fan was going to give her a gift, Yu Lingkong's brows relaxed and she smiled proudly. At least little Cucumber is sensible. He even knows to give me a gift. It's a secret. Ning Fan's act of keeping her in suspense made her feel that he was asking for a beating. He was asking for a lesson. She refused to believe that she, the dignified female tyrant of the internal sea, could not handle a little cucumber. Tonight, she would definitely give him a good beating. Let's see if he still dares to keep her in suspense in the future. March 3rd, to be continued. The giant demon race had more than 400 subordinate islands and 13 subordinate demon nations in the demonic ice sea. Different from the 3 great devil clans that were suppressing the tranquil ocean, the giant devil clan had attached themselves to the Thunder Sovereign and had developed by leaps and bounds. Among all the islands and devil kingdoms, the largest island was called the Cold Northern Island. It occupied an area of 70 million square kilometers. The biggest country was called the Northern Liang country. It was almost as big as a high-grade cultivation country in the rain world. Most of the members of the giant devil clan lived in the Northern Liang country. The pill ceremony this time was also held in the Northern Liang country. Sucholing was also in Northern Liang. After entering the inner region of the Devil Ice Sea, Ning Fan slowed down his speed slightly. Along the way, he learned about the local customs and practices of the forces on the various islands of the giant devil clan. Every island was guarded by the giant devil clan's devil guards. Fiendish cultivators came and went in the sea region, but few dared to cause trouble in the inner regions of the devilish ice sea. When the pill ceremony was held, countless old monsters of the endless sea came from all directions, hoping to watch this grand ceremony. The giant demon islands became even more bustling with cultivators coming and going in an endless stream. Along the way, Ning Fan slowed down his speed and enjoyed the scenery along the way with Yu Ling Kong and Fen Chi Wen had to admit that the scenery of the sea domain of the giant devil clan was picturesque like a paradise. It was hard to imagine that this place was a place where devil cultivators gathered. At the beginning of cultivation, the old monster had told Ning Fan this truth. The evil sect and the mysterious sect could not be seen just by looking at their appearance. The righteous and demonic paths only differed in their cultivation methods. It was the human heart that was hard to distinguish between good and evil. Zhao Shui continued to introduce the local customs and practices of the giant devil clan to them. His expression was rather contented. In the inner sea, the demon ice sea where the giant demon clan was located was publicly recognized as a paradise. This island is called Cold Smoke Island. Its specialty is the cloud smoke spirit ore. This devil kingdom is called the Cold Dew Country. It is the 4th strongest devil kingdom under the rule of the giant devil race. This is, Zhao Shui tirelessly introduced the customs of the various countries and islands. He was especially excited when he talked about the Northern Liang. The Cold Northern Country is where the giant demon clan's ancestral temple is located. It covers an area of 70 million miles, and there are 4 million demonic cultivators living in this country. It is said that the reason why this country is called the Northern Cold Country is because of the lament of the ancestor of the giant devil clan. When will I return to the north and not return to my hometown? The road of cultivation is lonely and my heart is cold. Zhao Shui continued to talk about the rumors in the cold northern country. Fen Chi had never left the Six-Winged Clan before. This was her first time coming to a country on the ocean. Naturally, she was very interested in the local customs and practices of the giant devil clan. Although Yu Ling Kong had been to the giant devil clan before, she hadn't been there many times. Thus, she was interested in Zhao Shui's words. Ning Fan was the only one who did not listen to Zhao Shui's words. When he heard the giant demon ancestor sigh, he fell silent. This sigh seemed to touch his heart, making him empathize with the giant demon ancestor. When will I not be able to return to my hometown when I look towards the north? The road of cultivation is lonely and my heart is cold. To cultivators, returning to their hometown is just an extravagant hope. The path of cultivation is bleak and desolate. The Northern Liang, these 2 words describe the loneliness of cultivators. It is just like the wind and snow. In this wind and snow, there is originally the feeling of loneliness like snow. Ning Fan carefully savored these 2 sentences. These 2 sentences were the reflection and sigh of the ancestor of the giant devil clan towards the path of cultivation. Once a cultivator embarks on the path of cultivation, they would have to leave their hometown and travel across the sea of blood alone. They could only look towards their hometown in the north and feel nostalgic, but they would never be able to return to their hometown. This was a lonely path. A lonely path. It was a path of no return. Just like Ning Fan, who was drifting in the rain world, he did not know when he would be able to return to Yu country. The path was right under his feet. However, time and the past were intertwined. It would only get further and further away. Humans could not stop. If they stop, they would only die drunk in the land of love and tenderness. In the end, they would not have the chance to attain the great Tao. The desolate wind and snow that filled the sky seemed to have gradually disappeared. It was not snow. In Ning Fan's mind, each piece of snow was the sigh of a cultivator who had to leave his hometown and wander in the world. The cold northern country. The giant devil clan is indeed very special. This snow is also very special. If I'm not mistaken, this snow is a large-scale magic technique. As Ning Fan comprehended it, he could vaguely see that the wind and snow that filled the sky was actually a large-scale magic technique. It contained a trace of the qi of an expert of the giant devil clan. That qi was similar to Xiao Shui. It was the bloodline of the giant devil clan. However, it was countless times stronger than Xiao Shui. This wind and snow was an extremely large-scale magic technique. The range of the magic technique covered the entire Devil Ice Sea, 400 islands and 13 devil countries. Ning Fan could also change the weather with his divine intent of rain. However, the range of his ability to change the weather was definitely not as large as this. The wind and snow were too heaven-defying. Even Void Glimpse stage and Void Inquiry stage old monsters could not do it. This snow is a magic technique of a Void Pierce stage expert. The giant devil clan has a Void Pierce stage expert, a Void Pierce stage expert and a late Void Refinement realm expert. The giant devil clan really cannot be underestimated. Everyone in the world has underestimated the giant devil clan. They are a devil clan that pretends to be a pig to eat a tiger. What about their ancestors dying in battle, and what about their decline? They are all lies. Half a month later, the cold northern country finally appeared in front of them. It was a sea country with snow-capped mountains. Each of the devil cultivators who were guarding the islands wore thick marten coats. Ning Fan stopped his movement light and the group descended. Immediately, they were stopped by groups of devil cultivators. It just so happened that the cold northern country was under martial law and no one was allowed to enter the island. There were also many old monsters from various places who came to participate in the pill ceremony who were stopped outside the island. Each of the old monsters wore an unpleasant expression. Those who could travel thousands of li * 500 m per li, to the cold northern country were all seniors and experts with great identities. As seniors and experts, they were stopped outside the country and were not allowed to enter. It was really a great loss of face. However, the giant devil clan was guarded by venerated giant. It was one of the 8 venerated beings of the internal sea. No, 7 venerated beings. Venerated giant's cultivation base had reached the half-step void refinement realm. His combat strength was earth-shattering. With him guarding the cold northern country, no one would dare to create trouble here. Each of the old monsters only dared to be angry but did not dare to say anything. Besides, not all old monsters were not allowed to enter the cold northern country. Those who were strong and had special identities could also be given special treatment and allowed to enter the island. For example, the people of the Scarlet Heaven Palace who arrived at the cold northern country a step earlier than Ning Fan were not stopped outside the island. Most of them had already entered the country with their special identities. Among the devil guards, there were a few divine transformation realm old monsters. Each of their expressions were cold and arrogant. They carried the pride of the giant devil clan and were not afraid of offending others at all. However, when this group of cold and indifferent cultivators saw Xiao Shui, all of them showed friendliness and greeted him. The leader of the devil guards, in particular, had a mid-divine transformation realm cultivation base. However, he treated Xiao Shui as an equal and was especially friendly towards him. "Younger brother Xiao, you're back? Oh? Isn't this a 30,000 years old ice ginseng? You actually found this tuft of ice ginseng. Haha. This is really a joyous occasion. Now, we have found another portion of the main medicine to cure the eldest mistress' illness. Younger brother Xiao, you've really made a great contribution this time." The members of the giant devil clan were cold to outsiders but they were very emotional to their own people. Ning Fan had already witnessed this before. Even when he was surrounded by the whale dragons, Xiao Shui did not leave any of his companions behind. All he did was fight to the death against the common enemy. Compared to the profound sects that were full of deceit, Ning Fan preferred the atmosphere of the giant devil clan. It was full of emotions, and it actually gave him a sense of déjà vu from the Seven Apricot City. Hee. I'm just lucky. I don't dare to claim credit, but for this ice ginseng, we've lost many of our brothers this time. Sigh. Speaking of which, why is the entire northern Liang country under martial law today? What happened? Xiao Shuai let out a long sigh. The sadness in his eyes was not an act. However, he suppressed his sadness and asked about the reason behind the martial law. The martial law in the northern Liang country is not a big deal. It's just because the eldest mistress has gone missing again. Let's not talk about this for now. Younger brother Zhao, the devil guards that you brought with you this time are all elites who have experienced life and death for a long time. Besides, they are members of the giant devil clan. Who dares to snatch the ice ginseng and kill our people in the internal sea? The leader of the devil guards said angrily. Of course, no one dares to provoke our giant devil clan. It's just a group of beasts who are trying to snatch the medicine. Whale dragons. After hearing that their eldest mistress had gone missing, Xiao Shuai and the others seemed to be used to it. They were not worried at all and began to narrate their experiences along the way. What? Whale dragons? Rumor has it that whale dragons appear in groups. Usually, there would be 1 to 2 wild beasts following them. The wild beasts of whale dragons have the toughest skin and flesh. It's really rare for younger brother to be able to escape from them. It's indeed rare. If it wasn't for Senior Zhou's help, I certainly wouldn't have been able to come back. Xiao Shuai's eyes were filled with gratitude as he pointed at Ning Fan. All of a sudden, all the devil guards' gazes gathered on Ning Fan. Before this, they only saw Xiao Shuai and all of them were concerned about him. None of them paid attention to the others at all. Moreover, Ning Fan had concealed his qi. If he did not take the initiative to release his qi, it would be difficult for others to tell that he was an expert. Thus, it was impossible for them to pay attention to him. Now that they heard that Ning Fan had saved Xiao Shuai and the latter addressed him as senior, all of them guessed that Ning Fan was undoubtedly a divine transformation realm expert. The giant devil clan had always been grateful to those who helped them. Since Ning Fan had saved Xiao Shuai, each of the devil guards cupped their fists and prepared to express their gratitude to Ning Fan. However, when the devil guards raised their heads and saw Ning Fan's face clearly, all of their expressions changed drastically within a breath's time. Their breathing became heavier and they were trembling with fear. As for the old monsters who were denied entry to the island and resented the heavens and earth, they also began to pay attention to Ning Fan. As soon as they saw Ning Fan's face, all of them looked as if they had seen a ghost. And venerated Ming. He is venerated Ming. Zhou Ming. Look, isn't that the divine space island lord Yu Ling Kong beside him? It's absolutely true. Zhou Ming is here. This Mo Xiao. No, why did the senior come to our giant devil clan? Brothers, quickly activate the island's grand formation. Quick. Quick. Summon the Jing devil guards, Shang devil guards, Xiu devil guards and Susu to this place. Stop Zhou Ming and protect the giant devil island. Damn it. Send the signal and inform venerated giant. The danger of extermination is upon us. Will we be killed? Will we be killed later? As soon as the devil guards of the giant devil clan found out Ning Fan's identity, they immediately fell into chaos. In a split second, multiple signals soared into the sky. Within a few breaths of time, the entire cold northern country's 70 million li radius was turned on and martial law was enforced. As for those old monsters who were grumbling incessantly just a moment ago, all of them were running for their lives, far away from the northern cold country as they were afraid of getting involved with Ning Fan. Ning Fan had been completely regarded as a malignant star by the giant devil clan. He was regarded as a malignant star who could not distinguish right from wrong and would annihilate the entire clan. Through Su Russian, Ning Fan actually had a friendly relationship with the giant devil clan. However, this friendship was only known to a few of the giant demon's higher-ups. Ordinary clansmen did not know about it. In the hearts of ordinary clan members, wherever Ning Fan goes, there would be a sea of blood. Just a few months ago, Ning Fan had just killed the master of the demon sealing sect, leading to the destruction of the sect. Today, Ning Fan had suddenly descended upon the giant devil clan. A devil lord of this level would cause fear wherever he goes. Ning Fan rubbed his forehead. His infamy and notoriety had actually reached such an extent. As soon as he entered the northern Liang country, he could make the entire country be on high alert. It really made him speechless. Was he a god of plagues? Everyone looked at him like he was a ghost. Of course, even though the entire northern Liang country was on high alert, no one dared to take the initiative to attack Ning Fan for fear of offending him. The heavens had taken pity on them. They only activated their defensive formations and put the entire country on high alert because they were afraid that Ning Fan would kill and destroy the entire country. Ha ha ha. Little cucumber, your reputation is just too great. You're just like a street rat. I'm dying of laughter. Yu Lingkong clutched her stomach and burst into laughter without caring about her image. Fenqi also covered her mouth seductively with her hands. She wanted to laugh but she did not dare to. She used to think that Ning Fan was a cold-blooded and heartless devil lord. However, after getting along with him during this period of time, she felt that even though Ning Fan's personality was cold, he was only cold to his enemies. He was quite nice to his own people and he was not a bloodthirsty person. Based on her understanding of Ning Fan, if the giant devil clan did not provoke him, he would definitely not destroy an entire country. Looking at Ning Fan's conflicted expression, Fenqi suddenly felt that this cold and indifferent young man was actually very easygoing and even a little cute. Stop! A dignified shout suddenly resounded from afar. It stopped all the vigilance of the devil guards of the giant devil clan and turned off all the formation lights. It was an elderly man with white hair and white robes. He was the great elder of the giant devil clan and his cultivation base was at the peak divine transformation realm. This old man is the great elder of the giant devil clan, Fu Bai. Greetings to venerated Ming. Our subordinates are ignorant. They don't know the relationship between venerated Ming and our giant devil clan. That's why they acted recklessly. Please forgive us. What great elder Fu Bai said made each of the cultivators of the giant devil clan and the outsiders dumbfounded. Ning Fan actually has a close relationship with the giant devil clan? Then, he didn't come to the giant devil clan to kill and exterminate the entire clan. What's going on? What's going on? Everyone was in a state of confusion. Didn't the rumor say that Ning Fan would kill wherever he goes? According to the rumors, Ning Fan was a god of slaughter. Could it be that the truth was not like that? Haha. Little cucumber, look. They all thought that you came to the giant devil clan to kill people for fun. Yu Lingkong was still laughing. All of a sudden, she felt a sharp pain on her buttocks. Ning Fan had slapped her buttocks hard, causing her flesh to ripple. As her private parts were attacked, a numb and shameful feeling swept across her entire body, making her unable to laugh anymore. Her expression was filled with anger and embarrassment. At the same time, there was a hint of indescribable comfort. She still feels comfortable after being humiliated. How could she be so despicable? Humiliation. Humiliation, she, the dignified Yu Lingkong, the dignified lord of the divine space island and the strongest expert among the 7 venerated beings of the internal sea, was actually slapped by Ning Fan in public. If she doesn't slap him back, would she still be called Yu Lingkong? Kiss each of the old monsters rubbed their eyes in disbelief. What did they just see? Yu Lingkong's buttocks were slapped. Isn't Yu Lingkong the female tyrant of the internal sea? Isn't she rumored to have broken through to the void refinement realm and is unrivaled among void glimpse stage experts? How could she still be slapped? This doesn't make sense. Venerated Ming is really powerful. He actually dares to slap a tigress buttocks. Yu Lingkong was about to lose her temper and slap Ning Fan's buttocks. However, Ning Fan pulled her into his arms and said angrily, "Behave yourself. Otherwise, I will forget about giving you the gift." How dare you? If you don't give me the gift, I will *CK you 100 times. 100 times? Yu Lingkong was very curious about that gift. Even though Ning Fan had taken advantage of her, she did not talk back anymore. Instead, she held back her dissatisfaction and obediently lay in Ning Fan's arms like a submissive kitten. TSK. For the sake of that annoying gift, I'll just submit to Little Cucumber for the time being. However, when she thought that her humiliating behavior had been seen by others, her face immediately turned cold. Her cold eyes swept across the surroundings. She did not look angry at all. Each of the old monsters did not dare to breathe too loudly. One after another, they shifted their gazes away, not daring to look at Yu Lingkong's current disheveled appearance as they were afraid of angering this female tyrant. Scary. Too scary. Ning Fan was scary. His woman was also very scary. Neither of them could be offended. Fu Bai let out a hollow laugh and shifted his gaze away. He did not dare to look at Yu Lingkong, who was in Ning Fan's arms, as he was afraid of offending her. He could only cup his fists at Ning Fan again and said, "Hee hee." The servants were insensible and caused a huge commotion. "Please forgive them, venerated Ming. If venerated Ming is willing, this old man can make some compensation for these servants." "There's no need for compensation. They did not attack me and they did not cross my bottom line. It's just a misunderstanding. I don't mind it." Ning Fan let go of Yu Lingkong and returned the greeting with a smile. His expression was not arrogant at all. It was as if he had the intention of forgetting all grudges with a smile. His arrogance was the pride that came from his bones. He would not yield to any enemy, but he would not impose it on any of his friends. Each of the old monsters was left speechless. It seemed like their understanding of Ning Fan was just one-sided. Ning Fan did not seem to be as cruel and bloodthirsty as the rumors said. "Hee hee. Thank you for your magnanimity, fellow Taoist." Due to the martial law in northern Liang being enforced today, there was a small problem. Otherwise, venerated giant, venerated Dong Su and Miss Chioling would certainly come to welcome you. Fu Bai explained. Chioling. Ning Fan muttered this name with gentle eyes. It had only been a short period of time since they last met and he really missed her. That woman who was as beautiful as a flower in poetry had spent her entire life to provide for his love. Thinking about the reason for the martial law in northern Liang, Ning Fan suddenly asked. It is said that the reason for the martial law in northern Liang is because the eldest daughter of a noble clan has gone missing. Fellow Taoist Fu, aren't you worried about her safety? Fellow Taoist Zhou, you might not know about this, but the eldest daughter's disappearance is not a big deal. She was just being naughty for a moment. Her safety is definitely not a problem. The martial law in northern Liang is just to prevent her from escaping the island. She won't be found by anyone with ulterior motives. Because as long as she wants to hide, even the experts of our clan will not be able to find her even if they use all of their means. Hee hee. Let's not talk about this anymore. Currently, venerated giant, venerated Dong Su and Miss Chioling are dealing with some troublesome matters in the province. If fellow Taoist wants to go to the province, this old man can lead the way. However, before the matter is resolved, I'm afraid fellow Taoist won't be able to see venerated giant for the time being. Troublesome matters? Is there anything I can help you with? Ning Fan was originally unwilling to get involved in the matters of the giant devil clan. However, when he heard that Su Chioling was also troubled by the troubles of the giant devil clan, he naturally wanted to help her share some of the troubles. Oh? If I have fellow Taoist's help, this matter can be easily resolved. Fellow Taoist, please follow me. We will head to the province as soon as possible. This old man will tell fellow Taoist the whole story along the way. Speaking of which, this matter was caused by the eldest daughter's mischievous disappearance. When Elder Fu Bai talked about the eldest daughter, he felt both a headache and a doting expression. The eldest daughter of the giant devil clan, Feng Shuiyan, was really a little trouble. A little trouble that made people feel sorry for her and could not bear to hurt her. 1/3, to be continued. There were many teleportation arrays in the northern Liang country. There was no need for Ning Fan to personally fly across the 70 million li * 500 m per li of the country. After the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, Ning Fan and the others had already arrived at the northern Liang province. Zhao Shuai and the others went to the clan to hand over the ice ginseng and complete their mission. Under Great Elder Fu Bai's lead, Ning Fan, Yu Ying and Fen Fen headed to the evening snow pavilion in the province. The evening snow pavilion stood amidst thousands of snowy mountains, implying the meaning of 1,000 mountains of evening snow. There were layers of formation light and guards outside the pavilion. Outside the formation light, there was an ancient stele with several lines of ancient characters written on it. It was the Gutua demonic text. What is love in the world? It teaches you to live and die together. Two travelers from all over the world, how many times have my wings returned to winter and summer? Joy is fun, parting is bitter, and there are even infatuated children. Jun Ying's words, vast and boundless layers of clouds, thousands of mountains in the evening snow, only the shadow goes to who? These lines of devil characters were from a long time ago. They were signed by the giant devil progenitor. There was another line of small words at the bottom of the inscription. Giant demon six-winged, I will not give up in life or death. If you become the devil's slave, I will follow you. From these words, one could see that the giant demon ancestor was an infatuated person. He was trapped by love but never regretted it. Ning Fan's impression of the giant devil clan deepened. This clan was indeed a devil clan that valued relationships. He also noticed that the giant demon progenitor had mentioned the giant demon six-winged. Perhaps the monarch referred to the six-winged progenitor, whereas the Chia referred to the giant devil progenitor. The progenitor of the giant devil clan is actually a woman. Ning Fan said in surprise. From this small tablet, he could guess the gender of the giant demon progenitor. From the sentence, if you become a devil slave, I will naturally follow you, Ning Fan had some guesses in his mind. Perhaps Great Emperor Mo Luo had subdued the 4 great devil slaves before six-winged giant devil. Lui became a demon slave, and the giant demon progenitor became disheartened. He willingly became a slave and followed Lui. If Ning Fan's guess was correct, the ancestor of the giant devil clan was an infatuated woman. Ning Fan was just thinking about this kind of secret and did not really care about it. Yu and Fan, on the other hand, felt a little sad when they saw the farewell poem on the tablet. After all, they were women. The group followed First Elder Fu Bai into the evening snow pavilion. A solemn and cold atmosphere suddenly spread out from the evening snow pavilion, and they could faintly hear some arguments. Along the way, Ning Fan had already been told the whole story by Fu Bai. Thus, he naturally knew what was going on in the evening snow pavilion. The king of Shurluk country, a void great cultivation country of the rain world, came to the giant devil clan. Shirkuan, the country lord of Shurluk country, was a void glimpse stage cultivator. At the same time, he possessed a strong physical body at the first level of the golden body realm. He had cultivated a fiend god cultivation method called the ghost stone divine vein to the point of perfection. Under dual cultivation of body and magic power, there were rarely any void glimpse stage cultivators who were his match at the same level as him. He claimed that he came to the giant devil clan to look for Feng Shuiyan so that she could help him inscribe devil marks on himself. Feng Shuiyan was the eldest daughter of the giant devil clan. At the same time, she was also an inscription master whose name shook the entire internal sea. Ever since she was born, she had contracted a strange illness. Her body was constantly feverish and she was unable to cultivate. Her cultivation was only at the 10th level of the vein opening realm. She was sickly and said to be mute. She often needed large amounts of pseudo-desolate beast monster cores to refine into devil cores to prolong her life. This young lady had been a loner since she was young. However, no one knew why she was born with the inscription technique. Many body cultivators requested her to inscribe devil marks on their juniors. If she was willing to inscribe devil marks, she could inscribe any kind of general rank devil marks on you. She had even inscribed a martial rank devil mark on a senior and became famous for a while. If she was unwilling to inscribe devil marks on you, she would hide herself and refuse to see anyone. Even though her cultivation base was low, she was especially good at hiding herself. She would not reveal any trace of her chi. No one could find her and they could only wait for her to show herself. This was indeed a strange thing. This time, Feng Shuiyan was initially unwilling to inscribe devil marks on herself. However, Shurluk country was too powerful and the giant devil clan could not afford to offend them. In order to prevent her father from being troubled, she agreed to inscribe devil marks on Shirkuan's son. However, on the day of the inscription, she suddenly went back on her word and hid herself. This matter made the country lord of Shurluk country furious. He demanded an explanation from the giant devil clan. Why did the giant devil clan go back on their word? Venerable giant also had a headache because of this daughter of his. However, he knew that his daughter would not throw a tantrum when it came to major matters. There was a rumor that the night before Feng Shuiyan went back on her word, the son of the country lord of Shiluk country had sneaked into her bedroom. After learning about this news, Venerable Giant was inwardly furious. He had already guessed that Feng Shuiyan's sudden disappearance must have something to do with the son of Shiluk country. After that, a dispute broke out between both parties. The country lord of Shiluk country proposed to either hand over Feng Shuiyan and let her inscribe the devil marks on his son to fulfill the agreement between both parties. Otherwise, the giant devil clan must compensate Shiluk country. As for the compensation that the country lord of Shiluk country wanted, it was actually the void inquiry pill that the giant devil clan had given him as the reward for completing the mission. With Ning Fan's intelligence, he could tell that something was fishy just by listening to Fu Bai's rough description. The reason why the country lord of Shiluk country came to the giant devil clan to inscribe devil marks on his son was probably because he wanted the void inquiry pill. Didn't the country lord of Shiluk country need a void inquiry pill to break through to the void inquiry stage? This person was a void glimpse stage-old monster. Moreover, he was an unrivaled expert among void glimpse stage experts. The giant devil clan could not afford to offend Shiluk country. However, Ning Fan's strength, spiritual puppets, and Yu Lingkong were much stronger than Shiluk country in every aspect. Later on, I hope that fellow Daoist can show up and intimidate the country lord of Shiluk country on behalf of our giant devil clan. At the same time, let him know that the giant devil clan is not to be trifled with. Then, he can put away some of his schemes. Fu Bai requested. Don't worry. I will still take action this time even if it's for Qiling's sake. I know what I'm doing. However, I have a question. I've heard of a rumor before. Isn't there a void peer stage expert in the giant devil clan? Why are you afraid of a void glimpse stage expert? Asterisk cough asterisk cough asterisk. Fellow Daoist must be joking. This news is definitely a rumor. The members of our giant devil clan are weak and feeble. How can we have a void peer stage expert? Fu Bai let out a few dry coughs. His expression did not change, but a hint of surprise flashed across his eyes. Ning Fan caught it. What is he surprised about? Could it be that the giant devil clan really has a void peer stage expert? However, if they really have a void peer stage expert, would they stand by and watch the giant devil clan being bullied by others? Even though he was not sure if there was a void peer stage expert in the giant devil clan, he was certain of one thing. Even though he was not sure if there was a void peer stage expert in the giant devil clan, he was certain of one thing. Fortunately, both of them did not hold any grudges against each other. Even if the giant devil clan had their own secrets, they would not target him. In the evening snow pavilion, venerated giant, Zhu Qing and old ancestor Dong Su were sitting on the main seats. Su Qiuling and a few elders of the giant devil clan were sitting below them. 7 people were sitting on the guest seats. The leader of the group was a burly man in yellow robes. His muscles were strong and muscular and he looked strong and courageous. He was none other than the king of Shiluk country, Shirkuan. His body was flowing with a vast aura force, making the air feel oppressive. Beside Shirkuan sat a yellow-faced young man. His appearance was not bad, but he was skinny and weak, as if his body had been hollowed out by alcohol and women. He was not a good man. His cultivation base was at the peak nascent soul realm. He was Shirkuan's son. As for the other 5 people, they were the guardians of Shiluk country. Each of them had a terrifying cultivation base of the half-step void refinement realm. Zhu Qing, I made an agreement with you to tattoo the devil marks on my son. My son came all the way to the endless sea from 800 cultivation countries. You've accepted my generous gift, but you returned. You've embarrassed me. Your giant devil clan must give me an explanation. Otherwise, your clan will be annihilated. Humph. What kind of explanation do you want? Venerated Giant's eyes were cold and his tone was filled with anger. Hand over Feng Shuiyan or the void inquiry pill within 3 days. Shirkuan said firmly. Hee. Could it be that the reason why the country lord of Shiluk country went through so much trouble to come to the endless sea was to seize the void inquiry pill of the giant devil clan? Old ancestor Dong Su's eyes were filled with mockery. He was not a fool. To be exact, none of the people in the room were fools. Everyone could see that this series of events was planned by the country lord of Sherlock Country. His goal was to seize the Void Inquiry pill. Humph. I'm talking to Zhu Qing. Who do you think you are? How dare you interrupt us? The country lord of Sherlock Country suddenly stood up and took a step forward. A vast aura force that could collapse mountains and crack the earth swept across the area and pressed down on Zhu Qing and Dong Su. With just one strike, the two of them let out a muffled groan. Their eyes were filled with shock and they coughed out blood. Their injuries were not light. Zhu Qing and Dong Su had never thought that the country lord of Sherlock Country would actually be so strong. He could injure half-step void refinement realm experts with just his aura force. The 7 venerated experts of the internal sea were not even worth mentioning compared to the country lord of Sherlock Country. This person was unrivaled among void glimpse stage experts. Even though Zhu Qing knew that this person was plotting against the giant devil clan, he was still powerless to fight against him. Could it be that I have no choice but to open the secret place and ask the 8 ancestors for help? However, what the 8 ancestors are planning is only to solve the problem of the slave marks of my giant devil clan and let our ancestors escape from the abyss of suffering. If I open the secret place, the efforts of the 8 generations of ancestors will be wasted. Zhu Qing clenched his teeth and clenched his fists. No way. I must not let the Void Inquiry pill affect the great plan of the 8 ancestors. However, he was really reluctant to give away the Void Inquiry pill. It was not that he was reluctant to give away the pill itself. Instead, it was because he still hoped to use the pill to save his daughter. The reason why he organized the pill ceremony was to find 3 pill refinement masters and borrow the 3 talents devil devouring formation to concoct a pill together to save Feng Shuiyan's life. He had a total of 3 Void Inquiry pills. All of them were pills passed down by his ancestors as a reward for inviting the pill refinement masters. The country lord of Sherlock Country obviously coveted the Void Inquiry pill. If he was given a pill, this matter would certainly be resolved. However, without a Void Inquiry pill as a reward, Zhu Qing did not have the confidence to take out other good items to invite the pill refinement masters. This time, the pill refinement masters he wanted to invite must be at least high-grade 5th Revolution pill refinement masters. Pill refinement masters of this level were all famous masters in the Rain world. Each of them was proud and arrogant. Without paying a huge price, why would they concoct pills for Feng Shuiyan? Could it be that I have no choice but to give Shirkuan a Void Inquiry pill? Zhu Qing clenched his teeth so hard that they almost broke. He was a dignified man, the leader of a clan and the indomitable devil lord. Today, he had no choice but to lower his head. If it wasn't for the great plan of the 8 ancestors and to wash away the humiliation of his ancestors, Zhu Qing would rather die than lower his head. All right. I'll give you the pill. Zhu Qing gritted his teeth. After saying those words, his expression became dejected. His original image of a middle-aged burly man instantly became much older. Old ancestor Dong Su watched his old friend being humiliated, but he was powerless to help. His heart was filled with anger, but there was nothing he could say. He could only sigh. The country lord of Sherlock Country sneered. The Void Inquiry pill was finally in his hands. Before he received the Void Inquiry pill, Su Qiuling stood up gracefully. Her beautiful eyes were filled with disdain as she glanced at Shirkuan. Country Lord Shirkuan, the Void Inquiry pill is little sister Shuiyan's life-saving item. I can't give it to you. Humph. Who do you think you are? How dare a half-step divine transformation realm junior butt into my business? Shirkuan's eyes turned cold. His aura force pressed down on Su Qiuling like raging waves. That aura force was enough to injure Zhu Qing and Dong Su. However, when it landed on Su Qiuling, it was like a gentle breeze. It did not cause any damage to her at all. Strange. Extremely strange, Shirkuan's expression turned slightly surprised. His aura force that was unrivaled among Void Glimpse stage experts actually did not hurt Su Qiuling at all. How was this possible? What puzzled him the most was that Su Qiuling, a mere half-step divine transformation realm junior, actually did not have the slightest fear in her eyes when she looked at him. There was only contempt. This junior is actually not afraid of me. She can even ignore my aura force. Shirkuan's heart shuddered. His eyes gradually turned cold. Shirkuan would never know that Su Qiuling had never been a timid woman. On the contrary, she was very bold. She was indifferent to life and death. There was almost nothing in this world that could make her feel fear or bend her back. In this life, she was the princess mystic flower physique. In her previous life, she was the monarch of flowers and plants. Her cultivation base was not high, but she inherited the aura force of the flower monarch in her previous life. Even a void fragmentation realm expert might not be able to subdue Su Qiuling with his aura force, let alone a void glimpse stage-old monster like Shirkuan. She was such an extraordinary woman. Humph. I didn't expect you to have such an evil method to resist my aura force. All right. I've decided. Today, I will not only ask for the Void Inquiry Pill as compensation but also bring you away to study the secrets of your body. You will also be considered as the compensation of the Giant Devil clan to me. Shirkuan's words enraged all the cultivators of the Giant Devil clan on the scene. However, his words could not make Su Qiuling fearful at all. You can't touch me. You can't afford to offend my man. Haha. Ridiculous. Who is your man? I can't afford to offend him. Shirkuan seemed to have heard something ridiculous. At the next moment, a terrifying baleful chi came from outside the pavilion, causing him to be unable to laugh anymore. I'm Zhou Ming. I'm her man. You can't afford to offend her. 2/3, to be continued. It was an earth-shattering baleful aura that carried with it the aura of slaughtering the common people. In the face of this baleful chi, Shirkuan felt his breathing become sluggish. His chi instantly became chaotic. There seemed to be an illusion of a sea of blood appearing in front of his eyes. Each of the sea of blood was filled with the experts he had killed before. Along the way, countless vein opening, harmonious spirit, gold core, nascent soul, and spirit-severing realm cultivators were buried in this sea of evil chi, turning into traces of evil chi. This wave of baleful chi actually contained the ferocious might of the deaths of dozens of void refinement realm experts. Moreover, there was also the baleful chi left behind by Void Inquiry stage-old monsters. Shirkuan let out a loud shout and released all the mana in his body. Pieces of green stone scales appeared on his body. Just now, he was barely able to block the pressure, but he was already sweating profusely and shocked. He couldn't imagine what kind of powerhouse could have killed so many powerhouses and accumulated such a shocking amount of evil energy. Could it be an unrivaled Void Inquiry stage-old monster? How could Shirkuan dare to offend an old monster of that level? Shirkuan was only barely able to block the baleful aura. His son and the 5 imperial advisors he brought were directly injured by the baleful aura. The 5 half-step void refinement realm imperial advisors were bleeding from their mouths and teeth. Their primordial spirits were in excruciating pain. Shirkuan's son had the lowest cultivation base. He was only at the peak nascent soul realm. Among the young geniuses of the current Rain world, he might be considered as a heavenly pride. However, in Ming Fan's eyes, he was just a speck of dust, an ant. Shirkuan's son felt as if he had suffered a heavy blow to his chest. The immortal veins in his body were broken and the 1,000-year-old snowwood chair that he was sitting on was directly shattered by the baleful chi. He knelt on the ground and coughed out blood incessantly. He was almost killed by Ning Fan's baleful chi. Zhu Qing, Dong Su, and several giant devil elders were also shocked. Ning Fan's baleful chi did not suppress them. However, just sensing the ferocious might of his baleful chi made them feel suffocated. Many gazes were fixed on the young man who was slowly walking into the evening snow pavilion. All of them were filled with disbelief. It's Ning Fan. However, even Dong Su, who had a deep understanding of Ning Fan, could not imagine that the current Ning Fan had already become this strong. Only Su Qiuling's eyes were still as calm as before. Her clear and cold eyes were staring at Ning Fan. Her smile was like a crescent moon, which was so beautiful that it could move one's soul. Big brother, you're back. Come back, not come. It was because wherever she was, the edge of the world would be his home. No matter where he goes, it would be his home. I'll take care of this matter. You can rest assured. For your sake, I can guarantee the safety of the giant devil today. No one will be able to hurt him. Ning Fan nodded at Su Qiuling with a smile. Then, he left Elder Fu Bai and the 2 ladies behind and walked towards Shirkuan alone. Every step he took felt like he was stepping on the great Tao. With every step, an even sharper aura would rise and stab towards Shirkuan, seeing Ning Fan walking towards him step by step, Shirkuan's face turned as grim as iron. He could already tell that Ning Fan was not a Void Inquiry stage-old monster like he had imagined. Instead, he was just a half-step Void Refinement Realm expert. Thinking that he was frightened by a Divine Transformation Realm Junior, thinking that a Divine Transformation Realm Junior dared to ruin his plan, dared to hurt his son, the Imperial Master, Shirkuan's expression became even more gloomy, his killing intent surging. Zhou Ming? The newly appointed revered elder of the Rain Palace? Humph. A mere soul formation venerable elder actually dares to be rude to me, courting death. Do you know that even the Void Refinement Realm Palace Lord of the Rain Palace has to treat me as an equal? Who do you think you are? Shirkuan was not a member of the Rain Palace. Even though he had heard about Ning Fan's identity as a revered elder of the Rain Palace, he did not know how highly regarded Ning Fan was by the Rain Sovereign. Currently, Shirkuan only wanted to obtain the Void Inquiry Pill. After seeing Ning Fan's true cultivation base, he no longer put him in his eyes. Ning Fan stopped walking and stared at Shirkuan coldly from a distance of 3 zhang * 3, 33 m per zhang. Shirkuan also released his aura force. After all, he was an old monster who was unrivaled among Void Glimpse stage experts. When he unleashed his full aura force, he certainly would not lose to Ning Fan. With a flick of his sleeves, he helped his son up. Looking at the severe injuries of his son whose immortal veins were completely destroyed, Shirkuan's killing intent towards Ning Fan rose to another level. Father, kill him. Crush the giant devil clan and avenge me. His son said viciously. Don't worry. Even if I offend the Zhou clan today and the Rain Palace will punish me severely, I will still annihilate the giant devil clan and avenge you. Stone killing technique. Shirkuan tossed his half-crippled son to the 5 imperial advisors. With a wave of his hand, he displayed a teleportation technique and sent the imperial advisors and the others 100,000 li * 500 m per li away. Then, he took a step forward. With the immense strength of his golden body, he stomped on the ground. The force of his stomp turned into an unimaginable destructive storm, directly turning the entire evening snow pavilion into dust. The destructive force was still spreading. Within 100,000 li * 500 m per li, countless snowy mountains were destroyed by Shirkuan's stomp. After that tremendous force spread, countless broken rocks on the ground seemed to be possessed by ghosts. They gathered together and formed several gigantic rock arms. Each of them was 1,000 zhang * 3, 33 m per zhang, tall. Tens of thousands of rock arms stretched out from the ground. They clenched into fists and hurled themselves at Ning Fan and the others. Each of the gigantic rock fists was powerful enough to kill a Divine Transformation Realm expert. When tens of thousands of gigantic rock fists attacked at the same time, even a Void Refinement Realm old monster would find it hard to survive. Such a terrifying magic technique fluctuation caused the land within 70 million li * 500 m per li of the entire cold northern country to tremble slightly as if there was an earthquake. Countless cultivators soared into the sky and looked in the direction of the province of the cold northern country. How could they not know that there were experts fighting in that direction? Each of the old monsters used the teleportation formation within the country to rush to the province. The old monsters who were near the battlefield also turned into rays of traveling light and flew towards the battlefield to find out what was going on. Many of the old monsters who hurried to the battlefield were shocked and exclaimed in surprise when they saw Shirkuan summoning tens of thousands of rock arms. Isn't this man Shirkuan, the king of Shirlu country? Why did he appear in the Endless Sea? This is the technique that Shirkuan is proud of, the stone-killing technique. Shirkuan cultivates the ghost stone divine veins which allows him to control tens of thousands of rocks with the power of ghosts and gods. In the past, he severely injured an early Void Refinement Realm expert with just a single move of the stone-killing technique. He actually used such a terrifying magic technique in the territory of the Giant Devil clan. Could it be that he wants to destroy the entire clan? Shirkuan is an unrivaled expert among the Void Glimpse stage experts. In the entire Rain world, he is a famous old monster. Why would he come to the Giant Devil clan to cause trouble? The two of them have nothing to do with each other. There shouldn't be any hatred between them. This doesn't make sense. Say, do you guys think it's because of the Void Inquiry Pill, ***? The Giant Devil clan does not have a Void Refinement Realm expert, but they still held the pill ceremony on their own and invited pill refinement grandmasters to help them complete their missions. They even took out a mid-grade 6th revolution pill as a reward, *TSK. A mid-grade 6th revolution Void Inquiry pill. This is something that will drive many Void Glimpse stage-old monsters crazy. Sigh, it doesn't matter why Shirkuan has enmity with the Giant Demon clan. Since he has made a move, the Giant Demon clan will definitely be exterminated today. There is no need to watch anymore. This elixir ceremony can no longer be held. All of us have come to the Giant Demon clan to watch the ceremony in vain. All the old monsters sighed, but no one thought that the Giant Demon clan could withstand Shirkuan's anger. Under Shirkuan's control, tens of thousands of stone arms clenched into fists and smashed down. The tremendous power was enough to flatten mountains and rivers. Zhu Qing, Dong Su, and all the other giant devil elders knew that this technique was not something they could defend against when they saw how powerful it was. Su Qiuling, Yu Lingkong and Fen Qi, on the other hand, were calm and composed. Each of them had endless confidence in Ning Fan. They did not think that Ning Fan would lose to Shirkuan at all. You don't have to do anything this time. Let me do it. All of you, retreat further away. Ning Fan pointed a finger at them. Countless traces of black smoke rolled up the people behind him and sent them out of the battlefield. He raised his head and looked at the innumerable stone fists. His eyes were filled with disdain. He did not try to dodge them and just let them smash down on him. Asterisk boom asterisk boom asterisk boom asterisk. Tens of thousands of fist lights engulfed Ning Fan. The ground cracked. Wind and snow flew everywhere. Smoke and dust engulfed heaven and earth. No one could clearly see whether Ning Fan was dead or alive under the fist lights. Shirkuan smiled coldly. He could clearly feel that all of the fist lights had hit Ning Fan. In his opinion, Ning Fan was dead for sure. Each of the old monsters who were watching from the side. Even though they could not see clearly and did not even know who was fighting against Shirkuan, most of them were certain that Ning Fan had died under the fist lights. The wind and snow dispersed, the smoke and dust dispersed, above the ruins of the mountains and rivers. Ning Fan, who was wearing white robes and golden armor, slowly appeared. His black hair danced wildly like a devil. His golden armor shone brilliantly like a heavenly deity. When the tens of thousands of fist lights landed on his golden armor, it only caused faint ripples of lightning light. It could not cause any damage to the golden armor at all. Shirkuan's expression changed drastically. When he saw the golden armor on Ning Fan's body, he was filled with disbelief. What kind of golden armor is that? It's not a magic treasure but an illusion formed by a magic technique. It's just an illusion formed by a magic technique. Yet, it easily blocked my full-powered attack. How is this possible? Shirkuan was not a cultivator of the Endless Sea. Thus, he naturally did not know about Ning Fan's crazy battle achievements. At this moment, he began to realize that he had underestimated Ning Fan. This young man was definitely not as simple as a half-step Void Refinement Realm cultivator. Countless old monsters stared at Ning Fan, who looked like a heavenly deity clad in golden armor. Each of them did not even dare to breathe loudly. Only then did they gradually realize that the young man who was fighting against Shirkuan was actually the #1 Devil Lord of the Endless Sea. Ning Fan! Exclamations rose again. However, this time, not everyone supported Shirkuan's victory. It's venerated Ming. That young man who looks like a heavenly deity clad in golden armor is definitely venerated Ming. There's no doubt about it. Is venerated Ming standing up for the Giant Devil clan? Venerated Ming's infamy is not any lower than Shirkuan's. Look. Isn't that venerated moon standing over there? Asterisk cough asterisk asterisk cough asterisk. Venerated Ming, venerated moon, and 4 Void Glimpse stage spiritual puppets. It seems like Shirkuan will be the unlucky one this time. Venerated Moon doesn't seem to want to make a move, and Venerated Ming doesn't seem to want to summon his puppet either. Do they want to fight with Shirkuan with their own strength? Even though revered Ming had once killed Lu Jiefan with a single punch, Shirkuan is an unrivaled expert among Void Glimpse stage experts. He is completely not on the same level as Lu Jiefan. It's hard to predict the outcome of this battle. However, venerated Ming's golden armor seems a little familiar. This old man seems to have heard of it somewhere before. That's right, this is. The devils of the endless sea were all shocked, and their eyes were burning. They remembered what the golden armor was. This is the armor of primordial lightning. This was the supreme technique that made the Thunder Sovereign famous. It's rumored that the armor of primordial thunder is extremely difficult to cultivate. Other than the Thunder Sovereign, no one in the Zhou clan is able to cultivate it to the level of golden armor or above. To think that revered Ming has actually done it. For revered Ming to possess such a technique, it further proves that the Zhou clan has a close relationship with revered Ming. We cannot afford to offend him. For him to be able to cultivate this technique to such a level, it shows that his talent is shocking and unparalleled. The Thunder Sovereign's secret technique is actually going to flourish in the hands of revered Ming. As the devils of the endless sea, there was no one who did not admire the Thunder Sovereign. It was a kind of worship that was close to fanaticism. Thunder Sovereign Bu Zhou had fought against the three sovereigns of the Sword World all by himself without being defeated. He had made a name for himself, and his name had once spread far and wide in the Rain World. He was a legendary expert. The fact that the secret technique of such an expert appeared in Ming Fan's body made countless old monsters excited. At this moment, countless old monsters even wondered if Ming Fan would become the next Thunder Sovereign Bu Zhou after 10,000 years, since he was so ferocious. We must befriend this young man. We must never offend him. His future is immeasurable. With the lightning armor protecting his body, Ming Fan stood firmly under the attacks of the stone fists. He was as steady as a mountain. Looking at the tens of thousands of stone fists that continued to attack him, Ming Fan's eyes flashed with cold light. Layers of illusory black dragons appeared on his arms. Heaven and earth were filled with the roars of angry dragons. Void technique, double dragon. When he punched out, the black dragons would fall. When he punched out with both punches, heaven and earth would die. At the moment when he punched out, Ming Fan's right arm shone with golden light. His strength actually did not lose to the first level of the golden body realm. Under the enhancement of the corpse devil body, even though his strength was not as strong as the second level of the golden body realm, it was still slightly stronger than Shirkuan, who was a senior body cultivator. Asterisk rumble asterisk, an unparalleled fist light blasted out. Tens of thousands of stone arms were crushed by Ming Fan's fists. Shirkuan's eyes widened in disbelief. The countless stone arms that he had formed with his full strength were actually destroyed by Ming Fan with a single punch. He did not want to admit it, but he had no choice but to admit that Ming Fan's body refinement realm was actually slightly higher than his. Not good. While he was in a daze, Ming Fan's figure flashed and suddenly disappeared. Then, he appeared behind Shirkuan. A strong sense of danger filled his heart. It made Shirkuan suddenly turn his head and collide with Ming Fan's fist bones. Asterisk rumble asterisk, both of their fists collided with each other. Both of them used their full strength. Ming Fan took a few steps back continuously. He was inwardly surprised. Shirkuan's body refinement realm was not ordinary. Perhaps his strength could be considered as above average among the first level of the golden body realm. He only took a few steps back, but Shirkuan had taken hundreds of steps back. Every step he took, he would cough out a mouthful of blood. Every step he took would shatter countless mountains and rivers. He had actually suffered serious injuries during the exchange of blows with Ming Fan. How is this possible? Shirkuan could not imagine that not only was his physical body weaker than Ming Fan's, but it was also not just by a little bit. He could not understand why Ming Fan's physical body was so strong even though he had not completely broken through to the golden body realm. 1/3, to be continued. After injuring Shirkuan with a single punch, Ming Fan's long hair fluttered in the wind. He approached Shirkuan in a ray of traveling light and fought against him with the strength of his physical body. Shirkuan became even more astonished. Every time his punches and kicks collided with Ming Fan, he would feel as if he was hit by 1,000 mountains, causing his chest and abdomen to hurt. He had always been proud of the fact that he was unrivaled among Void Glimpse stage cultivators in both body and magic power. He was especially proud of the strength of his physical body. Today, however, his magic power was obviously higher than Ming Fan's, but he lost to him in terms of physical strength. How could he remain calm? The green stone scales on his body were shattered by Ming Fan one after another. Seeing that the injuries on his physical body were worsening, Shirkuan's eyes turned ruthless. He suddenly threw a punch at Ning Fan, using the force of the collision to increase the distance between them. He patted his storage pouch and took out a black jade bottle. With a pained expression, he crushed the jade bottle. There was only a drop of black liquid in the jade bottle. As the jade bottle was crushed, it flowed out. It was as viscous as blood and filled with vast energy. Shirkuan sucked it into his stomach and refined it. All of a sudden, strange black scales appeared on Shirkuan's physical body. His chi became even more gloomy. However, his physical body was slightly stronger than before. It was now almost on par with Ning Fan's. Ning Fan's eyes turned cold. He could naturally tell that the black liquid was some kind of secret blood medicine that could increase the strength of one's physical body within a short period of time. Many old monsters in the surroundings sucked in a cold breath. Obviously, they had recognized the origin of the black liquid. The core blood of a sovereign beast. There's no mistake. This is the core blood of a sovereign beast. It's demon blood that is secretly refined from the demon core of a sovereign beast. The energy contained in a drop of the core blood of a sovereign beast is almost equivalent to that of a sovereign beast's demon core. What? A sovereign beast? That's a ferocious beast comparable to a void fragmentation realm expert. The energy contained in the core blood of a sovereign beast is violent. Even a void refinement realm old monster would need to use countless spiritual herbs to harmonize the energy in order to refine a drop of the core blood of a sovereign beast. Even if Shirkuan is unrivaled among void glimpse stage experts, it's impossible for him to directly consume the core blood of a sovereign beast. You're right. This isn't the true core blood of a sovereign beast. It has already been diluted. It has probably only been 100% of its energy. That's why Shirkuan could directly consume it. Even if it is a diluted sovereign beast core blood, its value is still immeasurable. I didn't expect Shirkuan to be so fearful of venerated Ming. They had just exchanged blows for a short while, and he had already started to consume the secret medicine. Just like what the old monsters had said, the value of a sovereign beast's core blood was immeasurable. If it wasn't because Ning Fan had pushed him too hard, Shirkuan would certainly not be willing to consume this bottle of diluted core blood. He had once found the corpse of a sovereign beast in some ruins by chance. He dug out a beast core from the corpse and used a secret technique to refine a drop of sovereign beast core blood. For golden body cultivators, imperial beast core blood was a rare body tempering treasure. Shirkuan had kept that drop of sovereign beast core blood in his storage pouch all this time, keeping it close to him. He could not bear to give it to anyone. He was only willing to dilute a bit of core blood from the core blood and store it in a jade bottle as a secret medicine to temporarily increase his strength at a critical moment. If it wasn't for the fact that his physical body was weaker than Ning Fan's, he would definitely not be willing to consume this secret medicine. Boom. 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 After consuming the secret medicine, Shirkuan's entire body was covered with black scales. His strength increased tremendously. Both of his fists were wide open, carrying an unparalleled aura force. He actually managed to block Ning Fan's attacks. As the battle continued, Shirkuan's aura force became stronger and stronger. Even though he had a bad character, his strength was not to be underestimated. He was definitely a famous figure in the Rain world. Stone sword, slash. Shirkuan's aura force reached its peak. His eyes flashed with brutal killing intent. He made a grabbing motion with one of his hands. Countless broken stones on the ground suddenly flew up and condensed into a gigantic green stone sword. That gigantic green stone sword was also condensed by a magic technique. It was a low-grade mortal void magic technique. As soon as the sword light condensed, Shirkuan raised his sword and slashed. A green sword light swept across heaven and earth. The vast sky of tens of thousands of li * 500 m per li, was cut into pieces by the sword light, revealing the dark and gloomy hollow space. That ray of sword light was enough to kill any cultivator below the void refinement realm. Countless cultivators who were watching the battle held their breaths. However, Ning Fan was not bothered by such a powerful sword light at all. With the dazzling golden armor protecting his body, Ning Fan was like an ancient deity. He let the sword light slash on his golden armor without dodging at all. The slash of the sword light gave off a heaven-destroying and earth-shattering sound. The sword chi that leaked out pierced through countless layers of clouds. However, no matter how sharp the sword light was, it could not leave a single scratch on the golden armor. Ning Fan remained unscathed after taking on Shirkuan's slash head-on. The sturdiness of the primordial lightning armor once again shocked the world. Countless old monsters were speculating that perhaps even Void Inquiry stage old monsters would not be able to break through such a sturdy lightning armor. As long as Ning Fan has the lightning armor, Shirkuan would not be able to hurt him at all. In this battle, Ning Fan was already in an invincible position. Shirkuan fell into deep astonishment. He could not believe that he, a dignified old monster who was unrivaled among Void Glimpse stage experts, could not hurt a half-step Void Refinement Realm Junior. How could this be possible? Art of self-manifestation. Ning Fan took a step forward. Golden light shone around his body and condensed into two golden shadows. The two golden shadows were both at the first level of the golden body refining realm. One man and two shadows surrounded Shirkuan in an instant and launched their strongest attacks without mercy. Patches of the vast sky were shattered by the two shadows. Shirkuan, who was at the center of the attacks, managed to block Ning Fan's attacks with his gigantic bluestone sword. However, his body was continuously hit by the two golden shadows, causing his injuries to gradually worsen. What kind of identity did he have? He was a dignified Void Refinement Realm old monster who could move unhindered in the Rain World and the lord of a Void-grade cultivation country. However, he was actually beaten to such a sorry state by a junior. How could he tolerate that? Zhou Ming, don't you go too far. The matter between me and the Giant Devil clan has nothing to do with you at all. Why do you have to interfere? I won't accept this. Shirkuan coughed out a few mouthfuls of blood essence. His gigantic bluestone sword gave off an extremely dangerous and ferocious light. With a horizontal slash, the sky was cut into pieces and the earth was split into two. That was Shirkuan's furious attack. With his strength that was unrivaled among Void Glimpse stage experts, it was already infinitely close to a Void Pierce stage attack. Such a powerful slash still could not break the lightning armor's defense. Ning Fan remained unscathed. The two golden shadows, on the other hand, had one of their arms and one of their legs severed by Shirkuan's furious slash. Both of them were already severely injured. Shirkuan laughed complacently. His eyes were filled with madness and ferocity. Each of these golden shadows was at the first level of the golden body refining realm. They had the strength of an ordinary Void Refinement Realm expert. But so what? Under Shirkuan's furious attack, even the golden shadows could only sustain severe injuries. Each of the old monsters who were watching the scene felt their hearts palpitate. The destructive power of that furious slash was enough to severely injure or even kill an ordinary Void Glimpse stage expert. Shirkuan's strength was indeed worthy of his reputation. The title of being unrivaled among Void Glimpse stage experts was definitely not groundless. Ning Fan's eyes turned slightly solemn. This Shirkuan was indeed very strong. If it was before he entered the Black Lightning Tower, he would certainly not be his opponent. However, after experiencing the trials in the Black Lightning Tower, Ning Fan's combat power had skyrocketed even though his cultivation base did not improve. Both his offensive and defensive techniques had improved tremendously. People like Shirkuan were no longer worthy of his attention. In his devil form, Ning Fan could kill a Void Inquiry stage expert. Facing Shirkuan, Ning Fan did not even need to transform into his devil form. He was very confident that he could kill Shirkuan on the spot. You've gone too far. Zhou Ming. You're just a revered elder of the Rain Palace. How dare you offend me? You deserve to die. Shirkuan raised his sword and thrust it at Ning Fan. He did not believe that he could not break the defense of Ning Fan's lightning armor. So what if I bullied you? Ning Fan's black hair danced wildly in the air. His eyes flashed with a cold light. His right palm shone with thousands of rays of golden light and he slammed his palm on Shirkuan's gigantic green stone sword. The force of that single slap was earth-shattering. Countless hollow spaces were forcefully shattered. When Shirkuan's sword was suddenly slapped by Ning Fan, he only felt an unparalleled force colliding with his sword. His gigantic sword immediately shattered. At the same time, the injuries of the two severely injured golden shadows behind him strangely healed in an instant. Then, they launched heavy attacks at Shirkuan's back. *boom***boom***. 2 rays of fist light landed on Shirkuan's back, shattering the black scale armor on his back. He fell from the sky like a kite with a broken string. He stared at the two golden shadows with extreme shock and anger. His face was filled with disbelief. How could this be? I've clearly severely injured your two golden shadows. Why can these two golden shadows recover in an instant? Shirkuan had no idea that these golden shadows were the product of the self-manifestation technique. Unless they were killed in a single blow, they could instantly recover no matter how severe their injuries were. With a loud bang, he crashed into the ground. His body created a gigantic pit that was several thousand zhang (333 m per zhang) in size. When he crawled up from the pit, he was severely injured, but he was still alive. He was indeed worthy of his strength that was unrivaled among Void Glimpse stage experts. He raised his head and looked at Ning Fan. His eyes were filled with madness. A terrifying aura force spread out from his body. He had decided to use his strongest trump card to determine the victor of this battle. All the rocks on the ground beneath his feet began to move. It was extremely strange. Shirkuan's body emitted waves of evil ghostly light. His body began to grow in size in an instant. Tao of Ghost Stone, Stone God True Body. In just a few breaths' time, Shirkuan's body grew to 5,000 zhang (333 m per zhang) tall, turning into a green stone giant. He held an ancient green stone shield in his left hand and a gigantic green stone sword in his right. He let out a furious roar like an ancient god. At this moment, Shirkuan's combat power was already infinitely close to the Void Inquiry stage. This is the Fiend God True Body. Each of the old monsters who were watching the battle was so shocked that they could not utter a single word. Some of them did not know the method of Shirkuan's magic technique. Thus, they chose to remain silent. Some of them recognized the essence of this magic technique. It was too shocking and they could not believe it. Many fiend god cultivation methods had secret techniques that allowed one to transform into a giant. However, there were also different levels of them. An ordinary giant transformation could only be called the giant body. Even though their physical bodies were strong, they could not display the abilities of the ancient fiend gods. However, if one could cultivate the giant body to the extreme, they could cultivate the true body and possess the abilities of the ancient fiend gods. They could even have the chance to imitate the ancient divine weapons of the ancient fiend gods. Shirkuan's son, who was almost killed by Ning Fan, looked at his father who had turned into a giant with a face full of pride and admiration. Imperial Advisor, you guys look. This is my father's strongest trump card, the Stone God True Body. The cultivation method that my father cultivates is a fiend god cultivation method called Ghost Stone Divine Technique. It is rumored to be a cultivation method left behind by a revered god of the ancient stone clan. Not only did my father cultivate the stone god True Body, but he also imitated the ancient divine weapons of that revered god. Look, the stone sword and stone shield that my father is holding are the divine weapons of that revered god. With these divine weapons in hand, no matter how strong that Zhou Ming is, he will not be a match for my father. Shirkuan's son did not conceal his voice at all. Those who were paying attention could hear him. Looking at Shirkuan, who had turned into a giant, they became even more fearful. From afar, an elderly man in golden robes and 5 pale masters were standing in the sky, watching the battle. The 5 pale masters were the pale masters of the Scarlet Heaven Palace who were severely injured by Ning Fan. As for the elderly man in golden robes, he was the palace lord of the Scarlet Heaven Palace, Missouri Xiao. Mo Xiao's eyes swept across the battlefield. When he passed by Ning Fan, a hint of anger flashed across his eyes. However, due to the Rain Sovereign's order, he suppressed his anger. His eyes swept across the giant Shirkuan and for the first time, his expression turned solemn. The Fiend God True Body, huh? Humph. This Shirkuan is really impressive. He has actually cultivated the Fiend God True Body and even imitated 2 ancient divine weapons. Even this old man would need to spend some effort to defeat Shirkuan. There's no need to watch anymore. Unless that Zhou Ming has a Void Inquiry stage cultivation base, he will definitely die today. Yu Lingkong was anxious. She did not expect that Shirkuan had cultivated the Fiend God True Body. Little Cucumber was really in danger now. She wanted to save him. Even Su Qiuling, who was usually calm, revealed a worried expression. She felt uneasy. Fen Qi was also worried about Ning Fan. It was not easy for her to fall in love with a man. How could she bear to see him in danger? However, no matter how worried the three ladies were, none of them intervened in Ning Fan's battle. That was the battlefield that belonged to Ning Fan. What they should do now was to trust Ning Fan. They believed that he would win. They believed that he would not lose. If you are like an eagle, I will accompany you to conquer the world. If you are defeated, I will accompany you to make a comeback. Shirkuan raised his head and laughed coldly. His voice was like thunder. Zhou Ming. Ever since I condensed the stone god true body, this is my second time displaying it. For the first time, I used this true body to kill the strongest bandit cultivator in Shirlu country. His laughter did not stop. Many old monsters were extremely shocked. Shirlu country was once a country where bandits roamed freely. The strongest bandit leader was a void inquiry stage old monster. That bandit leader's void inquiry stage cultivation base had advanced to the next level using a secret technique. His cultivation base was superficial and he could be considered as the weakest among all void inquiry stage experts. Even so, the weakest void inquiry stage expert was still several times stronger than a void glimpse stage expert. However, that bandit leader suddenly went missing and Shirlu country was also wiped out by Shirkuan alone. He killed countless bandits and took over the country. No one knew that the bandit leader was killed by Shirkuan. The reason why Shirkuan told everyone about this today was to let them know that he was so strong that he could even kill a void inquiry stage expert, let alone a mere Ning Fan. The shield I hold in my left hand is called the 8-Chi shield. It can deflect all void glimpse stage magic attacks. The sword I hold in my right hand is called the 10-Fist sword. A single sword can deliver the strength of 10 void glimpse stage punches, which is comparable to a void inquiry stage attack. Zhou Ming, since you are able to die under the sword and shield of my fiend god true body, you should die without regrets. Shirkuan's laughter was unbridled as if he was confident that he could kill Ning Fan. Ning Fan's eyes flashed with impatience. He was fed up with it. The game ends here. He clawed with his 5 fingers and absorbed all the souls of the earth. His magic power was comparable to a void refinement realm expert. He coughed out a mouthful of blood essence and suddenly summoned the 7 yellow dragon jade tokens. 7 layers of yellow skies appeared with great momentum. Each of the 7 layers of yellow skies was powerful enough to injure a void inquiry stage expert and was comparable to a void inquiry stage attack. The combined power of the 7 layers of yellow skies was comparable to a void pierce stage attack. It was enough to severely injure a void inquiry stage expert and kill all void glimpse stage experts. What kind of magic treasure is this? It's impossible. You are just a divine transformation realm junior. How can you have such a magic treasure? How can you activate a magic treasure of this level? All of Shirkuan's complacency turned into panic at this moment. His 8-Chi shield could deflect all void glimpse stage attacks. However, each layer of Ning Fan's yellow skies had the destructive power of a void inquiry stage expert. The combined power of the 7 heavens was comparable to a void pierce stage attack. How could it be deflected? This is bad. We must run. The moment Ning Fan activated the yellow dragon's 7 tokens, all of his arrogance turned into a sense of defeat. Each of the old monsters was shocked once again. Ning Fan actually had such a powerful technique. This kind of magic treasure was enough to make void inquiry stage old monsters fearful. As long as he has this treasure in his hands, which void inquiry stage old monster would dare to provoke him? Suppress. Ning Fan pointed a finger at the sky. The 7 layers of yellow skies fell down as if the sky was collapsing. That was the true might of the heavens. The weight of the 7 layers of yellow skies was immeasurable. The tremendous force of the impact flattened countless mountains and rivers. Shirkuan waved his gigantic green stone sword and attacked desperately. Finally, he destroyed 1 layer of yellow skies, but it was suppressed by the other 6 layers of yellow skies. In just an instant, all of Shirkuan's muscles and bones were crushed by the yellow skies. He let out a blood-curdling scream and his giant body was crushed into a pile of meat paste. It was unknown whether he was dead or alive. When the smoke and dust dispersed, the battlefield gradually quietened down. Shirkuan had already left his true form and was lying on the ground like a pile of mud. He did not have the strength to move at all, but he was still breathing. As for Ning Fan, he stood indifferently in front of Shirkuan and said coldly. I've told you that you can't afford to offend me. You just don't believe me. Asterisk cough asterisk cough asterisk. Zhou Ming. Revered Elder Zhou, it's not appropriate for you to kill me. You can't. I'm the Lord of Shirlu country. I'm the Lord of the Rain Palace. Killing me is against the law of the world. You even know about the Rain Palace and the law of the world? You are the Lord of a country conferred by the Rain Palace while I am a revered elder conferred by the Rain Sovereign. You were the one who wanted to kill me first. The one who violated the law of the world is you. Even if you are the Lord of a country, you should still be killed for trying to murder a revered elder of the Rain Palace. Asterisk boom asterisk Ning Fan took a step forward and crushed Shirkuan's head, causing his physical body to die instantly. At the same time, he pointed a finger at Shirkuan's dantian and struck his primordial spirit which was trying to escape in a panic. The tiny primordial spirit let out a miserable shriek and died with reluctance. Ning Fan had killed the Lord of Shirlu country, Shirkuan. Not only did he kill him, but before he died, he even accused him of plotting against a revered elder of the Rain Palace and violating the law of the world. Thus, no one could hold him accountable for this matter. With a wave of his hand, Ning Fan kept Shirkuan's storage pouch and scanned it with his spirit sense. There were a lot of good items inside. What made him especially satisfied was the jade bottle which sealed the core blood of a sovereign beast. The spoils of war were very generous. Asterisk hiss asterisk at the moment when Ning Fan killed Shirkuan, countless old monsters were overwhelmed with shock. What did they just see? They actually witnessed the death of a Void Refinement Realm old monster with their own eyes. Moreover, that Void Refinement Realm old monster was the Lord of Shirlu country. He was a ruthless person who had killed a Void Inquiry stage expert before. He was an unrivaled existence among Void Glimpse stage experts. He died just like that. Since Ning Fan was able to kill Shirkuan, his strength was unfathomable. All of a sudden, countless old monsters who were watching from the sidelines fell silent. Their eyes were filled with fear and trepidation when they looked at Ning Fan. Unlike these old monsters, many cultivators of the giant devil clan who rushed to the scene learned about the cause and effect of Ning Fan killing Shirkuan. Knowing that Ning Fan had saved the giant devil clan from being annihilated, each of them felt grateful from the bottom of their hearts. Venerated Ming is mighty. Their cheers resounded through the clouds and spread further and further. Eventually, it spread to the entire cold northern country, 2/3, to be continued. Each of the cultivators rushed to the county and saw the shocking ruins of the battlefield. Within 100,000 li asterisk, 500 m per li, all the mountains and rivers were in ruins. It looked extremely desolate under the white snow. No one would have thought that this place used to be an important place of the giant devil clan, the Evening Snow Pavilion. They did not have the chance to witness the earth-shattering battle between Ning Fan and Shirkuan. The only thing they could feel was the residual magic power in this place. It was an unprecedented battle. In this battle, Ning Fan had killed an unrivaled Void Glimpse stage-old monster in a domineering manner. Moreover, this old monster was the lord of a void-grade cultivation country with a respectable status. However, no one could say that Ning Fan was wrong to kill him. This time, Ning Fan stood on the side of morality and justice by using his identity as a revered elder of the Rain Palace. Shirkuan was wrong to murder the giant devil clan, but his crime did not warrant death. Shirkuan had the intention to kill Ning Fan, but it was a huge mistake. He would die in vain even if he died 10,000 times. Who was Ning Fan? He was someone whom the Rain Sovereign personally ordered not to be touched. Even Prince Lan Ling and the Palace Lord of the Scarlet Heaven Palace did not dare to touch him. Who did Shirkuan think he was? How dare he touch Ning Fan, putting aside the fact that the Endless Sea was not restricted by the laws of the world. Even if someone wants to pursue the matter, it would be because Shirkuan violated the laws of the world and attacked a revered elder of the Rain Palace. He deserved to die. No one could find any fault with Ning Fan. Moreover, if the Rain Palace finds out about this, they would suppress Shirkuan's descendants and hold him accountable for offending Ning Fan. For example, the Palace Lord of the Scarlet Heaven Palace, Missouri Xiao, who was at the scene that day, publicly declared that Ning Fan was not guilty of killing Shirkuan. Everyone knew that the Scarlet Heaven Palace and the Great Heaven Palace were on bad terms after the Rain Palace. Since they were from different factions, it was impossible for Mo Xiao to speak up for Ning Fan. However, he still did so. What did it mean? It meant that Ning Fan's identity in the Rain Palace was definitely not ordinary. Mo Xiao, who was from different factions, did not dare to provoke him. Shikuan was dead and no one cared about him. Even though he deserved to die, it still made many old monsters feel miserable. No matter how peerless one was and how strong one's cultivation base was, once one makes a wrong step on the path of cultivation, it would result in death and the annihilation of one clan. Shikuan had fallen. However, Ning Fan's infamy had spread throughout the internal Endless Sea, the external Endless Sea, even the 800 cultivation countries and the entire Rain world. Many old monsters claimed that Zhou Ming was the number one of the young generation in the Rain world. Well, Ning Fan had once again spread the name of the little rascal Zhou Ming who died a wrongful death. If the real Zhou Ming knew about this, he might wake up laughing. After the great battle, Ning Fan did not rest. Instead, he followed Zhu Qing and the others to another forbidden area of the giant devil clan. During the battle, he remained unscathed thanks to the protection of the lightning armor. However, at the very last moment, he sacrificed his own blood essence to forcefully activate the mid-grade mortal void yellow dragon's 7 tokens to suppress Shikuan. This injury of blood essence might be troublesome to ordinary people. However, to Ning Fan, who had the protection of the black stars which allowed him to heal himself under the starlight at all times, it was not worth mentioning at all. Giant Demon Clan, Sad Demon Palace. Ning Fan, Su Qiuling, Yu Lingkong and Fen Qi sat on the guest seats. Many elders of the giant devil clan surrounded them. All of them were standing and thanking Ning Fan profusely. These elders of the giant devil clan were grateful to Ning Fan from the bottom of their hearts. If it wasn't for Ning Fan, the giant devil clan would certainly be in danger. Fortunately, Ning Fan acted in a domineering manner and killed Shikuan. Not only did he keep the Void Inquiry Pill, but he also intimidated many old monsters who were coveting the Void Inquiry Pill. Shikuan was the first old monster who took action against the Void Inquiry Pill. However, he certainly would not be the last one. In fact, there were still a few Void Glimpse stage-old monsters who came from the 800 cultivation countries with the intention of seizing the Void Inquiry Pill of the Giant Devil clan. However, with Shikuan as an example, probably no Void Glimpse stage-old monster would dare to offend the Giant Devil clan anymore. The increase in Ning Fan's ferocious aura this time was also a good thing to the Six-Winged clan. It would be a greater deterrent to the Ghost Eye clan and the Mist Horn clan. Everyone had witnessed the destructive power of the Yellow Dragon 7 tokens. It could even severely injure a Void Inquiry stage expert. The strongest expert of the Mist Horn clan was just a Void Inquiry stage expert. The Ghost Eye clan was stronger than the Mist Horn clan, but they no longer dared to offend Ning Fan openly. Ning Fan had shown countless old monsters how domineering and arrogant he was. He even dared to kill the lord of a country that was conferred by the Rain Palace without hesitation. The reason why he did so openly was to let those who had ulterior motives understand how important he was to the Rain Palace and how they could not afford to offend him. He wanted to let everyone know that he had the support of the Rain Sovereign and that he was not even guilty of killing a monarch. He wanted to let everyone know that he had the Rain Sovereign's support and that he was extremely important to the Rain Palace. He wanted to let people know that others could not touch him, but he could kill them. So, don't provoke him, or else you will have to bear the consequences. He was borrowing the momentum of the Rain Palace. Ning Fan did not like trouble that came one after another. Thus, he chose to be more forceful and settle the matter once and for all. In the Sad Devil Palace, Ning Fan searched the souls and memories of Shikuan's son and the 5 imperial advisors in front of Zhu Qing and the others. After that, he killed all 6 of them, eliminating them completely. From the memories of Shikuan's son, Ning Fan learned about all of Shikuan's conspiracies and informed the Giant Devil clan about it. Shikuan's purpose of coming to the Giant Devil clan was indeed for the Void Inquiry Pill. However, not only did he want to obtain the Void Inquiry Pill, he even had a bold plan in mind, and that was to kidnap Feng Shuiyan. Shikuan's plan was to order his son to approach Feng Shuiyan and secretly kidnap her on the day before the ceremony. Then, he blackmailed the Giant Devil clan with the excuse that Feng Shuiyan refused to have her tattoos tattooed on her. In this way, Shirkuan would not only get the Void Inquiry pill but also Feng Shuiyan, who was a renowned tattoo master. Unfortunately, as soon as Shirkuan's son broke into Feng Shuiyan's room, he was discovered by the maidservants. With a *swoosh* sound, Feng Shuiyan disappeared right in front of his eyes. It was extremely strange. Feng Shuiyan's tattoo technique had definitely reached the level of the best in the rain world. Any body refinement cultivator whose devil marks were tattooed by Feng Shuiyan could greatly improve their body refinement realm. Shirkuan was quite ambitious. He wanted to break through to the Void Inquiry stage using the Void Inquiry pill and use Feng Shuiyan to create an army of body refinement cultivators. If it wasn't for Ning Fan's interference, his scheme might have really succeeded. After learning about all of Shirkuan's conspiracies, Zhu Qing was enraged. His giant devil clan had always kept a low profile just to fulfill the wishes of their 8 ancestors. However, the result of keeping a low profile was that they made others think that they were weak and easy to bully. Zhu Qing really wished that he could announce the strength of the giant devil clan to the world. He wanted the world to know that the strongest clan among the 4 clans of the Hidden Ocean was not the Ghost Eye clan but the giant devil clan. Unfortunately, he could not do that. All he could do was to endure it. All of his endurance was just for the sake of completing the redemption of his ancestors. Fellow Taoist Zhou, in the past, little Xianxia strongly recommended you and praised you to the skies. At that time, I didn't believe him. Now that I've seen you with my own eyes, I finally know that little Xianxia has a good eye. Very good. Qiuling has found a good partner. For her sake, you were willing to take care of the mess of my giant devil clan and even killed the king of a country. My giant devil clan owes you a favor. If fellow Taoist is in trouble, the giant devil clan is willing to repay fellow Taoist with all our strength. Zhu Qing cupped his fists solemnly. His heart was filled with gratitude towards Ning Fan. Ning Fan nodded his head and cupped his fists to return the gesture. Compared to the 6-winged clan which valued profits, the giant devil clan was obviously much more sentimental. At least, Ning Fan believed that the giant devil clan would not do something like selling their daughter for the sake of their clan's survival. However, the 6-winged clan did it. The members of the giant devil clan still had their backs straight. They were righteous devil cultivators. He secretly glanced at the 3 ladies. Among them, Fen Qi was sitting quietly by herself, sipping tea. As for Su Qiuling, she was taking the initiative to talk to Yu Lingkong using telepathy. Ning Fan did not know what they were talking about. The atmosphere between the 2 ladies was a little strange. They were not too intimate, but it was not to the extent of fighting for Fen Qi's favor either. What Su Qiuling asked Yu Lingkong was whether he had been well ever since they parted ways and whether he had put himself in danger. What ordinary people saw was Ning Fan's strength skyrocketing again and again. What Su Qiuling felt distressed about was the effort and danger that Ning Fan had put in for her. She understood him. She knew that every bit of strength he had gained was obtained by risking his life. She knew that he had never cultivated with a calm mind. The reason why he kept killing and plundering was just to have a meager amount of strength to protect the people behind him. You're very special. Aren't you jealous of me being so intimate with little Cucumber? To be honest, when I saw him fighting for you, I felt a little jealous too. I really wanted to give him a kick and make him beg for mercy. Yu Lingkong was very tough. She dared to speak her mind directly. Jealous? Elder sister Yu, do you know? I just hope that he can be safe and live on. I hope that he can live until the era where he doesn't need to kill and until the day when he stands aloof from worldly affairs. At that time, I might have the mood to be jealous of him. But now. Su Qiuling paused for a moment and said with a faint smile. Now, I only hope that I can continue living together with him. Living is very difficult. Being able to live in this world is already a kind of extravagant happiness. Because you don't know when you will suddenly die. My promise is the promise of life and death. My encounter with him is just like your encounter with him. We have become each other's scenery. However, there is no eternal scenery in this world. Perhaps one day, I will die under the heavenly tribulation. Perhaps one day, he will die under the siege of his enemies. We who are in a precarious situation don't have the right to be jealous at all. We don't have the leisure to talk about love, nor do we have the time to rest and sleep peacefully. We can only continue to walk on. Live to the fullest and die without regrets. Su Qiuling's words made Yu Lingkong fall into silence. Live to the fullest and die without regrets. That's right. I don't even know when little Cucumber will die. Why should I be jealous of him? However, whenever I think of little Cucumber's death, my heart would ache. Why does the stinky cucumber risk his life so much? Why does he run to places where there is danger? Isn't he afraid of death? Yu Lingkong suddenly felt a hint of pity for Ning Fan. She realized that she had never truly understood little Cucumber's heart. She did not even know why he would risk his life so much. Little Cucumber, don't risk your life in the future. You are not allowed to die. Hide behind me. I will protect you. Yu Lingkong suddenly spoke in a domineering manner. It was as if she was confessing her love to Ning Fan. Her words stunned all the cultivators of the giant devil clan at the scene. I won't die. Ning Fan did not know whether to laugh or cry. Why did this Yu Lingkong suddenly show her maternal instincts and protect him like this? He looked at Su Qiuling as if he wanted to find out what Su Qiuling and Yu Lingkong had said. Su Qiuling blinked her eyes and smiled faintly. Her bright eyes, however, contained a hint of slyness. What she meant was, why should we tell you what we are talking about? Ning Fan could not help but laugh and shake his head. He did not use the mind-reading technique to find out what the two of them were thinking. That would be a kind of blasphemy to them. However, he believed that Su Qiuling would not be jealous of Yu Lingkong. At least, it was not now. Being affectionate is also a kind of trouble. Ning Fan rubbed his forehead and suddenly asked Zhu Qing. Clan leader Zhu Qing, the matter regarding Shirkuan has finally been resolved. However, your daughter is still missing. Is there really no need to look for her? That little girl. If she wants to hide, no one can find her. When she is hungry, she will go home to eat. Zhu Qing laughed as if he knew his daughter very well. His daughter was only at the 10th level vein opening realm and her body was weak. She could not really abstain from eating. If she has no food to eat, she will go home. Big brother, why don't you go and look for little sister Xueyin? Her body is weak. Don't let her starve. Su Qiuling suddenly pleaded. Her eyes were filled with worry. She was really worried about that little sister of hers. I'll go? Are you so sure that I can find her? I can't even find the members of the giant devil clan. Fine. I'll go. Ning Fan wanted to shake his head. However, when he saw Su Qiuling's pleading eyes, his heart softened. Alright, I'll go and find that little girl as soon as possible and bring her home to feed her so that Su Qiuling won't be worried. Clan leader Zhu Qing, please give me a personal item of eldest mistress. I can use her chi to search for her. It's useless. Once that little girl turns invisible, her chi will completely disappear. There's no way to find her. Even though Zhu Qing said that, he also hoped that Ning Fan would give it a try and find Feng Xueyan as soon as possible. After thinking for a while, he ordered a maidservant to bring him a small and soft shoe and gave it to Ning Fan. This small shoe was lost in Feng Xueyan's room the other day when she turned invisible and fled. The current Feng Xueyan would definitely be barefooted no matter where she fled to in the cold northern country. If Ning Fan finds her, he could just give her the shoe. Ning Fan instantly felt speechless. He, the dignified great devil Lord Ning, actually wanted to give a little girl a shoe. If word of this spreads out, probably no one would believe that he would do such a thing. The small shoe emitted an extremely faint fragrance of a woman. That faint fragrance was extremely ethereal. After it entered Ning Fan's nose, it suddenly disappeared. Ning Fan's eyes flashed with surprise. He tried to recall the smell but he could not recall anything. The smell seemed to have been erased by something. This scene seemed to be familiar to him. It was like the words on a piece of white paper that had been erased by the power of samsara. The reason why Feng Xueyan can turn invisible in such a strange manner seems to be related to the power of samsara. Ning Fan closed his eyes and activated the power of his memory intent realm. He borrowed a trace of samsara power and sensed Feng Xueyan's chi again. After that, he found a trace of chi. He suddenly took a step forward and dashed towards a certain direction as if he had found a clue. When the group of experts of the giant devil clan saw Ning Fan's expression, they were inwardly shocked. They thought to themselves, Could it be that Ning Fan is really resourceful and has found the whereabouts of our mistress? None of them could find her, but Ning Fan did. He is indeed powerful. Ning Fan flew all the way and moved like a wisp of smoke. He followed the trace of qi and flew 1,000,000 li * 500 m per li, away from the province. Then, he suddenly stopped in a desolate snowy forest. This was the end of the qi, traces of his memory power spread out. Suddenly, tiny footprints that should have disappeared appeared on the snowy ground in the surroundings. The left foot was the footprint of a woman's embroidered shoe, while the right foot was the footprint of a bare man. Following the footprints, Ning Fan walked into the depths of the snowy forest. At the end of the forest, there was a small snowman. It was obviously just an ordinary snowman with a nose made of ginseng and eyes made of stones. However, when Ning Fan arrived, the small snowman's eyes, which were made of stones, suddenly revealed a panic-stricken expression. It turned out that it was actually alive. *whoosh*, the small snowman suddenly stood up. With a gentle step, it moved like smoke and disappeared without a trace. The body of the snowman gave off traces of cold wind and snow. All the qi and footprints that were left in this place were all erased. Interesting. You're just at the 10th level of the vein opening realm, but you know the teleportation technique and even know how to use a trace of fake samsara power. No wonder you can run 1,000,000 li * 500 m per li, away from the province. Are you trying to play hide-and-seek with me? A mere snowman was still too young to play hide-and-seek with Ning Fan. 3/3, to be continued, *whoosh*, with a teleportation, the little snowman disappeared from Ning Fan's sight. Ning Fan was not in a hurry to chase after her. He waved his palm in the wind and snow. The power of his memory in 10th realm spread out. Traces of qi and footprints that had disappeared gradually became clearer. After confirming a direction, Ning Fan took a step forward and arrived at the peak of a snowy mountain. The snowy mountain was more than 7,000 zhang * 33 m per zhang, tall. There was indeed a little snowman standing on the peak of the mountain. The little snowman was panting heavily. It seemed that the teleportation technique she used just now had taken a huge toll on her body. Seeing that Ning Fan was chasing after her again, the little snowman hurriedly fled and teleported away again. This time, she was in such a hurry that she did not notice that a scroll fell from her body and fell on the snowy ground. Ning Fan's lips curved into a playful smile. This little girl runs pretty fast. Not to mention that ordinary people would not be able to find her. Even if they do, there would be very few people who could catch up to her. He did not immediately chase after her. Instead, he casually picked up the scroll and shook his head with a smile. I don't even know if I dropped something. As soon as he finished speaking, his eyes suddenly turned cold. He could sense a trace of extremely faint devil qi from the scroll, but it made his devil blood tremble. He was not in a hurry to chase after the snowman. Instead, he opened the scroll and took a glance at it. This scroll was made from the skin of some kind of demon beast. It was extremely ancient. The scroll actually recorded an incomplete devil scripture. The devil scripture was written in the Gutua script. The handwriting was delicate and elegant. The person who wrote it should be a woman. Judging from the age of the handwriting, the person who wrote it was an ancient cultivator. Somehow, Ning Fan felt that the handwriting on the scroll was somewhat familiar. When he thought about it carefully, it was actually the same as the one he saw on the stone tablet outside the evening snow pavilion. Is the progenitor of the giant devil clan the one who recorded this devil scripture? Ning Fan carefully read the devil scripture. This devil scripture was obscure and difficult to understand. However, the content that was recorded made him feel a little familiar. He thought for a moment and immediately understood why this feeling of familiarity would appear. A part of the content of this scripture was actually the same as the devil text on the slate of the six-winged clan. Where did these devil scriptures come from? Why didn't the giant devil clan have the strange phenomenon of devil blood dyeing the blue sky like the three clans did? Is there a connection between the two? If there is a connection, the devil scripture is of great importance. Why would it be placed in the hands of a little girl? Is there a secret behind this? He imprinted the devil scripture into another jade slip and kept the scroll into his sleeve. Then, he took a step forward and chased after the little snowman. He pondered in his heart. If the giant devil race hid the Slate Devil Sutra and kept it a secret from the outside world, should he make a move to snatch it? Forget it, the giant demon clan had never betrayed him. If he betrayed the giant demon clan, it would go against his Tao heart. He would put this matter aside for now, and finding the little snowman was more important. Whoosh, this time, he stopped in a snow valley 10,000 li * 500 m per li away. There were many snow apes in the valley and each of them had the strength of a golden core cultivator. After the little snowman entered the snow valley, dozens of snow apes immediately surrounded her, intending to attack her. The little snowman seemed to be a little flustered. It did not expect to be surrounded by demonic beasts here. Panting heavily, she seemed to have no more strength to escape. Looking at the demonic beasts that were gradually approaching, she was a little scared. Are you afraid now? Ning Fan walked into the snow valley at a moderate pace. His indifferent voice spread out with monstrous baleful chi. He did not even attack these low-grade snow apes. When all of them sensed Ning Fan's arrival, their eyes were filled with terror. Apes were the most intelligent. These snow apes could sense that Ning Fan was not someone to be trifled with. Each of them was horrified and ran for their lives. Ning Fan did not chase after them. It was not that he was being merciful. He just had some concerns. He did not want this little snowman to see blood. If you continue to run and encounter danger, I won't save you anymore. I'm here to bring you back. He gently touched the glabella of the little snowman with a finger. A gentle light spread out and the layers of snow melted, revealing the young lady hiding inside the snowman's body. She was wearing a plain white dress. She looked like a 14 to 15 years old girl. Looking at Ning Fan, who was just inches away from her, she would be lying if she said that she was not afraid. Ning Fan's baleful chi was really terrifying. It was easy to imagine that it could scare away the ferocious beasts. However, she remained calm and did not say a word. She quietly raised her head and stared at Ning Fan, which gave her some courage. Her long hair was as white as snowflakes. On her snow-white hair, there was a large snow-white feather. Her small face was a little pale and her right foot was still bare. Seeing that the young lady did not try to hide or run away, Ning Fan nodded with a smile. This lady's cultivation base was not high, but she was courageous. She was qualified to be the sister of an extraordinary lady like Su Qiuling. You are Feng Shuiyan? The young lady nodded. Are you afraid of me? The young lady wanted to nod but she hesitated for a moment and shook her head. You don't know how to speak? The young lady nodded. Her eyes were filled with sadness but she hid it indifferently. What a pitiful person. She was indeed pitiful. A 10th level vein opening realm cultivator did not have spirit sense and could not speak. It was basically impossible for her to communicate with others. Even though this lady was pitiful, Ning Fan's concern for her was also because of Su Qiuling's request. He reached out his hand to pull Feng Shuiyan, intending to bring her back to the province. However, she gently stepped back and shook her head. Her meaning was obvious. She did not want to go back. Are you worried that the son of the Sherlock country lord will bully you? When Ning Fan's indifferent voice fell into Feng Shuiyan's ears, it immediately turned into a strange expression. Feng Shuiyan felt very surprised. This young man in front of her did not look much older than her. How could he be so powerful and know everything? That night, the son of the Sherlock country lord had evil intentions and sneaked into her room. When she realized that there was someone outside the door, she immediately fled in panic. Ning Fan was not there at that time. How could he know? Even though Ning Fan could not directly communicate with the young lady, he knew the mind-reading technique. Even though the young lady could not speak, he could read her mind. Don't worry. Everything is over now. You can go home with me without worry. The young lady instinctively took a step back and looked at Ning Fan with a hint of fear. She instinctively had a good impression of this young man who spoke gently. However, he was a stranger after all. It was impossible for her to trust him easily and follow him just because he said so. I am Qiuling's husband. This time, she asked me to bring you back. She was worried that you would be hungry. Ning Fan took out a small shoe from his sleeve. He bent down and said with a smile. Lift your foot. I will put it on for you. As soon as Feng Shuiyan heard Ning Fan mention Su Qiuling and her embroidered shoe as a keepsake, Feng Shuiyan could not help but believe Ning Fan a little. However, there was still a hint of wariness in the depths of her eyes. She carefully looked at Ning Fan and found him more and more familiar. He seemed to be very similar to the portrait that Su Qiuling showed her. During the days when Su Qiuling and Feng Shuiyan were together, she often talked about Ning Fan to Feng Shuiyan. She had even shown Ning Fan's true appearance to her. Her initial wariness towards Ning Fan gradually faded away. She lifted her bare right foot and let Ning Fan put on the shoe for her. "Thank you." Her lips moved but she could not make any sound. Her eyes dimmed for a moment and then turned calm. That calmness was just like Su Qiuling, who was indifferent to life and death when she was suffering from a terminal illness in the past. The two of them did have some similarities in their personalities. No wonder they became sisters. "Don't worry. I can hear your voice. You are saying thank you, aren't you? How did you know?" Feng Shuiyan still could not make any sound. She could only move her lips. However, Ning Fan could hear what she was saying in her mind. "This is a secret. If there is a chance in the future, I will slowly tell you about it. Let's go. It's time to go back." "Brother-in-law, wait for a moment. I lost something." Feng Shuiyan bit her lips anxiously. Only then did she realize that the scroll in her sleeve had disappeared. Ning Fan was slightly stunned. It was his first time hearing someone call him brother-in-law, even if Feng Shuiyan was calling him that in her mind. His gaze towards Feng Shuiyan became even gentler. With a faint smile, he took out a scroll from his sleeve and passed it to Feng Shuiyan. "I picked it up by accident. Now that everything is fine, can we go back?" "Thank you, brother-in-law. I'm so hungry," Feng Shuiyan's stomach growled, confirming what she said in her mind. Ning Fan could not help but laugh. This little girl doesn't look like a cultivator at all. If she doesn't abstain from eating and goes into seclusion for 1 or 2 years, won't she starve to death? Forget it. She calls me brother-in-law after all. If there is a chance, I will help her concoct pills and treat her illness. She must at least have a harmonious spirit realm cultivation base. She can abstain from eating and cultivate while communicating with her spirit sense. Otherwise, how boring would it be for a little mute to shut herself away all day? Holding the young lady's hand, Ning Fan turned into smoke with a single step. Just as he was about to return, Feng Shuiyan suddenly fell on the snowy ground. Her body curled up into a ball. Her face was covered with sweat and her body was burning hot. "Brother-in-law, it hurts. It hurts." Feng Shuiyan screamed helplessly in her heart. Ning Fan's eyes turned cold. He used his spirit sense to check Feng Shuiyan's body. Immediately, his usually calm eyes revealed a hint of anger. "This is..." Ning Fan squatted down and held Feng Shuiyan in his arms. He turned her back to him and suddenly tore her clothes apart, revealing that she was still wearing a tube top. He stared at her back and the coldness in his eyes deepened. On Feng Shuiyan's fair and flawless back, there were 8 seals with the pattern of black flames burning on her back. Each of the 8 seals was planted by a void refinement realm cultivator with all their might. When the 8 seals combine into one, even a void fragmentation realm old monster might not be able to break it. The 8 seals were planted to seal something inside Feng Shuiyan's body. The seals could block all probing. No one knew what was hidden inside Feng Shuiyan's body. However, Ning Fan sensed that the thing that was sealed was a drop of devil blood that was burning like fire. It was almost the same as the blood of Mo Luo in his primordial spirit. It was just slightly weaker in terms of power. There were also some flaws and it was not pure. Feng Shuiyan was different from Ning Fan. She was just a vein-opening realm cultivator and she did not have profound magic power like Ning Fan. How could she endure the torment of Mo Luo's blood? Could it be that all the pain and sufferings of this lady were caused by this drop of Mo Luo's blood? Ning Fan carefully examined her body. His eyes became colder and colder. He finally understood how vicious the 8 seals were. The person who sealed the devil blood was not hiding the blood but nurturing it instead. When this Mo Luo's blood was first sealed, it was not a complete drop of blood. Perhaps it was just a trace of blood. Someone sealed the trace of blood in Feng Shuiyan's body and used her to nurture the devil blood, making it gradually grow stronger in order to achieve their goal. After the devil blood is fully nurtured, they would sacrifice Feng Shuiyan's life to complete the last step, which was to remove the flaws of the devil blood and extract it. The person who planted the seal on Feng Shuiyan and nurtured the devil blood was really vicious. However, what kind of person would do such a thing? What was their goal? Why did they choose Feng Shuiyan? Ning Fan held Feng Shuiyan's small hand and helped her close her clothes. After that, he continued to channel his magic power into her body, causing her qi to gradually calm down. At the moment when their palms touched each other, a feeling of being connected to each other suddenly appeared in their hearts. Ning Fan had only felt this feeling from Fen Qi. All of a sudden, Ning Fan seemed to understand why Feng Shuiyan would be targeted by someone to nurture the devil blood in her body. She is the current devil concubine of the giant devil clan. Hundreds of thoughts flashed across Ning Fan's mind while he continued to channel his magic power into her body. The pain in Feng Shuiyan's body gradually subsided and she slowly regained consciousness. When she saw herself lying in Ning Fan's arms with her clothes half undone, revealing her naked body, a hint of fear flashed across her clear eyes. "Brother-in-law, don't molest me." Her lips moved and she hugged her chest with her small hands. She was a little scared. Ning Fan did not know whether to laugh or cry. "Do I look like a bad person? I don't even let my sister-in-law go. Perhaps I do look like a bad person." Even he himself was not sure because he was indeed notorious right now. Everyone who sees him would be afraid of him and beasts would flee when they see him. 1/3, to be continued. Ning Fan let go of Feng Shuiyan. He did not have the intention to tease her. She was Su Qiuling's younger sister. Therefore, she was also his younger sister. Even though he was a sentimental person, he knew that if he hurt her, he would definitely hurt Su Qiuling's heart. To Ning Fan, Su Qiuling's tolerance was an indescribable warmth. He would not hurt her sisters. Feng Shuiyan stood up and quietly distanced herself from Ning Fan. Then, she quickly tidied up her clothes. When she thought about how Ning Fan took off her clothes after she fainted and saw everything, her face flushed with anger. However, when she noticed that there was a warm and vast magic power flowing in her body, her brows immediately relaxed. Feng Shuiyan was a man of few words and her cultivation base was low, but she was not a fool. She could naturally see that the magic power in her body was relieving her pain and nourishing her body. Of course, she also understood that with her 10th level vein opening realm cultivation base, it was impossible for her to have such vast magic power. Moreover, even her father did not have such vast magic power. This magic power must have been channeled into her body by Ning Fan. He was not flirting with her just now. Instead, he was saving her. "I'm sorry, brother-in-law. I misunderstood you. You were saving me. I should thank you. I shouldn't blame you." Feng Shuiyan moved her lips and apologized to Ning Fan. Somehow, she seemed to be a little worried that Ning Fan would be angry at her. This brother-in-law whom she had just met was not only a good person who saved her but also the first person who found her and talked to her directly. "Silly girl. By the way, what's going on with the black flame seal on your back?" Ning Fan asked. "What seal?" "I don't know." Feng Shuiyan shook her head. "Really? Just pretend that I didn't say anything. Let me ask you another question. Where did you get that beast hide scroll?" "Grandpa gave it to me." "Grandpa? Who is it?" Ning Fan faintly felt that this so-called grandpa was closely related to the devil blood in Feng Shuiyan's body. "Grandpa is..." "Eh? I forgot." Feng Shuiyan had actually forgotten who her grandpa was. Did her memory get erased by the pseudo-samsara? Ning Fan's eyes turned grim. This giant devil clan was far stranger than he imagined. The devil blood that Feng Shuiyan bred, the beast skin scroll, the 8 layers of seals, the fake samsara power, her elder and the hidden void pierce stage expert. The waters of the giant demon clan seemed to be a bit deep. The reason why Feng Shuiyan's body was weak and sickly, and her cultivation base was low was because of the devil blood in her body. Ordinary members of the giant devil clan might not know about this matter, but as Feng Shuiyan's father, revered giant should know about it. Why didn't he do anything about it? The elder whom Feng Shuiyan addressed so intimately was naturally a member of the giant devil clan. Was the person who harmed Feng Shuiyan an outsider or someone from the giant devil clan? Perhaps, He was a hidden expert of the giant devil race. Ning Fan frowned. The situation of the giant devil clan is so complicated. Should I help Feng Shuiyan? He did not know who the enemies in the dark were. The only thing he knew was that if he helped Feng Shuiyan, he would definitely ruin their plans and offend them. He didn't even know who his enemies were, so it was unwise to rashly offend them. Given Ning Fan's personality, he would prioritize his own benefits first. He would never make such a choice. It was just like how he always had a cold-blooded attitude towards the six-winged clan. However, Feng Shuiyan was different. She was Su Qiuling's sister. If she died, Su Qiuling would be sad. When he thought of Su Qiuling, Ning Fan's eyes gradually became determined. I, Ning Fan, have always been doing things my own way all my life. I don't care about good or evil. I just want to have a clear conscience and no regrets in my Dao. If I abandon this girl and make Qiuling sad, I will definitely regret it. We need to save this woman, but we need to be clear about the steps. First, I have to figure out who the enemy is. Only by knowing myself and the enemy can I be prepared. Secondly, Zhu Qing's concern for his daughter didn't seem fake. The fact that the giant demon clan used all of their power to search for elixirs to heal his daughter also didn't seem fake. Even though the human heart is treacherous and it's hard to guard against it at times, I should still participate in the pill ceremony this time. Even if it's not for the Void Inquiry pill, I still have to fight for a slot to concoct pills to cure my illness. Let's see if that elixir can cure this woman. If it can't. Ning Fan's eyes flashed with a cold and sharp light. If I can't, then I'll have to find another way to save this woman. As for the mastermind behind the scheme, we must find out who it is. Based on Ning Fan's personality, once he has made a decision, he would not go back on his words. He looked at Feng Shuiyan and said with a solemn expression. Little girl, don't tell anyone about what I asked you today and the fact that I saw your naked body and the beast skin scroll. Understood. Feng Shuiyan's smile was very sweet. She realized that Ning Fan's eyes at this moment were serious, fierce, and scary. They were not gentle at all. However, compared to the gentle gaze he had before, there was now a hint of genuine concern. He was truly concerned about her from the bottom of his heart without any pretense. She did not understand why she could not tell anyone about what happened today. However, she still nodded her head and kept it in her heart. After all, she was mute. Who else could she tell? Brother-in-law is really silly. Is he confused because of his concern? Be good. Let's go back to the prefecture and eat some delicious food. Brother-in-law, you're so nice. She could tell that Ning Fan was concerned about her. She gently tiptoed and kissed him on the cheek. Her eyes were pure without any desire. Ning Fan touched the side of his face and shook his head with a smile. In his eyes, Feng Shuiyan was like a snowman made of ice and snow. She was as clean as a piece of paper. Her kiss was just a way for a child to express her joy. More thoughts emerged in Ning Fan's mind. Today, when we return to the prefecture, I should first conceal what I have seen and heard and then probe Zhu Qing's intentions. He did not believe that an honest man like Zhu Qing would harm his own child. However, the human heart was unpredictable. He had to be cautious. As for the method to save Feng Shuiyan, he still needed to consider it further. It would be fine if the pills are effective. However, if they are ineffective, Ning Fan would need to think of a solution himself. Ning Fan cultivated the samsara power. Originally, he could break the 8 seals on Feng Shuiyan's back. However, what was strange was that Feng Shuiyan's body not only contained the devil blood but also the seals. There was also an obscure pseudo-samsara power hidden in her body. That pseudo-samsara power was not as powerful as Ning Fan's true samsara power. However, it could counteract the corrosion of the true samsara power and prevent Ning Fan from breaking the seals. It was a little difficult to break the 8 layers of seals using the wind mist technique. What Ning Fan found especially troublesome was that even if he could break the seals, he would not dare to help Feng Shuiyan take out Mo Luo's blood. This devil blood should have been planted in Feng Shuiyan when she was very young. It was already connected to her life. Once it is taken out, Feng Shuiyan's life would be in danger and she would certainly die. If Feng Shuiyan could refine this drop of devil blood on her own, it would be the best solution. However, Mo Luo's blood was not something that ordinary people could refine. Even the current Ning Fan could not completely refine it, let alone Feng Shuiyan, who was at the 10th level of the vein-opening realm. If she forcefully refines Mo Luo's blood, even if she only refines a trace of it, her body would explode and she would die because her body could not withstand the power of the devil blood. Perhaps, Ning Fan should first collect the 4 devil statue slates and gather enough devil scriptures of the ancestral talisman blood refinement technique from the devil scriptures on the 4 slates. Only then would he have a way to deal with Mo Luo's blood. As for how to save Feng Shuiyan, he could only put it aside for the time being. Let's go. He flicked his sleeves and wanted to bring Feng Shuiyan away. All of a sudden, his eyes widened and he glanced at the snowy sky in the southeast. Who is it? The moment Ning Fan shouted coldly, he pointed a finger at the same time. A ray of sword light pierced through the clouds at lightning speed. It was the Separation Slayer sword. Above the clouds, a black shadow suddenly appeared. His face was obscured by the devil mist, making it hard to see him clearly. Only a pair of cloudy eyes could be seen clearly. At this moment, the black shadow's eyes were filled with a hint of surprise. He had just arrived at this place and was still concealing himself. Obviously, he did not expect that Ning Fan would be able to see through his concealment. Even though he was surprised, it was just a hint. The black shadow looked at the Separation Slayer sword with a hint of disdain. He clenched his 5 fingers and golden light shone brightly around his body. Judging from the intensity of the golden light, this person was actually a body cultivator at the 2nd level of the golden body refining realm. However, the chi of this person was extremely strange. It gave Ning Fan an illusion that he was not a living person. Boom! The Separation Slayer sword was shaken by the black shadow's hand and it immediately flew back to Ning Fan's hand. The sword was still trembling. As for the black shadow, his finger was also cut by the sword peak when he received the sword with his bare hands. He was greatly surprised. He did not expect that a mere low-grade void treasure could actually cut his finger even though he was too careless. A 2-star divine weapon, huh? Humph. Your techniques aren't weak. No wonder you could kill Shirkuan. However, you are still too inexperienced. Young man, you are very similar to me when I was young. However, there are some things that you can't interfere with. Whoosh! The black shadow suddenly threw a ray of black light at Ning Fan's chest. Then, he left right away. However, before he left, he secretly glanced at Feng Shuiyan. When he saw that the latter was fine, he felt slightly relieved. His eyes were filled with shame and bitterness. Just now, I clearly sensed that Yen Air Seal was acting up. That's why I came to save her. However, I didn't expect that this young man would save her before me. The black shadow turned into a ray of traveling light and left. The magic power and aura force that was emitting from the traveling light had already reached the Void Pierce stage. The magic power of the Void Pierce stage and the body refinement realm of the 2nd level of the golden body refining realm. This black shadow was very strong. He was definitely not someone Ning Fan could defeat with his current strength. Ning Fan did not chase after the black shadow. Instead, he pointed a finger at the black light that was shooting at his chest. That black light was not a concealed weapon. Instead, it was a black jade slip. Ning Fan took the jade slip and scanned its contents with his spirit sense. Immediately, his eyes turned solemn and he remained silent. There was only one sentence in the jade slip. I will always be grateful for your kindness in protecting my clan. Do not interfere in Shuiyan's matter. You can't withstand the wrath of the 8 ancestors. The ferocious chi in those words gave Ning Fan a faint sense of familiarity. He should have sensed this chi somewhere before. Ning Fan cleared his thoughts and gradually recalled where he had sensed this chi before. The monument of slaughter outside the secret realm of the broken world on the Pleasure Devil Immortal Island. The person who ranks first on the monument of slaughter is called Zhu Yan. He is the previous venerated giant, the father of Zhu Qing and Feng Shuiyan's grandfather. Rumor has it that Zhu Yan has already died a long time ago. Why would he appear at this time and place? He doesn't seem to be hostile towards me. Otherwise, I won't be a match for him with his strength unless I use the steel of sun and moon. Zhu Yan obviously knows the reason why Feng Shuiyan was sealed. Was he the one who murdered her? This person thanked me for protecting the giant devil clan. It naturally means that he is a person who values relationships. He told me not to interfere in Xueyan's matter. It can be regarded as a kind reminder or a warning. He said that I can't withstand the wrath of the 8 ancestors. Who are they? Could it be that they are the mastermind behind this matter? When Zhu Yan mentioned the 8 ancestors, his tone was respectful. Obviously, they are probably the ancestors of the giant devil clan. No matter who is the mastermind, the one who murdered Feng Xueyan is probably one of us. What is their purpose? He could not figure it out. However, even if he could not figure it out, Ning Fan did not plan to abandon Feng Xueyan. He could only investigate step by step and send Feng Xueyan back first. Even though he did not know the purpose of the giant devil clan, Feng Xueyan would certainly not be in any danger before the devil blood is fully condensed. It was just like how Zhu Yan had come all the way to save Feng Xueyan. Grandpa. He is my grandpa. Ah. My head hurts so much. Feng Xueyan suddenly held her head. She felt a little uncomfortable as she recovered some of her memories that had been erased. Don't be afraid. Brother-in-law will bring you home. Ning Fan held Feng Xueyan's wrist and secretly injected his magic power into it. His eyes gradually turned cold. Even though he did not know the purpose of the giant devil clan to harm Feng Xueyan. No matter what, the current Ning Fan looked down on the giant devil clan. Just like the 6-winged clan who abandoned Fen Qi for the safety of their clan. Just like the giant devil clan who abandoned Feng Xueyan for unknown reasons. Ning Fan could endure the harm of his enemies and enemies. However, the harm of his own clan enraged Ning Fan the most. He had also been harmed by young master Ning Tian in the past. Even though he did not have a close relationship with Ning Tian, being betrayed by his own clan had always been a thorn in his heart. Therefore, he showed some concern and tolerance towards Fen Qi, who was also abandoned by the 6-winged clan as a chess piece. Therefore, he also felt pity for Feng Xueyan. Therefore, he understood the disappointment that old devil felt when he was betrayed by his foster son. Whoosh Ning Fan held Feng Xueyan in his arms and turned into a wisp of smoke, flying all the way back to the sad devil palace. He secretly hid all of his facial expressions as if nothing had happened. When everyone saw that Ning Fan could really find their eldest mistress at such a fast speed, all of them were astonished. When Su Qiuling saw that Ning Fan had really found Feng Xueyan, her eyes were filled with gratitude. However, she did not say a single word of thanks. There was no need for her to say thanks to him. However, at the next moment, she sharply noticed a hint of anger in Ning Fan's eyes. That anger was hidden very deeply and no one could notice it. However, Su Qiuling could see it because she knew Ning Fan very well. Did something happen? Su Qiuling asked gently. Don't worry. Ning Fan comforted her. However, his eyes subtly swept across the elders of the giant devil clan. The higher-ups of the giant devil clan in the sad devil palace were the clan leader, Zhu Qing, the great elder, Fu Bai and 10 other elders. Among the elders, there was only one woman. She was the second elder, Yao Lian. The second elder of the giant devil clan, Yao Lian, was rumored to be a fickle woman. She had slept with many devil cultivators and cultivated devil cultivation techniques and bewitching techniques. Her appearance was just above average in the cultivation world. However, her skills in bed were really good. Of course, even though this woman had an unrestrained personality, she was loyal to the giant devil clan. She was never careless when it came to major matters. Even though she had a questionable character, she was not a despicable person. Other than being a little coquettish, she was quite kind to the members of the clan. Human nature was complicated. There was nothing that could be done about it. Ning Fan's eyes turned cold. He cultivated the mind-reading technique. If he wants to find out some secrets of the giant devil clan, he naturally had to look for a high-ranking female cultivator. This Yao Lian was a good candidate. Giggle. Fellow Taoist Zhou seems to be very interested in me. I happen to be free tonight. I wonder if fellow Taoist wants to come to my boudoir for a drink. Yao Lian looked at Ning Fan's handsome face and licked her lips like a beautiful snake. Ning Fan happened to be the type that she liked. She really wanted to taste the feeling of being assaulted by Ning Fan. Yao Lian, if you want to seduce men, don't seduce my harem. This little cucumber is mine. Yu Lingkong's cold and domineering eyes swept across Yao Lian. Immediately, Yao Lian's soul shuddered. She no longer dared to seduce Ning Fan. Yu Lingkong was a female tyrant. She was the leader of the 7 venerated beings of the internal sea in the past. She was stronger than Dong Su and Zhu Qing. Today, she had broken through to the Void Glimpse stage and was still unrivaled among Void Glimpse stage experts. Who among the 7 venerated beings of the internal sea would dare to offend her, with Yu Lingkong's personality? If it wasn't because Ning Fan had some friendly relations with the giant devil clan, she would not be polite to Zhu Qing and Dong Su. As for Yao Lian, she was a woman who could sleep with any man. She would not allow Ning Fan to sleep with her. Even if Little Cucumber wants to accept her, he can't accept such a disgusting person. Yu Lingkong thought valiantly and refused to admit that she was jealous. Ning Fan smiled at her ambiguously. He felt that Yu Lingkong's jealous look was very cute. Zhu Qing let out a hollow laugh and dispelled the awkward atmosphere in the sad devil palace. Then, he suddenly asked Ning Fan. I've heard from little Xianxia that fellow Daoist Zhou seems to be a pill refinement master with a high grade. I wonder if you're interested in participating in the pill ceremony this time? Hee hee. It would be a pity if I don't participate in such a grand event. Moreover, if I participate in the pill ceremony and get into the top 3, I will be qualified to accept the mission given by clan leader Zhu Qing to concoct a life-saving pill for Miss Shui Yan. If I can successfully concoct the pill that clan leader needs, not only will I be able to obtain the Void Inquiry pill as a reward, I can also save Miss Shui Yan's life. It's really a joyous occasion. Clan leader, do you think I'm right? Ning Fan asked meaningfully. Fellow Daoist is right. If Yan can be cured, it will be a joyous occasion. Zhu Qing's eyes flashed with hope. He really wanted to cure Feng Shuiyan from the bottom of his heart. Ning Fan went silent for a while. Could it be that Zhu Qing doesn't know about Feng Shuiyan's death? His concern and care for Feng Shuiyan is not a pretense. This made Ning Fan feel relieved. If even Feng Shuiyan's father betrays her, how cruel would it be to Feng Shuiyan? If that's the case, I should find a chance to steal some information from Yao Lian. The mind-reading technique is really useful. Hee hee. Since fellow Daoist Zhou has the intention to participate in the pill ceremony, this old man will give you a good introduction about the entire process of the pill ceremony. What do you think? Dong Su stroked his beard and nodded with a smile. All right. I'll have to trouble fellow Daoist Dong Su to explain it to me. Honestly speaking, Ning Fan was quite interested in the pill ceremony. If it wasn't because of the matter regarding Feng Shuiyan, he would be very willing to exchange pointers with countless pill refinement grandmasters. Pill refinement techniques and the yin-yang transformation complemented each other. They were important ways to improve one's cultivation base. Thus, he must not fall behind. 2/3, to be continued. Dong Su introduced the entire process of the pill ceremony in detail. The pill ceremony this time was jointly organized by the Giant Devil Clan and the Pill Island. With the Void Inquiry pill as a gimmick, it was an unprecedentedly grand event. Countless hidden pill masters and old monsters rushed to the Endless Sea to participate in the ceremony. The grand occasion of the pill ceremony this time was not any weaker than the Middle State Pill Gathering that was held once every 50 years by the Rain Palace. Pill masters of any grade were qualified to participate in the pill ceremony. However, if their grade was lower than the 3rd revolution, they would probably be eliminated in the first round. The pill ceremony was divided into 3 rounds. The first round was the pill tablet test. The so-called pill tablet was a treasure provided by the Pill Island for this ceremony. It could be used to test the grades of 1st to 4th revolution pill masters. Those who had not reached the 3rd revolution would be eliminated. The second round was the melting spiritual herbs. This theory tested the speed and degree of purification of the elixirs. Normally, pill refinement was divided into 3 steps. The first step was to melt the spiritual herbs into medicinal liquid and purify them with fire continuously. The second step was to fuse the medicinal power of different spiritual herbs. The third step was to restrain the fire and form the pill. The first step was to melt the spiritual herbs. During the process of melting, the medicinal power of the spiritual herbs would be slightly lost. Therefore, the faster the speed of melting the spiritual herbs, the less medicinal power would be lost. After melting the spiritual herbs, one must purify the medicinal liquid and remove the impurities. The higher the number of times of purification, the purer the medicinal liquid and the better the quality of the refined pills. Of course, the more times of purification, the more difficult it would be. A careless mistake would result in the destruction of the medicinal herbs. For example, a fourth revolution pill master could purify a 1,000-years-old spiritual herb 5 to 10 times. There were very few fourth revolution pill masters who could purify a 1,000-years-old spiritual herb more than 11 times. As for fifth revolution pill masters, they could purify a 1,000-years-old spiritual herb more than 50 times. In the second round of the test, those who failed to purify the spiritual herbs within the specified time would be eliminated. The third round of the pill ceremony was opening the cauldron to concoct pills. In this round, the participants could concoct the pill they were most familiar with and pass it to the appraiser to determine their ranking in the grand competition. The top 3 in the grand competition would not only be rewarded handsomely, but they would also be qualified to accept Zhu Qing's mission to concoct a life-saving pill for Feng Shuiyan. If the pill was successfully concocted, they would be rewarded with a void inquiry pill. Those who were ranked below the top 3 would also be rewarded with different levels of rewards such as precious pill recipes and precious spiritual herbs. To an ordinary alchemist, it was quite tempting. Naturally, many of the old monsters were here for the void inquiry pills. They wanted to get into the top 3. However, most alchemists knew that they couldn't fight for the top 3, so they would still fight for the other rewards. The news of the pill ceremony had been released a few years ago, and many pill refiners from the Rain world had rushed to the inner endless sea. For example, Yun Nianzu, an outstanding genius of the Rain Palace whom Ning Fan had met once before. He had once invited Ning Fan to stay on Pill Island for a while. Unfortunately, Ning Fan ignored him. He was here to participate in the pill ceremony. There was still a month before the first round of selections. The Giant Devil clan held a 100 fruits banquet to entertain Ning Fan and his group. After the banquet, Ning Fan bid farewell to them with the excuse that he was going to participate in the pill ceremony. Then, they stayed in the guest house of the northern Liang province. Yu Lingkong and Fen Qi had followed Ning Fan all the way to the Giant Devil clan. They were also a little tired. Both of them had already rested in their own rooms. Feng Shuiyan insisted on sleeping with Su Qiuling on the same bed. Their sisterly relationship was very deep and she did not give Ning Fan and Su Qiuling the chance to be intimate with each other. Ning Fan already knew how strange the Giant Devil clan was. He handed over the 4 void glimpse stage spiritual puppets to Yu Lingkong and kept them on guard outside their rooms. He sat alone in the west room, cutting the candles and looking at the stacks of rice paper under the candlelight without saying a word. Every single piece of paper was filled with the graceful handwriting of a woman. All of them were written by Feng Shuiyan in the past. Since she could not converse with Su Qiuling, she needed to write whatever she wanted to say. Who asked her to be a mute? There was a kind of loneliness and persistence in Feng Shuiyan's handwriting. However, it was like the wind and snow on a cold night. No one could understand it. She was the daughter of one of the 7 venerated beings of the internal sea. However, her body was frail and her cultivation base was low. The experts around her were either Gold Core Realm or Nascent Soul Realm experts while she was just a vein-opening realm cultivator. She was unwilling to be inferior to others. However, she could not change her fate. All the magic power that she had painstakingly cultivated would be devoured by the devil blood and become the nourishment for the devil blood. Was she destined to never be able to attain the harmonious spirit realm in her life? Fortunately, she still had talent in the art of engraving marks. Thus, she spent all her efforts on studying the art of engraving marks. After putting in unimaginable effort, she became a famous engraving master in the internal sea. After she engraved the teleportation devil mark on herself, she finally gained the ability to fly. That was a general grade escaping devil mark which required more than 40 needles. It was hard for Ning Fan to imagine how a young lady at the 10th level of the vein-opening realm could ruthlessly engrave more than 40 needles on her fair and tender skin. Ning Fan had engraved the Stone Warrior Devil mark before. Thus, he naturally knew how painful it would be to engrave 40 needles on her skin. Ling Er really has a good eye to acknowledge this lady as her sister. However, What exactly is the giant devil clan planning to do by sacrificing the daughter of such an outstanding clan leader? Creak Ning Fan extinguished the candlelight and quietly pushed the door open, stepping into the wind and snow. After putting on the heaven-deceiving cloak, his figure became faint and eventually disappeared. No one knew where he went. The Snow Lotus Pavilion was the residence of the second elder, Yao Lian. In the pavilion where the candlelight was swaying, the sound of water could be heard. It seemed like Yao Lian was taking a bath. Outside the pavilion, there were more than 10 gold core realm maids who were on night watch. The wind and snow outside the pavilion were heavy. All of a sudden, a gentle breeze blew into the pavilion. None of the maids noticed it. That elder Yao Lian was at the top of the pavilion. She was soaking in a wooden tub that was sprinkled with flower petals. Under the dense steam, her curvaceous body was like a honey peach that made people want to take a bite. Her appearance was ordinary, but her body was very hot. As she bathed in the hot water, a warm feeling enveloped her entire body. In Yao Lian's eyes, she recalled the Ning Fan she saw during the day. That handsome and cold young man made her unable to forget him. She licked her lips and closed her eyes. Her mind was fantasizing about Ning Fan's sexy body. However, her hands reached into the water and reached between her legs, teasing them. She imagined the scene of Ning Fan violently throwing her on the bed and trampling on her. She imagined the scene of Ning Fan tearing all of her clothes and biting her breasts until they bled. She imagined the scene of the two of them entangling their bodies and the scene of them wanting to die. Soft moans resounded in the pavilion. Traces of heat flowed out from between her thighs, making her feel ecstatic and unable to stop. Venerated Ming. Brother Ming. I want. Yao Lian, who was immersed in her own pleasure, did not notice that a young man in white robes had appeared in her room out of nowhere. His face darkened. Ning Fan had never thought that he would be missed by a slut to this extent one day. He actually became the object of Yao Lian's imagination when she was immersing herself in her own pleasure. This Yao Lian is really lustful to the core. Ning Fan shook his head. Even though he would not despise such a woman who could have any man she wanted, it was impossible for him to like her. He himself was just a devil lord who practiced dual cultivation. His body might not be as clean as Yao Lian's. Thus, he would not despise her. However, he would not have anything to do with a woman like Yao Lian either. Why? There was no reason. He did not need a reason to dislike a person. Miss Yao Lian, you seem to be in a good mood. Ning Fan revealed a playful smile and suddenly spoke. He sat at the wooden table and poured himself a cup of wine. While drinking it, he looked at Yao Lian. Yao Lian did not know that there was someone else in the room at all. She was startled and lost control of her body. Her body was pink with pleasure and it was still twitching inside the wooden barrel. The remaining heat had yet to subside and it was still pounding on her. Yao Lian glanced at Ning Fan coquettishly with her charming eyes and said while panting. You're so annoying. When did venerated Ming come in? Why didn't you tell me? My erotic scene is pretty good, isn't it? This woman was really shameless. She could still remain so calm even though Ning Fan had seen her naked body. As a devil cultivator, she was not bad. You knew that I would come? Ning Fan fiddled with his wine cup. His eyes were as deep as the ocean. During the day, the way venerated Ming looked at me was as if he wanted to eat me alive. At that time, I thought that venerated Ming would definitely come and spend the night with me. Yao Lian rose to her feet and got out of the wooden barrel. She dried her body bit by bit in front of Ning Fan. Then, she casually tore off a thin silk cloth and wrapped her body slightly with it. Then, she sat beside Ning Fan. Every move of hers had activated her bewitching technique to the maximum. In addition, she deliberately exposed her naked body, which was enough to bewitch any man. She did not have a beautiful appearance, but she had great confidence in her body. She was good at observing men. When she met Ning Fan's eyes during the day, she could tell that Ning Fan had ulterior motives towards her. Naturally, she could not guess that Ning Fan wanted to pry some secrets from her. She only thought that Ning Fan was the same as other men who had taken a fancy to her body. She put on a loving expression on her face. However, her heart was filled with disdain and complacency at the same time. So what if Ning Fan is strong? Isn't he still the same as other men who are obsessed with lust and fall for my bait? So what if Yu Ling Kong is strong? Isn't her man still bewitched by Yao Lian? Venerated Ming, I feel so uncomfortable. She leaned her body forward and fell into Ning Fan's arms. Her two soft, white breasts purposely rubbed against Ning Fan's chest. Her two lotus-like arms wrapped around Ning Fan's neck. As soon as she touched Ning Fan's body, Yao Lian's lust flared up again. She was only wrapped in a thin layer of silk cloth. Her lower body was completely naked. Moisture kept flowing out from between her two tender breasts. Strange. Why is my body so excited? It shouldn't be like this. When I was masturbating just now, I purposely made my body excited in order to reach the peak. Now, I want to seduce venerated Ming. I have already secretly activated my bewitching technique to prevent my body from being sensitive. Why did I lose control of my body as soon as I touched venerated Ming's body? Yao Lian was shocked. Only now did she remember that Ning Fan was not only a devil lord who killed people like scything flax, but also a devil lord who cultivated yin-yang devil veins for dual cultivation. She was very sure that Ning Fan did not take the initiative to use his bewitching technique on her. Just an accidental touch could make her body react. What level of bewitching technique is this? The level of Ning Fan's bewitching technique was far beyond Yao Lian's understanding. When she raised her head again, she met Ning Fan's cold and unchanging eyes. She was shocked once again. How is this possible? My seduction didn't work on him at all? At this moment, Yao Lian finally realized that the man in front of her was different from all the men she had met before. He was a ruthless person. Such a calm gaze without a trace of lust not only showed that Ning Fan was a man with a heart as cold as iron but also showed that the reason why he came to find her tonight was absolutely unrelated to having sex with her. Venerated Ming, I wonder why you came to find me in the middle of the night. Yao Lian bit the tip of her tongue and dispersed her lust. Then, she sat up straight and no longer tried to seduce Ning Fan. She was not stupid. If Ning Fan did not come to have sex with her, she would probably anger him and be smashed into pieces by him with a single palm strike if she dared to seduce him. Her beautiful eyes were filled with a strong sense of defeat. She had always thought that she could toy with all the men in the world with her body. Today, however, she realized that there were some people that she could not afford to toy with. I have some questions that I want to ask you, Second Elder. If my questions are related to the secrets of your clan, you can choose not to answer me and just pretend that I never asked. Rest assured, Second Elder. I have a close relationship with the Giant Devil clan. The reason why I'm asking these questions is because I heard some rumors from the other 3 clans of the Hidden Ocean. Even if you don't tell me the truth, I won't dare to hate the Giant Devil clan. So the reason why Venerated Ming came to visit me in the middle of the night is because you have something to talk about. If Venerated Ming has any questions, you can ask me. As long as it's something that I can tell you, I will definitely tell you the truth. As for the things that I can't tell you, I won't dare to tell you even if Venerated Ming forces me to. Even if Venerated Ming searches my soul and memories, you won't be able to find my true memories. Yao Lian knew Ning Fan's personality very well. Killing people and searching their souls was just a common thing for him. She was very sensible. As long as it's something that she could tell him, she would tell him. As for the things that she couldn't tell him, she would not be able to say them even if she wanted to. Once she says them, she would die. Second Elder, may I ask if there's a devil concubine in the Giant Devil clan? Ning Fan's first question stunned Yao Lian. She wore a troubled look on her face. The traces of seals in her sea of consciousness seemed to be warning her, causing her sea of consciousness to feel intense pain. She naturally knew that a devil concubine had been born in the Giant Devil clan and that devil concubine was the daughter of the clan leader, Feng Shuiyan. However, this matter was forbidden by the 8 ancestors and they had set up a seal on her sea of consciousness. If Yao Lian divulges any information about it, her sea of consciousness would immediately shatter and she would die. She remained silent. However, the troubled look in her eyes had explained everything. Of course, she did not know that Ning Fan had the mind-reading technique. When she was deep in thought, he could see through all of her thoughts. Moreover, Ning Fan found out that all the masterminds were the 8 ancestors. Feng Shuiyan is indeed the devil concubine of the giant devil clan. Ning Fan's expression did not change, but his mind became even more certain about his guesses. He wished that he could directly ask Yao Lian who the 8 ancestors were and what was going on with the pseudo-samsara power. However, asking questions required skill. When he asked about the devil concubine, he did not ask whether Feng Shuiyan was the devil concubine. Instead, he asked whether the giant devil clan had a devil concubine. In this way, even if the conversation between Ning Fan and Yao Lian reaches the 8 ancestors' ears tonight, the fact that Ning Fan knew that Feng Shuiyan was the devil concubine would not be exposed. Who planted the seal on your sea of consciousness? Ning Fan did not directly ask about the 8 ancestors. However, by doing so, Yao Lian would certainly recall everything about the 8 ancestors in her mind. Even if the 8 ancestors knew that Ning Fan had asked the demonic lotus a question, they would only assume that Ning Fan was concerned about the demonic lotus and asked about the seal. No one would have thought that Ning Fan had already obtained information about the 8 ancestors. Forgive me for not being able to tell you. Yao Lian revealed a bitter smile. Each of the questions that Ning Fan asked was related to the supreme secrets of the giant devil clan. She could not tell them at all. Once she does, her sea of consciousness would immediately shatter and she would die. The 8 ancestors. They were the 8 ancestors of the giant devil clan. Each of them had a cultivation base above the void inquiry stage. Among the 8 ancestors, there was not only the father of the current clan leader, Zhu Yan, but also the 7 generations of experts of the clan before Zhu Yan. The 8 ancestors guarded the 8 gates, 6 Dao, boundless sea of sin formation. They hid in the giant devil broken world and sought a way out for the giant devil clan with their immortal bodies. At the cost of sacrificing Feng Shuiyan, the 8 ancestors intended to wash away the slave marks of their clansmen and wash away the shame of being a slave clan of the giant devil clan. The 8 ancestors had already taken out the devil statue slate from the devil statues and were studying the devil scripture on it. None of the 8 ancestors could fully understand the devil scripture. However, the original copy of the devil scripture on the slate had been passed down in the giant devil clan for a long time. It was left behind by the progenitor of the giant devil clan. Now, it was kept in the hands of Feng Shuiyan. The strongest among the 8 ancestors was not Zhu Yan but another void-pierced stage-old ancestor. This old ancestor imitated samsara and created the pseudo-samsara power. His techniques were extraordinary. These were the supreme secrets of the giant devil clan. As the second elder of the clan, how could Yao Lian tell Ning Fan, an outsider, even within the clan? Only Fu Bai, Yao Lian and a few other elders knew about this. Even Zhu Qing, the clan leader of the giant devil clan, had his memories erased by the 8 ancestors. He did not know the reason why his daughter was harmed at all and he was still serving the 8 ancestors wholeheartedly. Yao Lian would never tell Ning Fan any of these things. However, Ning Fan only needed to ask a question to make Yao Lian ponder over it and he understood everything. His eyes were deep and profound. No one could see his expression but his heart felt even colder. Very good, now, I finally know who the enemy is. The 8 ancestors. The 8 ancestors of the giant devil clan. In order to wash away the slave marks of the giant devil clan, they had sacrificed everything. However, they intended to sacrifice Feng Shuiyan. Ning Fan would never allow this. Sacrificing one person in exchange for the benefit of the clan might be worth it. However, if the person to be sacrificed is you or your family, would you agree to it? At least, Ning Fan would not agree to it. He suddenly stood up and nodded at Yao Lian. Then, he said coldly, "Farewell." He had only asked 2 questions but he had obtained all the information. As for the 8 ancestors, even if they knew that he had asked Yao Lian 2 questions, they certainly did not know that he knew everything. Creak the door of the room was pushed open and closed. Ning Fan had already disappeared without a trace. His departure made Yao Lian's tense body loosen up. Ning Fan's aura field was really terrifying. Even Yao Lian, who had seen countless things in the world, found it a little hard to bear. What a scary man. This kind of man is not someone I can get. If I touch him, I will definitely die. However, I have to admit that this man is the most outstanding person I have ever seen in my life. He really makes people's hearts move. calm and composed. Yao Lian suddenly let out a self-mocking laugh. If she had never been so absurd and if she was still a virgin, would she have the chance to get Ning Fan? When she thought about it, she suddenly felt that her life was really unbearable. Maybe I should change my lifestyle a little. 3/3 to make up for yesterday. To be continued. After Ning Fan left, Yao Lian went to a certain forbidden area overnight to report what happened tonight to the 8 ancestors. What she did not know was that Ning Fan just pretended to leave and followed her in a stealthy manner. He spent the whole night frowning outside the small kiliacosm where the 8 ancestors were hiding. Ning Fan could not enter that small kiliacosm. Outsiders could only enter it under the guidance of the people inside. Obviously, the 8 ancestors would not guide Ning Fan into the small kiliacosm. It was a top-secret forbidden area that was hidden in a dilapidated small kiliacosm. The small kiliacosm was pitch black. There was a vague flow of formation power. Nothing could be seen clearly. The only thing that could be seen clearly was the 8 gigantic stone pillars that were emitting a dim light in the darkness. On each of the stone pillars, there was an expert with black shadow sitting in a meditative posture. Each of them had a vast qi. However, none of them were alive. It was extremely strange. These 8 people were the 8 ancestors of the giant devil clan who had fallen in the past. However, they were still living in this small kiliacosm in a strange manner. Yao Lian's report did not attract the attention of the 8 ancestors. The 2 questions that Ning Fan asked Yao Lian did not contain any threat to the giant devil clan. Moreover, Yao Lian did not reveal anything. After a moment of silence, none of them held Ning Fan accountable. Only Zhu Yan felt puzzled about this matter. He had met Ning Fan once before. Even though it was just a quick glance, he was certain that Ning Fan was the same type of person as him. Ning Fan appeared to be broad-minded on the outside but was actually meticulous and good at scheming. According to his understanding of Ning Fan's action of interrogating Yao Lian tonight was very strange and illogical. As for Ning Fan, he would never do anything illogical. If he does something abnormal, it must be a demon. Zhu Yan had reminded Ning Fan not to interfere with Feng Shuiyan's matter that day. Zhu Yan pondered for a moment. Today, Ning Fan really did not mention anything about Feng Shuiyan when he interrogated Yao Lian. Did that young man really listen to his warning? If it's not for Yan Er, why did he go to find Yao Lian? Zhu Yan was puzzled. In the end, he put this matter to the back of his mind. No matter what, he and the other 7 ancestors still had important matters to deal with. After all, Ning Fan did not touch the greatest secret of the giant devil clan and he had done the giant devil clan a favor. Zhu Yan would not go so far as to plot against Ning Fan. Let's put Zhou Ming's matter aside. A mere half-step void refinement realm cultivator is not worth mentioning. Yao Lian, report what happened in the pill ceremony first. Beside Zhu Yan, there was another old man with a black shadow. His aura was even vaster than Zhu Yan's, and his voice was hoarse. There was a ghostly evil aura about him that made Evil Lotus feel extremely uncomfortable. As soon as he spoke, the other 7 patriarchs all quieted down. This person was clearly the leader of the 8 patriarchs. Evil Lotus immediately reported the various matters of the pill ceremony. The night passed peacefully. Ning Fan returned to the West Tower and sat cross-legged on the bed, sorting out his thoughts. He had learned countless secrets from the heart of the Evil Lotus. He knew how strong the 8 ancestors were. Among them, there were 6 Void Inquiry stage experts and 2 Void Pierce stage experts. Ning Fan was not a match for them. This was undoubtedly bad news. If Ning Fan wants to save Feng Shuiyan from the hands of the 8 ancestors, he would need to possess greater strength. Of course, there was also a piece of good news for him. The blood of Mo Luo within Feng Shuiyan's body had completely condensed, and it would take at least 10 years before he could extract her blood. In other words, within 10 years, Feng Shuiyan would not be in any danger. Moreover, the 8 ancestors would secretly protect her like a treasure. However, 10 years later, the 8 ancestors would certainly take action against Feng Shuiyan. At that time, unless Ning Fan's strength improves tremendously, he would not be able to save Feng Shuiyan. 10 years, Within 10 years, the blood wine can be brewed. By then, I wonder if I can break through to the Void Refinement Realm in one go after consuming the blood wine. Attaining the Void Refinement Realm is too difficult. However, attaining the golden body refining realm is relatively easy. As long as I can find the remaining 3 devil slates and obtain 3 traces of devil chi, I am confident that I can attain the golden body refining realm within 10 years. No matter what, I can't call Feng Shuiyan brother-in-law for nothing. I won't allow the 8 ancestors of the giant devil clan to touch her. Ning Fan remembered that the devil statue slate was currently in the hands of the 8 ancestors. He wondered if he could get close to the slate and extract the devil chi from it. I can't enter the small kiliacosm where the 8 ancestors live. I still need to think about this devil statue slate of the giant devil clan. Now, my focus should be on improving my pill refinement mastery. If I want to improve my cultivation realm within 10 years, my pill refinement mastery must not fall behind. Ning Fan was well aware of the fact that he could live for 1,000 years even though he had a notorious reputation. His current strength had already made him famous in the rain world. However, it was still not enough. It was far from enough. He must possess the strength to trample over the entire rain world. Only then could he stand shoulder to shoulder with Moksha Sovereign. As the morning light shone through the curtains, Ning Fan went to look for his women one by one. After giving them some instructions, he asked Yu Lingkong to bring along the 4 mystical beasts and take care of their safety. As for himself, he began to prepare for the grand competition of the pill ceremony. First of all, he must get into the top 3 of the pill ceremony and become one of the 3 pill refinement masters who will concoct pills for Feng Shuiyan. He was a little worried. He did not know what the so-called life-saving pill was. Thus, he must concoct the pill for Feng Shuiyan personally in order to make sure that no one would harm her. The cold northern country was hosting the pill ceremony. Within that country, it was unknown how many famous pill refinement masters of the rain world had gathered. In the Eternal Peace Pavilion of the province, countless old monsters gathered there. They were buying, selling, and exchanging pill recipes, spiritual medicines, and many other items. The Eternal Peace Pavilion was a business that belonged directly to the giant devil clan. All the profits from the sale of spiritual medicines would belong to the clan. In order to satisfy the needs of many pill refinement masters, the Eternal Peace Pavilion had purposely opened an additional floor for trading. Pill refinement masters were allowed to set up their own stalls there to purchase or sell pills and spiritual medicines. As the pill ceremony was approaching, many pill refinement masters were purchasing spiritual medicines in preparation for the pill ceremony. Naturally, there were many old monsters who came to sell spiritual medicines, pill recipes, and medicinal cauldrons. Some precious spiritual medicines were not sold by anyone. Thus, pill refinement masters could only trade with each other. Perhaps the spiritual medicines that I lack are of little value to other pill refinement masters. In just a few days, Ning Fan had traveled across 70 million li * 500 m per li, of the cold northern country. A few days later, he arrived at the Eternal Peace Pavilion. Of course, he was there to purchase spiritual medicines. Whether it was to prepare for the pill ceremony or to collect the main ingredients for the revered devil pill that could improve one's body refinement realm, he had to come here to have a look. In order to break through to the golden body refining realm as soon as possible, Ning Fan not only needed to collect the remaining 3 devil statue slates but also needed to concoct the revered devil pill. The revered devil pill was a high-grade 5th revolution devil pill. With Ning Fan's pill refinement mastery, he could also concoct it. However, he was still lacking 3 main ingredients. The 10,000 years old ghost aconite, 10,000 years old purple stone ear and 10,000 years old purple river placenta. Putting aside the ghost aconite and purple stone ear, Ning Fan had also found some of them before. It was just that their age did not meet the requirement. However, the 10,000 years old purple river placenta. The so-called purple river placenta was actually a placenta. It would only take shape after 10,000 years of nourishment by killing people using a secret technique of the devil path. The process was rather vicious. In the 800 cultivation countries of the rain world, the devil sects were already weak. Thus, the 10,000 years old purple river placenta had long gone extinct. Even in the endless sea, a place where devil cultivators ran rampant, it was rare to find a 10,000 years old purple river placenta. As soon as Ning Fan arrived at the Eternal Peace Pavilion, he was immediately received by the pavilion master himself. The pavilion master was a peak nascent soul realm cultivator. In the giant devil clan, he was also considered as a person with a high status. He had already witnessed Ning Fan trampling on Shirkuan and saving the giant devil clan. Thus, he admired Ning Fan a lot. Moreover, he had also received an order from Zhu Qing that once Ning Fan comes to the Eternal Peace Pavilion to purchase treasures, he could directly take away whatever he likes without charging a single cent. Compared to the kindness of saving an entire clan, what were mere treasures worth? The pavilion master told Ning Fan about Zhu Qing's good intentions. Ning Fan nodded his head and did not say anything else. If he sees something that he is satisfied with, he would immediately take it away. He would not be courteous with the giant devil clan. The Eternal Peace Pavilion had 5 floors. The first floor sold pills, the second floor sold pill cauldrons, the third floor sold pill recipes, and the fourth floor sold spiritual herbs. The fifth floor was a temporary trading pavilion for pill refinement masters. It allowed cultivators to set up their stalls and trade on their own. The pavilion master brought Ning Fan to visit the first 4 floors. Along the way, all the cultivators they met bowed respectfully to Ning Fan when they saw him. Then, they hurriedly excused themselves. Their faces were filled with humility and respect. Ning Fan's infamy was too terrifying. How could ordinary cultivators dare to provoke him? They did not even dare to have the slightest relationship with him. Ning Fan did not care about the reverence of these cultivators at all. The pills in the Eternal Peace Pavilion did not interest him at all. As for the pill cauldrons, most of them were far superior to the Dan fragmentation cauldron in the past. However, as a 5th revolution pill master, Ning Fan could condense a cauldron using his spirit intent. Pill cauldrons were dispensable. Thus, he did not buy them. As for the pill recipes, he did not hold back. He took a fancy to several 4th and 5th revolution pill recipes. Without hesitation, the pavilion master directly asked someone to engrave their names on them and gave them to Ning Fan. On the 4th floor, Ning Fan found the 10,000 years old ghost aconite and the 10,000 years old purple stone ear. To Ning Fan, it was a good thing that he could find the 2 main ingredients of the revered devil pill. Ning Fan asked for all of the 2 types of 10,000 years old spiritual herbs in the Eternal Peace Pavilion. There were 14 tufts of ghost aconite and 17 tufts of purple stone ear. These spiritual herbs were extremely valuable. However, the Eternal Peace Pavilion naturally did not dare to collect money from Ning Fan. After walking through the first 4 floors, Ning Fan still wanted to go to the 5th floor. The 5th floor was a place where cultivators traded on their own. Even if the pavilion master follows him there, he would not be able to provide much help. Thus, he took his leave first. Ning Fan walked to the 5th floor alone. On the 5th floor, there was an extremely spacious main hall. The main hall could accommodate 10,000 people. There were hundreds of shops on all 4 sides of the hall. Each of the shops was guarded by a pill refinement master. Some of them were hanging wooden signs outside the shops to purchase some spiritual herbs. Some of them were filled with spiritual herbs and pill recipes, waiting for customers to trade with them. On the 5th floor, there was a group of devil guards of the giant devil clan. There were more than 100 of them and each of their chi was profound and vast. The leader of the devil guards was a late divine transformation realm burly man. His vast aura force deterred each of the pill refinement masters who were trading with him. He did not allow anyone to snatch treasures or kill in this place. A late divine transformation realm old monster was a peak expert in the endless sea. The eyes of the leader of the devil guards were filled with arrogance. His cold gaze swept across the surroundings. Even the pill refinement masters who had their eyes on the top of their heads felt a little suffocated when his gaze landed on them. They did not dare to look him in the eye. This man's gaze is really sharp. Who is he? A pill refinement master who came from the 800 cultivation countries asked in a low voice. Fellow Taoist, you might not know this, but he is the commander of the Death Devil Guards, the strongest devil guard among the 8 Gates devil guards of the giant devil clan. His name is Commander Death Devil. Rumor has it that he is extremely strong. He had once killed a late divine transformation realm cultivator who is at the same level as him. Another old monster explained. What? This man can even kill a late divine transformation realm cultivator? We are selling spiritual herbs here. We must not offend this man. A late divine transformation realm cultivator is as rare as a phoenix feather and a unicorn horn in the rain world. Many pill refinement masters looked at Commander Death Devil with instinctive respect. Commander Death Devil's cultivation base was extremely strong. He was cold and bloodthirsty. No one dared to offend him. Even some divine transformation realm old monsters were not willing to offend him. Many pill refinement masters greeted Commander Death Devil, but all of them were chased away by him coldly. He was cold and unapproachable. However, when Ning Fan appeared on the 5th floor, Commander Death Devil, who was wearing a cold expression, suddenly wore a respectful expression. He knelt down in front of Ning Fan with respect that came from the bottom of his heart. The commander of the Death Devil Guards, Death Devil, greets venerated Ming. "Thank you for saving me, Giant Devil Clan." As soon as he knelt down, the 100 Devil Guards behind him also knelt down and paid their respects to Ning Fan. "There's no need to be so courteous." Ning Fan nodded his head with a calm expression. The scene of a dignified late divine transformation realm old monster kneeling down in front of someone shocked countless people. When their eyes fell on Ning Fan, they were immediately shocked. They immediately understood why Death Devil, who had always been cold, would be so respectful to Ning Fan. Some young pill refinement masters who had just entered the cold northern country and did not know Ning Fan's appearance were extremely shocked. Who is this white-robed young man? He can actually make a late divine transformation realm cultivator kneel down in front of him. What? You don't even know him? He is Zhou Ming. He is the one who killed the country lord of Shirlu country. What? He is Zhou Ming? He is so young. He is only 500 years old, but he can already kill a void glimpse stage expert. Voices of astonishment spread across the 5th floor. At this moment, some pill masters who did not know Ning Fan remembered Ning Fan's appearance and reminded themselves in their hearts that they must never provoke this person. In a spiritual herb shop, an old Taoist wearing a tattered robe revealed a playful look in his eyes. His whole body was dirty and his white hair and beard were messy. He looked like a slovenly man. There was a 3rd revolution badge of the Rain Palace hanging on his chest. He seemed to have come from the 800 cultivation countries. His cultivation level seemed to be at the late stage of the nascent soul realm, but it was a little weak. There were good and bad spirit medicines that he sold, but they were all extremely expensive, so no one was interested in them. This kid has the immortal fire body? And his medicine soul isn't weak and is at the high grade of the 5th revolution. However, his Tao of alchemy seems to be rather heterogeneous. River Tao, 3 purities Tao, blazing blood Tao. This kid has a lot of them but isn't proficient in them. If he wants to reach the 6th revolution, he is still lacking a lot. The old Taoist muttered to himself and shook his head. It was as if Ning Fan's Tao of pill refinement was not worth mentioning in his eyes. However, his cloudy eyes suddenly quivered, as if he had sensed something from Ning Fan's body. Then, a ray of light flashed across his eyes. His aura was no weaker than a Taishu old monster, but no one noticed it. This is the Black Demon Flame. 1/3 to be continued. After exchanging a few pleasantries with the Death Devil Guards, Ning Fan left them behind and went to the 5th floor alone to purchase herbs. Commander CMO cupped his fists and bowed respectfully. Only when Ning Fan had walked far away did he straighten his back again. His cold and indifferent expression returned to his face, not showing any friendliness to anyone. He had a proud and aloof personality. This kind of arrogance would only make him submit to Ning Fan. On that day, Ning Fan appeared out of nowhere and killed the king of Shirlu country. His domineering strength had subdued countless experts of the Giant Devil clan. There were a lot of people who admired Ning Fan like the dead devil. Ning Fan gradually walked further away. His mind was pondering over the name of the Death Devil Guard. Within the Giant Demon clan, there were 8 great demon guards. They were named after the 8 gates of the Xianxia. They were open, rest, life, shang, du, jing, death, and jing. The information that Ning Fan stole from Yao Lian also mentioned the 8 gates. The Giant Devil clan's 8 ancestors were hiding in the small Kiliacosm fragment world and oversaw the 8 gates and 6 Tao. Most of the cultivation techniques and magical arts of the Giant Devil clan were related to the 8 gates. As for the 6 Taos, it seemed like most of the cultivation techniques of the 6-winged clan were related to the 6 Taos. 8 gates 6 daos, giant devil 6 wings, what is the connection between them for the time being? Ning Fan cast these thoughts aside. He bought herbs from hundreds of temporary medicine shops on the 5th floor. After 2 hours, he had visited 2/3 of the medicine shops and bought a lot of good herbs. Unfortunately, after strolling for so long, he still hadn't encountered a 10,000-year-old human placenta. He did come across a few thousand-year-old human placentas and bought them, but he wasn't satisfied with them. If a 1,000-year placenta was used instead of a 10,000-year one, not only would it be more difficult to refine the revered devil pill, even if the pill was successfully refined, the medicinal efficacy would definitely be lower. Ning Fan gently shook his head. If I really can't find a 10,000 years old human placenta here, I'll just wait until the future. If I can't buy it in the future, I'll just have to make do with a 1,000-year-old one. He turned around and was about to leave when he suddenly stopped in his tracks, his eyes slightly shocked. Just as he was about to leave, he suddenly felt a sharp gaze sweep over him. His entire body trembled, and the hair on his back stood on end. What a dangerous gaze. Who was sizing him up? The sharpness of that gaze was comparable to that of a void fragmentation realm expert. Moreover, it was a notch higher than that of Yun Jinghong and Chu Chang'an who were at the void fragmentation realm. Could it be that a void fragmentation realm old monster is spying on me? Ning Fan abruptly turned around and looked behind him. His eyes landed on a medicine shop. An old Taoist in a dirty and tattered robe was sitting in that medicine shop. He was fanning himself with a palm leaf fan and a leisurely expression on his face as he meditated with his eyes closed. He seemed to have closed his eyes for a very long time. He did not check on Ning Fan at all. Ning Fan's eyes turned solemn. He secretly spread out his spirit sense to check the man's cultivation base and found out that he was at the late nascent soul realm. Even after activating Fu Li and Mo Luo's eye, he still could not detect any signs of this person concealing his cultivation. When Ning Fan looked at the Rain Palace's 3rd Revolution badge that he was wearing, he frowned slightly. The badges of the Rain Palace's alchemists would not be given out randomly. Moreover, every badge must be recognized by a drop of blood. Each badge would only recognize one master. If the badge was taken away by others, it would immediately shatter. The badge that the old Taoist was wearing was the Rain Palace Pill Master's badge. Not only was it a genuine badge, but it was also a brand new item. It was obvious that he had just received it not long ago. It was impossible for the Rain Palace to falsify the pill refinement technique of a pill refinement master. Judging from all the signs, this old Taoist should be a 3rd Revolution pill master without a doubt. However, Ning Fan always felt that there was something strange about this old Taoist. When he carefully checked on him, he was even more certain that there was something strange about him. It was because the moment he looked at the old Taoist, the devil flame in his dantian trembled slightly, giving off a feeling as if it was facing a great enemy. Ning Fan's devil flame sensed a similar threat from the old Taoist's body. What kind of flame was inside the old Taoist's body that could make Ning Fan's devil flame feel fear? Ning Fan's devil flame was formed by the fusion of 16 types of heavenly cold earth flames and 1 type of 6th grade void flame. Its destructive power was not inferior to the mid-7th grade immortal void flame. If there was any flame inside the old Taoist's body that could make the devil flame feel fear, it would at least be a flame that was at the 7th revolution or above. Could a late nascent soul realm 3rd revolution pill master possess a flame of this level? The answer was, of course, no. Ning Fan almost immediately confirmed that this old Taoist was the mysterious expert who was spying on him just now. Could this ordinary-looking old Taoist be a void fragmentation realm expert? If ordinary people find out about the old Taoist's void fragmentation realm aura force, most of them would immediately go up to him to flatter him and ask for opportunities. However, Ning Fan withdrew his strange expression in just an instant. He did not look at the old Taoist anymore and turned around to leave. He did not want to expose the fact that he had recognized the old Taoist's void fragmentation realm aura force. He did not want to have anything to do with this mysterious old man. God knows why this old man was spying on him and why he appeared in this place. In short, Ning Fan did not want to get involved in unnecessary troubles. At the moment when Ning Fan left decisively, the old man's closed eyes suddenly opened and revealed a hint of surprise. This young man's senses are really sharp. He actually sensed that I possess a 7th grade spiritual fire and determined my identity as a void fragmentation realm cultivator. Moreover, this young man clearly determined my identity as a void fragmentation realm cultivator, but his expression did not change. He just turned around and left. Obviously, he does not want to have anything to do with me. He is probably afraid of getting into trouble. This is very good. One should be cautious in order to stand in this world. As expected of the person who possesses the black demon flame. The old Taoist shook his head and smiled with satisfaction. The reason why he came to the pill ceremony of the internal endless sea was because he had been in seclusion for too long. He wanted to travel around and gain some insights to break through his pill refinement realm, which had been shackled for a long time. However, he did not expect to meet the owner of the black demon flame here. In that case, it seemed like he should take this opportunity to fulfill his promise with that person. Little friend, please wait. The old Taoist called out to Ning Fan indifferently. Many people in the surroundings looked at him as if they were looking at a fool when they heard the old Taoist calling Ning Fan little friend. Who was Ning Fan? He was a ruthless person who could kill a void refinement realm being. Even ordinary divine transformation realm cultivators would have to call him senior when they see him. This old Taoist, on the other hand, actually dared to call Ning Fan little friend with just his nascent soul realm cultivation base and the identity of a third revolution pill master. Is he itching for a beating, or is he tired of living? Ning Fan's eyes turned serious. It seems like trouble has come knocking on his door. Even though he did not know why the old Taoist stopped him, it would be inappropriate for him to leave now that things had come to this. Ning Fan simply turned his head and smiled. He did not leave but walked towards the old Taoist's herb garden. He just did not want to get into trouble, and he had not done anything wrong. Thus, he was not afraid that this void fragmentation realm old Taoist would come looking for trouble. He finally had the inextinguishable fire body which could save his life. He would be safe and sound in the rain world. Senior, what can I do for you? Ning Fan stopped outside the herb garden and cupped his fists to greet the old Taoist. This scene stunned each of the pill refinement masters who were watching the scene. Ning Fan was such an incredible person, but he actually addressed an old Taoist as senior. Where did this old Taoist come from? A few pill refinement masters from the 800 cultivation countries carefully examined the old Taoist's appearance. After seeing him clearly, each of them looked as if they had seen a ghost. They finally understood why Ning Fan would address an old Taoist as senior despite his dignified identity. It's Dan. One of the pill refinement master's eyes were burning with excitement. He was so excited that he could not speak a word. Fellow Taoist, please be careful with your words. This lord dislikes publicity the most. Since he appeared here in a low-profile manner, he naturally did not want to attract the attention of others. Let's not make any noise and leave quickly. Don't make him unhappy. Another pill refinement master reminded. The group of pill refinement masters from the 800 cultivation countries did not dare to reveal the old Taoist's identity. Each of them bowed respectfully to the old Taoist and left hurriedly. As for the pill refinement masters from the endless sea who were watching from the side, they more or less had good judgment. When they saw how respectful Ning Fan was to the old Taoist and how many pill refinement masters from the 800 cultivation countries were showing him respect, they knew that the old Taoist had a powerful background. Thus, they did not dare to offend him. After cupping their fists, they left one by one. In the blink of an eye, only Ning Fan and the old Taoist were left outside the herb garden. Little friend, your willpower is not bad. The old Taoist praised sincerely. Thank you for your praise, Senior Li. May I know why Senior has summoned me? From the reaction of the crowd, Ning Fan was even more certain that this old Taoist was a void fragmentation realm old monster. He could even roughly guess the identity of this person. The number of void fragmentation realm experts in the rain world could be counted with one's fingers. Just now, when someone saw the old Taoist, he called out the word pill. Among the void fragmentation realm experts in the rain world, there was only one person whose name started with the word pill, the pill sovereign, Li Tsantian. If Ning Fan was not mistaken, the old man in front of him was the pill sovereign. Rumor had it that the pill sovereign had been in seclusion for a long time, trying to break through to the 7th revolution pill refinement realm. Ning Fan could vaguely guess that the reason why the pill sovereign came to the internal endless sea was to travel around and gain enlightenment. Rumor has it that the pill sovereign wholeheartedly immersed himself in the Tao of pill refinement. He was not interested in otherworldly affairs. Rumor has it that the Pill Sovereign was the leader of the four great void fragmentation realm experts. His cultivation base was at the third heavenly layer of the void fragmentation realm, and his pill refinement mastery was at the peak of the sixth revolution. However, he had never intervened in any battles. This person was magnanimous and had the demeanor of an elder. He would never kill the innocent. That was also the reason why Ning Fan was slightly at ease after he guessed the identity of this person. He was not worried that this person would plot against him. After guessing the identity of this person, Ning Fan did not address him as Pill Sovereign. Instead, he addressed him as Seniorly. Of course, he wanted to help the Pill Sovereign keep a low profile and not expose his identity. The Pill Sovereign nodded his head in satisfaction at the way Ning Fan addressed him. Firstly, he was satisfied with Ning Fan's intelligence. In just a few breaths, Ning Fan was able to guess his identity and figure out his intentions. Secondly, he was satisfied with Ning Fan's calmness. This kind of calmness was definitely not something an ordinary person could possess. The Pill Sovereign noticed that Ning Fan was only slightly surprised when he noticed that someone was spying on him. After that, even when he guessed the identity of the Pill Sovereign, Ning Fan did not show any expression on his face. His eyes were like a deep pool of water without any fluctuations. His mind was calm and unwavering. This kind of calmness could only be possessed by a cultivator who had seen countless grand scenes and experienced countless dangers. The Pill Sovereign was already convinced that Ning Fan was a person with a firm Tao heart. He was indeed worthy of being that person's disciple. He did not embarrass that person. "Little friend, you don't have to worry. I don't have any evil intentions in calling you over. Instead, I have some good karma with you. I once received some benefits from an old friend of mine and made a promise with him to guide you in pill refinement 3 times. Today, we coincidentally met in the cold northern country. It can also be considered fate. I would like to guide you in pill refinement. I wonder if you are willing to learn from me?" The Pill Sovereign nodded slightly with a smile. Even though he was dressed sloppily, he had an ethereal aura around him which made him look like an immortal. It was the aura of a pill refinement grandmaster. His temperament was like a green lotus growing in the mud. Ning Fan's eyes flashed with surprise. He knew that the Pill Sovereign did not have any evil intentions in calling him over. However, he also thought that the Pill Sovereign had something to ask him. However, he did not expect that the Pill Sovereign actually wanted to guide him in pill refinement. Ning Fan had never had any master in his entire path of cultivating the Tao of pill refinement. Even though he had Old Devil as his master, he was not proficient in pill refinement. Thus, it was naturally impossible for him to teach Ning Fan how to concoct pills. From the bottom of his heart, Ning Fan was very willing to accept the Pill Sovereign's guidance. Even though he was proud and aloof, he was not arrogant. At least, he knew very well that his current pill refinement mastery was just like the light of a firefly compared to the bright moon. It was not worth mentioning. The Pill Sovereign was the #1 pill refinement master in the Rain World. He was a person whose name shook the entire 9 worlds. Countless pill refinement masters yearned for the Pill Sovereign's guidance. However, even though the Pill Sovereign had an easygoing personality, he rarely guided others in pill refinement. Now that the Pill Sovereign was willing to guide Ning Fan 3 times, it was definitely a great thing. It could greatly improve Ning Fan's pill refinement mastery. However, Ning Fan had a question. Before this question was resolved, he could not accept the Pill Sovereign's kindness recklessly. "Seniorly, may I ask who is the one who asked you to guide me?" Ning Fan's heart tightened. He really wanted to know who was the one who cared about him and even asked the Pill Sovereign to be his temporary teacher. In the Rain World, Ning Fan had countless beauties but only a few relatives. Who was the one who cared about him and even had the ability to ask the Pill Sovereign for help? "I can't say. His identity is special. As a member of the Rain Palace, I can't have too much of a relationship with him. Otherwise, it will violate the heavenly rules of the 4 heavens." The Pill Sovereign smiled and shook his head. "Then, I will ask you in another way. How can you be sure that I am the one who asked Senior for help?" The Black Demon Flame. The black demon flame that carries a trace of his chi. As soon as the Pill Sovereign's words fell, a warm current flowed through Ning Fan's body. Ning Fan gently closed his eyes and revealed a faint smile. The black demon flame. As expected, the old devil is concerned about me. Ever since the old devil accepted Ning Fan as his disciple, he rarely taught him magic techniques. However, he had been teaching Ning Fan the way to survive as a devil cultivator. It was because the old devil believed that compared to learning magic techniques, learning how to behave and being a proper devil cultivator was more important. Although Moksha Sovereign learned magic techniques well, he did not learn how to behave properly. That was why he went astray. It was the old devil's lifelong regret. The time that the old devil spent with Ning Fan was short, but he had already taught Ning Fan all of his devil Dao. However, the old devil still felt guilty towards Ning Fan. He went to the sword world in a hurry and did not have the chance to teach Ning Fan magic techniques. He knew that Ning Fan's talent in pill refinement was astonishing. In the past, he was already a 4th Revolution pill refinement master in 7 Apricot City. The old devil did not want to ruin Ning Fan's talent. Thus, he paid a huge price to invite the pill sovereign to be Ning Fan's master in pill refinement. Master. Thank you. Ning Fan opened his eyes. A trace of warmth lingered in his heart for a long time. The path of cultivation was cruel and lonely. However, these shackles would be what Ning Fan relied on to stain the world with his blood and not lose his original heart. Since it's master's wish, I won't dare to disobey. Senior, please teach me pill refinement techniques. Hee. You are a promising child. The pill sovereign nodded his head in satisfaction. He could see the gratitude in Ning Fan's eyes. The relationship between the two of them was like that of a father and son. In the cold and indifferent cultivation world, it was really rare. Many masters and disciples had turned against each other and killed each other for some benefits. They were so cold-blooded and cruel. The pill sovereign did not have any disciples. How he wished to have a disciple like Ning Fan who would sincerely serve his master like a father. Unfortunately, Ning Fan had already become the disciple of the old devil. Even if the pill sovereign taught Ning Fan pill refinement techniques, he could only be considered as half a master. That old man Han had extracted a quarter of the pure yang flame from the pure yang coffin and gifted it to me. That was why I agreed to teach you. Initially, I was planning to travel to your country to look for you after I come out from my seclusion. However, I did not expect to meet you in the eternal endless sea. I didn't expect the famous devil Lord Zhou Ming to be little friend Ning Fan whom old man Han was concerned about. The pill sovereign transmitted his voice to Ning Fan. He did not have a deep relationship with the old devil. However, both of them were sentimental people. Thus, they could appreciate each other. Moreover, the old devil had given the pill sovereign a quarter of the pure yang flame. One should know that the pure yang flame was an immortal flame. Even if it was only a quarter of the pure yang flame, its destructive power was already stronger than ordinary mid-grade 7th grade immortal void flame. It was no wonder that Ning Fan's flame would be afraid of the pill sovereign's flame. After all, the pill sovereign possessed a quarter of the immortal flame. Master actually consumed a quarter of the pure yang coffin's flame for me. Ning Fan's eyes widened in shock. His heart felt a little sour. The pure yang coffin was the coffin that the old monster used to store his beloved wife's body. It was a pure yang boundary treasure. If the pure yang coffin lost a quarter of its immortal fire, its might would be greatly reduced. Although it might not have much of an impact on his wife's deep sleep, it would still have a small impact. The old monster was sacrificing the small benefits of his beloved wife to fight for Ning Fan's greater benefits. He was telling Ning Fan that he indeed hoped that Ning Fan could save his wife. However, in his heart, Ning Fan was equally important. He would not sell his life for his wife. This was the old monster's principle. Ning Fan became even more determined. He must possess the strength to sweep across the entire rain world and kill Moksha Sovereign to avenge his master. After remaining silent for a while, Ning Fan calmed himself down and returned to his usual self. Then, he said to the pill sovereign respectfully. Dare I ask, Senior Li, what alchemy technique will you teach this junior today? Hee. There's no hurry. Come and take a look. Is there anything strange about the spiritual herbs that I'm selling? Take a look and see if there's a 10,000 years old human placenta that you're looking for. Ning Fan followed the pill sovereign's instructions and began to examine the spiritual herbs in the herb garden. Some of the spiritual herbs were quite old while some of them were low-grade herbs. However, no matter what kind of spiritual herbs they were, their prices were ridiculously high. Moreover, Ning Fan scanned his surroundings and did not find any 10,000 years old human placenta. There was not even a 1,000 years old or 100 years old human placenta. Senior, there isn't a 10,000 years old human placenta in the shop. Really? The pill sovereign's smile instantly vanished and his expression turned extremely serious. At the next moment, a dark purple medicine soul swept across the entire herb garden. This dark purple medicine soul was infinitely close to the 7th revolution medicine soul. Its strength gave Ning Fan a suffocating feeling. However, what was strange was that when he displayed his medicine soul technique, the pill sovereign, who was rumored to be at the 3rd heavenly layer of the void fragmentation realm, only revealed his absolute void stage cultivation base. This medicine soul and aura force were deliberately controlled by the pill sovereign. Other than Ning Fan, no one in the entire 5th floor of the Eternal Peace Pavilion knew that the pill sovereign had activated his medicine soul. As the pill sovereign's medicine soul spread out, a stalk of ordinary Ganoderma suddenly trembled and shed its disguise, turning back into the appearance of a 10,000 years old human placenta. Ning Fan's eyes turned cold. He finally knew what was so strange about this herb garden. In this herb garden, be it good herbs or bad herbs, all of them were disguised and their true appearances were hidden. Among them, there was even a 10,000 years old human placenta that Ning Fan needed. Could it be that the first lesson that the pill sovereign was going to teach Ning Fan was the usage of his medicine soul? 2/3, to be continued. Ning Fan's mind raced. Is the pill sovereign going to teach me the basic usage of his medicine soul? He had learned this technique from Xiran a long time ago, to use his medicine soul to break the disguise of a spiritual herb. Everyone knew this technique. The pill sovereign probably wouldn't just teach him this. Ning Fan took a few steps forward and picked up the 10,000 years old human placenta to take a closer look. Then, he subconsciously frowned. No. This one doesn't look like a 10,000 years old human placenta. Ning Fan spread his dark green medicine soul. The medicine chi in his palm trembled and the 10,000 years old human placenta slowly turned into a 9-nether orchid. It was just an ordinary Ganoderma in the beginning. It was not the true form of a spiritual herb. The 10,000 years old human placenta was also not the true form. This 9-nether orchid was the true form. Ning Fan suddenly understood that the spiritual herbs on the floor were indeed disguised. However, there was definitely more than one layer of disguise. For example, this 9-nether orchid had disguised itself twice. Unless his medicine soul was strong enough, Ning Fan would definitely think that it was a 10,000 years old human placenta. Once the wrong herb is used as a concoction ingredient, the medicinal effect of the concocted pill and whether it would be poisonous would be unimaginable. As a pill refinement master, one must be extremely cautious when choosing medicinal herbs. Seeing that Ning Fan seemed to have understood something, the pill sovereign nodded his head in satisfaction and guided him. The first use of the medicine soul is to see through the disguise of spiritual herbs. Even ants try to survive, let alone spiritual herbs of heaven and earth. In order to protect themselves, some spiritual herbs even have more than one layer of disguise. Therefore, you must never use spiritual herbs that are beyond your medicine soul's ability to identify in pill refinement. You will never know if that spiritual herb is what you need or not. Catch. After the pill sovereign finished guiding Ning Fan, he suddenly pointed his finger. His dark purple medicine soul turned into a ray of light and shot into Ning Fan's glabella. Ning Fan was slightly stunned, but he did not resist. He knew that the pill sovereign was imparting his technique to him. The ray of light melted into his sea of consciousness and immediately turned into a voice that transmitted his technique. Diviners cultivate the heavenly eye to peer into the heavenly Tao and predict the future for 1,000 years. It is called the heavenly eye. Formation masters cultivate the earth eye to go against the general trend and move mountains and seas. It is called the earth eye. Pill masters cultivate the human eye to see through the truth and illusion. The Tao points to the human heart. Without the heavenly eye, one cannot be called a heavenly master. Without the human eye, one cannot be called a heavenly master. This old man will help you open the eyes of a Taoist master. This can be counted as the first time I've imparted the technique. Traces of mysterious incantations turned into the voice of the great Tao and resounded in Ning Fan's sea of consciousness. Ning Fan closed his eyes and concentrated on circulating his cultivation technique. All of a sudden, he felt a sharp pain on his glabella. A vertical eye was torn open. Streaks of dark green medicinal light flowed within the vertical eye. Ning Fan was slightly stunned. Then, he understood what was going on. He cultivated the Devil Luo Dharma image. The Pill Sovereign had developed the ghost eye, one of the 4 images of Devil Luo, into the enlightened being's eye. When he opened his eyes, he slowly hid them, not revealing them. However, after opening the 3rd mortal eye, Ning Fan felt that the eyesight of his left and right eyes had greatly improved. Moreover, there was medicinal qi circulating in his eyes, allowing him to see through the authenticity of spiritual herbs. His gaze lightly swept across the medicine shop. 2 rays of dark green light shot out from his eyes, and like thunderbolts, they struck the spirit herbs one by one. One by one, the spiritual herbs broke through their disguises. Other than the 3 tufts of 100,000 years old spiritual herbs which Ning Fan could not see through, he could even see through the disguises of 50,000 years old spiritual herbs. Ordinary 5th Revolution pill masters could see through the disguises of spiritual herbs by covering their eyes with their medicine soul. However, how could such a small trick be more powerful than the human eye? Ning Fan took a deep breath. After breaking through the disguises of the spiritual herbs in the shop, he found 15 tufts of genuine 10,000 years old human placenta. However, he did not go to take them. Instead, he turned around and bowed respectfully to the Pill Sovereign. "Thank you for teaching me the technique, Senior Li. Hee. You are a promising child. If it wasn't because you have cultivated the ghost eye of the Ghost Eye clan, I wouldn't have been able to help you open the human eye so easily. After opening the human eye, with the strength of your medicine soul now, you will be able to identify 50,000 years old spiritual herbs. Take these 10,000 years old human placenta. Later on, I will teach you a technique called Battle Soul Technique which I found by chance from an ancient book. After that, I will also give you an opportunity." The Pill Sovereign nodded slightly, signaling Ning Fan to go and get the spiritual herbs. Ning Fan knew that the Pill Sovereign wanted to give him some spiritual herbs. Thus, he did not decline the offer. He really needed the 10,000 years old human placenta. However, just as he turned around and before he could take the 10,000 years old human placenta, the domineering voice of a young man resounded from outside the medicine shop. "Oh? I didn't expect that a medicine shop opened by a mere 3rd Revolution pill master would actually have so many 10,000 years old, 50,000 years old and 100,000 years old spiritual herbs. Good. Good. I am going to buy all the spiritual herbs in this medicine shop. Han Ba, you can clear the shop now." "Yes." Outside the shop, a black-robed young man with evil eyes gave an order. His tone was as if he was going to buy the entire medicine shop, not allowing anyone to buy the medicinal herbs in it. This young man had an early divine transformation realm cultivation base. Medicinal qi was flowing around his body. He seemed to be a pill refinement master of an inferior grade. As soon as he gave the order, a 2 zhang asterisk tall malicious ghost wearing black armor immediately walked out from behind him. Both of his legs were dragging heavy chains. He answered and strode into the medicine shop. His ghostly hand reached out to grab Ning Fan, as if he wanted to throw him out of the medicine shop. The strength of that grab was already at the 1st level of the golden body realm. It was comparable to a void glimpse stage attack. "Brat, you can get lost now. All the medicinal herbs in this medicine shop have been bought by the young lord of my Ghost Eye clan. It's not something you can touch." Ning Fan's eyes darkened when he saw the ghostly claw coming at him. Obviously, this so-called young lord of the Ghost Eye clan and the black-armored malicious ghost that he brought with him did not know Ning Fan. Otherwise, with Ning Fan's current ferocious reputation, how would they dare to attack him? Before the ghostly claw could reach him, Ning Fan moved at lightning speed and grabbed the malicious ghost's wrist. Without showing any mercy, he forcefully tore off one of the malicious ghost's ghostly hands. The malicious ghost was in great pain. Out of fear, he directly jumped out of the medicine shop and stared at Ning Fan with cold eyes. This scene deeply shocked the black-robed young man. He was the dignified young lord of the Ghost Eye clan. As for this malicious ghost, Han Ba, he was the personal guard that the clan leader of the Ghost Eye clan assigned to him. He had a body refinement cultivation base at the 1st level of the golden body realm. He was extremely strong. He could even fight a void glimpse stage-old monster without losing. With the strength of his physical body, the strength of his ghostly claw could tear the body of any half-step void refinement realm expert to pieces. The black-robed young man could clearly see that Ning Fan's cultivation base was at the half-step void refinement realm. By right, Hanba should have thrown him out of the medicine shop. Unexpectedly, Ning Fan's strength was far beyond the black-robed young man's imagination. With just a casual attack, he directly tore off Hanba's arm. The black-robed young man could not believe it. Could it be that Ning Fan's body refinement cultivation base is even stronger than Hanba's at the first level of the golden body realm? Detestable. Who is this person? He is just 500 years old, but he actually has such terrifying strength. I have been in seclusion for 100 years in the medicine tower of my clan and have never cared about worldly affairs. This is my first time leaving the clan. How did I offend such a strong enemy? Humph. Let's find out more about this person. The black-robed young man gritted his teeth and immediately took a few steps back with the malicious ghost, Hanba. They stared at Ning Fan with great fear. Even though his eyes were filled with hatred for Ning Fan for injuring his guard, he did not dare to show it too much. He just cupped his fists and said coldly, "I'm the young lord of the Ghost Eye clan, Gue Han. Your strength is terrifying. Aren't you going to give me an explanation for destroying my guard's arm?" The young lord of the Ghost Eye clan. Ning Fan frowned. He naturally knew how strong the Ghost Eye clan was. The Ghost Eye clan's foundation was not weaker than the Zhou clan. The fact that Gue Han ordered his guard to attack Ning Fan really displeased Ning Fan. However, if he kills the young lord of the Ghost Eye clan in front of so many people, he would certainly become a sworn enemy of the Ghost Eye clan. Ning Fan had yet to solve the problem of the giant devil clan. Thus, he did not want to provoke the Ghost Eye clan at this moment. However, Ning Fan was not afraid of the Ghost Eye clan. If this young lord of the Ghost Eye clan still doesn't know what's good for him, he would not mind teaching him a lesson. I'm Zhou Ming. I don't have an explanation for you. Get lost. The word get lost carried a terrifying baleful chi that shocked all the cultivators on the 5th floor of the Eternal Peace Pavilion. Under Ning Fan's baleful chi and devil might, Gue Han and Han Ba's breathing became sluggish. Their minds were in a mess and their eyes were filled with shock. Not only were they shocked by Ning Fan's strength, but they were also shocked by his name. What? He's Zhou Ming, whom my father warned us not to offend. Gue Han gritted his teeth. After knowing Ning Fan's name, his arrogance could not help but weaken. Gue Han had a respectable status in the Ghost Eye clan. Who would dare to tell him to get lost? However, at this moment, he was afraid of Ning Fan's power, but he did not dare to not get lost. He had a feeling that Ning Fan would directly kill him if he doesn't know what's good for him. Damn it. Damn it. Could it be that one of Hanba's arms is going to be broken just like this? Am I going to swallow this anger just like this? Young lord, the situation is not as good as you. Just bear with it for now. If there's a chance in the future, we will take revenge. Hanba transmitted his voice to him with a gloomy expression. All right. Gue Han snorted coldly, then turned around and left with Hanba. Ning Fan's eyes turned slightly cold. He did not put a mere Gue Han in his eyes at all. If they dared to provoke him again, they would certainly die the next time. Even though Ning Fan did not attack them, it did not mean that Gue Han and Hanba could leave as they please. The Pill Sovereign's slightly surprised eyes turned slightly cold. Even though he had always been magnanimous, he would not sit and watch when someone attacked the disciple of his old friend. Did I allow you two to leave? Do you think you can just leave without paying a price for creating trouble in my medicine shop? What? Gue Han and Hanba stopped in their tracks and turned their heads to look at the Pill Sovereign with cold-killing intent. Interesting. Interesting. It's fine if it's Zhou Ming, but a mere nascent soul realm pill refinement master actually dares to be rude to me. Do you think you are worthy enough to make me pay a price? Humph. You're courting death. Hanba, kill him. Yes. Hanba's eyes were filled with ferocity as if he wanted to vent all his anger from being injured by Ning Fan on the old Daoist in front of him. In his eyes, he could crush countless nascent soul realm old Daoist with just a finger. Thus, he naturally would not put him in his eyes. Han Ba did not realize that the person he had offended this time was much more terrifying than Ning Fan. The Pale Sovereign glanced at Ning Fan and said indifferently, "Now, I will teach you a battle soul technique, soul palm imprint." All of a sudden, countless dark purple medicine soul power spread out from the Pale Sovereign's body like a violent gale. It turned into a huge dark purple palm imprint and slammed down on Han Ba. Asterisk boom asterisk the power of that palm was as light as a feather before it was unleashed. However, when it landed, it was as heavy as Mount Tai. It directly smashed Han Ba into meat paste, killing him instantly. The control of the power of that palm was extremely precise. Not a single bit of it was wasted. After killing Han Ba, the palm imprint immediately dissipated without harming a single blade of grass or tree in the Eternal Peace Pavilion. The palm attack of the Pale Sovereign had shocked countless cultivators. Those with discerning eyes could tell that the power of that palm attack was extremely terrifying. It was clearly the power of a void fragmentation realm attack. Those cultivators who were knowledgeable could even tell that this palm attack did not use any magic power or spirit sense power. Instead, it condensed the unique medicine soul of a pill refinement master into a palm imprint. It could kill a person without spilling blood. It was the unique battle soul technique of the Rain World's Pill Sovereign, Battle Soul. Using medicine soul to fight is the battle soul, the casual way he killed a void glimpse stage cultivator with a palm attack and the dark purple medicine soul of a peak 6th revolution Pill Sovereign. Even a cultivator like Gui Han who had lived in seclusion for 100 years would not be unable to recognize who this old Taoist was. D Pill Sovereign. This old Taoist is actually the Pill Sovereign of the Rain World. It's fine if I offended Zhou Ming, but today, I actually offended such a powerful figure. I have caused a great disaster for the Ghost Eye clan. Gui Han knelt on the ground with a thud and kowtowed to beg for mercy. Even though he was extremely arrogant, he deeply understood that the Pill Sovereign was not someone he could afford to offend. He did not dare to complain about the fact that the Pill Sovereign had killed Han Ba with a palm attack. This time, he had really stepped on an iron plate. Tell Marquis Yugui. Zhou Ming is half a disciple of mine. I won't ask about the grudge between the Ghost Eye clan and the Zhou clan. However, if the Ghost Eye clan dares to hurt my disciple, I will definitely wash the Ghost Eye clan with blood. Asterisk hiss asterisk the Pill Sovereign's cold shout echoed across the entire cold northern country within 70 million li asterisk, 500 m per li. His powerful void fragmentation realm aura force enveloped the entire country. At this moment, countless cultivators raised their heads in disbelief. What did they just hear? The Pill Sovereign, Li Tsongtian, actually appeared in the cold northern country. Moreover, he even issued a death order to the Ghost Eye clan to protect Ning Fan. In the giant devil broken world, the 8 ancestors of the giant devil clan were all shocked. Pill Sovereign. Why did he come to my giant devil clan? That one sentence revealed the Pill Sovereign's determination to protect Ning Fan. This determination was different from the Rain Palace using Ning Fan and the Zhou clan calling him a friend. This sentence was to treat Ning Fan as their reverse scale. No one was allowed to touch Ning Fan. This order was even more frightening than Yun Tianjue's. Yun Tianjue just expressed some goodwill towards Ning Fan. As for the Pill Sovereign, he directly addressed Ning Fan as half a disciple. Whoever injured the disciple of the Pill Sovereign would die. From today onwards, even the void fragmentation realm experts of the Rain World would not dare to touch him casually. Naturally, there were also people who heard the name Yugui Ho from the Pill Sovereign's words. Marquis Yugui? Isn't he the void fragmentation realm expert who was suppressed by the Thunder Sovereign 10,000 years ago? Could it be that he is still alive? Countless cultivators swarmed towards the Eternal Peace Pavilion, hoping to catch a glimpse of the Alchemy Sovereign's elegance and friendship. The Alchemy Sovereign frowned slightly. He did not like these cultivators who fawned on the rich and powerful. With a flick of his sleeve, a dark purple medicine soul spread out, carrying Ning Fan and the spiritual herbs in the shop and disappeared without a trace. Only the countless onlookers and Gui Han, who was kneeling on the ground, were left. At this moment, Gui Han was terrified. He did not have the usual arrogance of a young master. I'm finished. I'm finished. I've offended Ning Fan and now I've offended the Pill Sovereign. If his father knew about this, he would definitely skin him alive. Why? Why is this Zhou Ming so lucky to be able to become half a disciple of the Pill Sovereign and receive his protection and teachings? Why? At this moment, Gue Han was filled with hatred and jealousy towards Ning Fan. However, he did not dare to offend Ning Fan, let alone take revenge. Even if he were to die, he would not dare to touch Ning Fan. Otherwise, the Pill Sovereign would flatten the Ghost Eye clan. On the peak of a desolate snowy mountain, a dark purple light flashed. The Pill Sovereign and Ning Fan appeared one after another. Thank you for your help, Senior. Ning Fan's gratitude towards the Pill Sovereign came from the bottom of his heart. He had been seeking all kinds of protection. It was not to protect himself but to protect the woman behind him. With the order given by the Pill Sovereign today, no one in the entire Rain world would dare to be hostile towards Ning Fan, let alone the Ghost Eye clan. Yun Tianjue might be more infamous than the Pill Sovereign. However, one should not forget that the Pill Sovereign was a pill refinement master who was close to attaining the 7th revolution. Not to mention the void fragmentation realm of the Rain world, even the void fragmentation realm experts of the other 9 worlds would have to give the Pill Sovereign face. Once the Pill Sovereign is enraged, he could hire countless helpers to fight for him. Hee. It's just a small matter. The Pill Sovereign waved his hand disapprovingly. Suddenly, his expression turned serious and he asked to test Ning Fan. Did you see my soul palm imprint clearly? Yes, I did. Ning Fan nodded his head. The dark green medicine soul in his body suddenly shone brightly, turning into a gigantic dark green palm imprint. Then, he slammed it towards a snowy mountain in the distance. That palm imprint was equivalent to the attack of a late divine transformation realm expert. It could flatten a mountain. Not bad. It's really not bad. Your innate talent is really good. Old Man Han's eyes are always much sharper than ordinary people. The Pill Sovereign sighed softly as if it was a pity that he could not accept Ning Fan as his disciple. Then, he shook his head and continued. I once obtained an ancient scroll which recorded 36 forms of soul palm imprint. It's called Heavenly Dipper Imprint. It's a method that uses the medicine soul to fight. It's called the Battle Soul Technique. You have a lot of magic techniques and you don't lack the Battle Soul Technique. The reason why I taught you this technique is not to kill but to protect yourself. When pill refinement masters are concocting pills, they must use all their magic power and spirit sense. Besides, they can't move their bodies easily. This Battle Soul Technique was created by some pill refinement masters in ancient times. It's used to protect oneself when one is concocting pills to prevent the enemy from taking advantage of the situation. When you are concocting pills, if someone tries to ambush you, you can directly condense your medicine soul into a palm and slap it. That way, you can protect yourself. Thank you for teaching me this technique, Senior. Ning Fan nodded his head. Just like what the Pill Sovereign had said, it was important for pill refinement masters to protect themselves when they are concocting pills. It was impossible for Ning Fan to hide in a secluded place every time he was concocting pills. It was also impossible for him to ask the spiritual puppets to protect him all the time. For example, he would be concocting pills in public during the pill ceremony this time. If there were too many people who had nothing to do and someone attacks him while he was concocting pills, he would not need to use his magic power and spirit sense to block the attack. He could just condense his medicine soul into a palm to defend himself. This was a method to protect himself and it was most suitable to be used during pill concoction. Today, the Pill Sovereign had not only helped Ning Fan awaken his human eye but also improved his ability to identify spiritual herbs. He also taught Ning Fan a Heavenly Dipper imprint which could help him protect himself during pill concoction. Other than that, the Pill Sovereign also wanted to give Ning Fan a great opportunity. The Pill Sovereign clenched his 5 fingers. Traces of ancient yet gentle divine intent of wood slowly condensed into a gigantic cauldron made of green wood which sat on the peak of the snowy mountain. This gigantic cauldron was condensed from the Pill Sovereign's divine intent. This gigantic cauldron had accompanied the Pill Sovereign for countless years of pill concoction. Therefore, it was stained with a thick layer of medicine qi. Ning Fan, I have promised your master that I will guide you 3 times in pill refinement. Everything that I have taught you today will only be counted as 1. I have helped you awaken your human eye and imparted you the Heavenly Dipper imprint. Now, I will also give you a good fortune. There is less than a month before the first round of the pill ceremony. During this period of time, I will pave the way for you to attain the 6th revolution pill refinement realm. Hee. Are you willing to accept my kind offer? This junior is willing. Ning Fan was not pretentious and said straightforwardly. All right. This divine wood king cauldron is a cauldron of divine intent that I condensed. It has accumulated a thick layer of medicine qi along with my pill concoction. You can go and absorb the medicine qi within it to nourish your medicine soul. The more medicine qi you can absorb, the more your medicine soul will improve. Of course, not only do I hope that you can absorb the medicine qi, but I also hope that you can comprehend your own natal pill cauldron from my pill cauldron. I can tell that you have yet to truly condense a natal pill cauldron because you have never had a master to guide you before. I am really surprised that you can reach where you are today by exploring your own path. I still have 2 Ming Luo fruits here. Adding them together, you can enter a dream for 100 years. Later, I will guide you in your cultivation for 100 years in the dream. This is my first time seriously guiding a junior. I hope you can cherish this opportunity. The pill sovereign said sincerely. This junior will certainly not disappoint senior. Ning Fan cupped his fists to express his gratitude. Then, he walked towards the gigantic cauldron while the pill sovereign's advice resounded in his ears. Place your palm on the body of the cauldron. Open your medicine soul and absorb the medicine qi within the cauldron. With the strength of your high-grade 5th revolution medicine soul, you can be considered as an outstanding person if you can absorb 1/10 of the medicine qi in the cauldron. 1/10, huh? Ning Fan's eyes were filled with battle intent. He wanted to absorb more medicine qi so that his high-grade 5th revolution medicine soul could break through to the peak-grade 5th revolution in one go, 3/3, to be continued. When Ning Fan touched the giant green wooden cauldron, his palm felt cold and heavy. The power of his medicine soul condensed into a whirlpool at the center of his palm. The medicine qi in the cauldron that did not disperse was sucked into the whirlpool and integrated into his medicine soul. Above his medicine soul, the green color became fainter and the black color became denser. Ning Fan knew that if this black color completely covered his entire medicine soul, leaving only a faint green color, he would be considered to have advanced to the peak of the 5th revolution. 5th revolution green, 6th revolution profound and 7th revolution purple. If all of the faint green color disappeared completely once again, then Ning Fan could be considered as a 6th revolution pill refinement master. There were only 7 6th revolution pill masters in the entire 800 cultivation countries of the Rain world. If Ning Fan's pill refinement realm advances to the 6th revolution, his status would be as revered as a void fragmentation realm old monster. His heart was filled with gratitude for the pill sovereign's guidance and the old devil's concern. The old devil had promised the pill sovereign that he would guide Ning Fan 3 times. Ning Fan would not waste any of the opportunities. Devour. Ning Fan's eyes flashed with determination and increased his absorption of the medicine qi. This giant green wooden cauldron had accompanied the pill sovereign countless times in concocting pills. It was unknown how many 6th revolution pills it had concocted. The density of the medicine qi it contained was astonishing. After absorbing just 1/20th of the medicine qi in the cauldron, Ning Fan felt his medicine soul swelling as if it could not endure such a powerful medicine qi. He gritted his teeth and continued to absorb the medicine qi. When he absorbed 1/10 of the medicine qi, his medicine soul felt like it was about to burst. Traces of pain that penetrated his soul made him frown. However, he did not say anything. He took a deep breath and continued to absorb the medicine qi. He had already absorbed 1/9 of the medicine qi in the cauldron. This young man is really a persevering person. The pill sovereign nodded his head in satisfaction. He valued Ning Fan's talent, but he valued his temperament even more. The Tao of pill refinement was difficult. Cultivators without great perseverance and patience would not be able to reach the peak of the Tao of pill refinement. The pill sovereign looked at Ning Fan as if he was looking at his younger self. Amidst the flames of war, the 7-year-old alchemy monarch was just a mortal child. He lived on the ruined battlefield, relying on eating the corpses of the dead. One day, an old Taoist in green robes arrived at the battlefield. When he saw the pill sovereign, he gave him a kind smile. "Why do you want to eat corpses?" I don't want to die a lowly death, the young pill emperor replied. Are you willing to follow me? I will teach you alchemy skills so that you will no longer be a lowly person. You will be able to stand above everyone. The green-robed old Taoist smile would forever be imprinted in the alchemy sovereign's heart. It was as warm as a father's. At that time, the alchemy emperor still didn't know that the green-robed old Taoist was Emperor Li, who had been conferred the title of Emperor Li by the previous reign emperor. Emperor Li failed to break through to the next level and eventually died. The alchemy emperor endured the pain and followed the teachings of Emperor Li. He endured countless hardships and finally reached the peak, becoming the alchemy emperor whose name shook the 9 realms. The alchemy sovereign had never accepted a disciple in his life because he had never met a disciple who could treat him like his own son. There were thousands upon thousands of alchemists in the world who wished to enter the alchemy sovereign's tutelage, but the alchemy sovereign did not care about them at all. Today, he had finally met a disciple that he admired. However, this disciple had long since found another master. What a pity. Quick! The pill sovereign raised his finger and pointed at the air. A trace of warm soul power flowed into Ning Fan's body, nourishing his medicine soul which was on the verge of bursting. He could not erase the pain that Ning Fan was suffering from, but he could heal the wounds on his medicine soul. He still remembered the time when he absorbed the medicine qi from Emperor Li's pill cauldron. Under Emperor Li's protection, he absorbed 1/3 of the medicine qi in the cauldron. He felt that the current Ning Fan could also absorb 1/3 of the medicine qi. The pill sovereign decided to help Ning Fan again just like how his master helped him in the past. However, when the pill sovereign used his soul power to help Ning Fan, he realized that there were countless traces of black star power in Ning Fan's body that were healing his wounds on their own. Ning Fan, who was healing himself with the help of the black star power, suddenly felt a cooling sensation on his medicine soul. His spirit was lifted as he knew that the pill sovereign was helping him. His heart was filled with gratitude. He gritted his teeth, enduring the intense pain, and inhaled the medicine qi. 1/3 of the medicine qi in the cauldron had already been absorbed into Ning Fan's body. More and more wounds on his medicine soul were being healed by the pill sovereign. However, the pain was unbearable. It made green veins appear on his forehead. Refine. Without any fear, Ning Fan refined the vast medicine qi into his medicine soul. The black color of his medicine soul instantly became 1/3 denser. Ning Fan was even more convinced that if he could absorb all the medicine qi in the pill cauldron, his medicine soul could break through to the peak 5th revolution in one go. It was because this pill cauldron contained the medicine qi that the pill sovereign had accumulated throughout his entire life. Those who go through all kinds of hardships without getting tired of it can turn into an Asura and ascend to the peak. Ning Fan's eyes suddenly flashed with determination. Black mist swirled around his body and he turned into his incarnation in black robes. His eyes were cold and emotionless as if he could no longer feel any pain. He had turned into an Asura and experienced all kinds of hardships just to reach the peak of his cultivation. Devour. The majestic medicine qi all flowed into Ning Fan's body. Ning Fan actually devoured all the medicine qi in the cauldron in a single gulp. The pain that penetrated his soul was unbearable. The black-robed Ning Fan let out a muffled groan and his physical body suddenly disintegrated into a mist of blood. Others only knew about the power of having one's incarnation disintegrated and reformed. No one had ever thought about the pain of having one's physical body disintegrated. Ning Fan swallowed the medicinal qi like a whale. The pain was so excruciating that it pierced through his heart. His incarnation disintegrated again and again. Ning Fan continuously resisted the impact of the medicine qi and gradually refined it completely. The dark color of his medicine soul continued to spread. From 1/3 to 2/3, his medicine soul expanded. In the end, his entire medicine soul turned into the color of ink. However, there was still a faint green color on top of that black color. His medicine soul was now at the peak 5th revolution. Good. The pill sovereign, who had been staying silent at the side, finally gave a word of praise. Ning Fan did not let him down. He actually devoured all the medicine qi in the cauldron with great willpower. This kind of endurance was even stronger than the pill sovereign. Try and see if you can condense your natal pill cauldron in one go while your medicine soul is advancing. The pill sovereign reminded. Understood. Ning Fan closed his eyes. Traces of intent realm power spread out from his body. The divine intent of rain, the devil intent of mountain and the demon intent of Fu Li. 3 completely different intent realms suddenly merged into one, turning into black snow that filled the sky. This is. The Pill Sovereign was surprised to find out that Ning Fan actually possessed the different intent realm power of the divine, demon and devil races. What he found the most unbelievable was that Ning Fan had merged the 3 types of intent realm power into one and created the memory intent realm. Moreover, he had cultivated it to the grand perfection realm. With just a thought, the entire sky would be filled with black snow. Each of the black snowflakes was the power of memory. All of them were second-step intent realms. Ning Fan did not have the intention to hide it from the Pill Sovereign. In his heart, he had already regarded the Pill Sovereign as someone close to him. Even though the Pill Sovereign was entrusted by the old devil to grant him this opportunity, Ning Fan was still grateful to the Pill Sovereign. In his mind, he recalled the appearance of the Dan Fragmentation Cauldron. That Dan Fragmentation Cauldron was all his memories. He patted his storage pouch and took out a black cauldron with 6 corners and 8 edges. It was the Dan Fragmentation Cauldron which was given to him by the old devil. Even though its grade was not high and it was no longer useful to Ning Fan now, it carried all the memories of the 7 Apricot City. He wanted to condense his natal pill cauldron with the power of the memory intent realm. He wanted to use the Dan Fragmentation Cauldron as the embryonic form to remember the 7 Apricot snow coldness. Merge. The power of the memory intent realm was channeled into the Dan Fragmentation Cauldron, devouring it bit by bit. Ning Fan touched his glabella. He could feel that the tangible Dan Fragmentation Cauldron had turned into invisible divine intent in his sea of consciousness. It condensed into a black cauldron which was being nurtured in his sea of consciousness. Cauldron, appear. Ning Fan's eyes flashed with nostalgia. Traces of the power of memory suddenly condensed into a black cauldron and fell on the peak of the snow mountain. The Pill Sovereign saw the process of condensing the cauldron and a satisfied smile appeared on his face. This black cauldron is not the most perfect pill cauldron. Why didn't you condense other pill cauldrons with your divine intent but chose to condense this one? This cauldron was given to me by my master. Even though its grade is not high, it has a special meaning to me. Ning Fan answered honestly. His answer made the Pill Sovereign even more satisfied. Very good. Judging from this, I only have one last opportunity left for you this time. Consume these 2 Minluo fruits. Ning Fan received the Minluo fruits from the Pill Sovereign and was slightly stunned. He suddenly thought of the Minluo Treant and the little pill devil and asked subconsciously. Senior, may I ask where did you get these fruits from? It was no wonder that Ning Fan would have doubts. Minluo fruits could only be found in the Minluo Treant clan of the Tree World. In the Rain World, other than the Dark Sparrow's grave, there would not be any Minluo fruits. Of course, these fruits could also be given to the Pill Sovereign by an expert of the Tree World. When I passed by the Mist Horn clan, I bought them from their auction by chance. The Pill Sovereign's answer slightly surprised Ning Fan. Why does the Mist Horn clan have Minluo fruits? However, he did not have the time to think about it now. The Pill Sovereign brought Ning Fan to a secluded mountain. He opened up a cave dwelling and set up a hidden defensive formation to help Ning Fan refine the Minluo fruits. After consuming the 2 Minluo fruits, Ning Fan would enter a dream for 100 years. As for the Pill Sovereign, he would use the dream entering technique to enter Ning Fan's dream and teach him pill refinement for 100 years. 100 years in the dream was equivalent to a few days in the mortal world. This kind of teaching method was quite unique. Ning Fan trusted the Pill Sovereign. If the Pill Sovereign wants to harm him, he would not have the strength to fight back at all. After consuming the 2 Minluo fruits, Ning Fan sat cross-legged and fell into a dreamland. The Pill Sovereign also sat down cross-legged and entered Ning Fan's dream. His powerful spirit sense entered Ning Fan's dream without any contact. It was a vast and boundless dreamland. Ning Fan stood in the middle of a valley which was filled with countless spiritual herbs. This was a dream. He could have whatever he wanted. The greatest advantage of imparting alchemy through a dream was that it saved time and spirit herbs. Of course, this kind of teaching also had its drawbacks. After all, it was not true alchemy. Even though it could increase the proficiency of the alchemy techniques, Because it was not true alchemy, it could not allow the medicine soul to absorb the medicinal energy and increase the level of alchemy. Boom, in the medicine valley, he summoned a gigantic fragmentation cauldron. He took out countless spiritual herbs and threw them into the cauldron. Then, he began to concoct pills. At the side, the pill sovereign quietly watched Ning Fan concoct pills with a stern expression. He had an easygoing temperament, but if someone touched his reverse scale, he would kill them. When it came to alchemy, the pill sovereign would be extremely strict, serious, and meticulous. He would not tolerate the slightest flaw. Your technique is wrong. You have 3 types of alchemy Dao. You should be able to master them and make choices. The temperature of the fire is half a degree higher. You fail. Concentrate your spirit sense and disperse your medicine soul. Keep your primordial spirit and chi and keep the light in your heart. 100 years later, Ning Fan woke up from the dream. In the dream, Ning Fan had experienced 100 years of pill concoction. His technique was very skillful and he had completely adapted to his identity as a peak 5th revolution pill master. Only a few days had passed in the outside world. Ning Fan looked around the cave dwelling. The pill sovereign had already left, leaving behind a storage pouch which contained all the spiritual herbs that he bought in the medicine shop that day. Moreover, the pill sovereign had also removed the disguise of the 3 tufts of 100,000 years old spiritual herbs that Ning Fan could not see through and gave them to him. Other than countless precious spiritual herbs, the pill sovereign also left behind a jade slip. There was only one sentence in it. I will travel around the world to comprehend pill refinement techniques. When your pill refinement realm breaks through to the 6th revolution, I will give you 2 more pointers. Be careful. The jade slip did not say much, but it made Ning Fan silent. He kept the jade slip and looked outside the cave. Then, he cupped his fists and bowed. Thank you, Pill Sovereign, for teaching me the Tao. Without the Pill Sovereign's help, it would have been impossible for Ning Fan to break through to the peak 5th revolution pill master in such a short time. This time, not only did the Pill Sovereign help Ning Fan open his human eye, condense his natal pill cauldron, give him countless spiritual herbs, but he also personally taught Ning Fan pill concoction for 100 years. In the past, Ning Fan was exploring the Tao of pill refinement on his own. Without any guidance, his pill refinement techniques would more or less have some shortcomings. This time, however, the Pill Sovereign had taught Ning Fan for 100 years. Currently, Ning Fan's pill refinement techniques were almost invincible in the entire Rain world except for the 7 6th revolution pill masters. Ning Fan did not immediately leave the cave dwelling. Instead, he sat in a lotus position and meditated. His medicine soul was stabilizing. The scenes of pill refinement techniques he had just seen were replayed in his mind. Another 20 days passed. The entire province of cold northern country was unprecedentedly grand. A 10,000 zhang * 33 m per zhang, tall jade platform was erected in the province. On the jade platform, there was a 4-colored gigantic stele. It was called the Pill Stele. It was provided by the Pill Island for the pill ceremony this time. The seats in the 4 directions were filled with pill refinement masters and old monsters from all over the world. Zhu Qing and Dong Su, the 2 venerated beings of the eternal endless sea, and the Pill Island's Grand Elder were seated at the host's seats. The Great Elder of the Pill Island was an old man with sharp eyes. His cultivation base was at the peak divine transformation realm and he had a high-grade 5th revolution pill refinement realm. His alchemy skills were renowned throughout the world, so he could be exempted from the first 2 rounds. Some of the famous 5th revolution pill masters could also participate in the 3rd round. In the center of the jade platform, the giant demon clan's elder Fu Bai presided over the first round of the test. One by one, the alchemists registered their names and tested their alchemy skills under the pill stele. When one's palm came into contact with the tablet, the magical tablet would release a force similar to a medicine soul and test the person's pill refinement mastery. With the pill refinement revolution, the pill stele would light up with a different color. 4th revolution pill refinement would light up with 4 colors. At the same time, there was a small scale between each color, which could be used to measure the pill master's specific alchemy skills. One by one, the alchemists went up the stage to test their results, while Great Elder Fu Bai reported the results of each alchemist. Second job transition upper grade, unqualified. Third job intermediate, pass. Fourth grade primary stage, pass. Those below the third transition were all eliminated. Every time a fourth revolution pill master appeared, countless cheers would be heard from the crowd. A fourth revolution pill master's name could shake a country. This time, there were at least 5,000 alchemists participating in the test. Even though there were many people, the speed of the test was quite fast. Perhaps everyone would finish their test in less than a day. On the female cultivator's seats, Yu Lingkong's eyes were filled with anxiety. Where did Little Cucumber go? The rumor has spread like wildfire. Little Cucumber has met the pill sovereign and gained his recognition, becoming his half-disciple. If that's true, it's certainly a good thing. But why hasn't Little Cucumber returned yet? Is he in danger? Could it be that the pill sovereign has ill intentions towards Little Cucumber? Brother-in-law. Feng Shuiyan's eyes were filled with worry, but she could not make a sound. Young Master Zhou has the protection of the Rain Palace and the Zhou clan. I think he won't be in danger. Fenqi was rational. Even though she said there was no danger, her eyes were filled with worry. Don't worry, elder sister Yu. Big brother will definitely come. Su Qiuling's eyes flickered. She knew Ning Fan very well. He had said that he would attend the pill ceremony no matter what happens. What? This is... Countless exclamations of astonishment suddenly resounded from all directions of the jade platform. Each of the cultivators stared at the center of the platform in disbelief. 1/3, to be continued, what? This is... Everyone's gazes swept towards the jade platform. They saw that in the center of the jade platform, under the pill steel, stood a bald old monk who was as thin as a match. He stood silently in the wind and snow, but he had the bearing of a grandmaster. He let out a deep sigh, a sigh that seemed to contain the vicissitudes of life. He stroked the pill steel, and the pill steel started to glow with 4 different colors. The brilliance rose to its limit, reaching the peak stage of fourth revolution. It couldn't be increased any further. This was the limit of the pill monument's test. At this moment, the pill steel lightly trembled, and a 5-colored cloud suddenly appeared in the snowy sky. In an instant, countless cries of alarm rang out in all directions. It's a 5-colored cloud. The pill steel of the Pill Island could only test a 4th revolution pill refinement master. If a 5th revolution pill refinement master appeared, 5-colored clouds would appear and no one would be able to measure it. This man is actually a 5th revolution pill master. What? A 5th revolution pill master? In the 800 cultivation countries of the Rain World, there are only a handful of 5th revolution pill masters. Each of them is a famous figure under the heavens. Who is this person? Why does he look so unfamiliar? It's him. The former sect master of Heavenly Jade Sect, a high-grade 5th revolution pill refinement master. Iyunzi. This person has disappeared for many years. I didn't expect him to participate in this pill ceremony. Ah? He's Iyunzi? But when I was a guest at the Zhou clan a few hundred years ago, I met this person at a banquet. Zhou family? Could it be that this person has already submitted to the Zhou clan? Countless cultivators were speculating. After Yunzi revealed his identity, he was immediately led to the VIP seats by the experts of the giant demon clan. Many alchemists stood up to greet him. Yunzi's gaze was as calm as an old leaf on an ancient vine. No alchemist could stir his emotions. Only when his gaze swept across the great elder of Pill Island and the Scarlet Heaven Palace's palace master did his eyes waver slightly. His eyes suddenly lit up like torches. The pill refinement mastery of Pill Island's Grand Elder, Huang Tingzi, should be on par with his. As for the Scarlet Heaven Palace's palace master, Mo Xiao, his pill refinement mastery was above Yunzi's. At the VIP seats, Scarlet Heaven Palace Lord Mo Xiao's eyes suddenly narrowed as he transmitted his voice to Yunzi. Yunzi, you were inferior to me back then. Even though you've become the Zhou clan's foreign minister, you're still inferior to me. Perhaps? Even though you are stronger than this old monk, you are only slightly stronger. No one knew that Mo Xiao was demonstrating his might to Yunzi. The uproar gradually subsided, and the first round of the test proceeded in an orderly manner. One after another, the third revolution pill masters passed the first round of tests. There were also many fourth revolution pill masters who shone brilliantly in front of countless cultivators. The Scarlet Heaven Palace had sent a total of 6 pill refinement masters to participate in the pill ceremony this time. Other than the palace master, Mo Xiao, who was already a famous high-grade 5th revolution pill refinement master, the other 5 had yet to break through to the 5th revolution and needed to participate in the test. The 5 pill refinement masters of the Scarlet Heaven Palace had once been in a miserable state in Ning Fan's hands and were nearly killed by him with a single claw attack. Although his battle prowess was low, his alchemy skills were not weak. 4 of them had reached the upper grade 4th revolution, while 1 of them had reached the peak grade 4th revolution. The appearance of 5 4th revolution pill masters at the same time immediately caused countless cultivators to exclaim in surprise. These 5 people are worthy of being the Scarlet Heaven Palace's palace attendant pill masters. Each of their pill refinement techniques are enough to shock the world. A 4th revolution pill master is already powerful enough to shake a country. These 5 people's pill refinement was at least upper grade rank 4, and 1 of them was only a step away from rank 5. The Scarlet Heaven Palace is indeed one of the 9 palaces of the Rain Palace. They really have many talented people. Not only is the palace master extremely skilled in pill refinement, but even his subordinates are also extraordinary. The cheers of the crowd obviously made the 5 pill refinement masters of the Scarlet Heaven Palace very happy. Especially the old man with the highest pill refinement mastery among the 5 of them, Qi Lao. He obviously enjoyed the flattery from the crowd. The frustration he felt when he was defeated by Ning Fan that day seemed to have been swept away. He looked around and purposely asked Elder Fu Bai who was in charge of the test. I heard that venerated Ming is also going to participate in the pill ceremony. Why hasn't he shown up yet? Perhaps he was delayed on the way here. He will probably arrive soon. Fu Bai answered. Even though he was the great elder of the giant devil clan, he still needed to be polite to a peak grade 4th revolution pill refinement master. Is that so? Hee. This old man is really looking forward to what kind of result venerated Ming will achieve. Based on the rumors, venerated Ming is half a disciple of the pill sovereign. As a half-disciple of the pill sovereign, he should at least have 4th revolution pill refinement mastery, right? However, this old man thinks that venerated Ming is a cultivator who painstakingly cultivates. His strength is extremely strong and his techniques are heaven-defying. However, his pill refinement mastery might not be that great. As everyone knows, pill refinement mastery is achieved through pill refinement, not through killing people. Qi Lao's words were transmitted into the ears of countless cultivators under the enhancement of his magic power. Each of the cultivators did not know about the grudge between Ning Fan and Qi Lao. Thus, they deeply agreed with his words. Indeed. A month ago, the pill sovereign had personally acknowledged Ning Fan as his half-disciple. He must at least have 4th revolution pill refinement mastery in order to not bring shame to the pill sovereign's reputation. However, Ning Fan was a great devil lord who went around killing people all day long. How would he have the time to study pill refinement in peace? Most of the people agreed with Qi Lao's opinion. It was impossible for Ning Fan's pill refinement mastery to be too high. Most likely, he did not have 4th revolution pill refinement mastery. Then, they thought that Ning Fan had yet to arrive. Could it be that his pill refinement mastery had not even reached the 3rd revolution and he was afraid of being disqualified and losing face? Each of the old monsters revealed a look of understanding. More and more people had the same thought. Qi Lao's eyes flashed with a hint of complacency. He could not defeat Ning Fan, but he was more than willing to defame him behind his back to discuss the Great Heaven Palace. In terms of close combat, Qi Lao and the other 4 pill refinement masters were not Ning Fan's match even if they joined forces. However, in terms of pill refinement, Qi Lao was confident that he could leave Ning Fan in the dust. Ning Fan's bone age was merely 500 years. It was already unacceptable for him to have such heaven-defying strength. If Ning Fan was also proficient in pill refinement, it would be too unreasonable. It's impossible for that Zhou Ming's pill refinement mastery to reach the 4th revolution. Perhaps he hasn't even reached the 3rd revolution. I really don't understand why a great figure like the pill sovereign would accept a person with such low pill refinement mastery as his disciple. It really makes me jealous. Qi Lao's heart was filled with jealousy and disdain towards Ning Fan's pill refinement mastery. After he finished the test, he prepared to leave the stage with the other 4 pill refinement masters. However, he was suddenly stopped by 2 figures. One of them was the divine child of the profound heaven palace of the rain palace, Yun Nianzu. The other person was the guest elder of the Pill Island, Yanggu. Yun Nianzu was a gentle gentleman. The way he looked at Qi Lao was filled with faint disdain. He had once met Ning Fan in Gusu City. Thus, he knew that Ning Fan possessed extraordinary strength. He was a member of the profound heaven palace. He was the foster son of the 3rd prince of the rain palace, Yun Bushu. The profound heaven palace was the only palace among the 9 palaces that had a good relationship with the great heaven palace. Even though he did not know what level Ning Fan's pill refinement mastery was, he had some appreciation for him. Whether it was for the benefits between the 2 palaces or out of friendship, he was willing to put in a few good words for Ning Fan. The people of the Scarlet Heaven Palace always like to defame others behind their backs. How shameless! Since the dignified pill sovereign has taken a fancy to him, it naturally means that he has something outstanding about him. Regardless of whether revered Ming's pill refinement mastery has reached the 3rd revolution or not, he is not someone like you can defame. If Yin Nianzu's tone was considered as gentle as jade and a modest gentleman, then Yanggu's tone could be said to be furious. Extremely furious. Yanggu was very angry. Extremely angry. Why? It was because Qi Lao was mocking Ning Fan. Ning Fan was the master that Yanggu had just acknowledged. Qi Lao's words seemed to make sense to outsiders. However, to Yanggu, it was pure bullshit. Saying that Ning Fan's pill refinement mastery might not even reach the 4th revolution and might not even be comparable to the 3rd revolution. Bullshit. Yanggu had witnessed Ning Fan's pill refinement mastery attaining the mid-5th revolution with his own eyes. In terms of pill refinement mastery alone, he could leave a small fry like Qi Lao far behind. How dare a small fry like him mock Yanggu's master? He's courting death. Your pill refinement mastery can't even be compared to 1/10,000th of revered Ming's. You don't even deserve to carry his shoes. Yanggu's voice was not soft. Asterisk swish asterisk at this moment, countless voices of discussion quietened down in unison. Qi Lao's face turned pale. He did not expect that his casual words to discuss Ning Fan would cause 2 pill refinement masters to speak up for Ning Fan. Moreover, both of them were famous pill refinement masters. Qi Lao recognized them. Yun Nianzu was a famous pill refinement genius in the Rain Palace. He was also the foster son of the 3rd prince. Before coming to the Endless Sea, his pill refinement mastery was already close to breaking through to the 5th revolution, which was slightly higher than Qi Lao. If it was in the past, Qi Lao would not dare to offend Yun Nianzu. As for Yanggu, it was rumored that Yanggu was just a step away from breaking through to the 5th revolution. If it was in the past, Qi Lao would also have to give Yanggu some face when facing a pill refinement master of such a high level who came from the Pill Island. Now, however, Qi Lao was not prepared to give them any face. His face turned pale. Yun Nianzi said that he was shameless while Yanggu said that he was not worthy to carry Ning Fan's shoes. As a peak 4th revolution pill master, he naturally had his own pride. How could he be humiliated like this? Yun Nianzi. Yanggu. The 2 of you are just at the same level as me in terms of pill refinement mastery. Seeing that your pill refinement mastery isn't weak, I will show you some respect. However, the way you speak to me seems to be a little too rude. Same level? Yun Nianzu's eyes flashed with a hint of disdain. He had long disliked the people of the Scarlet Heaven Palace. Thus, he did not mind giving Qi Lao a slap on his face. His steps were graceful like a noble young master. He walked to the bottom of the pill steel and slammed his palm on it. All of a sudden, a strong medicine soul aura force spread out from Yun Nianzu's body. At this moment, the pill steel shone with 4 dazzling colors. 5 colored clouds suddenly appeared in the snowy sky. Countless people gasped. Young Master Nianzu of the Profound Heaven Palace was indeed a genius in pill refinement. He was already a 5th revolution pill master at such a young age. How is this possible? You are so young. How could you have broken through to the 5th revolution? Qi Lao's expression turned extremely ugly. A strong sense of defeat rose in his heart. All along, he thought that his pill refinement mastery was slightly better than Yun Nianzu's. However, he did not expect that Yun Nianzu had already broken through to the fifth revolution in pill refinement in a low-profile manner. While he was still in a daze, he suddenly saw Yanggu sneering as well. Yanggu approached the pill steel and slammed his palm on it. In an instant, 5 colored clouds appeared in the snowy sky again. Without a doubt, Yanggu was also a fifth revolution pill master. What? Qi Lao was not the only one who did not expect this scene. Even the great elder of the Pill Island who was sitting on the host seat was shocked. Even he did not know when Yanggu had broken through to the fifth revolution in pill refinement. Countless old monsters around the jade platform rose to their feet and stared at Yun Nianzu and Yanggu with fiery eyes. Both of them were fifth revolution pill masters. If a fourth revolution pill master's name could shake a country, then a fifth revolution pill master's name could shake hundreds of countries. I've already said that you are not even qualified to carry revered Ming's shoes. Do you know why? Yanggu looked at Qi Lao with a cold smile as if he wanted to clear his name. It's because revered Ming is my master. His pill refinement mastery is far beyond mine. The reason why my pill refinement mastery had broken through to the fifth revolution is all because of my master's guidance. You are just a mere fourth revolution pill master. You can't even be compared to me. How can you be mentioned in the same breath as my master? An uproar broke out in all directions of the jade platform. Countless cultivators could not believe that Yanggu, a dignified fifth revolution pill master, would actually acknowledge Ning Fan as his master. Just as everyone was digesting Yanggu's words, a majestic medicine soul that resembled the descent of a gigantic dragon suddenly landed on the jade platform. Countless pill refinement masters felt their bodies tremble. Even a fourth revolution pill master could not resist the power of this medicine soul at all. Of course, they knew that the medicine soul was a technique that only fifth revolution pill masters could possess. However, even an ordinary fifth revolution pill master would not be able to intimidate a fourth revolution pill master with their medicine soul. Only pill refinement grandmasters at the level of Xianxia and Mo Xiao could have such a terrifying medicine soul power. A white-robed figure suddenly landed in front of the pill steel. He casually slapped his palm on the pill steel. At the next moment, the vast sky within 100,000 li * 500 m per li, was filled with 5-colored clouds. Moreover, there was a hint of a sixth color vaguely appearing within the 5-colored clouds. What? 6 colors? A sixth revolution pill master? No. It's not the real 6 colors. But Xianxia, Mo Xiao, and Huang Tingzi rose to their feet and looked at Ning Fan's direction with bewilderment. You can't do it more than 3 times. If you dare to gossip behind my back again, you will certainly die. Ning Fan's eyes flashed with cold light. Just a look from him almost froze Qi Lao's mind. An unprecedented sense of defeat rose in Qi Lao's heart. A young man with a skeletal age of 500 years had actually far surpassed him in both cultivation base and pill refinement mastery. How is this possible? How is this possible? How can there be such a monstrous talent in this world? Qi Lao felt his face burning. The mocking gazes of countless cultivators made him feel so ashamed that he could not show his face. Previously, he was still certain that Ning Fan's pill refinement mastery was weak. Now, he felt like slapping himself in the face. Useless thing. Mo Xiao's eyes turned gloomy. This time, Qi Lao had really lost the face of his Scarlet Heaven Palace. To be continued. At this moment, Ning Fan had a natural aura of a grandmaster. It was like a piece of unpolished jade that had become even more perfect after 100 years of meticulous carving. His gaze lightly swept across the jade platform, and Great Elder Fu Bai immediately stepped forward to welcome him. Yanggu respectfully bowed as a disciple, and Yun Nianzu also cupped his fists in greeting. Everyone's eyes were filled with shock. Other than his disciple, Yanggu, no one else knew that Ning Fan had a fifth revolution pill refinement technique. However, even Yanggu did not expect that Ning Fan's pill refinement mastery had already reached the pinnacle of perfection. With just his medicine soul, he could intimidate countless fourth revolution pill masters. At this moment, all the cultivators of the cold northern country realized that Ning Fan not only possessed terrifying strength but his pill refinement mastery was also extraordinary. Qi Lao and the other 4 pill refinement masters of the Scarlet Heaven Palace hurriedly descended from the jade platform with burning faces. They did not dare to offend Ning Fan at all. Huang Tingzi could not conceal the shock in his eyes. He had long heard that Yonggu wanted to invite Ning Fan to join Pill Island and become a foreign elder. However, he had always been reluctant to do so. In the past, Huang Tingzi did not believe Yonggu's words. He did not believe that a devil lord like Ning Fan could cultivate his pill refinement realm to the 5th revolution. But now that things had come to this, how could Huang Tingzi not believe it? Not only did he believe that Ning Fan had a 5th revolution pill refinement realm, but he also believed that Ning Fan's pill refinement realm was slightly stronger than his. Yunzi's withered, leaf-like eyes were lit up at this moment. Ever since he had pledged allegiance to the Zhou clan, he had always been calm and collected. Even when facing alchemists of the same level as Mo Xiao, he would not lose his composure. At this moment, however, Yunzi could only feel a sense of oppression enveloping his entire body while facing Ning Fan's powerful medicine soul power. This undoubtedly meant that his medicine soul was 1 level weaker than Ning Fan's. This kid is not a 6th revolution pill master, but his medicine soul has most likely reached the peak of the 5th revolution. No wonder the elders exhorted this old monk to befriend this person. His alchemy skills are actually so formidable. The look in Mo Xiao's eyes gradually changed from shock to uncertainty. He sat coldly in his seat. Zhou Ming, huh? He had hidden himself quite well. His medicine soul is indeed not weak. In fact, it is slightly stronger than mine. However, alchemy doesn't just depend on a powerful medicine soul. The red cloud phenomenon gradually dissipated. Ning Fan went to the seats of the ladies. Yonggu and Yun Nianzi followed behind him. Greetings, Master. It has been a long time since we last met. Master's pill refinement mastery has improved again. This disciple really admires you. Yonggu was extremely excited. Ning Fan nodded indifferently as a response. Mysterious Heaven Palace's Yun Nianzi greets Brother Zhou. Yun Nianzi cupped his fists. Mysterious Heaven Palace, Yun Nianzi had once invited him to Pill Island to meet him but he ignored him. Today, their identities had changed. Ning Fan had become a revered elder of the Great Heaven Palace while Yun Nianzi was the divine child of the Profound Heaven Palace. There was a friendly relationship between the 2 palaces. In addition to the fact that Yun Nianzi had spoken up for Ning Fan had a good impression of him. Yun Nianzi immediately cupped his fists and returned the greeting. Yun Nianzi and Yonggu chatted endlessly. Their topics were undoubtedly related to the Dark Heaven Palace, the Pill Ceremony, and the Pill Island's guest elder. Among them, the thing that Ning Fan was most concerned about was undoubtedly the matter of becoming a foreign elder of Pill Island. Once he became a guest elder of the Pill Island, he would be able to use the soul washing pool of the Pill Island to further improve his medicine soul, making preparations to break through to the 6th revolution pill refinement realm. When they talked about the matter of becoming a foreign elder, Yonggu's expression turned awkward and he kept blaming himself. He had promised his master, Ning Fan, to complete this task but he did not succeed. He really felt too ashamed to face Ning Fan. Ning Fan found out that the reason why the Pill Island refused to let him become a foreign elder was because they did not understand his pill refinement mastery. After knowing the reason, he was no longer worried about this matter. Today, he had displayed his pill refinement mastery in front of the great elder of the Pill Island. If the Pill Island still refuses to let him become a foreign elder, they would really be blind. Everyone was speechless for a moment. All of them looked at the jade platform for the test. Ever since Ning Fan and the other 5th revolution pill masters appeared out of nowhere, even if a 4th revolution pill master were to take the test, it would no longer cause a commotion. Ning Fan did not have much interest in these 3rd and 4th revolution pill masters. He did not see the young lord of the Ghost Eye clan among the crowd. Most likely, he was frightened by the pill sovereign and went back to his clan. He did not even dare to participate in the pill ceremony. One day later, the test ended. The second round of the test would be held 3 days later. Ning Fan returned to the guest house with the ladies and briefly told them about his whereabouts in the past 1 month. When the ladies went to rest, Ning Fan pushed open the door and went out. He stood in the middle of the snowy night without uttering a single word, as if he had become one with the wind and snow. The Pill Sovereign's guidance, the old devil's concern and the scenes of warmth and slaughter all blended together in the night. Sixth Revolution Pill Refinement Realm, Void Refinement Realm and Golden Body Refining Realm. Everything was right before his eyes. He had gained a lot, but he had also lost a lot. Concealing his identity, traveling alone, meeting each other on a narrow path, drawing his sword and fighting against each other. I am a cultivator. As soon as Ning Fan finished speaking, he left a jade slip in the room, informing the ladies of his whereabouts. With a sway of his body, he entered the Xianxia world and Profounding world. Mu Weiliang was sleeping soundly in the green coffin while Luo Yu was sleeping soundly in the thatched hut. Ning Fan felt slightly relieved. In the Profounding world, he condensed his medicine soul into a palm and cultivated the heavenly dipper imprint that the Pill Sovereign taught him. It was a type of battle soul technique that used one's medicine soul to fight. It was suitable for pill masters to preserve their lives when they are concocting pills. Of course, there were also ancient pill masters who directly cultivated the battle soul technique to kill. Ning Fan was not interested in cultivating too many battle soul techniques. He only needed a technique to protect himself for a lifetime and that would be enough. The Heavenly Dipper imprint was divided into 36 imprints. The destructive power of each imprint was comparable to a peak divine transformation realm attack when Ning Fan used it with his peak grade 5th revolution medicine soul. 3 days of arduous cultivation in the Profounding world was equivalent to 300 days of cultivation in the outside world. In 3 days, Ning Fan cultivated the second and third imprints. In the end, he could use his medicine soul to form 3 layers of the Heavenly Dipper imprint which was comparable to a void glimpse stage attack. 3 days later, Ning Fan left the Profounding world and arrived at the jade platform of the capital province. The ladies were already waiting for him there. After the first round of selection, there were only 1,500 of the 5,000 pill refinement masters left. In this round of selection, countless third revolution pill masters would be eliminated. If a third revolution pill master performs well, he or she would be recruited by some forces as a guest elder. Therefore, even if they knew that they could not pass the test, many third revolution pill masters would still try their best. With so many pill refinement masters gathered here, they were led to a snow valley outside the capital province by the 8 great devil guards of the giant devil clan to participate in the second round of selection. This snow valley was filled with overwhelming spiritual chi. Besides, it was equipped with a spirit-gathering grand formation. The speed of concocting pills and melting medicines in the valley was more than a few times faster than the outside world. Within the 100,000 zhang *3, 33 m per zhang, tall snow valley, there were 1,500 small jade platforms. The participating pill refinement masters would concoct pills and melt medicines on their designated jade platforms. Ning Fan stood quietly on the jade platform. On the jade table in front of him were 2 tufts of 1,000 years old spiritual herbs, purple jade banyan. When he glanced at the snow valley, he was slightly surprised. Yunzi, Huang Tingzi and Mo Xiu had all participated in the second round of selection. With their identities, they could have directly skipped this round of selection. Noticing Ning Fan's gaze, Yunzi and Huang Tingzi revealed friendly smiles. Only the Palace Lord of the Scarlet Heaven Palace gave Ning Fan a cold smile with his eyes as sharp as a sword. Revered Ming's pill refinement mastery is extraordinary. Today, I have specially come to seek guidance from you. I see. Ning Fan nodded his head. It turned out that the reason why the 3 of them suddenly participated in the second round of selection was because they wanted to compete with him. As a pill refinement master, it was inevitable for them to exchange pointers with each other. If they have good intentions, Ning Fan would be more than happy to do so. However, if they have bad intentions, Ning Fan's eyes flashed with cold light. If Mo Xiu dares to pick a fight with him, Ning Fan would not mind teaching him a lesson. The surroundings of the snow valley were built with countless high platforms that were suspended in the air. They overlooked the progress of all the tests from above. Countless cultivators were discussing with each other. Today's hot topic was obviously related to Ning Fan. Ning Fan's medicine soul that shocked everyone present and the title of being the half-disciple of the Pill Sovereign made everyone speculate what kind of result he would achieve in the second round of selection. Great Elder Fu Bai let out a soft cough. The entire place turned silent. The second round of selection will test fellow Taoists' speed of concoction and ability to purify spiritual herbs. There are 2 tufts of 1,000 years old purple jade banyan beside each of you. As long as you successfully refine one of them, your result will be recorded. If you fail once, you still have a chance to refine the second tuft. If you fail to refine both tufts, your result will be marked as disqualified. Other than that, there is a time limit for the concoction and number of times of purification. If you take more than 4 hours to complete the concoction or the number of times of purification is less than 10 times, you will be disqualified. The test begins now. The instant Elder Fu Bai's voice fell, countless alchemy masters took out their pill cauldrons and transformed their magic power into fire, starting to smelt the 1,000-year-old purple jade banyan. To a third revolution pill master, it was an extremely difficult task to successfully smelt the purple jade banyan and purify it 10 times within 4 hours. Even for a fourth revolution pill master, this was not an easy task. However, to a fifth revolution pill master, refining the purple jade banyan within the specified time was a piece of cake. What they needed to do was to try their best and purify it as many times as possible. Boom. 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 Other than Ning Fan, Yunzi, and the other 2 pill refinement grandmasters, there were a total of 17 fifth revolution pill masters who summoned their massive pill cauldrons with their intent realms. Balls of dazzling flames were sent into the pill cauldrons by the alchemists. The might of the flames soared to the sky. In an instant, countless exclamations came from the jade platform floating in the air. Look! That's a low-grade 5th revolution pill master, Taoist Wu Qin. The intent realm he used to transform the cauldron is the 8th grade divine intent of wood. Tisk tsk, look. Isn't that the fire protector of Yushi country? He's a mid-grade 5th revolution pill master. Look at the flame he is using. It's actually the fusion of 9 types of 4th grade spiritual flames. Its destructive power is not any weaker than the earth vein demonic flame. What? That devil pill master is actually using a pill cauldron that is transformed from an 8th grade devil intent. Earth vein demonic flame. Look. Isn't that person using the white bone flame that is ranked 11th among the earth vein demonic flames? Oh, no. He seems to be using the seed flame. However, even if it's just the seed flame, it's still extremely rare. Exclamations of surprise could be heard. Even Ning Fan raised his brows slightly. This was indeed an unprecedentedly grand pill ceremony. So many 5th revolution pill masters were gathered here. 8th grade divine intent realm cauldron transformation was considered as a common sight in this place. Even the seed flame of the earth vein demonic flame was not considered as rare. The only ones who did not have a divine intent realm cauldron transformation were Ning Fan and the other 3 grandmasters. Huang Tingzi was the first to smile. He clenched his 5 fingers and the rolling divine intent of fire turned into a giant flame cauldron. The divine intent of fire was originally an 8th grade divine intent. However, after Huang Tingzi's painstaking cultivation, it had already reached the 7th grade. As soon as the 7th grade divine intent appeared, it immediately attracted countless cultivators' exclamations. Huang Tingzi nodded with a smile after transforming his magic power into a flame. This old man has already thrown out a brick to attract jade. Fellow Taoists, if you don't summon your pill cauldron now, what are you waiting for? Hee hee. This old monk has shown his incompetence. Yunzi's eyes that were as still as dead leaves suddenly flashed with a ray of light. He clenched his hand and the power of intent realm of the withered branches and leaves condensed into a dark yellow giant cauldron. This giant cauldron was also condensed from a 7th grade divine intent. As soon as this cauldron appeared, countless cultivators' eyes burned with excitement. It was really exciting to see 2 7th grade divine intents within a day. Ning Fan nodded his head. Both Huang Tingzi and Yunzi's divine intents were not weak. The quality of the pill cauldrons that they condensed was incomparable to ordinary 5th revolution pill masters. Mo Xiao, on the other hand, sneered and said disdainfully. It's just a 7th grade divine intent realm. What's there to be proud of? Cauldron, condense. Mo Xiao clenched his hand and a wave of intent realm power that was a few times stronger than Huang Tingzi and Yunzi condensed into a giant golden cauldron. As soon as this cauldron appeared, the expressions of countless cultivators changed drastically. Even Huang Tingzi and Yunzi were shocked. 6th grade divine intent. Mo Xiao, you actually made your intent realm break through to the 6th grade. Not only that, even my flames are not comparable to the two of you. Fire, come. Mo Xiao clenched his hand and 3 streams of powerful flames shot out from the tip of his finger. They merged into a pure golden flame and shot into the cauldron. Countless cultivators fixed their eyes on Mo Xiao's pill cauldron in disbelief. If they were not mistaken, the flames that Mo Xiao used were actually 3 different types of earth vein demonic flames. When the 3 types of earth vein demonic flames fused into one, its destructive power was comparable to an ordinary 6th grade mortal void flame. Impossible. How could you possess 3 types of earth vein demonic flames? Huang Tingzi and Yunzi found it hard to believe. Yun Nianzu, who was standing at a distance, shouted angrily. Aren't these the 3 types of earth vein demonic flames that the Rain Emperor has temporarily stored in the Scarlet Heaven Palace? The Rain Emperor had ordered that this flame would only be temporarily placed in the Scarlet Heaven Palace, and would be bestowed upon Zhou Ming in the future. Yet, you actually dared to refine this flame on your own. How dare you? Yun Nianzu. Watch your tone. Although you are one of the divine sons of this generation, you are still just a venerable elder. I, on the other hand, am one of the 9 temple masters. There's a difference in seniority between us. Do you think you're qualified to question this, prince? Mo Xiao sneered. He was the palace lord of the Scarlet Heaven Palace, and he was in charge of guarding the 3 types of earth vein demonic flames. He had received Yin Jinghong's permission to use the flames as he wished before handing them over to Ning Fan. After all, Ning Fan still had no idea how many years he would have to wait before heading to the Middle Province to complete the Rain Sovereign's mission. So what if Mo Xiao used the demonic fire first, a rank 6 concept and 3 types of earth vein demonic fires? Mo Xiao's fame instantly overshadowed all the other alchemists, firmly suppressing Huang Tingzi and Yunzi. Mo Xiao's cold eyes swept across Ning Fan. There was no emotion in his tone. The Tao of pill refinement not only requires a strong medicine soul but also a pill cauldron of extraordinary quality and an invincible flame. I heard that when revered Ming killed revered flame, he had used a mysterious black flame. You are a venerable elder of the Great Heaven Palace and you represent the prestige of the palace. I am the palace lord of the Scarlet Heaven Palace and I represent the glory of the palace. Why don't you quickly summon your pill cauldron and flames and represent the Great Heaven Palace to compete with my Scarlet Heaven Palace? Represent the Great Heaven Palace, huh? Ning Fan's eyes turned slightly cold. He knew that the reason why Mo Xiao kept opposing him was because of his identity as a venerable elder of the Great Heaven Palace. Yun Jinghong and Yun Tianjue were incompatible like fire and water. The Scarlet Heaven Palace and the Great Heaven Palace that were under each other were also enemies. The reason why Mo Xiao was so overbearing was undoubtedly because he wanted to humiliate the Great Heaven Palace by suppressing Ning Fan. The so-called righteous path was always scheming and plotting against each other. It was far less enjoyable than the cultivators of the devil path. Ning Fan's gaze swept across Mo Xiao's pill cauldron and recognized 3 types of earth vein demonic flames. The burning spirit flame that was ranked 10th had the mysterious ability to ignite flames. The 100 grass flame, ranked 6th, was one of the most suitable alchemy flames for alchemy. The 2nd-ranked golden scale fire could be used for both offense and defense. When necessary, it could transform into a golden scale fire armor to protect the body. These 3 types of earth vein demonic flames were supposed to belong to him. Your great sky palace's people are so cowardly. Do you not dare to compete with this palace's pill cauldron and pill fire? Mo Xiao said disdainfully. Boom, Ning Fan was too lazy to argue with him. He made a grabbing motion with his 5 fingers and all the white snow within 100,000 li * 500 m per li, turned into black snowflakes. The black snowflakes condensed into a huge black cauldron with 6 edges, 8 corners, and 3 legs. That cauldron was not perfect, but it contained an unforgettable memory. As soon as this cauldron appeared, the pill cauldrons of all the 5th Revolution pill masters showed signs of cracking. It was especially so for Mo Xiao, who was given special attention by Ning Fan. His pure gold gigantic cauldron was directly shattered into countless pieces by Ning Fan's cauldron might. Within Ning Fan's black cauldron, there was a domineering intent. My cauldron is the emperor, and all cauldrons are my subjects. What kind of realm is this? What kind of pill cauldron is this? Mo Xiao gnashed his teeth in astonishment. He had never seen a pill refinement master who could shatter someone else's pill cauldron with just the cauldron might of an intent realm. Countless cultivators fell into dead silence. All of them were shocked by this shocking scene. Ningfan no longer had the intention to conceal his intent realm and flames. With his strength and identity, he could live in the rain world with his head held high. He no longer needed to lower his head and kneel to anyone. Fire, come. With a flick of his finger, 9 black fire dragons shot out from the tip of his finger. It was the form of the black demon flame. It was an ultimate disguise. This disguise was also a secret technique that the Pill Sovereign taught Ningfan. Even though the form of the flames was the 9 dragons' black flame, the power of the flames was comparable to the mid-7th grade immortal void flame. Impossible. The might of this flame is fake. You're just a revered elder. Even if the Rain Sovereign and the Pill Sovereign value you, it's impossible for you to have a mid-7th grade flame. This is fake. You can't deceive me. This is just a ball of black demon flame, the 7th grade black demon flame of the earth vein. Other than the black demon flame, it's nothing else. It's all fake. Watch how I devour your flames. Mo Xiao's eyes flashed with golden light. He changed his hand seal and the 3 earth vein demonic flames merged into a pure golden flame from the shattered pieces of the pill cauldron. The form of the flame changed, turning into a carp with golden scales. Then, the golden scales turned into a dragon and the flame turned into a pure golden dragon. Its mouth spewed out golden flames and rushed towards Ningfan's black flame. Countless cultivators could no longer remain calm. They did not expect that a scene of fire snatching would happen during the pill ceremony. Just when everyone thought that Mo Xiao's golden flame would definitely devour Ningfan's black flame, a shocking scene appeared. The golden fire dragon that had merged with 3 types of earth vein demonic flames suddenly trembled in fear when it got close to the 9 black dragons. The 9 black dragons let out a roar that sounded like a devil's roar. One of the black dragons casually tore the body of the golden dragon into pieces with its dragon claws. Devour. Ningfan seized the opportunity. The 9 black dragons suddenly gave off a purplish golden mist and wiped out the marks within the golden flames. Then, they opened their mouths and devoured the golden flames. In just a moment, the golden dragon was completely devoured by the black dragons. Ningfan then opened his mouth and swallowed the black dragon back into his stomach. His eyes revealed a hint of satisfaction. Very good. I have obtained the 3 types of earth vein demonic flames that should have belonged to me. Puff Mo Xiao spurted out blood and retreated hastily. He found it hard to believe that Ningfan had actually wiped out the marks of his 3 types of earth vein demonic flames and forcefully seized them during the battle. Ningfan's black dragon flames, in particular, gave Mo Xiao a sense of shock. He could not understand what level of black flames had reached. How could they be so terrifying? If Ningfan had the strength of a peak void refinement realm expert, he would probably be able to put up a fight against a first heavenly layer void fragmentation realm old monster. How dare you seize my flames? Mo Xiao roared furiously. If it wasn't because of Ningfan's special identity, he would certainly attack him. I'll give you a taste of your own medicine. Since you dared to devour my flames, why can't I seize yours? Moreover, these 3 types of earth flames are what the Rain Sovereign promised me. You're just keeping them for me. Why can't I take them back? Even so. The power of your black flames is comparable to a mid-7th grade immortal void flame. You don't deserve to own a flame of this level. You should just offer it to the Rain Sovereign and let him use it as he pleases. Mo Xiao said in a gloomy tone. These are the black flames that my master gave me. The Rain Sovereign will not seize my flames. Ningfan made the final decision, dispelling the thoughts of countless cultivators who coveted the black flames. The master he mentioned was the old devil. However, everyone thought that he was referring to the Pill Sovereign. Whoever dares to seize the flames that the Pill Sovereign gave to his disciple would be the Pill Sovereign's enemy. In the Rain world, no one was willing to provoke the Pill Sovereign for a trace of flames. Mo Xiao, I've tolerated you because I respect you as the Palace Lord of the Scarlet Heaven Palace. If you continue to provoke me, don't blame me for being merciless. Ning Fan's eyes flashed with a hint of killing intent. Currently, Mo Xiu's flames were seized and the backlash he suffered was not light. If Ning Fan uses his demonized form to kill him, he would have at least a 40% chance of killing him. Now that he was of great value to the Rain Palace, no one would hold him accountable even if he really kills Mo Xiu. At most, they would punish him and take revenge after they are done using him. Mo Xiu's eyes flashed with surprise. He clutched his chest and took a few steps back. He actually sensed a trace of killing intent from Ning Fan's eyes. Mo Xiu knew that Ning Fan had the Yellow Dragon's 7 tokens. The destructive power of the 7 tokens was comparable to a Void Pierce stage attack. If Mo Xiu was at his peak, he would not be afraid of Ning Fan. However, now that he had just suffered a backlash, his blood and qi were not flowing smoothly. If he is attacked by Ning Fan, the possibility of him being severely injured was very high. What should I do? Should I give up on this test and leave first to avoid this young man's attack? This young man has a powerful treasure. If he fights me with his life, I will certainly suffer a loss. While Mo Xiu was hesitating, countless faint purple orchids suddenly fell from the sky. Amidst the rain of orchids, an evil-looking young king suddenly appeared. He stood in midair with a cinnabar dot on his glabella. His eyes were filled with coldness and arrogance. Mo Xiu, don't panic. You can continue to participate in the second round of the test. I will be here to protect you. As soon as the owner of the voice fell, he looked down at Ning Fan with a hint of warning in his eyes. I have some friendship with Yun Jinghong. With me around, you won't be able to touch his people. Prince Lan Ling. Ning Fan's eyes turned cold as he looked at the arrogant young man who was standing in midair. With this person around, he did not have the confidence to kill Mo Xiu. As for Mo Xiu, he also took advantage of the time when Prince Lan Ling showed up and immediately consumed a pill to suppress the injuries in his body. His internal qi quickly returned to normal. Ning Fan had lost a great opportunity to kill Mo Xiu. What a pity, Ning Fan casually grabbed the purple jade banyan and tossed it into the pill cauldron. It was a pity that he did not manage to kill Mo Xiu in one go this time. However, Ning Fan had a premonition that Mo Xiu would come looking for trouble again. This man was not someone who would submit to humiliation. To Mo Xiu, having the earth vein demonic flame taken away in public was definitely a great humiliation. Besides, Ning Fan could also sense that the 8 traces of spirit sense that were hidden in the dark became a little nervous the moment Prince Lan Ling appeared. Are they going to fight each other again? Ning Fan had a premonition that there would probably be a good show later. In the giant devil broken world, the 8 ancestors who had been paying attention to the pill ceremony all the while wore solemn expressions when they saw Prince Lan Ling's arrival. Prince Lan Ling. This person has probably come to our giant devil clan for the devil statue slate. The slate of the 6-winged clan has fallen into his hands. Instead of snatching the slate of the Mist Horn clan and the Ghost Eye clan, he came to our giant devil clan. Obviously, he is up to no good. Humph. If he comes here with his true body, I will certainly be afraid of him. However, he is only here with his second primordial spirit. If he dares to sneak into the giant devil broken world and plot against us, I will certainly make sure that he won't be able to return alive. 1/2, to be continued. With the arrival of the king of Lan Ling, Mo Xiu had a chance to catch his breath and escape the calamity. However, Mo Xiu's results in the second round weren't ideal. Out of the 1,500 alchemists, only 180 of them could finish smelting and purifying a 1,000-year-old spirit herb 10 times in 4 hours. Among the 180 participants, most of them were 4th Revolution Pill Masters. There were also a few peak 3rd Revolution Pill Masters who had passed the test and were recruited by many forces. Those who could purify a 1,000-years-old purple jade banyan 50 times were all 5th Revolution Pill Masters. Huang Tingzi purified the 1,000-year purple jade banyan 74 times while Li Yunzi purified it 77 times. Mo Xiu suffered a backlash and lost his flame. He was only able to purify 72 times before losing to Huang and Yi. What was even more unacceptable to Mo Xiu was that Ning Fan had actually purified the purple jade banyan 99 times. One should know that even a true 6th Revolution Pill Master could only purify a 1,000-years-old spiritual herb 100 times. Ning Fan's result was undoubtedly telling the world that his pill refinement mastery was already close to the 6th revolution, Ning Fan actually won the first place in the second round of the competition despite the presence of Huang Yi and the other Grand Masters. Of course, this result was only a test of the refinement and purification of spirit herbs. Perhaps Ning Fan's refinement and purification skills were better than the others, but his pill refinement mastery was still inferior to Imo Xiu and the others. Many old monsters were looking forward to the third round of competition. In the third round, all the alchemists would concoct pills for real, and they would be able to truly determine who was better. They really wanted to know if Ning Fan could still obtain the first rank under such circumstances. The second round came to an end, and there were 10 days left until the third round. Within 10 days, Ning Fan had been standing outside the West Tower in the snow and wind. His mind was replaying the techniques of the 1500 pill refinement masters in the second round. On the seventh day, news spread that Imo Xiu had fully recovered. Imo Xiu claimed that he wanted to have a fair and square battle with Ning Fan in the last round. Ning Fan sneered disdainfully at this kind of rumor. He had never thought that Imo Xiu was a real person. On the 8th day, in the dead of the night, a vast ripple of battle suddenly came from the direction of Zhu Mo's broken world. Some cultivators saw that one of the parties was King Lan Ling while the other party was 7 to 8 void refinement realm old monsters with vast chi. In the end, King Lan Ling was outnumbered and left angrily. As for the 7 to 8 mysterious void refinement realm experts, they were also extremely fearful of King Lan Ling and did not chase after him. Countless cultivators tried to guess the identities of these 7 to 8 mysterious void refinement realm cultivators, but none of them could get the answer. Ning Fan was the only one who knew that King Lan Ling must be extremely conceited. He snuck into Zhu Mo's broken world alone and was forcefully repelled by the 8 ancestors. This matter had deepened Ning Fan's fear of the 8 ancestors. Even though King Lan Ling only came with his second primordial spirit, his second primordial spirit alone was already much stronger than many void-pierced stage-old monsters. Even King Lan Ling could not forcefully barge into the broken world of the Zhu Mo clan and take away the devil statue slate. It was even more impossible for Ning Fan to do so. However, this King of Lan Ling is really not weak. His second primordial spirit was besieged by 2 void pierce stage experts and 6 void inquiry stage experts, but he still managed to stay alive. As expected of an expert of the same generation as Xianxia. That person's true body has yet to break through to the void fragmentation realm. However, it is very likely that there are very few who can match him below the void fragmentation realm. After failing to snatch the stone slab, King Lan Ling was heavily injured and left. That person was very strong. Yun Tianjue was the only person who had lost to someone at the same level as him. King Lan Ling was someone who had once fought against Yun Tianjue. He was invincible among those below the void fragmentation realm. Rumor has it that even a first heavenly layer void fragmentation realm expert had suffered a loss in his hands. Currently, Ning Fan was far from being a match for King Lan Ling. Thus, he did not have the intention to compete with him. Imo Xiu had recovered to his peak state. He no longer needed King Lan Ling's protection. He began to actively prepare for the third round of the competition, intending to slap Ning Fan's face in the third round. On the 9th day, Huang Tingzi and Yunzi came to visit Ning Fan one after another. The 3 of them discussed something. Before Huang Tingzi left, he announced to everyone that Ning Fan had officially become the guest elder of Pill Island. As for Yunzi, he announced to everyone that the Zhou clan would always be Ning Fan's backing. Outsiders might not know about Ning Fan's pill refinement mastery, but the 2 of them could tell that Ning Fan's pill refinement mastery had at least reached the peak grade 5th revolution. Moreover, there were few who could match him among those at the peak grade 5th revolution. This made the 2 of them feel defeated, but at the same time, they were also impressed by Ning Fan's profound pill refinement mastery. On the 10th day, Yun Nianzu came to tell Ning Fan some information. He found out that Imo Xiu was a narrow-minded person. He was preparing to cause some trouble in the third round of the pill ceremony, which might be disadvantageous to Ning Fan. Yun Nianzu represented the mysterious Heaven Palace. The reason he expressed his goodwill to Ning Fan was to strengthen the relationship between the 2 palaces. After hearing that Yun Nianzu was the foster son of the 3rd prince of the Rain Palace, Yun Bushu, Ning Fan became even more polite to him. He had already met Yun Bushu twice. The first time was during the great calamity of the 7 Apricot City, and the second time was during the gamble of the sinister Sparrow sect. Rumor has it that among the princes of the Rain Palace, Yun Bushu was the only one who had a close relationship with Yun Tianjue. Now that Yun Nianzu had shown kindness to Ning Fan several times, Ning Fan was also willing to befriend him. With Yun Nianzu's reminder, Ning Fan became even more vigilant towards the third round of the grand competition. Now that King Lan Ling was not here, if Mo Xiu really dares to cause trouble in the grand competition, Ning Fan would not mind taking the opportunity to kill him. With the protection of the Rain Sovereign, the Pill Sovereign and the Zhou clan, no one in the Rain world would dare to hurt Ning Fan before he falls out with the Rain Sovereign. He did not need to worry too much. Even the Palace Lord of the Scarlet Heaven Palace might not necessarily be unkillable. 10 days passed and the third round of the grand competition began. This time, the grand competition was held on an icy plain. The spiritual chi of heaven and earth on this icy plain was much denser than that of the Snow Valley. If one concocts pills here, the speed of concocting pills would be at least 6 to 7 times faster than the outside world. There were a total of 180 people participating in the competition. However, those with discerning eyes knew that the top 3 would most likely be Ning Fan, Yi Yunzi, Huang Tingzi, and Mo Xiu. Ning Fan appeared on the icy plain very early in the morning. He stood on the jade platform that belonged to him for a long time like a statue, unmoved by anything. The outside world was filled with wind and snow, but his heart was as tranquil as a piece of paper. He repeatedly studied his pill refinement techniques and recalled the scenes of him concocting pills in the past. Under the guidance of the Alchemy Sovereign, his body gradually formed a unique aura. That bearing belonged to Ning Fan's own Tao of Pill. Even though it was still far from being formed, it would eventually be carried forward and flourished one day. Thick ink-like medicinal qi spread out to several Xianxia 3:33 Emperor Zhang. At this moment, Ning Fan no longer looked like a revered devil lord. Instead, he had completely turned into a pill refinement grandmaster who wholeheartedly focused on the Tao of Pill. Su Qiuling stared at Ning Fan from afar. Her beautiful eyes were filled with infatuation. Yu Lingkong looked at Ning Fan. She actually felt a little unaccustomed to Ning Fan's bearing of a grandmaster. In her heart, Ning Fan should always be shrouded in dense devil qi. Fan Qi was deeply attracted to Ning Fan at this moment. Just like her, countless beautiful female cultivators in the audience were also attracted to him. Feng Shuiyan was not around. After Prince Lan Ling attacked the giant devil broken world, she was carefully protected by the 8 ancestors. They were afraid that she would make any mistakes. Before they made use of her, the 8 ancestors really treated her extremely well. However, when Ning Fan thought that all of their good deeds were just a disguise to kill her 10 years later, he suddenly felt that the 8 ancestors of the giant devil clan were very disgusting. Hee. Venerated Ming really came early. Huang Tingzi and Yi Yunzi exchanged some pleasantries with Ning Fan and went to their respective jade platforms. Both of them seemed to be well prepared. More and more pill refinement masters entered the icy plain. Among them was Mo Xiu. Today, Mo Xiu had regained his usual calmness. From the beginning to the end, his eyes that were looking at Ning Fan did not have a trace of hostility. It was as if he had forgotten about the grudge that happened 10 days ago. This greatly disappointed many people who were waiting to see Ning Fan and Mo Xiu fight each other. Gradually, all 180 participating pill refinement masters had arrived. Great Elder Fu Bai, however, was not in a hurry to announce the start of the grand competition. Instead, he was waiting for something quietly. All the pill refinement masters were waiting patiently. 2 hours later, the strange phenomenon of a sun rising from the ocean suddenly appeared in the distance. That sun was green in color. It was already daytime at this moment. A red sun had already appeared in the sky. The appearance of the second green sun was extremely strange. It seemed to be able to move, and it was flying towards the cold northern country at a rapid speed. The rays of the sun were so bright that countless cultivators could not open their eyes. All of them wore expressions of shock as they could not see what was coming towards them. When they took a closer look, they could clearly see that it was 16 giants in black armor. Each of them was carrying a pure golden wine goblet that was the size of a small hill. At this moment, Great Elder Fu Bai smiled faintly and explained. Fellow Taoists, there's no need to panic. This item is a treasure of the Pill Island. It's called the Flame Light Goblet. It's a supreme treasure that can appraise pills. For this grand competition, we, the 16 experts of the Giant Devil clan, have specially borrowed this item from the Pill Island. Up to this point, Fu Bai did not explain much. However, his words immediately caused countless cultivators to discuss spiritedly. What? This is the #1 treasure of the Pill Island, the Flame Light Goblet? Rumor has it that this treasure is specially made to appraise the grade of pills. When a pill is placed inside the wine goblet, it will reflect the sun's shadow of different colors and sizes according to the grade of the pill. 5th revolution green, 6th revolution profound, 7th revolution purple. Just now, a virtual shadow of a green sun appeared. Could it be that someone placed a 5th revolution pill inside the flame light goblet? A low-grade pill will have a sun shadow of 10,000 zhang. A middle-grade pill will have a sun shadow of 20,000 zhang. A high-grade pill will have a sun shadow of 40,000 zhang. A peak-grade pill will have a sun shadow of 80,000 zhang. That green sun earlier is at least 30,000 zhang in size. The pill that was placed inside the flame light goblet is most likely a middle-grade 5th revolution pill. Moreover, it's not an ordinary pill among the middle-grade 5th revolution pills. Voices of discussion spread. The 16 black-armored giants placed the huge flame light goblet in front of the host's seat and carefully guarded it. Ning Fan's eyes scanned across the flame light goblet. He had heard about this item from the pill sovereign in the dream realm of 100 years. When the flame light goblet was placed into the pill, it would reflect the shadows of the sun of different grades. The 4 heavens and 9 realms all had suns. Suns could be seen, but these suns were all flowers in the mirror and the moon reflected in the water. No one could touch them. The sun that cultivators saw did not actually exist, it was only an illusion. Legend has it that in the primordial era, the immortal emperor created reincarnation and refined the yin and yang pills. The yin pill was the moon, and the yang pill was the sun. He also used a great spell to disperse the shadows of the sun and moon, so that everyone in the 4 heavens and 9 worlds could see the sun and moon change. The so-called sun was a non-existent pill refined by the celestial sovereign. Its grade was immeasurable. This flame light goblet used the shadow of the sun to distinguish the grade of a pill, so it could be considered as borrowing from this legend. The flame light goblet has been brought here. Fellow Taoists, you can start the cauldron to concoct the pills. 3rd and 4th revolution pills will be appraised by the appraisers. The flame light goblet would appraise the pills above the 5th revolution. The time limit for concocting pills must not exceed 1 month. Otherwise, they will be disqualified. The grand competition begins now. Each of the pill refinement masters had a serious look on their faces. They summoned their pill cauldrons and started to concoct pills. Ning Fan glanced at Mo Xiu from the corner of his eyes. Coincidentally, Mo Xiu was also looking at him. Mo Xiu's eyes were filled with an inexplicable coldness that was hidden very deeply. Suddenly, he opened his mouth and said, "Revered Ming, do you dare to make a bet with me?" "What bet?" Ning Fan's eyes were calm as if he already knew what Mo Xiu was going to say. "Let's bet on whose pill refinement mastery is better in the 3rd round of the grand competition, me or you." "What's the bet?" "If I lose, I'll allow you to take away any treasure you want from me. If you lose, your black flames will belong to me." Mo Xiu was rather tactful. With the Rain Sovereign's order, he did not dare to kill Ning Fan, but he still wanted to snatch Ning Fan's flames. Ning Fan's eyes flashed with a cold light. If Mo Xiu really wanted to make a bet with him in a fair and square manner, he would also be willing to do so in a fair and square manner. However, Yun Nianzu had already found out about Mo Xiu's scheme. This time, Mo Xiu would not compete in a fair and square manner. "If you lose, can I even take away your life?" Ning Fan's expression was expressionless. However, what he said made Mo Xiu's heart tremble. The chill only lasted for a moment before it faded away. Mo Xiu smiled disdainfully. His pill refinement mastery might not be as good as Ning Fan's, but his strength was far superior to his. Now that he was in his peak state, he did not think that Ning Fan could take away his life. "If you have the ability to take it away, you can try." Mo Xiu replied in an imposing manner. Countless cultivators who were spectating the grand competition were in an uproar. At the beginning of the grand competition, Missouri Xiu actually made a bet with Ning Fan. Even though Ning Fan's medicine soul was very strong and he was also the first in the second round, most people did not know what level his pill refinement mastery had reached. Mo Xiu, on the other hand, was a senior pill refinement master whose name shook the 100 countries. He had an extremely high prestige. Moreover, he was the palace lord of the Scarlet Heaven Palace and the trusted aide of the 7th Prince of the Rain Palace. For a moment, not everyone thought that Ning Fan would win. Many people were even more confident in Mo Xiu's victory after seeing his confident smile. If it wasn't for the fact that Mo Xiu was injured during the second round of the competition, he might not be weaker than Ning Fan. Why did Little Cucumber make a bet with that old thing? If he loses, wouldn't he have to give the black fire to someone else? Yu Lingkong said worriedly. Does Sister Yu not believe in Big Brother? When has Big Brother ever done something that he's not confident in? Su Qiuling, on the other hand, was full of confidence. In Jumo's broken world, the 8 ancestors were recuperating from their injuries. The king of Lanling barged into the realm forcefully, and although he was defeated, it was a huge blow to the 8 ancestors. The 8 forefathers were neither dead nor alive, and their bodies were in danger of dissipating at any time. After King Lanling did that, the bodies of the 8 of them became even more illusionary. Damn it! If I get the chance, I'll definitely tear the Prince of Lanling to pieces and exterminate his entire clan. A sinister female voice rang out. Let's put the matter of the Prince of Lanling aside. He's heavily injured and won't dare to cause trouble. The 8 of us, on the other hand, have reached the point where our bodies are about to dissipate. Originally, we could have dragged on for another 10 years, but that brat, Lanling, brought this calamity forward. The sinful sea pill that was passed down in our clan has already been consumed. We need to seek help from another pill master to concoct this pill, an old man said in a hoarse voice. Seek help from who? Although the sinful sea pill is only a peak 5th revolution pill, ordinary 6th revolution pill masters might not be able to successfully concoct it. There are only 7 6th revolution pill masters in the Rain world, and none of them are on good terms with us, the Jumo clan. Why should they concoct the pill for us? How can we expose our identities to outsiders? The harsh female voice refuted. There might be a peak 5th revolution pill master in this pill ceremony who has the ability to concoct the sinful sea pill. The hoarse old man sneered. Who? The pill masters that Zhu Qing invited for his daughter are not weak, but none of them is a peak 5th revolution pill master. Zhou Ming. Impossible. This kid is not even 500 years old. It's already heaven-defying for his pill refinement mastery to reach the 5th revolution. How is it possible for him to have a peak 5th revolution pill refinement mastery? The reason why he obtained first place in the second round was mostly because of his powerful pill cauldron and pill fire. The harsh female voice refuted. Just wait and see. This old man has eaten quite a number of pill masters' medicine souls in my life. His medicine soul is especially delicious. I won't be wrong about it. Hee hee. It's a pity that we still need this kid to concoct the sinful sea pill before we complete our mission. Otherwise, I wouldn't mind having a taste of his medicine soul. The hoarse old man sneered with an evil charm. The moment he sneered, the primordial spirits of the other 7 ancestors, including Zhu Yan, shuddered instinctively. The 7 ancestors were all experts of the giant devil clan and devil cultivators. However, the hoarse old man was the only one who was a devil lord that could strike fear in people's hearts. Feng Shuiyan, who was sleeping soundly on the ice-cold bed, suddenly clenched her fist. She had actually woken up. However, when she unintentionally heard the conversation of the 8 ancestors, her heart was in turmoil and her beautiful face turned pale. Are they trying to eat brother-in-law? I must tell brother-in-law about this. Grandpa is a bad guy. Where is this place? 2 halves, to be continued. Ning Fan no longer paid attention to Mo Xiu and began to concoct pills. His heart was as calm as still water. 90% of his attention was focused on the pill cauldron, and the other half was focused on Mo Xiu's movements. Ning Fan took out tufts of 10,000 years old spiritual herbs with strong devil power and threw them into the pill cauldron one after another. His movements were as smooth as floating clouds and flowing water. A few breaths later, there were dozens of spirit herbs being calcined in the cauldron. Different spirit herbs required different temperatures to be smelted. It was already difficult for ordinary Fifth Revolution pill masters to refine a tuft of 10,000 years old spiritual herbs at once. However, Ning Fan was actually refining tens of them at the same time. The alchemy technique was like a celestial maiden scattering flowers. In the eyes of the surrounding cultivators, it immediately turned into a stunning sight. If it was before, there were still a few people who doubted Ning Fan's pill refinement mastery. Now, however, no one dared to underestimate him anymore. Many Third and Fourth Revolution pill masters looked at him with respect and admiration in their eyes, as if they were looking at a famous senior. All the Fifth Revolution pill masters including Huang and Yi also looked at Ning Fan with admiration. This kid's technique is extraordinary, and it makes me feel ashamed. The younger generation will surpass us in time, as expected of the alchemy emperor's half-disciple. Huang Tingzi smiled bitterly. He already knew that his pill refinement mastery was far inferior to Ning Fan's. Thus, he did not have the intention to compete with Ning Fan today. All he wanted to do was not to lose to Yunzi and Emo Xiao. What he was concocting was a type of high-grade Fifth Revolution pill called the Barbarian Soul Pill. The effect of the pill was to increase the physical strength of a Jade Life Body Refiner by 30% in a short period of time. After the effect of the pill ended, the side effects of the pill would be extremely great. At the very least, it would cause the body of the person who consumed the pill to be paralyzed for tens of years, unable to move. Although the side effects were great, if this pill was used in a battle to the death, it would often have the miraculous effect of turning the tide of the battle. It was a rare life-saving pill. Many body cultivator old eccentrics saw Huang Tingzi refining the ferocious soul pill, and their eyes burned with desire. They were all prepared to buy the pill from Huang Tingzi at a high price after the pill was refined. The pill Yunzi concocted was an upper-grade Fifth Revolution Purple Heaven pill. One Purple Heaven pill could increase a mid-stage soul formation cultivator's magic power by 200 units. It was slightly more difficult to concoct than the ferocious soul pill. If Yunzi performed normally and refined the ferocious soul pill flawlessly, his result would naturally be slightly higher than Huang Tingzi's. Huang Tingzi smiled bitterly as he shook his head. He knew that Yunzi's alchemy skills were slightly better than his, but he didn't mind it. He would wait until the pills were completed before deciding the outcome. Emo Xiao, on the other hand, was unusually quiet. No one knew what he was plotting. Tufts of 10,000 years old spiritual herbs were thrown into the pill cauldron at the same time. Even though it was not as many as Ning Fan, it was still quite eye-catching. When those with sharp eyes saw the medicinal ingredients that Emo Xiao was using, their eyes were filled with astonishment. If they were not mistaken, the pill Emo Xiao was concocting was actually a high-grade Fifth Revolution pill, Lianqing pill. This was an extremely precious pill. The reason why it was so precious was because it could greatly enhance the quality of a Fifth Revolution pill master's medicine soul. However, the medicinal ingredients for this pill had always been scarce and the difficulty of concocting it was almost infinitely close to that of a peak Fifth Revolution pill. Everyone was naturally extremely surprised when they saw Emo Xiao had actually chosen to refine the Lianqing pill. Once Emo Xiao refined the Lianqing pill, then even if it was only of ordinary quality, it would be sufficient to defeat Huang Xiaolong and Yi Qing. Looking at Emo Xiao's confident expression, it was obvious that he was quite confident in concocting this pill. Everyone's eyes shifted to Ning Fan. All of them knew that he was the only one who could compete with Emo Xiao now. However, when some devil cultivators recognized the pill that Ning Fan was concocting, all of them revealed disappointed looks. What Ning Fan was concocting was not a peak Fifth Revolution pill but a high-grade Fifth Revolution Devil Revered pill. The Revered Devil Revered pill was a good item to improve one's golden body refinement realm. However, in terms of grade, it was still slightly inferior to the Lianqing pill. After all, it was a devil pill. Its medicinal effect was strong but its side effects were also great. Unless the Revered Devil pill that Ning Fan concocted was flawless, it would probably be quite difficult for him to defeat Emo Xiao in this competition. The sounds of discussions gradually spread. It seems like the person who has the highest chance of winning today is Palace Master Mo Xiao. Revered Ming's pill refinement mastery isn't weak. However, his actual cultivation base should still be slightly inferior to Mo Xiao. After all, Mo Xiao is an old monster who had been famous for many years. Mo Xiao let out a cold snort when he heard the support of the public. He seemed to be indifferent, but his eyes were filled with a hint of pride. He never thought that he would lose to Ning Fan in pill refinement. Even though Ning Fan's pill cauldron and pill fire were far superior to his, he did not think that he would lose. It seems like I can still win even if I don't use my tricks. However, humph. If I don't use some tricks, how can I take revenge for seizing my flame that day? Little Zhou Ming, just you wait. When you, Huang Andy, complete the pill, I will give you a surprise. Hee hee. All of Mo Xiao's expressions were seen through by Ning Fan. Ning Fan did not expose him. He had already guessed some of Mo Xiao's plan from some of his pill refinement techniques. Coincidentally, Ning Fan also had a plan. The Lianqing pill that Mo Xiao concocted was not as simple as he imagined it to be. As for the revered devil pill that Ning Fan concocted, it was also not as ordinary as it looked on the surface. Half a month passed. For the first time, a strange phenomenon of heaven and earth appeared in the sky above the vast icy plain. It was the phenomenon of a fourth revolution pill being completed. A white-haired fourth revolution pill master was holding a scorching hot low-grade fourth revolution pill in his hands. The pill is done. My pill is done. If it was in an ordinary cultivation country, a fourth revolution pill master concocting a fourth revolution pill would certainly be a major event that would shake the entire country. However, in this pill ceremony where pill refiners were as numerous as ants, the old man's fourth revolution pill could not attract too many people. In the end, his pill was handed over to the appraiser to be appraised. Of course, after the appraisal, the pill would still belong to the old man. After the old man, there were people who successfully concocted fourth revolution pills one after another. Strange phenomena of heaven and earth appeared one after another. There were also many pill refiners whose cauldrons exploded and their pills were destroyed. Disheartened, they withdrew from the competition. 20 days passed. Almost all the fourth revolution pill masters had completed their pill refinement. On the icy plain, there were only 21 fifth revolution pill masters, including Ning Fan, who were still carefully concocting pills. Ning Fan carefully controlled his black flame. After obtaining the 3 types of earth vein demonic flames, the grade of his black flame improved again. Even though it had yet to reach the level of a high-grade 7th revolution spiritual flame, it was already invincible among mid-grade 7th revolution spiritual flames of the same level. With Ning Fan's pill refinement speed, it was several times faster than Mo Xiao and the others. On this icy plain where his pill refinement speed was increased by 6 to 7 times, if he concocts the revered devil pill normally, he would only need 10 days to complete the pill. The reason why he had yet to complete the pill after 20 days was actually because he had other plans. Rumble suddenly, rays of silver light began to gather in the clear sky. It was as if a 5th revolution pill master had successfully concocted a pill and triggered the lightning tribulation. At this moment, the pill cauldron of that pill master seemed to have formed a gigantic vortex of magic power. It absorbed the spiritual chi of heaven and earth into the pill cauldron and used it to condense the pill. At this moment, the eyes of the cultivators outside the arena lit up with excitement. Each of the 5th revolution pills was an extremely valuable item. The lightning tribulation of every 5th revolution pill that was successfully concocted was not to be underestimated. Even divine transformation realm cultivators would not be able to withstand it. Many cultivators began to think about how they could purchase this 5th revolution pill from that pill master after the pill ceremony. As for that 5th revolution pill master, he asked for help from the host, implying that he could not withstand the lightning tribulation by himself. On the host's seat, Zhu Qing and Dong Su exchanged glances with each other. All of a sudden, they soared into the sky and clawed at the sky at the same time. The tribulation clouds that filled the sky were forcefully crushed by the two of them. Heaven and earth trembled. So this is the strength of the 7 venerated beings of the internal sea? Countless cultivators were astonished. Such a terrifying lightning tribulation was actually crushed by the two of them. The strength of their claw was enough to easily kill any divine transformation realm cultivator. When the fifth revolution pill master tested the grade of his pill in the flame light goblet, the shadow of a 10,000 zhang *3, 33 m per zhang, large green sun appeared in the sky. That was his result. In the next few days, more fifth revolution pills were successfully concocted. Each time, it was Zhu Qing and Dong Su who worked together to overcome the lightning tribulation. On the 24th day, Yang Gu and Yin Nianzu successfully concocted their pills one after another. The pills they concocted were both low-grade fifth revolution pills. Looking at Ning Fan, who was still calmly concocting pills, Yang Gu's expression became even more respectful. Sure enough, he did not choose the wrong master. Ning Fan's pill refinement mastery was too broad and profound. Yun Nianzi touched the pill that was still warm and let out a deep sigh. After all, he was just a low-grade fifth revolution pill master. He was not as good as Ning Fan. The two of them went to the flame light goblet to test the grade of their pills. Both of them had the shadow of a 10,000 zhang *3, 33 m per zhang, large green sun. This result was enough for them to enter the top 20 of this pill ceremony. The two mid-grade fifth revolution pill masters concocted mid-grade fifth revolution pills, and the shadow of a 20,000 zhang *3, 33 m per zhang, large green sun appeared. In the end, only Ning Fan, Huang Tingzi, Yunzi, and Mo Xiu were left on the icy plain. On the 27th day, Huang Tingzi's pill cauldron was the first to emit a whiff of pill fragrance that could move one's heart. Then, it triggered countless silver lightning bolts in the vast sky. It was a sign that the pill was about to be completed. 1 hour later, Yunzi's pill cauldron also emitted a whiff of pill fragrance. The lightning bolts in the vast sky indicated that the pill was about to be completed. All of a sudden, Mo Xiu's eyes lit up. He secretly glanced at Huang Tingzi and Yunzi from the corner of his eyes. Eventually, he looked in Ning Fan's direction. He was waiting for the moment when Ning Fan's pill was about to be completed. That would be the moment when he would use his trump card. Noticing Mo Xiu's spying, the corner of Ning Fan's mouth curled into a cold smile. You want to plot against me? Then I'll show you a flaw. Condense. He clenched his 5 fingers and the medicinal power in the cauldron immediately condensed into a pill. The vast sky was filled with dense silver lightning bolts. A vast amount of heaven and earth spiritual chi was absorbed into the pill cauldron, continuously increasing the aura force of the pill. When the aura force reaches its peak, the heavenly tribulation would descend and the pill would be formed. Countless cultivators felt their hearts in their throats. They were about to witness the completion of 3 high-grade fifth revolution pills. How could they not be excited? Even Zhu Qing and Dong Su's eyes were solemn. Facing the lightning tribulations triggered by 3 great pill masters at the same time, even the two of them would not be able to withstand it. Everyone's gaze was fixed on the 3 lightning tribulations that were about to descend from the sky. No one noticed that at this moment, the corner of Mo Xiu's mouth curved into a hideous smile. Pill, condense. He suddenly patted the body of the pill cauldron. A massive magic power whirlpool appeared in the pill cauldron, devouring the heaven and earth spiritual chi from all directions. The sudden appearance of the 4th lightning tribulation in the vast sky shocked countless people. None of them expected that Mo Xiu would also rush to complete the pill at this moment. Zhu Qing and Dong Su's expressions became even more solemn. It was very difficult to withstand 4 lightning tribulations at the same time. Huang Tingzi and Yunzi shifted their gazes towards Mo Xiu. They felt that the technique that Mo Xiu used to condense the pill was a little strange. They saw Mo Xiu placing one of his hands on the pill cauldron while forming a hand seal with the other. His hand seals were extremely obscure and profound. As for the magic power whirlpool in his pill cauldron, the suction force was becoming stronger and stronger. It was so strong that it was a little abnormal. It was as if it was going to devour all the heaven and earth spiritual chi on the icy plain. The spiritual chi in the surroundings decreased rapidly and all of them gathered around Mo Xiu. After losing a large amount of heaven and earth spiritual chi, the quality of the pills inside the pill cauldrons of Ning Fan, Huang Tingzi, and Yunzi were declining rapidly. Not only that, the medicinal power inside the pills was being absorbed and devoured by Mo Xiu's pills bit by bit. All of a sudden, Huang Tingzi and Yunzi's expressions changed greatly. This is the secret technique of the ancient pill masters, the pill advancement. This is the grade seizing technique. There were pill masters in the ancient times who would order others to concoct pills during pill concoction. When the pills are completed, they would devour the pill power of others and assimilate it into their own pills to improve the grade of the pills. This kind of secret technique has been lost for a long time. You actually know how to use it. Hee. You're right. What I'm using is one of the pill advancement technique, grade seizing technique. Since the pills of the three of you have been seized by me, the grade of your pills will naturally decline. As for my pills, I can absorb the medicinal power of your pills to improve their grade. The Xianxia pill that I concocted is already a high-grade 5th revolution pill. If I can improve its grade, I can concoct a peak-grade 5th revolution pill in one go. I'm the winner of this round. A satisfied smile appeared on Emoshio's face. Today, he was going to step on the pills of the three of them and concoct his own peak-grade 5th revolution pill. The grade seizing technique was a secret technique of ancient pill cultivators. Unless it was a pill cultivator who was also proficient in the grade seizing technique, no one could stop Emoshio from seizing the medicinal power of others' pills. It was also by chance that he obtained this technique. Moreover, it was just an incomplete technique. He did not think that the others could learn this technique. Huang Tingzi and Yunzi's faces were filled with anger. If the grade seizing technique is used in a private occasion, it would be fine if other pill masters willingly allow you to seize the medicinal power of their pills. However, when it was used in a grand competition, seizing the medicinal power of others' pills to upgrade one's own pills was already unfair. The dignified Scarlet Heaven Palace Lord is actually so despicable. Both of them shouted angrily. Humph. In this world, the strong survive and the weak die. It's not despicable or not. If the two of you also know the grade seizing technique, the medicinal power of your pills naturally wouldn't be seized by me. The reason why you lost is because you are weak. Emoshio, on the other hand, spoke eloquently. He increased his magic power and an even greater suction force came from the pill cauldron, violently absorbing the medicinal power of Huang Tingzi and Yunzi's pills. As their pills continued to lose their medicinal power, their pills could no longer form into pills at all. Moreover, their pills began to show signs of cracking. Their eyes were filled with anger, but they were powerless to stop Emoshio from seizing their pills. The cultivators outside the arena fell into silence. Even though the grade seizing technique was a little despicable, Emoshio's statement of the strong survive and the weak die was not wrong either. For a moment, they did not know whether they should cheer for Emoshio's grade seizing technique or despise him. At this moment, some cultivators gradually realized that Ning Fan was not angry at Emoshio. Ning Fan still looked calm and composed. He had already seen through Emoshio's grade seizing technique. Emoshio glanced at Ning Fan with a cold smile that was filled with hostility. Revered Ming, it seems like you're going to lose today's grand competition. Hee. Since you're willing to bet, you must be willing to accept your loss. After the grand competition, I will take away your black flames. Even if you complain to the Rain Sovereign and the Pill Sovereign now, you won't be able to get your black flames back. Complain? Why would I complain? The corner of Ning Fan's mouth curved into a mocking smile. His hand seal suddenly changed and he chanted the same incantation. Grade seizing technique. Inside Ning Fan's pill cauldron, a vortex of magic power that was even stronger than Emoshio's suddenly rose. A massive suction force violently absorbed the medicinal power of Emoshio's pills. That suction force was more than a few times stronger than Emoshio's grade seizing technique. Emoshio's expression changed and he shouted angrily. Impossible. How can you also know the grade seizing technique? This is absolutely impossible. One half, to be continued, a strong sense of unwillingness rose in Emoshio's heart. The grade seizing technique was his trump card. He could not believe that Ning Fan could do it as well. What he could not believe was that Ning Fan's grade seizing technique was not only complete but also had a higher level of mastery than him. Facing Ning Fan's grade seizing technique, Emoshio could not resist at all. All he could do was let the medicinal power of the pill drain. The Xianxia pill that he had spent so much effort to concoct began to drop in grade. Huang Rong and Yi Yun were surprised to find out that Ning Fan did not seize the medicinal power of their pills after using the grade seizing technique. Instead, he only seized the medicinal power of Mo Xiu's pills. With Ning Fan restraining Mo Xiu, the medicinal power of their pills no longer drained. Thus, they could form the pills again and complete the last step of the concoction. Of course, Ning Fan was helping the two of them by doing them a small favor. Their pills were almost destroyed because of Mo Xiu. Now that they received Ning Fan's help, they naturally felt grateful towards him. Countless cultivators outside the arena were stunned. They did not expect the situation to be reversed like this. Mo Xiu, who used the grade seizing technique, was seized by Ning Fan instead. To Mo Xiu, this scene was really ironic. Compared to Mo Xiu's despicable behavior, Ning Fan, who gained the upper hand after striking, seemed to be more upright and righteous, even though he also used the grade seizing technique. "You've lost." Ning Fan's indifferent voice contained 70% indifference and 30% disdain. When Mo Xiu heard it, it was like a bolt from the blue. "I've lost? I actually lost to Ning Fan in terms of pill refinement. This is impossible." However, he had to admit that if he continues to let Ning Fan seize the medicinal power of his Lianqing pill, its medicinal power would eventually be drained and it would become a useless pill. Mo Xiu's eyes flashed with ferocity. He had never felt so unwilling before. This kind of unwillingness turned into a sharp thorn that pierced his heart. He could not tolerate it. His eyes that looked at Ning Fan revealed killing intent for the first time. "You can't defeat me. During the second round, you seized my spirit fire and caused me to suffer a backlash. Today, I will take revenge for that and teach you a lesson." Soul Palm Imprint. Mo Xiu and Ning Fan were at the critical moment of concocting their pills. Both their magic power and spirit sense were tied to the pills. However, Mo Xiu's technique was extraordinary. His dark green medicine soul suddenly turned into a gigantic palm imprint and slammed down on Ning Fan's head. It was actually a medicine soul palm imprint with the power of the first level. Mo Xiu had secretly learned this technique from the alchemy sovereign. Although he had only learned one layer of the palm imprint, its power was still extraordinary. When Ning Fan was at a crucial point in his pill concoction, he suddenly launched a sneak attack with his battle soul technique. It was enough to cause Ning Fan's cauldron to explode and his pills to be destroyed. He would then suffer the backlash of failing to concoct the pill and be severely injured by the palm imprint. Mo Xiu did not dare to kill Ning Fan. However, if he doesn't let Ning Fan have a taste of severe injuries, how could he quell the anger in his heart? "A palm imprint that you secretly learned? It's only SOSO." Ning Fan's eyes flickered with a cold light. He had long been prepared for Mo Xiu's sneak attack. When countless cultivators saw Mo Xiu fly into a rage out of humiliation and actually launched a sneak attack on Ning Fan, who was in the midst of concocting pills, they began to despise his character. There were also many alchemists who saw Mo Xiu use the battle soul technique that only ancient cultivators knew, and their eyes burned with passion. When Yu Lingkong, Su Qiuling, and Fen Qi saw Ning Fan being ambushed, all of them rose to their feet in a panic. They wanted to rush over to help Ning Fan block the palm imprint, but it was already too late. Seeing that Ning Fan was about to be hit by Mo Xiu's palm imprint and suffer a backlash, Su Qiuling's gentle eyes revealed killing intent for the first time. She wore a black dress which made her look like a black orchid. However, this orchid would also get angry. As for Yu Lingkong, she was about to go berserk. If Little Cucumber gets hurt, she would definitely fight Mo Xiu to the death. Even if she could not defeat him, she would still fight with her life on the line. Fen Qi's enchanting eyes were burning with anger. Ning Fan had treated her well. She was not an ungrateful person. Boom. Just as the ladies were feeling anxious, a thunderous collision suddenly resounded. Ning Fan's body also emitted a vast dark green medicine soul which turned into 3 layers of palm imprints and collided with Mo Xiu's palm imprint. Ning Fan's Heavenly Dipper imprint was personally taught to him by the alchemy sovereign. In terms of the completeness of his magic technique, the grade of his medicine soul and the cultivation of his palm imprint, Ning Fan was far superior to Mo Xiu. Without any suspense, Mo Xiu's palm imprint was crushed by Ning Fan's palm imprint. Layers of ripples spread out. Mo Xiu's eyes were filled with astonishment while Ning Fan was still as calm as before. The remaining palm force hit Mo Xiu's body mercilessly as if he was hit by 1,000 mountains. In just an instant, Mo Xiu had suffered quite a serious injury. Mo Xiu felt a sharp pain in his medicine soul. All of his magic power became sluggish, making him unable to continue concocting pills. Puff Mo Xiu spurted out a mouthful of blood and pushed his hand away from the pill cauldron. The flames in the cauldron went out of control and immediately, a burnt smell spread out. The pill lightning that was brewing in the sky dissipated on its own. Mo Xiu's cauldron did not explode and his pill was destroyed. However, the Lianqing pill that he concocted failed at the last step due to Ning Fan's interference and turned into a burnt, useless pill. As for Mo Xiu, he had focused all of his attention and magic power on the pill. Now that the pill was destroyed by an external force, the backlash he suffered was certainly not light. His cultivation base was at the void inquiry stage. After being injured by the palm imprint and suffering from the pain of the backlash, his cultivation base was actually unstable. He could not keep up with his magic power and fell to the void glimpse stage. The backlash of pill concoction was similar to qi deviation during cultivation. The consequences were not trivial. That was the reason why the pill sovereign put on Ning Fan's heavenly dipper imprint to protect his life. Unless Mo Xiu goes into seclusion for tens of years to improve his cultivation base, he would never be able to regain his void inquiry stage cultivation base. This was the price he had to pay for the backlash. He was enraged. He had gone mad. He had lost his rationality. The dignified palace lord of the Scarlet Heaven Palace had actually lost his cultivation base because of Ning Fan. All of his worries had been thrown to the back of his mind. He did not care what kind of background or protection Ning Fan had. Today, he was going to make Ning Fan pay the price. Zhou Ming, you're courting death. He soared into the sky and prepared a magic technique. He wanted to injure Ning Fan, who was in the state of pill concoction, and make him suffer the backlash as well. The one who is courting death is you. Ning Fan suddenly patted the lid of the cauldron. A ray of silver lightning struck down and the revered devil pill was directly completed. No. To be more precise, Ning Fan had already completed the pill 10 days ago. He was just waiting for this moment, which was why he pretended that he had not completed the pill. He had already predicted that Mo Xiu would lose his mind after his grade seizing technique was broken. This step was still within his calculations. Swallow. Facing the pill lightning of a high-grade 5th revolution pill, Ning Fan opened his mouth and directly swallowed all of the silver lightning. He had cultivated the complete Tai Su lightning star. As such, a mere thunder was nothing to him. Facing Mo Xiu, who was closing in on him, Ning Fan took a step into the sky and threw a punch at him. The force of the punch was mixed with the whistling of mountains and rivers. It was beyond Mo Xiu's expectation. He could not figure out how Ning Fan could suddenly form his core and regain his ability to move. After hastily receiving Ning Fan's punch, Mo Xiu's eyes were filled with shock. The bones of his fist that collided with Ning Fan's punch were directly shattered. It could not withstand the immense physical strength of Ning Fan's body at all. Boom, a loud explosion resounded. Mo Xiu's fists were stained with blood as he was sent flying away by Ning Fan's punch. Currently, his injuries were extremely severe. His cultivation base had fallen and his physical body was far weaker than Ning Fan's. How could he possibly be a match for Ning Fan? His heart was filled with regret. If he had known that Ning Fan had the grade seizing technique, he would never have displayed his slight skill in front of an expert. If he had known that Ning Fan had the heavenly dipper imprint, he would never have launched a sneak attack on him. If he had known that Ning Fan had already completed his core, he would not have recklessly risked his life to fight him. He was the one who attacked Ning Fan first. Even if Ning Fan kills him today, Ning Fan would probably be the one in the right. No one in the Rain Palace could stand up for him. His death would be in vain. Today, without the protection of King Lan Ling, his injuries were even worse than during the second round. How could he be Ning Fan's match today? Unwilling, he was unwilling. However, his mind gradually calmed down. The current situation was disadvantageous to him, and he did not want to continue fighting. He just wanted to hide for the time being and seek revenge in the future. Stop right now. I will definitely compensate revered Ming for today's offense. Both of us are from the Rain Palace. How can we kill each other? Well said. Do you still remember the bet you made with me? Ning Fan's reminder evoked Mo Xiu's memories. That's right. He had made a bet with Ning Fan before. Today, he failed to concoct a pill while Ning Fan succeeded. Thus, he naturally lost to Ning Fan. According to the bet, Ning Fan could casually take away anything from him. What do you want? This prince will give it all to you. Mo Xiu said in a panic. I want your life. Boom. Boom, Ning Fan swung both of his fists. His black hair danced wildly in the wind, making him look as dignified as a heavenly deity. The entire snowy sky was filled with the shadows of black dragons. He punched out with both fists, directly shattering Mo Xiu's arms, not giving him any chance to form any hand seals. He kicked Mo Xiu's dantian, and it shook Missouri Xiu's primordial spirit to the point it almost collapsed. With a point of his finger, the third strike of the heaven-collapsing sword finger turned into countless sword lights that slashed Mo Xiu's body into pieces. Everyone was shocked by this overwhelming battle situation. A phoenix in dire straits was no better than a chicken. Mo Xiu, whose cultivation level had dropped, was heavily injured, and his strength was far from the Shirlu country king's. No matter what, the country lord of Shirlu country was an unrivaled void glimpse stage expert. Even so, he was still trampled on by Ning Fan. Ning Fan did not put a mere heavily injured Mo Xiu in his eyes at all. Even if Mo Xiu was at his peak, he was just at King Yinglong's strength. As for Ning Fan, he could even kill King Yinglong. As for Mo Xiu, his temperament was far inferior to King Yinglong and Shirkuan. The reason why Mo Xiu was so powerful was because he came from the Rain Palace. Boom. Boom. Boom, Mo Xiu's magic power was unable to keep up with Ning Fan's attacks. His strength was scattered and he did not have the strength to fight back at all. He was grabbed by Ning Fan like a sandbag and smashed into the icy plain. Ning Fan was like dragging a dead dog to the icy plain in the distance. Every single punch he threw caused the snowy mountains to collapse. Mo Xiu's eyes were filled with hatred and fear. Ning Fan's physical body was just too strong. It was so strong that it made him tremble in fear and made him beg for mercy. He felt that if Ning Fan continues to beat him, he would really die. You can't kill me. I am the 7th sovereign, the 7th prince's trusted aide, so what if I kill you? I'm not afraid to tell you that I will use your primordial spirit and use the blood revolution technique to upgrade my revered devil pill. What? Mo Xiu's eyes were filled with fear. The blood revolution technique was similar to the grade seizing technique. Both of them were secret techniques that could upgrade the grade of pills. The difference between them was that the grade seizing technique was used to seize the medicinal power of other pills to upgrade the grade of pills. The blood revolution technique, on the other hand, was used to refine a cultivator's nascent soul and primordial spirit into a pill. It was a cruel pill upgrade technique. He could not imagine that Ning Fan was going to use his primordial spirit to refine a pill. This is just too terrifying. Of course, it was impossible for him to know that the reason why Ning Fan chose to concoct the revered devil pill today was because he had already planned to kill Mo Xiu and use his primordial spirit to refine the pill. Ning Fan was never a person who would suffer losses. If someone dares to provoke him, he would just kill them. Bang Ning Fan stomped on Mo Xiu's body, turning it into a pile of blood and flesh. With a point of his finger, he fixed Mo Xiu's primordial spirit in place and captured it. Then, he took a step forward and returned to the jade platform of the pill cauldron. His baleful chi dyed the snow and wind red. In the blink of an eye, he killed Mo Xiu. Such a powerful technique made countless cultivators shiver in fear. How long had it been? Ning Fan had actually killed 2 void refinement realm old monsters in the cold northern country. Shocking. This is just too shocking. Mo Xiu, in particular, had a higher cultivation base than the country lord of Shirlu country. His status was also higher than the country lord's. However, Ning Fan still killed him without hesitation. How audacious of him. Everyone looked at the primordial spirit in Ning Fan's palm, guessing how Ning Fan would deal with Mo Xiu. Then, Ning Fan did something that made countless cultivators' eyes pop out. He placed the warm revered devil pill into the pill cauldron. After that, he sealed Mo Xiu's half-dead primordial spirit and threw it into the pill cauldron. After that, he ignored Mo Xiu's miserable cries and directly activated his black flames to burn it. He was actually going to use Mo Xiu's primordial spirit to concoct a pill. What? This. There's actually someone in this world who uses a void inquiry stage expert's primordial spirit to concoct a pill? A devil. This is the behavior of a devil. Shut up. Do you want to die? If you scold Venerated Ming, be careful or Venerated Ming might use your nascent soul to concoct a pill. All of a sudden, the outside fell into a strange dead silence. The atmosphere was filled with a terrifying atmosphere. Countless cultivators looked at Ning Fan with bone-chilling fear in their eyes. Inside Ning Fan's pill cauldron, blood-red light shone and its baleful qi was terrifying. After letting out a miserable shriek, Mo Xiu's primordial spirit completely fused into the revered devil pill. At this moment, the high-grade 5th Revolution revered devil pill showed signs of breaking through to the peak-grade 5th Revolution, especially after the revered devil pill broke through to the peak-grade 5th Revolution. Ning Fan was still able to concoct the pill with ease. Anyone with discerning eyes could see that Ning Fan's pill refinement mastery had definitely reached the peak-grade 5th Revolution. As he continued to concoct the pill, a few more days passed. Kill someone and take their life, concoct a pill with their primordial spirit. It's actually the lost blood revolution technique from ancient times. An old monster exclaimed. Peak grade 5th revolution. Venerated Ming is actually a peak grade 5th revolution pill refinement master. Another old monster exclaimed in shock. At the same time, the atmosphere of an impending storm enveloped the Rain Palace of the Middle State. The shocking news made the people of the Rain Palace feel uneasy. How could this be? How could this be? Why would the life plate of the dignified Scarlet Heaven Palace Lord shatter? One of the revered elders of the Rain Palace said in shock and anger. Investigate. Quickly investigate. We, the people of the Scarlet Heaven Palace, cannot let our Palace Lord die in vain. Another revered elder voiced his support. The Rain Sovereign's eyes turned gloomy. He did not say anything. Just from his expression, one could tell that he must be extremely angry at this moment. Because someone dared to kill the 9 Palace Lords of the Rain Palace. This was no different from slapping his face. In the main hall, revered Ming, who had lost his heavenly eye, was trying his best to perform divination. However, he could not find out the heavenly secret of the murderer. In the end, the spy of the Rain Palace that was buried in the Endless Sea paid a huge price to send the information to the Rain Palace. Only then did everyone know the reason of Mo Xiu's death. The murderer was Ning Fan. As for the reason why he killed Mo Xiu, it turned out that Mo Xiu had repeatedly provoked Ning Fan and even tried to take his life. Mo Xiu. How dare he disobey my orders? He deserves to die. The Rain Sovereign's anger seemed to have shifted to Mo Xiu. If it was someone else who killed Mo Xiu, the Rain Sovereign would certainly hold them accountable. However, Ning Fan was still of great use to him. Thus, he would not allow anyone to touch Ning Fan. Even if he wants to touch Ning Fan, he should only do so after he has made use of him. Father. Mo Xiu is my subordinate. Don't tell me he died in vain? Yun Jinghong's eyes were filled with killing intent. He wished he could tear Ning Fan apart. That's right. He died in vain just like that. His death can be used as a lesson to the other palace lords. This is the consequence of disobeying my orders and touching Zhou Ming. Besides, do you really dare to kill him? Now, he is half a disciple of Li Xianxia. The Rain Sovereign was displeased. Yun Jinghong was his son. He should know what was important and what was not. However, he actually got angry because of a subordinate and wanted to kill a very useful chess piece. His temperament was really worrying. Li Xianxia. At the mention of the Pill Sovereign's name, no matter how arrogant and wild Yun Jinghong was, he had no choice but to restrain himself. With the Rain Sovereign and the Pill Sovereign's protection, no one would dare to touch the current Ning Fan. However, we can't let this Zhou Ming do as he pleases. He is not even 500 years old, but he could already kill Shikuan and Mo Xiu. My son, are you very close to Prince Lanling? The Rain Sovereign asked. Yes. Prince Lanling's true body is currently in seclusion. His second primordial spirit is in the Endless Sea, collecting the devil statue slates of the 4 clans of the Hidden Ocean. Yun Jinghong did not dare to hide anything from him. Is that so? If there's a chance, I'll let him teach Zhou Ming a lesson. There's no need to take his life. This young man is already so ferocious before attaining the void refinement realm. If he breaks through to the void refinement realm or void fragmentation realm, this young man must not be allowed to become the next Yun Tianjue. Ning Fan's achievements in killing Shi Kuan and Mo Xiu made the dignified Rain Sovereign pay attention to a junior for the first time. Somehow, the Rain Sovereign always felt that this junior Ning Fan gave him an extremely uneasy feeling. If a genius like Ning Fan was born in other worlds, the Divine Sovereigns would probably fight to recruit him. Unfortunately, there was only one Divine Sovereign in the Rain world. The result of a dictatorship was to suppress the geniuses and prevent the imperial authority from being replaced. Zhou Ming. The Rain Sovereign remained silent. His brows were tightly knitted together. No one knew what he was thinking. Even the Rain Sovereign himself did not understand why he would be afraid of an ant who had yet to attain the void refinement realm. Those below the void fragmentation realm were all ants. As for those below the void refinement realm, they were even worse than ants. Two halves, to be continued. Some of the old monsters who came to participate in the pill ceremony were from the profound sects, righteous Tao and devil sects. Many of them had also used other people's nascent souls to concoct pills. However, had anyone ever used the primordial spirit of a void inquiry stage-old monster to concoct pills? In the Rain world, the number of void refinement realm experts could be counted with one's fingers. There were only slightly more than 100 of them. Among them, the Palace Lord of the Scarlet Heaven Palace, Missouri Xiu, was one of the top 50 experts. Such an expert was actually killed by Ning Fan and used his primordial spirit to concoct pills. It was truly a terrifying scene. So void refinement realm old monsters can also die, so there are still devils in this world who dare to use the primordial spirit of a void refinement realm old monster to concoct pills. Each of the old monsters looked at Ning Fan with fear that came from the bottom of their hearts. Under everyone's fearful gaze, the revered devil pill that Ning Fan concocted was finally completed. Ning Fan performed the grade seizing technique and the blood revolution technique one after another, successfully raising the grade of the revered devil pill to the peak of the 5th revolution. At this moment, the medicinal power of the pill was much stronger. It could be used as an aid to break through to the golden body refining realm. The silver lightning tribulation struck down from the sky. Ning Fan's glabella flashed with starlight. With a cold look in his eyes, he said indifferently, "Get lost." The silver lightning bolts in the sky seemed to be afraid of him. They flew back to the sky and could not be struck down. This scene shocked countless cultivators once again. If Ning Fan was strong enough to resist the lightning tribulation head-on, it would still be understandable. However, Ning Fan merely glanced at the lightning tribulation and the lightning tribulation actually became afraid. It was just too unbelievable. Huang Tingzi and Yunzi's pills were completed one after another. Thanks to Ning Fan, their lightning tribulations were directly scared away by Ning Fan's gaze. The two of them tested the grade of their pills. Huang Tingzi's fierce soul pill was thrown into the flame light goblet. The shadow of a 500 zhang *3, 33 m per zhang, large green sun appeared. Yunzi's purple heaven pill had a 550,000 zhang *3, 33 m per zhang, large green sun. Now, its quality was slightly higher than Huang Tingzi's pill. Ning Fan did not immediately test the grade of the revered devil pill. Instead, his eyes scanned through the fragments of the pill cauldron that Mo Xiu left behind. The Lianqing pill could greatly increase the grade of one's medicine soul, but the main ingredient was extremely rare and hard to find. Mo Xiu being able to gather all the ingredients for the Lianqing pill was truly a great fortune. Unfortunately, he ran into Ning Fan and ruined the Lianqing pill. Otherwise, if Ning Fan consumes this Lianqing pill, it would certainly greatly improve the grade of his medicine soul. No one knew what he was thinking, but Ning Fan flicked his sleeves and kept the Lianqing pill. Then, with a leap, he walked to the front of the flame light goblet. As soon as the 16 giants of the giant devil clan who were guarding the flame light goblet saw Ning Fan, each of them shuddered in fear. "Revered Ming, please test the grade of the pills." Their voices were trembling, as if they were afraid that any slight disrespect would displease Ning Fan. "Yes." Ning Fan was already used to their fear and turned a blind eye to it. He had killed Shikuan and Imo Xiu consecutively. His demonic might could no longer be suppressed. There would definitely be countless experts paying attention to him. He had to improve his strength as soon as possible, break through the golden body realm as soon as possible, and obtain a cultivation commensurate with his reputation. With a flick of his finger, the dark golden sovereign demon pill was flicked into the flame-light goblet. In an instant, a 99,000 feet dark green sun appeared in the sky. An 80,000 zhong tall green sun shadow was a peak 5th revolution pill. Not only did the sun shadow exceed 80,000 zhong tall, but it also had the black color that only 6th revolution pills had. Without a doubt, the grade of the sovereign demon pill was already infinitely close to the 6th revolution. A pill that's infinitely close to the 6th revolution. Each of the old monsters exclaimed in surprise. Among them, an aged pill refinement master mustered his courage and stepped out of the crowd. He cupped his fists at Ning Fan and asked, "May I ask, revered Ming, what level has your pill refinement mastery reached?" This old man and countless fellow Taoists would like to know. Peak 5th revolution, close to the 6th revolution. Ning Fan's tone was flat. He did not have any intention to hide it. However, these calm words immediately set off waves of shock. There were only 7 6th revolution pill masters in the Rain world. Ning Fan's pill refinement mastery was close to the 6th revolution. Breaking through to the 6th revolution was just around the corner. Once his pill refinement mastery attains the 6th revolution, he would become the 8th 6th revolution pill master in the Rain world. This identity was too honorable. The result of the competition in the pill ceremony was without any suspense. Ning Fan was first, Yinzi was second and Huang Tingzi was third. Originally, if Imo Xiu did not die and continued to concoct pills peacefully, he could have gotten the second place. Unfortunately, he offended Ning Fan and that was why he died. Ning Fan killing the palace master of the Scarlet Heaven Palace was no trivial matter. Many people were guessing how the Rain Palace would deal with Ning Fan. Some of them guessed that the Rain Palace would punish Ning Fan according to the laws of the world. Some of them also guessed that the Rain Palace would send someone to summon Ning Fan to the middle state to interrogate him. 10 days had passed since the pill ceremony ended. The area outside Ning Fan's residence was deserted. Not many old monsters dared to approach him. These old monsters could not figure out how the Rain Palace would deal with Ning Fan. Thus, they did not dare to get involved with him. However, something happened that made their jaws drop. 10 days later, a piece of news that shocked the entire Rain world spread. All the members of Imo Xiu's clan in the Middle State were severely punished by the Rain Sovereign. The Rain Sovereign claimed that Imo Xiu was the one who attacked Ning Fan first. He deserved to die. The Rain Sovereign even declared that if Ning Fan breaks through to the Void Refinement Realm one day, he would be conferred the title of Marquis and the position of the Palace Master of the Scarlet Heaven Palace. No one expected that Ning Fan would actually be so highly regarded by the Rain Sovereign. He actually did not want to take responsibility for killing a palace master. No one expected that Ning Fan would kill Imo Xiu and even take over his position. As long as Ning Fan breaks through to the Void Refinement Realm, he would be the palace master of the Scarlet Heaven Palace in the future. This was basically saying that Ning Fan was not guilty of killing Imo Xiu. How heaven-defying. What a monster. There are actually rewards for breaking the law by killing someone. All of a sudden, countless old monsters figured out how much Ning Fan was favored by the Rain Palace and began to flatter him. Ning Fan, of course, was too lazy to meet these despicable people who fawned on the rich and powerful. With his strength, there was no need for him to show them any respect. For 10 whole days, he stayed in his residence and recalled the pill concoction process of the pill ceremony. He had learned a lot from it. Zhu Qing told Ning Fan that he would officially concoct pills for Feng Shuiyan half a month later. Before that, Zhu Qing would arrange for Ning Fan to meet a few old ancestors of the giant devil clan. The reason for the meeting was that the few old ancestors had heard about Ning Fan's unparalleled pill refinement mastery and they wanted to request him to concoct some pills for them. The few old ancestors said that if Ning Fan agreed to help them concoct pills, they could discuss any request he has. Any request. Ning Fan naturally knew that the few old ancestors that Zhu Qing mentioned were referring to the 8 ancestors. Since the 8 ancestors would ask him for pills, they would naturally treat him with respect. However, Ning Fan did not have a good impression of them at all. He was on the same side as Feng Shuiyan. Both of them were destined to be enemies with the 8 ancestors. However, it was not impossible for him to concoct pills for the 8 ancestors. He could make any request he wanted. He wondered if he could directly take a look at the devil statue slate to extract the devil chi from it. As for the pills he concocts for them, if he tampered with the pills, he wondered if he could directly poison the 8 ancestors to death. Ning Fan was rather worried when he did not see Feng Shuiyan for the past few days. Without Feng Shuiyan's disturbance, he spent a few nights with Yu Lingkong and Su Qiuling respectively. Ning Fan still did not touch Fen Qi's body. He would not force her. What he did not know was that Fen Qi was unwilling to do so. She was just reluctant to sleep with him when she saw how much Ning Fan doted on Yu Lingkong and Su Qiuling. Everything seemed calm and tranquil, but Ning Fan did not feel relaxed at all. It was because Zhu Qing would bring him to meet the 8 ancestors today. The place where they would meet was naturally the small kiliacosm where the 8 ancestors resided. Ning Fan was not worried about his safety when he entered the enemy's territory rashly with 8 experts watching him. He had the steel of sun and moon, which could instantly kill a void-pierced stage-old ancestor if he was forced into a corner. Even though he could not find the entrance to the Jumo broken world, it would be very easy for him to escape once he enters the broken world. He could just use the wind mist technique to create an exit. With the wind mist technique and the heaven-deceiving cloak, Ning Fan could go anywhere he wanted in this vast world. No one below the void fragmentation realm could hurt him. Even if Prince Lan Ling's true body comes, Ning Fan would not be afraid. Yun Nianzi gave Ning Fan a letter saying that the Rain Sovereign had sent Prince Lan Ling's second primordial spirit to teach him a lesson. Ning Fan did not care about it at all. Prince Lan Ling's second primordial spirit was nothing to him. Previously, he only wanted to participate in the pill ceremony and did not want to have anything to do with this person. If this person is stubborn and dares to teach him a lesson, he would not mind instantly killing Prince Lan Ling's second primordial spirit with the steel of sun and moon. Moreover, Ning Fan did not think that Prince Lan Ling would come to teach him a lesson. Prince Lan Ling was severely injured by the 8 ancestors. Who knew where he would be recuperating? Prince Lan Ling was determined to seize the slate. Since he could not get the slate of the giant devil clan, he would certainly try to seize the slate of the other 2 clans. Prince Lan Ling only wanted to seize the slate. How would he have the mood to deal with Ning Fan? He was not worried that Prince Lan Ling would come to visit him at all. Instead, he was more worried about Feng Shuiyan. Dong 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 suddenly, someone knocked on the door. Ning Fan flicked his sleeves and opened the door. A white-haired young lady with a worried and haggard expression was standing outside the door. It was Feng Shuiyan, whom he had not seen for a long time. "Brother-in-law, you must not go to see Grandpa. They want to eat you." Feng Shuiyan mouthed, but she could not make any sound. She was too worried that she even forgot her manners and begged Ning Fan like a child. "Brother-in-law, don't go. They are bad people, silly girl." Ning Fan looked at Feng Shuiyan, who was like his younger sister, and felt sorry for her. He patted her white hair to comfort her. His heart turned cold and his killing intent towards the 8 ancestors was triggered. The 8 ancestors actually wanted to eat him. Interesting. These 8 ancestors are really tired of living. It seems like if I don't scare these 8 ancestors a little, they won't behave themselves, on an uninhabited island in the eternal endless sea. Inside a hidden cave dwelling, Prince Lan Ling's second primordial spirit was in seclusion to recuperate. Beside him was a jade slip. It contained Yun Jinghong's request. He asked Prince Lan Ling to teach Ning Fan a lesson. Prince Lan Ling glanced at the jade slip and let out a cold snort. "Humph. Yun Jinghong actually dares to order me around. Does he think that I'm his subordinate? Teach Zhou Ming a lesson? Why should I listen to the Rain Palace and teach Zhou Ming a lesson? Besides, a mere Zhou Ming is really worthy for me to deal with him personally." When he thought of this, Prince Lan Ling suddenly fell into silence. He had met Ning Fan twice and both of them were extremely arrogant. However, Ning Fan was like a pool of calm water from beginning to end. He never got angry and acted like a weakling. He also once thought that Ning Fan was a weakling. However, Ning Fan could kill Shikuan and Mo Shou in a row. Was he really a weakling? Prince Lanling faintly felt that he had underestimated Ning Fan from the beginning. However, the pride in his heart did not allow him to admit Ning Fan's strength. Scenes of memories flashed in front of his eyes. When Prince Lanling was young, he had provoked Yun Tianjue twice. However, Yun Tianjue remained unmoved like a rock. It made Prince Lanling feel that Yun Tianjue was weak and could be bullied easily. However, when Prince Lanling provoked Yun Tianjue for the third time, Yun Tianjue drew his sword in anger and defeated him with just a single move. That was the humiliation of his life. Only then did Prince Lanling realize that the reason why he felt disdain towards Ning Fan was not because Ning Fan was too weak. It was because Ning Fan was too similar to Yun Tianjue. They were so similar that it made him feel disgusted. If I provoke him for the third time, will he draw his sword at me in anger? Humph. Forget it. If I gather all the devil slates and decipher the secret of the devil slates, I might be able to meet this person for a while. Now, I don't have the time to deal with him. If I don't get the devil slates as soon as possible, it will be difficult for me to heal my physical body after I absorb the devil chi from the severe injuries caused by my failure in the void fragmentation realm. Humph. If I am in my peak condition, I will come to the internal endless sea with my true body and sweep across the entire world. How happy would that be? How would I be injured by the 8 undead monsters of the giant devil clan? Humph. Prince Lanling's eyes became even colder. He wanted to speed up his pace in obtaining the devil slates. Compared to the devil statue slate, all the other items could be ignored for the time being, including Ning Fan, to be continued. Feng Shuiyan was quite frightened. After Ning Fan comforted her carefully, he sent her to Su Qiuling's place to take care of her. Then, he followed Zhu Qing to visit the 8 ancestors. Feng Shuiyan did not listen to the conversation of the 8 ancestors. Her words could not give Ning Fan much information. Even so, Ning Fan had his guard up against the 8 ancestors whom he had never met before. Along the way, Zhu Qing briefly introduced the information about the 8 ancestors to Ning Fan and told him not to spread it. His memories were erased by the 8 ancestors. Thus, he did not know that Feng Shuiyan was plotted against. Deep down, he still respected the 8 old ancestors. Among the 8 Void Refinement Realm old ancestors of the Giant Devil clan, 2 were at the Void Pierce stage and 6 were at the Void Refinement Realm. One of them was Zhu Qing's father, Zhu Yan, while the other was the leader of the 8 ancestors, a famous figure in the history of the Giant Devil clan. The leader of the 8 ancestors is the former old ancestor, King Zhu Lu. King Zhu Lu has a bad reputation. He has slaughtered countless pill refinement masters in his life. He is extremely strong and his methods are ruthless. Among the 8 ancestors, the one you can't afford to offend the most is King Zhu Lu. The 8 old ancestors are planning something big. It is said to be related to the survival of the Giant Devil clan. Unless it's a matter of life and death, the 8 old ancestors won't show up to save her. The 8 old ancestors have done everything for the great cause of our clan. I really admire them. Sacrificing one's honor for the rise and fall of the clan is truly the behavior of a man. Zhu Qing's eyes were filled with respect when he talked about the 8 ancestors. Ning Fan did not interrupt them. He did not tell Zhu Qing what kind of injuries Feng Shuiyan had suffered. Telling Zhu Qing about the matter would not help him at all. Thus, Ning Fan decided to solve everything by himself. Among all the people who cared about Feng Shuiyan, Ning Fan was the only one who had the hope to save her. I have the steel of sun and moon. A void fragmentation realm attack can instantly kill a void pierce stage cultivator and severely injure an absolute void stage cultivator. However, that is only for one attack. If I face a void refinement realm old ancestor, I am certainly not afraid. However, if I face 8 ancestors at the same time, I am not confident that I can eliminate all of them with my current strength. It is enough for me to protect myself. Unless a void fragmentation realm expert intervenes, I can go anywhere in this vast world. There are still 10 years left before the 8 ancestors take Feng Shuiyan's life. I must refine Mo Luo's blood within 10 years and cultivate the Mo Luo ancestral talisman to save Feng Shuiyan's life in advance. Then, he would break through to the golden body stage as soon as possible. Today, I must obtain the 2nd devil statue slate and complete the advancement of 2/4 of my mage wealth. I can't delay any longer. If I don't attain the golden body refining realm, I won't be able to fight evenly against void refinement realm experts. Without attaining the void refinement realm, one would still be an ant. If I enter the golden body refining stage, I will have nothing to fear when facing the 8 ancestors. Even the Prince of Lanling's second primordial spirit is invincible with his fists. A sense of determination rose within Ning Fan's body. That was the determination to attain the golden body refining realm without hesitation. This aura shocked Zhu Qing, but he didn't ask any questions. Outside the Zhu Mo's broken world, Zhu Qing took out a sound transmission jade and conversed with the 8 ancestors for a long time. Then, a door of light suddenly appeared. It was the 8 ancestors inviting Ning Fan to enter. Zhu Qing did not enter the broken world. He did not need to know the content of today's conversation. The broken world was filled with endless darkness. The surroundings could not be seen clearly. Ning Fan could feel that this endless darkness was, in fact, a kind of magic technique that concealed his senses. Even if he secretly activated his demon eyes and devil eyes, he could not see too far in the darkness. He also sensed that there were 6 layers of powerful formation forces beneath his feet and another 8 layers of formation forces in all directions. Without a doubt, the Zhu Mo's broken world had an extremely powerful grand formation which had already reached the low-grade immortal void realm. *ting*******, countless dark green devil flames suddenly lit up in 8 directions around Ning Fan, illuminating the 8 gigantic stone pillars which were glowing faintly. On top of each of the stone pillars sat a black shadow which was shrouded in black mist. Each of the black shadows had a strong qi which was at the void refinement realm or above. Under the illumination of the devil flames, the surrounding scenery gradually became clearer. Only then did Ning Fan see clearly that behind each of the 8 gigantic stone pillars was a gigantic stone door. The 8 doors formed a formation. There was a gigantic 6-pointed star grand formation beneath his feet. On each corner of the 6-pointed star, there was a gigantic blood pool which symbolized the 6 paths Ning Fan had obtained the inheritance of the formation Dao of the He Luo faction. Thus, he could tell how terrifying this grand formation was at first glance. This was the 8 gates and 6 paths, the boundless evil sea formation. When this formation is fully activated, it could derive the pseudo-samsara power which could injure void fragmentation realm experts. Are you Zhou Ming? A hoarse voice which sounded like he already knew the answer came from the direction of the death gate which was one of the 8 gates. A black shadow which looked like a skeleton was sitting on top of it. His eyes were dark green and he looked extremely terrifying. This skeleton-like human figure was the leader of the 8 ancestors, King Zhu Lu. When King Zhu Lu spoke, he secretly released his void-pierced stage aura force in an attempt to slightly intimidate Ning Fan. However, all of the aura force disappeared like a gentle breeze when it got close to Ning Fan's body. At the next moment, a surge of baleful qi rushed out of Ning Fan's body and engulfed the broken world with unstoppable ferocity. As soon as the baleful qi collided with the 8 old ancestors, other than King Zhu Lu and second ancestor Zhu Yin who did not lose their composure, the other 6 old ancestors were greatly disturbed and their qi was disrupted by the baleful qi. Is this how the 8 ancestors of the giant devil clan treat their guests? Ning Fan's tone was cold. Even though he was facing the 8 old ancestors alone, he did not show the slightest bit of fear. King Zhu Lu's eyes flashed with a hint of surprise. He dispersed his aura force and said with a slightly threatening tone. Little friend, your means aren't weak. However, it's still not enough for you to behave atrociously in my giant devil clan, right? If you want me to concoct pills for you, then show me the sincerity and attitude you should have. Even though you are the 8 ancestors of the giant devil clan, if you are rude to me, don't even think about making me concoct half a pill for you. Ning Fan stood with his hands clasped behind his back and said in a tough tone. How dare you? You are just a divine transformation realm junior. How dare you be so rude to us, the 8 ancestors of the giant devil clan? A harsh female voice reprimanded him. She raised her hand and was about to attack Ning Fan. Countless gusts of chilly wind rose around her body. The aura force of a void inquiry stage attack was rising rapidly. The other 7 ancestors looked on with cold eyes as if they had tacitly agreed to the harsh woman's action. From the perspective of the 8 ancestors, no matter how strong Ning Fan's pill refinement mastery was, he was still a junior after all. What right did he have to talk to them with such a tone? he should be taught a lesson. However, before the harsh woman finished forming her hand seals and the cold light in the eyes of the 8 ancestors faded away, an earth-shattering wave of magic technique spread out from Ningfan's dantian. It carried the aura force of a void fragmentation realm attack, shocking everyone. Noisy! I am talking to King Lu. How dare you interrupt us? Asterisk boom asterisk at this moment, the aura force of the steel of sun and moon merged with Ningfan. At the same time, a void fragmentation realm attack that was ready to be launched was aimed at the 8 ancestors. As long as the harsh woman dares to attack him, he would attack forcefully and directly kill her. Xianxia, stop at once. You mustn't offend fellow Daoist Zhou. The other 7 ancestors who had been acting arrogantly all along were shocked. All of them tried to stop the woman from attacking Ningfan. They were shocked by Ningfan's void fragmentation realm attack. That was an extremely powerful trump card that could severely injure an absolute void stage expert and instantly kill a void pure stage expert. Even King Lu, the strongest among the 8 ancestors, could not withstand such a powerful attack. King Lu could not believe that Ningfan, whom he had underestimated, actually had such a powerful trump card. All of a sudden, he was convinced that he must not provoke Ningfan. Whether it was the plan to pressure Ningfan and force him to concoct pills or the plan to kill Ningfan and devour his medicine soul after using him, King Lu dismissed all of them. He was not sure how many times Ningfan could use such a powerful void fragmentation realm attack. However, even if Ningfan only has one attack, it would be enough to kill King Lu instantly. Thus, he did not dare to provoke Ningfan. The situation changed in an instant. Ningfan did not even have the mood to talk nonsense with the 8 ancestors. He directly took out his trump card and frightened them, dispelling all of their evil thoughts. Even the old monster of the absolute void stage, King Donglong, who was inside the Black Lightning Tower, was scared away by Ningfan. How could he not be afraid of the 8 void inquiry stage and void pierce stage experts? Unfortunately, the steel of sun and moon only had one attack. If there was a second attack, a third attack, or an 8th attack, Ningfan would dare to kill the 8 ancestors on the spot to eliminate all future troubles. He was not worried that the trump card of the steel of sun and moon would be exposed. As the half-disciple of the Pill Sovereign, was it really strange for him to have a void fragmentation realm attack? Everyone would think that this void fragmentation realm attack was the trump card that the Pill Sovereign had given to Ningfan. As soon as the arrogant woman called Xianxia saw Ningfan's overbearing strength, her beautiful face turned pale with fright. The shadow of her black mist constantly trembled. She did not expect Ningfan to have such a powerful trump card. The pressure that Ningfan gave the 8 ancestors right now was definitely not any less than the pressure that King Lanling's second primordial spirit gave them. None of them dared to underestimate him. Don't provoke me. Otherwise, I can't guarantee that I won't do anything crazy. Ningfan's indifferent threatening voice resounded. The 8 ancestors' faces turned unpleasant, but none of them refuted him. Ningfan did not care how unpleasant the expressions of the 8 ancestors were. If he wants his enemies to behave, he should not flatter them shamelessly. Instead, he should show them the same level of strength to make them wary and fearful. No matter how dissatisfied they are, they can only swallow their anger. Without any intention to talk nonsense with the 8 ancestors, Ningfan went straight to the point. King Lu, may I know what kind of pills you need me to concoct? There are some things that I must mention in advance. According to the difficulty of the pills, the level of rewards I need will also be different. Of course, the Giant Devil clan will need to provide all the medicinal ingredients for the pills. If I have any requests during the process of concocting the pills, the Giant Devil clan may fulfill them unconditionally. These are the conditions for me to concoct the pills. Little friend, you're a straightforward person. I won't beat around the bush anymore. Today, we, the 8 ancestors, have invited you here because we need you to help us concoct a type of peak grade 5th revolution pill. We need at least 8 of them. Most of the medicinal ingredients required have already been prepared. The only thing we're lacking is the main ingredient. However, it's not a big deal and we can get it easily. Little friend, you don't have to worry about the medicinal ingredients. If you have any other needs during the process of concocting the pills, you can just tell me. As long as it's reasonable, I'll agree to it. As for your reward, Little friend, the grade of the pills you concoct for us are not low. Naturally, your reward cannot be low as well. Immortal jade, spiritual herbs, cultivation methods, and secret techniques. Little friend, whatever you need as a reward, you can just tell me. As long as it's not too much, I'll agree to it. I want the devil statue slate. What? That's impossible. King Julu immediately rejected. Don't worry. I just want to take the slate and study it for a few days. I'll return it. I heard that King Lam Ling fought against the Mist Horn clan and the Ghost Eye clan for the devil statue slate of the Six-Winged clan. I've always been curious about what kind of treasure the devil statue slate is. Of course, other than looking at the slate, I also want 1 billion immortal jade as a reward and all the spiritual herbs and pill recipes of the giant devil clan. As soon as the 8 ancestors heard that Ning Fan only wanted to look at the slate, their expressions changed. They did not have much resistance. After all, the 8 ancestors had studied the slate for countless years and none of them could see through its content. The devil scripture on the beast skin scroll of Feng Shuiyan was passed down by their ancestor. They did not think that Ning Fan would be able to understand anything by just looking at the slate for a few days. Letting Ning Fan look at the slate was a small matter. Ning Fan's other requests made the 8 ancestors feel a little pained. Ning Fan was definitely asking for an exorbitant price. But he needed 1 billion immortal jade and all the spiritual herbs and pill recipes as a reward for concocting 8 pills. Helplessly, the 8 ancestors urgently needed 8 sinful ocean pills to prolong their lives. They could not care less about Ning Fan's exorbitant demands. After bargaining for a while, the 8 ancestors agreed to give Ning Fan 500 million immortal jade and all the pill recipes and spiritual herbs would be given to him. As for the place where he could look at the devil statue slate, it must be inside the giant devil broken world. He was not allowed to bring the slate out of the broken world. At the same time, the 8 ancestors also made a small request. One of the main ingredients needed to concoct the sinful ocean pill could only grow in the forbidden area of the Mist Horn clan. They requested Ning Fan to head to the Mist Horn clan to purchase this medicine. Coincidentally, the Mist Horn clan was going to hold a grand auction not long after. It was the best time for Ning Fan to go there to purchase the spiritual herb. Ning Fan immediately frowned at the additional request of the 8 ancestors. It was impossible for him to run errands for the 8 ancestors for free. In the end, he stated his condition. Not only would the giant devil clan bear the cost of purchasing the spiritual herb, but the clan would also have to pay for all of Ning Fan's expenses during the auction. After the 8 ancestors agreed to Ning Fan's request, Ning Fan agreed to head to the Mist Horn clan to purchase the last main ingredient for them. After all, he still needed to go to the Mist Horn clan to search for the remaining devil statue slate. Thus, it was not a big deal for him to run errands for them. Ning Fan did not care too much about the place where he could look at the slate. He also did not care too much about the 500 million immortal jade that was bargained for. The reason why he asked for a sky-high price of immortal jade was just to cover up his motive of coveting the slate. If he asks for nothing else but to look at the slate, the 8 ancestors would instead suspect that Ning Fan had the ability to see through the scripture on the slate. In the broken world, Ning Fan entered a secret chamber. Outside the secret chamber, the 8 ancestors were heavily guarded. They did not give Ning Fan any chance to escape with the slate. A few days later, Ning Fan returned the slate to the 8 ancestors with a disappointed expression. It was as if he did not see through the secret of the slate. King Ju Lu kept the slate and chatted with Ning Fan for a while with a fake smile. Eventually, he sent Ning Fan out of the giant devil broken world. After Ning Fan left, King Ju Lu let out a few cold laughs. This young man is the same as us. He can't see through the secret of the slate. He's just SOSO. What the 8 ancestors did not know was that the devil marks on Ning Fan's back contained a vast amount of devil chi. The devil chi of the devil statue slate of the giant devil clan was secretly extracted by him. The 8 ancestors were still in the dark about all of this. They were complacent and had no idea that they had fallen into Ning Fan's trap. The scripture on the second slate was also engraved by Ning Fan. This scripture not only contained the part of the devil scripture on Feng Shuiyan's scroll but also some other content. It was an introduction to the cultivation levels of the ancient devil race. However, it was not complete. The divine race cultivated magic power, the demon race cultivated spirit sense, and the devil race cultivated blood. The current devil cultivators still mainly cultivated magic power. However, the ancient devils in ancient times did not cultivate any magic power at all. They only cultivated their devil blood. Moreover, they had a cultivation level that was completely different from the cultivators of the divine race. The second slate did not have much information about the cultivation levels of the ancient devil race. Perhaps the complete content could only be known after obtaining the third and fourth slate. Ning Fan did not mind it too much. After returning to his lodgings, he spent 3 days with his women as if nothing had happened. Feng Shuiyan felt relieved when she saw that Ning Fan was not eaten by the 8 ancestors. However, she was still a little angry. She was so worried about Ning Fan and begged him not to look for the 8 ancestors. However, Ning Fan still secretly went to look for them when she was asleep. She was a little angry at Ning Fan. For 3 days straight, she did not say any lip language to Ning Fan. 3 days later, Ning Fan entered the profounding world as if there was no one around him and began to refine the devil chi of the second slate. The reason why he did not immediately start refining the devil chi but delayed it for 3 days was to dispel the 8 ancestors' suspicions. A trace of devil chi was equivalent to 1 million units of magic power. It was equivalent to the total physical strength of a first-level golden body refining realm expert. When Ning Fan refined the first trace of devil chi, the strength of his physical body had already surpassed the strength of an ordinary first-level golden body refining realm cultivator. It was just because his devil marks had yet to advance to the next level, which was why he did not attain the golden body refining realm. Otherwise, Ning Fan would have already become a first-level golden body refining realm cultivator. The second trace of devil chi was also at the level of 1 million units of magic power. Ning Fan refined the devil chi in the profounding world for 3 consecutive days. The remaining 3/4 of the profound earth devil marks disappeared again and was replaced by the totem of a giant. 2/4 of the devil marks had been upgraded, the strength of Ning Fan's physical body had almost doubled. Even though it was still not as strong as a second-level golden body refining realm expert, he was almost invincible among those at the first-level golden body refining realm. His arms and his entire upper body were glowing with golden light. Ning Fan clenched his fists tightly. He felt that his entire body was filled with terrifying power. At this moment, he was strong enough to instantly kill the king of Shurluk country without using the yellow dragon's 7 tokens. I've already obtained 2 of the 4 slates. As long as I get the remaining 2 slates, I will be able to break through to the golden body refining realm in one go. However, I have a strange feeling that this time, breaking through to the golden body refining realm is a little unusual. Perhaps, after gathering all 4 slates, the improvement of my physical body will be even greater than my expectation. Ning Fan's eyes flashed with an imposing aura force. He had completed 2/4 of the golden body refining realm. As for the remaining slates of the Ghost Eye clan and the Mist Horn clan, Ning Fan was determined to get them. To be continued. Around 10 days later, under Zhu Qing's invitation, the 3-pill refinement grandmasters Ning Fan, Yunzi, and Huang Tingzi worked together to concoct a life-saving pill for Feng Shuiyan. It was a type of pill that was infinitely close to the 6th revolution. Its name was the flame-suppressing pill. After consuming it, Feng Shuiyan would no longer have symptoms of fever and fainting for dozens of years. Ning Fan carefully checked the pill recipe and confirmed that this pill was not harmful to Feng Shuiyan. However, it certainly could not cure her illness. This was because the source of all of Feng Shuiyan's ailments originated from the blood of Mo Luo that was sealed within her body. Zhu Qing had asked for the pill for his beloved daughter and had obtained the approval of the 8 ancestors. Perhaps the 8 ancestors also knew that the pill could not cure Feng Shuiyan and would not ruin the plan. That was why they agreed to let Feng Shuiyan consume the pill. If Feng Shuiyan were to consume this pill, her life would no longer be in danger for the next 10 years before her blood was extracted. The 8 ancestors would also not have to rescue Feng Shuiyan every time her illness flared up. It would save them a lot of effort. Naturally, they would be more than happy to do so. Are the 8 ancestors still determined to abandon Feng Shuiyan? Ning Fan held the pill recipe with a cold expression. No one knew what he was thinking. On this day, Ning, Huang, and Yi, the three alchemy grandmasters, worked together to refine the demon-suppressing pill in front of tens of thousands of cultivators under the protection of countless giant demon masters. That stunning alchemy technique caused countless alchemists to sigh in admiration. Anyone with a discerning eye could see that the entire process of concocting the evil-suppressing pill was done by Ning Fan's alone. Huang and Yi Tianyun were hardly of help. As a matter of fact, Ning Fan alone was enough to concoct the devil-suppressing pill. However, with the help of Huang Xiaolong and Yi Tianyun, he could save a lot of time in concocting the pill. Countless cultivators were even more convinced that Ning Fan not only possessed peak-grade 5th Revolution Pill Refinement Realm but also could be ranked as the best among all 5th Revolution Pill Refinement Realm experts. Some of them even called Ning Fan the 8th Pill Refinement Master in the Rain World. What they meant was that other than the 7 6th Revolution Pill Refinement Masters, no one else could match Ning Fan's Pill Refinement Mastery. As the 8th ranked Pill Refinement Master in the Rain World, no one would be willing to offend him in the future. They would only befriend him so that they could ask him for a pill in the future. Countless cultivators visited him with gifts. However, Ning Fan was still the same as before. He accepted all the gifts but refused to meet any of them. Even so, many old monsters were overjoyed. Even if they could not see Ning Fan's face, it could also be considered as them forming a good relationship with him, right? After successfully concocting the pills, Ning Fan, Huang Tingzi, and Yi Yunzi each obtained a Void Inquiry pill. Huang Tingzi and Yi Yunzi's pill refinement mastery was extremely high. However, both of their cultivation bases were only at the divine transformation realm. Possessing Void Inquiry pills in their possession was akin to getting into trouble because of their wealth. The two of them did not dare to stay any longer. They immediately bade farewell and returned to their respective forces under the protection of countless experts from Pill Island and Zhou clan. As Ning Fan's registered disciple, Yanggu was really reluctant to leave Ning Fan's side. He longed to learn pill refinement from Ning Fan. However, as a foreign elder of the Pill Island, he had the obligation to join the team that escorted the Void Inquiry pills. Therefore, he had no choice but to leave reluctantly. He was extremely respectful towards Ning Fan. He did not care that Ning Fan's bone age was young and he treated him like a father. Ning Fan knew that Yanggu was a worthy disciple. Thus, he imparted some of his knowledge on pill refinement to him. He also told Yanggu that he would go to the Mist Horn clan's auction this time. On his way back, he would go to the Pill Island to give Yanggu some pointers on pill refinement mastery and borrow the soul washing pond. Yanggu could not help but look forward to it. He thanked Ning Fan profusely and hoped that Ning Fan would come to the Pill Island as soon as possible to teach him some profound pill refinement mastery. The Void Inquiry pill was a mid-grade 6th Revolution pill. Void glimpse stage-old monsters would fight for it. With the protection of the Zhou clan, Yi Yunzi's Void Inquiry pill was safe. However, the Pill Island was obviously weaker than them. If a Void glimpse stage-old monster snatches their Void Inquiry pills, the Pill Island would certainly be in danger. Hence, under Huang Tingzi's request, Ning Fan made a statement as a foreign elder of the Pill Island. Anyone who snatches the Void Inquiry pill of the Pill Island would be regarded as offending him. Ning Fan had the protection of the Rain Sovereign and the Pill Sovereign. His pill refinement mastery was ranked 8th in the Rain World. Besides, he had the battle record of killing Shirkuan and Emo Xiao. His words made countless Void glimpse stage-old monsters give up the thought of snatching the Void Inquiry pill of the Pill Island. Even though the Void Inquiry pill was precious, those who offend Ning Fan might not be able to consume it alive. As the great elder of the Pill Island, Huang Tingzi once again owed Ning Fan a favor. He promised Ning Fan that once he comes to the Pill Island, he could use the soul washing pond to improve his medicine soul at will. After Huang Tingzi and Yi Yunzi left, countless pill refinement masters also bid their farewells. The grand pill ceremony of the Eternal Endless Sea came to an end just like that. As for Ning Fan, he also had other matters to attend to. The thing he was busy with was helping Feng Shuiyan consume the devil-suppressing pill. After all, Feng Shuiyan was just at the 10th level vein opening realm while the devil-suppressing pill was a pill that was infinitely close to the 6th revolution. Under normal circumstances, if a vein opening realm junior accidentally consumes a 6th revolution pill, what awaits her is certainly not ascension but her body will explode and she will die. In the end, the important task of helping Feng Shuiyan consume the pill was handed over to Ning Fan. After all, he was the pill refinement master of the highest level in this place. Besides, he was the one who personally concocted the devil-suppressing pill. Thus, he knew how to consume the pill's power like the back of his hand. Everyone within the vicinity of Feng Shuiyan's boudoir had been dismissed. The area within 100,000 miles was under martial law. Layers upon layers of formation lights were set up to prevent anyone from disturbing the process of consuming the pellets. In the courtyard where the wind and snow intertwined, Feng Shuiyan stood with her legs together. Her eyes were cold as she swung the swing, ignoring Ning Fan who was in front of her. She was still angry at Ning Fan and did not want to talk to him, which made her a little childish. "Little girl, it's time to take your medicine." Ning Fan smiled bitterly. He did not know how to persuade the little girl to take her medicine. Feng Shuiyan turned her head away, refusing to look at Ning Fan. "If you don't take the medicine, you will feel uncomfortable the next time your illness acts up. Aren't you afraid?" Ning Fan threatened. "It's none of your business. Anyway, I don't want to eat pills. If brother-in-law has the ability, you can just knock me out and force a pill down my throat." Feng Shuiyan finally moved her lips, but her expression was still as cold as before. "Knock you out?" Ning Fan shook his head helplessly. If it wasn't for the fact that consuming the devil-suppressing pill requires one to be awake, Ning Fan would be more than happy to knock her out and channel the medicinal power of the pill to her while she is unconscious. He had never been a person who liked trouble. Today, Feng Shuiyan's uncooperative expression gave Ning Fan a feeling that he did not know where to start. When he thought of Feng Shuiyan being schemed against by the 8 ancestors and being used as a sacrifice to save the giant devil clan, Ning Fan felt pity for her and could not bear to scold her. After letting out a sigh, Ning Fan tried to persuade her. "This is a pill that I have concocted for you with great effort. Are you really not going to take it?" Feng Shuiyan was a little moved. She did not want to waste Ning Fan's good intentions. "Be obedient and eat the pill. I will help you assimilate the medicinal power. If you don't take the pill, your illness will never be cured. Those who care about you will be sad." Feng Shuiyan gently lowered her head and stopped playing on the swing. After a long time, she raised her head and looked at Ning Fan with pure eyes. She pursed her lips and asked, "Was elder sister Qiuling's illness cured by brother-in-law?" "Yes." "If elder sister Qiuling's illness isn't cured, will elder sister Qiuling be sad?" "Yes." If I don't take the pill, will elder sister Qiuling also be sad?" Feng Shuiyan asked nervously. Ning Fan looked at the lonely young lady and remained silent for a while. Then, he said with determination, "Yes. Then I will take the pill." Feng Shuiyan stood up from the swing and walked towards her room obediently. Her expression was as cold as snowflakes. However, after she turned her back on Ning Fan, her slightly pale face suddenly became flushed and hot. The little anger she had towards Ning Fan just now was completely dispelled at this moment. Ning Fan did not notice the redness on Feng Shuiyan's face. He only looked at her slightly thin back and frowned. He did not tell Feng Shuiyan that the devil-suppressing pill could not completely cure her illness. It was because after he gathered the 4 devil slates and cultivated the Mo Luo ancestral talisman, he would use the power of the ancestral talisman to completely cure Feng Shuiyan of the hidden danger of Mo Luo's blood. If he has the determination to save Feng Shuiyan, he would certainly go against the 8 ancestors and destroy their plans which they had been planning for 8 generations. However, so what if he offends the 8 ancestors? Ning Fan did not care at all. After all, he had offended many people in the past. The layout of Feng Shuiyan's room was very simple. There were not many decorations. However, all the walls were inlaid with ice crystals. They were a type of spiritual ore which could lower the temperature of the room. She was constantly being disturbed by the devil blood which caused her to have fever symptoms. Such a cold environment was to make her feel more comfortable when her illness flared up. There were no flowers or plants in the room because there were very few plants that could survive in such a low temperature. There was also snow in the room and a few snowmen were piled up on top of each other. The naive expressions on the snowmen were exactly the same as the first time Ning Fan found Feng Shuiyan. "Brother-in-law." Only you can find me. Only you can hear my voice. Feng Shuiyan muttered to herself. What? Ning Fan did not notice Feng Shuiyan's lips moving. Thus, he did not activate his mind-reading technique. No. Nothing, Take off your outer robe and consume the devil-suppressing pill. Don't chew it or swallow it. Just hold it in your mouth and lie on the bed. I will help you refine the power of the pill. Huh? I need to take off my clothes? Feng Shuiyan gently bit her lips. This time, she blushed all the way to her ears in front of Ning Fan. Her mind was instantly filled with memories. Last time, when Ning Fan tore off her clothes and saw her smooth back, she felt embarrassed and angry. However, after a moment of hesitation, she still took off her clothes obediently, leaving only her bra and underpants on. Then, she obediently held the devil-suppressing pill in her mouth and lay on the bed. Her slightly protruding white bunny was faintly discernible. Her perky buttocks were also beginning to take shape. However, she was too weak and skinny. Besides, she was not short either. It made Ning Fan doubt whether she weighed 70 jin or not. His palm gently stroked Feng Shuiyan's soft back. Then, his eyes fell on the 8 devil fire seals. His heart sank slightly. The devil blood under these seals was the culprit of everything. Feng Shuiyan did not know what Ning Fan was thinking. She only felt Ning Fan's gentle touch and her body trembled a little. Then, she gradually sensed that Ning Fan's fingers were entangled with cold qi. He was drawing patterns on her soft back. She also did not know what Ning Fan was doing. She only knew that her body felt a little strange when Ning Fan touched her like that. From the initial fear and dread, it gradually turned into happiness. In the past, she was very indifferent to life and death, just like Su Qiuling in the past. However, at this moment, she suddenly had a strong desire to live. She did not want to die. She wanted to be protected like this for the rest of her life. Unknowingly, the pill in her mouth had been refined into her body. She felt drowsy. She was panting softly and her eyes were blurred. It's done. After an unknown period of time, Ning Fan had completely helped her digest the medicinal power of the pill. She responded softly and actually fell asleep comfortably. Ning Fan covered her with a thin blanket and stroked her snow-white hair. Then, he let out a chuckle and left quietly. This weak little girl had a kind of persistence deep in her bones. She was very similar to Ning Fan in the past. Feng Shuiyan's matter had temporarily come to an end. In the guest house, Ning Fan began to prepare for his trip to the Mist Horn clan. He gave the Void Inquiry pill to Yu Lingkong, which made her extremely touched. She probably could not go with him to the Mist Horn clan this time as she had to break through to the Void Inquiry stage. He gave Su Qiuling a Divine Transformation Realm Dao fruit. Of course, it was not as precious as the Void Inquiry pill, but at least Ning Fan was not biased. In the dead of the night, Ning Fan and Su Qiuling faced each other naked. He helped her smooth out her immortal veins and strengthen her primordial spirit. After a round of lovemaking, he helped her refine the Divine Transformation Realm Dao fruit. After refining the Dao fruit, Su Qiuling, who was already at the half-step Divine Transformation Realm, could break through to the Divine Transformation Realm at any time. Ning Fan also left many pills that could increase her chances of breaking through to the Divine Transformation Realm. If Su Qiuling breaks through to the Divine Transformation Realm at any time, she could consume the pills and go into seclusion. Both Yu Lingkong and Su Qiuling needed to go into seclusion. Naturally, they could not go with Ning Fan this time. Ning Fan simply left Fen Qi beside the two of them. He thought to himself that he had given them some benefits. If he did not give them to Fen Qi, he was afraid that she would hurt herself. Even though Fen Qi was only Ning Fan's devil concubine in name, he could not be biased towards her. If he left her a lot of pills that could increase her cultivation base, it would probably help her break through to the mid-divine transformation realm faster. He left the cold northern country and the Devil Ice Sea domain alone and headed towards the Mist Horn clan. The main ingredient that he needed to purchase during the auction of the Mist Horn clan this time was a 40,000 years old devil-horned orchid. A tuft of 40,000 years old devil-horned orchid could be sold for 50 million immortal jade. Ning Fan had received 1 billion immortal jade in advance from the giant devil clan. Other than the money used to purchase the herbs, he could spend the rest of the money as he pleased. If there is any surplus, he could return it to the giant devil clan. This was not Ning Fan's money. He was not prepared to help the giant devil clan save money. Spending the 8 ancestors' money for his own matters was Ning Fan's attitude towards life. The Mist Horn clan was located in the sea domain to the east of the giant devil clan. On the way to the Mist Horn clan, he only needed to take a slight detour and he would be able to reach the Ghost Eye clan first. The remaining 2 devil statue slates were located in the forbidden area of the 2 clans. The reason why Ning Fan was going to the Mist Horn clan this time was to buy herbs. However, he was actually planning to steal the devil slates of the 2 clans in one go. Since it's on the way, I can go to the Ghost Eye clan first and then go to the Mist Horn clan to buy herbs. Previously, the Pill Sovereign had warned the Ghost Eye clan about Marquis Yugue Ho. Marquis Yugue Ho is the previous Void Fragmentation Realm expert of the Ghost Eye clan. He used to be the overlord of the Endless Sea, but he was suppressed by the Thunder Sovereign. The last time I had a secret conversation with the Yunzi, I had asked him about Marquis Yugue Ho. It turns out that the Thunder Sovereign only suppressed Marquis Yugue Ho in the past and did not kill him completely. That Marquis Yugue Ho has cultivated the secret technique called Dark Ghost Soul Separation. It's already amazing for ordinary people to cultivate a second primordial spirit. However, he managed to cultivate a 3rd, a 4th and a 100th primordial spirit. Among the 100 primordial spirits of Marquis Yugue Ho, 99 of them were destroyed by the Thunder Sovereign, leaving only one which barely retained 1% of his strength. In addition to his severe injuries, this broken primordial spirit of his is only at the Void Pierce stage. According to Yunzi's information, this Void Pierce stage broken primordial spirit of Marquis Yugue Ho has cultivated another 9 Void Glimpse stage clones. He is preparing to let this Void Pierce stage broken primordial spirit devour the 9 clones and recover his absolute Void stage cultivation base in one go. If this Marquis Yugue Ho is at his peak, I would naturally be afraid of him. However, the current him is just a half-dead, broken body. I have the heaven-deceiving cloak and sneak into the Ghost Eye clan to steal the slate. There's no need for me to be afraid of Marquis Yugue Ho. The 3rd slate is already within my reach. Then, it's the 4th slate. First of all, I should gather information. Ning Fan's eyes turned grim. The sea region where the Ghost Eye clan was located was already in front of him. He turned into a ray of light and dove 1 million zhang *3, 33 m per zhang, deep into the sea. On the distant sea plain, there was a devil country that was filled with ghostly qi. Many devil cultivators were coming and going. Ning Fan did not want to attract any attention. Thus, he directly concealed himself and flew forward. In the distance, groups of arrogant and haughty cultivators were escorting many slaves into the clan. Among those slaves, there were males and females, righteous and devil cultivators. These slaves were captured by the cultivators of the Ghost Eye clan from the external Endless Sea and the internal Endless Sea. This group of cultivators was under the command of the young lord of the Ghost Eye clan. During their conversation, they praised Gue Han to the skies. Ning Fan hid at the side of the path. His eyes flickered. Before entering the Ghost Eye clan, I'll search the souls and memories of these subordinates of Gue Han. Just as he was about to attack them forcefully, he suddenly froze for a moment. His eyes flashed with a meaningful smile. He actually saw an old acquaintance among the group of slaves. It was an old acquaintance from Yu country. This old acquaintance was also one of the top 10 experts of Yu country in the past. He had even crossed paths with Ning Fan during the auction. Ning Fan did not expect to meet him in such a place and in such a way. The Gold Core Realm old monster who was high and mighty in the past was not even worth mentioning in Ning Fan's eyes now. As time passed, the identities of the two of them had undergone a drastic change. The old ancestor of Yu country, Qin Ziyu, had both his hands and feet locked in heavy iron chains. What a tragedy! What a tragedy! He was a dignified old ancestor of a low-grade cultivation country. Didn't he just want to go to the Lost World Palace in the external Endless Sea to form his nascent soul? Why did he fall into someone's trap and become a slave the moment he entered the external Endless Sea? How shameful! How shameful! Not only did he not form his nascent soul, but he also lost all his face and his life. In a small place like Yu country, Qin Ziyu could be the old ancestor of a country. However, in the Endless Sea, He was just like a small shrimp among the small shrimps. He could not do anything at all. Looking at the nascent soul realm cultivators of the Ghost Eye clan who were emitting powerful chi and the divine transformation realm old monster who was leading them, Xianxia wanted to cry but had no tears. In Yu country, nascent soul realm cultivators were already a legend. In the Endless Sea, even divine transformation realm cultivators were common. If he knew that the devil cultivators of the Endless Sea were so powerful, he would not have come here to form his nascent soul. Just as he was regretting his decision to come to the external Endless Sea, heaven and earth in the deep sea suddenly trembled. The figure of a young man in white robes suddenly blocked the path of the devil cultivators of the Ghost Eye clan. The appearance of that white-robed figure was too strange. Xianxia was walking at the front of the group of slaves. When he saw the appearance of the young man, he was stunned at first. He felt that the young man looked familiar. Then, his eyeballs almost fell out of their sockets. Ning Fan. This man is the husband of the sect master of Sinister Sparrow sect and the city lord of Seven Apricot City, Ning Fan. 1/3, to be continued. The group of devil cultivators from the Ghost Eye clan had a total of 100 experts. However, none of them could tell how Ning Fan appeared. Unfortunately, this group of devil cultivators of the Ghost Eye clan had always been living 1 million zhang *3, 33 m per zhang, below the hidden ocean. Besides, they often went out for missions and rarely stayed in the clan. Therefore, they did not know Ning Fan's identity at all. The leader of the Ghost Eye devil cultivators glanced at Ning Fan with a gloomy expression. Seeing that the young man blocking the way did not reveal any powerful aura and that his bone age was less than 500 years, he began to look down on him. He did not even ask why Ning Fan appeared here. All he did was chuckle coldly. This brat's appearance is not bad. If I catch him and sell him as a cauldron, I can get quite a bit of money. Men, take this person down. As soon as the divine transformation realm devil cultivator gave the order, more than 10 nascent soul realm cultivators immediately strode forward. Each of them took out a rope magical treasure and tried to tie Ning Fan up. Seeing more than 10 nascent soul realm cultivators trying to capture Ning Fan, Xianxia gulped down a mouthful of saliva. In his opinion, Ning Fan was most likely going to be captured. He did not have much of a relationship with Ning Fan. He had only met him once and it was during the 7 Apricot auction. Ning Fan was the appraiser who auctioned off the sword sheath for Xianxia. At first, Xianxia thought that Ning Fan was just a 5th-level vein opening realm junior. In the future, when Ning Fan slaughtered the devils in a single battle and shook the entire Yu country, only then did Xianxia realize that Ning Fan's combat power was already comparable to that of a nascent soul realm expert. In Xianxia's impression, Ning Fan went to the Endless Sea with his combat strength that was comparable to a nascent soul realm cultivator. Tens of years had passed. Even if his cultivation base had improved, he would at most be at the early nascent soul realm. An early nascent soul realm cultivator like Ning Fan was facing the siege of more than 10 mid and late nascent soul realm cultivators. How could he have the strength to resist? There's no need to look. No matter how strong fellow Taoist Ning is, he is not a match for this group of demonic cultivators. He will most likely end up like me, captured and turned into a slave. Xianxia shook his head and heaved a sigh. He felt a sense of sympathy for Ning Fan. In the next moment, his sympathetic gaze suddenly turned into a horrified expression. As soon as those nascent soul realm devil cultivators took out their magical treasures, they saw Ning Fan gently lifting his finger and pointing it at them. Boundless black sword light shot out from his finger. With a sweep of the sword light, more than a dozen nascent soul realm demonic cultivators were turned into minced meat. Even their nascent souls did not manage to escape. All of them were instantly killed. What? That was a nascent soul cultivator that could dominate a low-rank cultivation country. How could he die so easily? Xianxia found it hard to believe. The other devil cultivators of the Ghost Eye clan also realized how strong Ning Fan was. The divine transformation realm devil cultivator who was the leader of the group no longer dared to underestimate Ning Fan. No matter who you are, you must die for killing members of my Ghost Eye clan. As soon as he finished speaking, the divine transformation realm devil cultivator did not give Ning Fan any chance to explain himself. He directly made a palm strike and a 1000 zhang *3, 33M per zhang, palm imprint with towering devil chi descended from the sky. That black palm mark was the furious attack of a soul formation fiend cultivator. It was powerful enough to kill any nascent soul cultivator. The powerful fluctuations of magical arts caused Xianxia to tremble uncontrollably. This was the first time he had seen a battle between divine transformation cultivators. It was truly too terrifying. I can't block it, there's no way I can block it. That's an attack from a soul formation cultivator. A spirit-severing old monster is as rare as a phoenix feather or a qilin horn in a high-grade cultivation country. I'm afraid fellow Daoist Ning is going to die under this attack. As soon as Xianxia finished speaking, his aged eyes suddenly went wide. He saw Ning Fan casually pointing a finger at the palm imprint from afar. That finger attack was casual and without any fancy moves. However, as soon as the finger light appeared, a loud explosion immediately resounded. The seemingly strong divine transformation realm palm imprint directly crumbled into pieces under Ning Fan's finger attack. Ning Fan's finger light then turned into tens of thousands of sword lights, sweeping across the divine transformation realm devil cultivator. All of a sudden, the divine transformation realm devil cultivator let out a blood-curdling shriek and his physical body exploded into countless blood mists. A primordial spirit that was riddled with thousands of holes was captured by Ning Fan with a flick of his sleeve and a terrified expression. All of a sudden, the entire place fell into dead silence. Everyone was shocked by the shocking scene of Ning Fan instantly killing a divine transformation realm devil cultivator. At the next moment, all the devil cultivators of the giant devil clan fled with all their might as if it was their instinct. They did not even want their slaves anymore. Ning Fan's sword scent swept across the place. One after another, the devil cultivators shrieked and died. They did not have any chance to escape. Then, Ning Fan made a grabbing motion with his 5 fingers and performed the soul-searching and memory-erasing technique to read the memories of that divine transformation realm devil cultivator. After obtaining enough information, he indifferently sent out a palm force and killed that primordial spirit. All the slaves including Xianxia stared blankly at the horrifying scene of Ning Fan killing and searching their souls. They did not even dare to breathe loudly. Even a fool would know that Ning Fan was an expert who far surpassed the divine transformation realm. His strength was beyond their imagination, especially Xianxia. His heart was filled with raging waves. He was sure that he did not recognize the wrong person. The white-robed young man in front of him was certainly Ning Fan. In the past, Ning Fan had left too deep an impression on Xianxia. It was impossible for him to mistake him for someone else. A junior at the 5th level of the vein-opening realm in the past had become an expert who could kill a divine transformation realm devil cultivator with just a finger tens of years later. Xianxia found it hard to believe, but he had no choice but to believe it. He could imagine that if the cultivators of Yu country knew that such an earth-shattering figure like Ning Fan had emerged in their country, the entire country would certainly be shocked. He looked at Ning Fan with an extremely complicated gaze. He wanted to say something to Ning Fan, but he knew that his status was too low and he was afraid that he would not be able to speak to him. On the other hand, he was now a slave of the Ghost Eye clan. He had witnessed the scene of Ning Fan killing people together with the other slaves. He wondered if Ning Fan would kill all of them to silence them. Just as he was worrying whether he would be killed by Ning Fan or not, he suddenly saw Ning Fan slowly approaching him. Ning Fan's body carried a trace of baleful qi that could not be erased. That baleful qi was heaven-shaking, causing all the slaves including Xianxia to tremble in fear. All of them could not even muster the will to resist him. Fellow Daoist Qin, how have you been? Why did he come to the Endless Sea instead of being a gold core realm elder in the Yu nation? What, you don't dare to acknowledge me? On Ning Fan's face, there was a rare trace of a playful smile. Xianxia could also be considered as an old friend of Yu country. In the past, even though he embezzled his appraisal gift, he still gave Ning Fan a sword sheath. It was exactly that sword sheath that contained the ancient sword chi of the female sword ancestor which helped him block Moksha Sovereign's attack. Even though Ning Fan was numb to killing people, he would never kill an old friend. Xianxia's gaze became even more complicated. Back then, a 5th-level vein-opening junior had already walked step by step to the pinnacle of the realm. He could only look up to him. Seeing that Ning Fan took the initiative to talk to him, Xianxia no longer concealed his identity. He smiled awkwardly and said, Senior Ning's strength is exceedingly high. This junior doesn't dare to claim connections with you. In his tone, he had already addressed himself as a junior. He could be considered as a tactful person. I have something to ask you. If you answer my question, you can leave with them. What? Xianxia had never thought that he and his slaves could still leave safely after witnessing Ning Fan kill someone. Due to his excitement, he somewhat lost his composure. Then, he said respectfully. If Senior has any questions, you can ask me. This junior will certainly tell you everything I know. Tell me about you country, especially the 7 Apricot City, Ning City, Sinister Sparrow Sect. You can also mention the Fire Cloud Sect. Fellow Taoist Xianxia, you have a nascent soul realm cultivation base. You have already unified you country, haven't you? As soon as Xianxia heard Ning Fan asking about you country, he immediately told him everything in detail. It had been a few years since he left you country. However, he naturally knew more than Ning Fan. He also understood that Ning Fan was not concerned about you country. Instead, he was concerned about the beauties and friends of you country. Therefore, Xianxia focused on talking about the current situation of Ji He, Lan Mei, Bai Lu and the other women. Of course, he also mentioned a little about Jing Xue, Xue Qing, Gui Qiaozi, and the others. Ji He had already reached the peak harmonious spirit realm a long time ago. Now, she was the city lord of 7 Apricot City and Ning City at the same time. Lan Mei had also reached the peak harmonious spirit realm. Her father, Gui Qiaozi, was in seclusion to form his nascent soul while she became the sect lord of Sinister Sparrow Sect. As for Bai Lu, she had already officially become one of the elders of Sinister Sparrow Sect. She was in seclusion to form her core. Jing Zhuo returned to Yu country with his nascent soul realm cultivation base and forcefully unified the country. No one could match him. However, he knew his own limits. He would never touch Ning Fan's forces. Moreover, he even had the intention to protect Ning Fan, as if he was helping Ning Fan to look after his home. As for Ning Fan's other disciple, Xue Qing, he had already broken through to the 4th Revolution Pill Refinement realm and became a great figure whose name shook the entire country. According to rumors, the reason why Ji He and the other women improved their cultivation bases so quickly was because they had asked Xue Qing for a lot of precious pills because of their master's wife. With Jing Zhuo and Xue Qing around, Yu country was about to be conferred as a mid-grade cultivation country by the Rain Palace. Besides, there were divine transformation realm old monsters who would personally reinforce the country's grand ceiling formation. While improving the country's defense, it would also increase the density of the spiritual qi in the country. In short, Xianxia's information made Ning Fan feel at ease. Yu country was doing well. They were all safe and happy. Thus, he had no worries. After obtaining all the information, Ning Fan activated his memory power and enveloped the hundreds of slaves at the scene in his memory intent realm. With the power of the memory intent realm, he erased the memories of all the slaves as if he was erasing words on a piece of paper. No one could remember who was the one who killed the cultivators of the Ghost Eye clan and saved them. Even Xianxia woke up from his dream. He patted his forehead, not understanding why he was in a daze. This is strange. I have a feeling that I had a long conversation with an old friend. Could it be a dream? Shaking his head, Xianxia could no longer remember anything about his encounter with Ning Fan. When he saw the corpses of the cultivators of the Ghost Eye clan all over the ground, he was so scared that he nearly peed his pants. Oh my god! Each of the cultivators of the Ghost Eye clan who died on the ground had a cultivation base above the nascent soul realm. There were even divine transformation realm old ancestors among them. Oh my god. Who is so monstrous that he could even kill divine transformation realm cultivators? Since that person killed divine transformation realm cultivators, why did he let go of slaves like us? Xianxia could not figure it out and he no longer had the mood to figure it out. He and the other slaves did almost the same thing. One after another, they found the keys to their shackles among the mountains of corpses and the sea of blood. In Guantian city of the Ghost Eye clan, Ning Fan concealed himself and stood outside the city. According to the information provided by the Divine Transformation Realm Devil Cultivator, Guantian city was the main city of the Ghost Eye Devil country. Marquis Yugueho was hiding here to heal his injuries. The so-called devil statue slate was also hidden in this place. Moreover, Ning Fan even learned from the memories of the Divine Transformation Realm cultivator that there was a devil concubine in the Ghost Eye clan. However, this devil concubine was under house arrest by the Ghost Eye clan. She did not have any freedom at all. All of her power had to be offered to the Ghost Eye clan. In order to conceal the existence of this devil concubine, the Ghost Eye clan had also cultivated tens of female devil cultivators. They were also under house arrest in the clan to confuse the public and deceive them. The devil concubine of the Ghost Eye clan, Ning Fan frowned slightly. In the memories of the Divine Transformation Realm cultivator, the devil statue slate of the Ghost Eye clan was not in the possession of Marquis Yugui Ho, the strongest expert in the clan. Instead, it was given to the devil concubine of the Ghost Eye clan for her to decipher. Marquis Yugui Ho, on the other hand, was aware of his own limitations. He knew that it was impossible for him to decipher the secret of the slate by himself. Therefore, he wanted to borrow the devil concubine's mystical power to decipher the great secret of the slate. In that case, I just need to sneak into Guantian City, find the devil concubine of the Ghost Eye clan and abduct her along with the slate. After that, I will be able to obtain the third slate. It seemed like this trip would be much smoother than what Ning Fan had imagined. Just as he was about to sneak into Guantian City, his eyes suddenly turned grim. He saw the figure of a young king suddenly appear in the sky above Guantian City. Orchids fell from the sky and a strange fragrance filled the air. As for all the cultivators of the Ghost Eye clan, they became nervous the moment the young king appeared. In a hidden heavenly dwelling in Guantian City, a gloomy voice suddenly resounded. Suddenly, it turned into a ghost-faced old Taoist who stood in front of the young king, blocking his way. Prince Lan Ling, you have a body of gold. What can I do for you to visit my Ghost Eye clan? The ghost-faced old Taoist said in a deep voice. His aura force was at the void pierce stage. A straightforward person does not beat around the bush. Marquis Yugui Ho. The reason why I came to the Ghost Eye clan this time is just for the devil statue slate. Prince Lan Ling spoke without hesitation. The devil statue slate? Humph. Lan Ling. I heard that you ran into a snag in the Giant Devil clan and were severely injured by the 8 ancestors of the Giant Devil clan. What now? Now, you want to snatch the devil statue slate of my Ghost Eye clan with your crippled body? In your eyes, I, Marquis Yugui Ho, am such a weak and easily bullied person. The ghost-faced old Taoist's eyes were filled with killing intent. If Prince Lan Ling really came to snatch the slate, this old Taoist would not mind teaching him a lesson. Prince Lan Ling's eyes turned gloomy. He did not like Marquis Yugi's tone. However, after experiencing the failure of the Giant Devil clan, he realized that the 4 clans of the Hidden Ocean were much stronger than he imagined. Not every clan was as weak and easily bullied as the 6-winged clan. It would not be easy for him to suppress the 4 clans with just his second primordial spirit. This time, Prince Lan Ling did not intend to snatch the slate by force when he came to the Ghost Eye clan. Instead, he brought a supreme treasure to exchange for the devil statue slate. He did not waste time talking to Marquis Yugui Ho. He directly took out a treasure and showed it to Marquis Yugui Ho. I am willing to exchange this treasure for the devil statue slate. Prince Lan Ling's tone was calm, but it was filled with confidence. He believed that Marquis Yugui Ho would definitely exchange the slate with him once he saw the treasure. Just as he expected, Marquis Yugui Ho, who was originally filled with killing intent, immediately revealed a shocked expression when he saw Prince Lan Ling taking out the treasure to exchange for the devil statue slate. Marquis Yugui Ho was speechless. He did not expect Prince Lan Ling to be willing to exchange such a precious treasure for a devil statue slate. It was true that the devil statue slate was very precious. However, Marquis Yugui Ho could not decipher its secrets no matter how hard he racked his brains. If he could exchange the slate for such a treasure, it would be extremely beneficial to both him and the Ghost Eye clan. It was a dark golden pagoda that stood quietly on Prince Lan Ling's palm. The shape of the pagoda was somewhat similar to the Lost World Tower. It seemed to be a heavenly dwelling treasure that was an imitation of the Lost World Tower. One could change the flow of time inside the treasure to cultivate. With Marquis Yugi's eyesight, he could tell that this dark golden pagoda could slow down the flow of time by at least 16 times. If Marquis Yugui Ho could obtain this pagoda, not only could he cultivate endlessly inside the pagoda, But all the members of the Ghost Eye clan could also cultivate inside the pagoda. With this pagoda, Marquis Yugueho could totally open another Lost World tower in the Ghost Eye clan to cultivate. His eyes were filled with desire. He almost agreed to exchange the slate that he could not decipher for this pagoda. However, after thinking about it carefully, Marquis Yugueho still felt that this matter was of great importance and he needed to discuss it with the elders of the clan. This matter is of great importance. I need to discuss it with my subordinates. Why don't you follow me to the clan to rest and wait for the result of the discussion? Once the discussion is over, I will certainly give you a satisfactory answer. All right. Prince Lanling frowned in displeasure. However, he did not say anything else. Ning Fan, who was hiding in the dark, witnessed the transaction between Prince Lanling and Marquis Yugueho with his own eyes. A scheming expression gradually emerged in his eyes. I don't think Prince Lanling and Marquis Yugueho will be able to complete the transaction within these few days. If I steal the devil statue slate of the Ghost Eye clan within these few days, I'm afraid Marquis Yugueho will be the first to suspect that Prince Lanling stole it. I wonder if the so-called negotiation will turn into a dog-eat-dog battle. As for that dark golden pagoda, if I'm not mistaken, it should be a magic treasure refined by a powerful cultivator who imitates the Lost World Tower. Besides, this pagoda doesn't imitate a 7-floored silver pagoda but an 8-floored golden pagoda. However, this pagoda seems to have quite a huge flaw. It can't achieve the speed of time that an 8-floored golden pagoda should have. Ning Fan's eyes flickered slightly. Inwardly, he was pondering whether he should steal this golden pagoda along with him when he came to the Ghost Eye clan this time. Even if this pagoda could only slow down time by 16 times, it was still a supreme treasure. Even Marquis Yugueho, who was once a void fragmentation realm old monster, would be tempted by it. After all, to Ning Fan, the Ghost Eye clan and Prince Lanling were both his enemies. If he had the chance to steal the treasures of his enemies, how could he not do it? Whoosh *. Ning Fan stealthily entered the Ghost Eye clan's Xianxia city without anyone noticing. Only a mature and beautiful lady in a black dress who was in a secluded chamber suddenly sensed something strange from within her body. Why do I suddenly feel a connection between my heart and soul? Who is on the other side of my heart and soul? February 3rd, to be continued. Xianxia city could be divided into 5 towers and 12 cities. Each city was heavily guarded. After all, it was the main city of the Ghost Eye clan's Devil Nation. How could they let anyone sneak into their territory? Unfortunately, such a tight defense was practically useless in front of Ning Fan, who was a weirdo. A wispy purple gold wind blew gently, and then there was no other movement. The devil cultivators of the Ghost Eye clan who were guarding the 5th floor and the 12th city did not know that Ning Fan had already snuck into the most forbidden area of the Ghost Eye clan without anyone noticing. While moving stealthily, Ning Fan identified a direction and moved forward without stopping. The moment he stepped into Xianxia city, he sensed a faint soul connection in his heart. This feeling had once appeared on Fenqi and Feng Shuiyan. Ning Fan knew that there must be a devil concubine of the Ghost Eye clan hiding at the end of his senses. If he found the devil concubine, he would be able to obtain the devil statue slate. In the Weiyang Tower, there was a beautiful woman in a black dress. She had seductive eyeshadow on her eyebrows and had an enchanting beauty that could captivate one's soul. She was a standard demon woman, exuding a myriad of amorous feelings. She sat quietly in the attic. The bookshelves in her room were filled with ancient jade slips, which recorded the devil patterns related to eye sorcery and law sight. She was the devil concubine of the Ghost Eye clan, and her name was Gu Sherngyang. She was an expert in inscribing devil marks related to the Devil Eye clan. Almost 1/3 of the experts of the Ghost Eye clan had asked her to inscribe devil marks on them. She was more adept at awakening magic eye mageweths, and many experts had begged her to awaken their mageweths. However, she had never been happy. Not only was there loneliness and solitude in her eyes, but there was also a trace of hatred hidden very deeply in them. That hatred was directed at the Ghost Eye clan. She had a grudge against the Ghost Eye clan that would not end until one of them was dead. Outside the window were 4 devilish female guards, each of whom had a terrifying cultivation level above the peak of the nascent soul stage. As the devil concubine of the Devil clan, Gu Sherngyang's freedom was restricted. All her value was for the cultivators of the Ghost Eye clan to inscribe the tattoos. Suddenly, a rustling sound came from outside the window. Soon after, it was the sound of 4 ghost-eyed female guards being knocked unconscious and taken away. Who is it? Gu Xianxia hurriedly pushed open the door. She discovered that the formation outside the door was not moving at all, but the 4 female guards guarding outside the building had all disappeared. Greatly astonished, she turned around and didn't enter the room. Suddenly, she discovered that there was a young man in white sitting beside the tea table in the room. Who are you? What do you want with me? Gu Xianxia was instinctively afraid of this white-robed young man. She understood that a person who could sneak into the Ghost Eye Forbidden Land and kidnap 4 devil cultivators from the Ghost Eye clan without anyone noticing was far more powerful than she could imagine. However, somehow, Gu Xianxia had an instinctive sense of dependence on Ning Fan. It was the submission that came from her bloodline. I want to take you with me. Of course, the stone slab you're guarding is also something I need. Ning Fan's tone was calm. He had easily broken into the most restricted area of the Ghost Eye clan and abducted 4 female cultivators of the Ghost Eye clan to be his human cauldrons. He had come here for the devil statue slate, and he could take the devil concubine away with him. If Gu Xianxia is unwilling to leave with Ning Fan, he could use force. All right. I'll go with you. If you help me do one thing, not only will I give you the devil statue slate, I can also swear the great oath of Heart Devil that I will serve you as my master for the rest of my life and be your devil concubine. Out of Ning Fan's expectation, Gu Xianxia seemed to be very willing to leave with him. Oh, you want to be my devil concubine? If the person who abducts you tonight is another man, will you be willing to be his devil concubine? Ning Fan asked with a faint smile. I won't. The reason why Gu Xianxia was willing to leave with Ning Fan was because she sensed that Ning Fan had the ability to avenge her. Secondly, she had a natural good impression of Ning Fan from her bloodline. Ning Fan remained silent for a while. He gave Gu Xianxia a deep look as if he had seen through the hatred in her eyes. What do you need me to do so that you'll submit to me wholeheartedly? Ning Fan asked indifferently. I want you to kill a person. He is the 4th elder of the Ghost Eye clan. He has a void glimpse stage cultivation base. He is the person who killed my father. Gu Xianxia did not talk much about her past. Her eyes were filled with faint sadness. Ning Fan could guess that since this lady became the devil concubine of the Ghost Eye clan and was put under house arrest, she must have had some entanglements and past with the Ghost Eye clan. Perhaps her father was killed by the Ghost Eye clan at that time. I won't ask about your past. Is the devil statue slate in your hands? Yes. Gu Xianxia nodded her head. She took out a devil statue slate from her storage pouch and passed it to Ning Fan. Ning Fan indifferently glanced at the slate and saw through all the devil scriptures. He secretly memorized them but did not study the contents of the scriptures in detail. At the same time, he devoured the 3rd trace of devil chi and channeled it into his devil marks. However, he did not refine it immediately. Instead, he suddenly held Gu Xianxia's waist, which was as slender as a snake, and summoned the heaven-deceiving cloak. With a single step, they disappeared without a trace. Gu Xianxia's expression changed slightly. She was surprised by the cloak's invisibility ability, but she did not ask anything. You lead the way. I'll kill them. Ning Fan's tone was extremely calm. Tonight, no matter which expert of the Ghost Eye clan Gu Xianxia asked him to kill, he would not say a word of nonsense. This way. Gu Xianxia took a gentle breath and tried her best to calm herself down. She suddenly met a person who was willing to take her away and avenge her. She was very grateful, but she felt that everything was too unreal. It was like a dream. Even in her dreams, she wanted to break free from the prison of the Ghost Eye clan. The environment here made it hard for her to breathe. It was obviously her first time being touched by a man, but she did not feel disgusted. It was probably because of the sense of dependence that was ingrained in her bloodline. The scent of rouge and powder that came to her face could not conceal the faint fragrance of a virgin. It was like a poppy that could entice all men in the world. Ning Fan, however, was not moved by her fragrance at all. He quietly spread the 8 black burning wings on his back and traveled at an extremely fast speed in the direction that Gu Xianxia pointed at. After passing through half of the Ghost Eye clan's territory, they arrived at another heavily guarded palace. Outside the palace, countless guards were guarding it. Each of them wore arrogant expressions. Obviously, the people who lived in the palace were not ordinary people. Inside the palace, in the space of a heavenly dwelling magic treasure, the fourth elder of the Ghost Eye clan was in seclusion. He was trying his best to break through the bottleneck of the Void Inquiry stage. His strength was slightly weaker than the country lord of Sherlock Country, but it was not too far off. He, on the other hand, had a Void Inquiry pill. With the help of its power, he was already close to breaking through to the Void Inquiry stage. Coincidentally, the fourth elder had just finished circulating his magic power and exhaled a mouthful of murky qi. In front of his eyes, he recalled the graceful figure of a lady in a black dress. He licked his lips and revealed a rather lustful look. Gu Xianxia. Hee. You are destined to not be able to escape from my hands even if you are a devil concubine. Old ancestor Yu Gui has already promised me that once I break through to the Void Inquiry stage, I will be able to possess you openly. In the past, your father tried to stop me. He deserved to die. Today, if you still don't know what's good for you, I don't mind giving you to my subordinates after I toy with you. Then, I will let them have a taste of you. This fourth elder had always had the evil thought of possessing Gu Xianxia. However, due to her identity as a devil concubine, he did not dare to touch her easily. Until now, he had not even touched a single finger of hers. He could only fantasize about it alone. If the fourth elder breaks through to the Void Inquiry stage, his status in the Ghost Eye clan would certainly rise. At that time, he would be of great value to the Ghost Eye clan and he would be qualified to possess Gu Xianxia. The fourth elder had never expected that from today onwards, he would never have the chance to break through to the Void Inquiry stage in his entire life, let alone having the chance to kiss Gu Xianxia. The space of the heavenly dwelling trembled slightly and gave off a subtle fluctuation. The fourth elder, who had sharp spiritual senses, was startled. He immediately rose to his feet and sent a palm strike at the place where the spatial fluctuation was. That palm imprint was only the size of a palm in the beginning. However, it suddenly grew in the wind and in the end, it was nearly 10,000 zhang * 3. 33 m per zhang in size. It was powerful enough to kill all divine transformation realm beings. Oh? My senses are not that slow. Ning Fan said indifferently. Then, he held Gu Xianxia's arm and appeared inside the heavenly dwelling space. Facing the incoming gigantic palm imprint, he did not have much of an expression on his face. The shadow of a black dragon appeared on one of his fists. When he threw a punch, the entire space shook violently, almost shattering into pieces. Boom *, the fist imprint and the palm imprint collided. The palm imprint was shattered by Ning Fan's punch. The fourth elder's face was filled with shock. He could feel the mountain-toppling fist light landing on his body. There were shadows of black dragons in all directions, and he had no way to escape. Layer after layer of heavy armors were smashed by the fist shadows. They were all smashed into pieces. The fourth elder felt as if he had suffered a heavy blow on his chest. Under intense pain, he was sent flying away by the remaining force of Ning Fan's fist light like a kite with a broken string. It took him a lot of effort to stabilize his footing. Even though he was not severely injured, his injuries were not light either. The fourth elder's face was filled with astonishment. He finally saw the appearance of the intruder and recognized the person who had intruded into his heavenly dwelling. Zizhou Ming. My Ghost Eye clan has never interfered with your business. Why did you sneak into my heavenly dwelling and break into my heavenly dwelling? Could it be that you want to kill me? By doing this, aren't you afraid that you will form an irreconcilable grudge with my clan? Grudge? Ning Fan's eyes flashed with a hint of disdain. He held Gu Xianxia in his arms and flapped his 8 wings. With an unimaginable speed, he appeared in front of the fourth elder and sent out another dragon shadow punch. It's as easy as flipping my hand to kill you. No one will know about it. What grudge do you have against me? Boom *, this punch was directly aimed at the fourth elder's chest. The fist light was too fast, leaving him no time to dodge it. He could only move his body slightly to the side. In the end, Ning Fan's punch landed on his right shoulder. With just a single punch, the fourth elder felt as if his shoulder was being smashed by a 10,000 zhang * 3, 33 m per zhang, tall mountain. His shoulder bone was instantly crushed and his arm turned into a mist of blood. The fourth elder's body was in pain. Inwardly, he was horrified. He tried his best to keep a distance from Ning Fan. He could not understand why Ning Fan suddenly appeared in his seclusion place when he was a total stranger to him. Moreover, there was no grudge between them. Moreover, Ning Fan seemed to want to kill him. When his eyes fell on Gu Xianxia, he was immediately shocked. How dare you abduct the devil concubine of my Ghostai clan? If old ancestor Yugui finds out about this, he will certainly tear you into pieces. That's right. I understand now. The reason why you want to kill me is because of this bitch's instigation. Haha. You have to pay the price if you want to kill me. Devil eye technique, heaven shrouding. The fourth elder was not a fool. He instantly guessed that Ning Fan's killing intent came from Gu Xianxia's request. He knew that he was definitely not Ning Fan's opponent. Only by risking his life and injuring Ning Fan would he have a chance to escape from the heavenly dwelling. As long as he can escape from the heavenly dwelling, he could summon countless experts of the Ghost Eye clan to help him. Then, he would be able to escape from this death calamity. Thus, he must not show any mercy in this desperate attack. Ripples of magic power spread out from the fourth elder's body, turning into a strange chanting sound of devil scriptures. His slightly plump body suddenly shriveled rapidly. All of his flesh and blood had disappeared. He was almost all skin and bones now. A bloody wound suddenly split open on the palm of his single arm, and a bloody eyeball grew out of the bloody wound. The eyeball shot out a ray of black light at Ning Fan. That ray of black light was darkness that could devour all senses. At the moment it was shot out, the entire sky within the range of the eyeball's vision turned into night. Ning Fan stood in the darkness. He knew that this darkness was actually an illusion technique that could seal the 5 senses of a cultivator. Once a cultivator loses their 5 senses, they would not be able to sense any attacks. Cultivators who are engaged in a battle would undoubtedly fall into danger. This heaven shrouding technique was enough to obscure the 5 senses of any void glimpse stage cultivator. In order to use this technique, the fourth elder had to pay a huge price. He had almost exhausted all of his blood essence. Seeing that Ning Fan's 5 senses had been obscured by the heaven shrouding technique while Ning Fan was standing still like a wooden statue, the fourth elder knew that this was the best opportunity to launch a sneak attack on Ning Fan. However, he gritted his teeth. Fearing Ning Fan's means, he did not dare to approach Ning Fan and launch a sneak attack recklessly. Instead, he immediately turned around, intending to escape from the heavenly dwelling and call for reinforcements to deal with Ning Fan. At the moment he turned around, the darkness in the heavenly dwelling suddenly shattered like broken glass. Within the shattered darkness, Ning Fan's left eye, Fu Li eye, his right eye, Mo Luo eye and a vertical human eye on his glabella. When all 3 of his eyes were opened, he could see through all void inquiry illusory techniques. A mere void glimpse illusory technique was nothing to him. After shattering the heaven shrouding illusion technique with ease, Ning Fan flapped his 8 wings and appeared behind the fourth elder like a ghost. The fourth elder, who was forming hand seals with one hand, did not expect that Ning Fan would be able to break the illusion technique that he was so proud of in an instant. He only felt a tearing pain coming from his only arm. At the next moment, his arm was forcefully torn off by Ning Fan and shattered with just a palm strike. Ah! Both of the fourth elder's arms were destroyed. His blood essence was greatly damaged and he was also severely injured. When he was entangled by Ning Fan, he felt that Ning Fan was like a maggot in his bones that he could not shake off. He wanted to use other methods to escape, but Ning Fan did not give him the chance. He pointed out a finger. Inside the heavenly dwelling, thousands of mountains collapsed, the black sun in the heavenly dwelling collapsed and the dead bones in the void collapsed. All of the destructive force turned into a ray of dazzling sword light. Borrowing the power of the immortal emperor's finger bone, the sword pierced through his finger and immediately turned into millions of sword shadows. The sword light instantly engulfed the fourth elder. Heaven-breaking sword finger, the third strike. The fourth elder's strong physical body could not withstand the attack at all and was forcefully shredded into minced meat. His severely injured primordial spirit dodged the sword light and his voice was filled with fear. What kind of magic technique is this? Such a powerful attack is definitely not any weaker than a void inquiry stage attack. Ah! While he was escaping in a hurry, he was immobilized by some kind of strange ability in a moment of carelessness. Then, he was captured by Ning Fan, who suddenly appeared behind him. His tiny primordial spirit was held in Ning Fan's palm. The fourth elder's body trembled. He could feel an indifferent killing intent from Ning Fan's eyes. Don't kill me, don't worry. I won't kill you for the time being. Appear. Ning Fan summoned a Shi and sealed the fourth elder's primordial spirit, severely injuring him and knocking him unconscious. Then, he tossed him into the mouth of the puppet. Once he leaves the Ghost Eye clan, he would order the puppet to devour his primordial spirit. The reason why he did not kill the fourth elder immediately was because he did not want his life plate to shatter at this moment and alert the Ghost Eye clan. He had yet to finish his business in the Ghost Eye clan. The Ghost Eye clan's warehouse that was filled with spirit herbs, immortal jade, and the dark golden pagoda were all things he wanted to steal. Gu Xianxia, who was in his arms, was so shocked that she could not close her mouth. She had been under house arrest all day long. Thus, she did not know about Ning Fan's reputation. She had indeed begged Ning Fan to kill the fourth elder. However, she did not expect that Ning Fan would agree to her request so readily. She also did not expect that Ning Fan could kill a void glimpse stage cultivator so easily. From today onwards, you are my devil concubine. Ning Fan's indifferent tone sounded like an order that could not be rejected. Gu Xianxia's eyes flickered. Since Ning Fan had helped her take revenge, she was naturally willing to follow him. The Ghost Eye clan had long since bitterly disappointed her. Yes, from now on, Xianxia will be Master's devil concubine. She will never abandon you in life or death. Inside the Ghost Eye clan, neither Prince Lanling nor Marquis Yugui knew that a huge change had already taken place. Their negotiation was about to be disrupted by Ning Fan. The Dark Golden Pagoda would certainly have a new owner. 3/3, to be continued, end of chapter 460. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.